If life could be restarted, Jang Wu. I can live carelessly, for my life can be reset countless times. I possess a simulator and fear not for my existence. Chapter 1. The Life Simulator. In the southern region, at Tianyun's sect, Jang Wu lay upon his bed, the final memories of the original owner still vivid in his mind. Jang Wu, you worthless fool. How dare you hope that Xingqiu would ever like you? Be sensible, do not approach Xingqiu again, or next time, it won't be as simple as just crippling you. In his recollections, he faced a duel with a fellow disciple named Lu Fifan on the arena. But he was no match for Lu Fifan, suffering not only a grievous defeat, but also enduring verbal humiliation. Suddenly, another image surfaced in his mind, a breathtakingly beautiful woman named Li Xingqiu, whose parents were also disciples of Tianyun's sect, and they shared a childhood bond. Li Xingqiu was renowned as the most beautiful woman in Tianyun's sect, the object of desire for countless disciples. Yet her demeanor was frosty, reserved, and indifferent to others. Only Jang Wu could engage her in conversation. This incited the jealousy and fury of numerous male cultivators, with Lu Fifan being the most aggressive, warning Jang Wu multiple times. Yet Jang Wu remained unperturbed, until the sect's grand competition, where Lu Fifan seized the opportunity to severely injure him. There is nothing new under the sun. Men indeed risk their lives over jealousy. Having absorbed the original owner's memories, Jang Wu sat up in bed. He was Jang Wu, yet he was no longer the same Jang Wu. His soul had been replaced by that of Jang Wu from Blue Star. In this immortal world, women merely influence the speed at which I draw my sword. With a new soul, Jang Wu's temperament had transformed entirely. In contrast to the technological realm of Blue Star, the current world was a vibrant tapestry of wonders, where esteemed masters could soar through the skies, mighty beings could command the tides, and opportunities to glimpse the path to immortality abounded. Compared to such marvels, what significance did romantic entanglement hold? Xiao Wu, are you all right? As Jang Wu pondered how to realize his ambitions, the door swung open, and a pair of anxious middle-aged figures entered. His parents, Jiang Chun and Xue Qingqing. Once mere mortals under the Tianyun sect's banner, they had been accepted as disciples due to their spiritual roots, and after many years together, had become partners in the Tao, giving birth to Jang Wu. Father, mother, I am fine, Jang Wu replied, attempting to rise, only to feel a sharp pain in his lower abdomen, realizing he could not stand. Lu Fifan had been particularly vicious, injuring Jang Wu's dantian with the intent to cripple him. Jiang Chun placed his hand upon Jang Wu's pulse, his expression darkening immediately, while Xue Qingqing hastily inquired, Chun, how is Xiao Wu? The dantian is injured without a rare healing elixir. He will need over a decade to recuperate. That Lu Fifan is truly malicious, covertly harming my son. Xue Qingqing cursed vehemently, for Jiang Wu's aptitude was merely average. After a decade of cultivation, he had only reached the 6th level of qi refinement. Should he fail to achieve the 10th level before the age of 30, he would lose the qualification for the Foundation Establishment Pill, effectively severing his future prospects, as he was already 20. Lu Fifan is a disciple of the Grand Elder, and his arrogance has grown over the years. We have been powerless against him. Jiang Chun remarked that although he and Xue Qingqing were both in the Foundation establishment stage, they were merely at its nascent phase, holding an ordinary status within the sect. In contrast, the Grand Elder had attained the Golden Core level, making him entirely beyond their reach. Brother Chun, what shall we do? What about Xiao Wu? Do not fret. I will seek out Senior Brother Wang from the Internal Affairs Hall to advance 10 years of our monthly stipend. Then, I will approach Senior Brother Li to concoct a medicinal pill. It will take no longer than half a year to restore Xiao Wu's health. But Xue Qingqing was at a loss for words. While the monthly stipend for Foundation establishment practitioners was considerable, their expenses were also substantial. Typically, it was insufficient for cultivation, and now, if 10 years were to be advanced, Jiang Chun will be delaying his own progress by an entire decade. The two of them hurriedly devised a plan and set off to find Senior Brother Wang from the Internal Affairs Hall. Jiang Wu watched their departing figures, feeling a profound warmth in his heart. When he was 8 years old, his parents divorced, and he was raised by his grandparents, receiving little care from his parents. The love of a father and mother, which he had never felt in his previous life, was now palpable, even though he was merely an imposter occupying another's life. Rest assured, original host, from this moment forth, your parents will be my parents. I shall honor and cherish them, treating them as my own. Jiang Wu spoke to himself, and upon uttering these words, he felt a lightness wash over him, as if the original host's lingering attachment had vanished without a trace.
Ding. System binding successful. Would the host like to activate the system? At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Jang Wu's mind, momentarily startling him. However, he quickly regained his composure. Having surfed the internet for 2 decades, he had encountered numerous system novels. Activate. Jang Wu decisively initiated the system, and an electronic panel materialized before him. System name, Life Simulator Host, Jang Wu Lifespan, 2090 Cultivation Level, 6th layer of weapon refinement spiritual roots, Gold, Fire, Earth. Technique, Tianyun Decision Skill. Rune crafting not yet initiated activation progress. Viewable system. How does one utilize the Life Simulator? Jang Wu pondered for a full 10 minutes without discerning how to operate the system, finding no user manual. He resolved to leave a poor review if given the chance. User manual. This system operates on spiritual energy. When the host contributes sufficient spiritual energy, the Life Simulator can be activated. After inquiring, a voice resonated in his mind, and he subsequently checked the activation progress, which displayed 0. Jang Wu retrieved a low-grade spirit stone from his storage pouch and silently uttered, "Contribution." The spirit stone vanished from his hand, and the activation progress shifted to 1. Is it 100 spirit stones to activate once? Furrowing his brow, Jang Wu, having absorbed the original host's memories, was now aware of the economic conditions in this realm. Within the Tianyun sect, regardless of the layer, external disciples received a monthly stipend of 1 low-grade spirit stone, while internal disciples received 2. Therefore, 100 spirit stones equated to over 8 years of an external disciple salary. Given that Jang Wu had the support of his parents, he would become an internal disciple after his cultivation. Yet he would still need over 4 years' worth of salary for this expense, a considerable cost indeed. Nevertheless, no matter the price, it must be used. There is no reason to forsake such a golden opportunity. Jang Wu swiftly made up his mind. His character was not one to dither. He rummaged through his storage pouch, retrieving all of his spirit stones, a total of 120 representing his entire fortune. After a decade of cultivation, his income naturally did not amount to such a sum. However, both of his parents were foundation establishment cultivators who frequently provided him with financial support, enabling him to accumulate 120 spirit stones over the years. The system activation progress is complete. Would you like to initiate the Life Simulator? Upon confirming activate, the system's voice soon echoed in his ears. As the system booted up, a wave of blurriness enveloped Jang Wu, and when his vision cleared once more, he found himself still within the confines of the cave dwelling. System, open the panel, he commanded. The system interface appeared before him, yet it was markedly different from before. System name, Life Simulator Host, Jang Wu Lifespan, 2690 Cause of Death. Beheaded by a sword premortem cultivation level. Chi refining 9th layer time rewind. 3 days death record viewable. Jang Wu scrutinized the system panel, then promptly accessed the death review, and a torrent of memories surged into his mind. In the arena of the Tianyun sect, Jang Wu, at the Chi refining 9th layer, faced off against Lu Fifan, who was at the Chi refining 10th layer. Jang Wu found himself thoroughly outmatched, having lost his protective spirit shield, and he watched helplessly as a flying sword hurtled toward him. Stop! The sect competition prohibits killing. The furious shout of the referee rang in his ears, yet Jang Wu could only witness his own decapitated body slowly collapsing to the ground. Chapter 2. My first life. In my first life, was I slain by Lu Fifan? Awakening from the contemplation of death, Jang Wu found it rather incredulous that he once again faced Lu Fifan and met his demise at his hands. No, wait, this was merely within the confines of a simulated life. Regaining his composure, Jang Wu realized he was still in the simulation, as he was currently at the 9th level of Chi refinement, surpassing his former self by 3 levels. With a surge of information flooding in, Jang Wu quickly discerned the situation. In his original life trajectory, 6 years prior, he had been injured by Lu Fifan during the sect competition. Although his father, Jiang Chen, had made significant sacrifices to heal him, Jang Wu's resentment towards Lu Fifan festered, leading him to oppose Lu at every turn and fervently pursue Li Qingqiu. The object of Lu's affection, Li Qingqiu, who had grown up alongside Jiang Wu, shared mutual feelings with him, although Jiang Wu had not yet won her heart. Their relationship had deepened considerably, inciting Lu Fifan's ire and forging an unbreakable enmity between them. The Tianyun sect held its grand competition every 3 years, and both Jiang Wu and Lu Fifan aspired to severely wound their rival. During Jiang Wu's 23rd competition, they did not cross paths, but at 26, Lu Fifan, having reached the pinnacle of the 10th level of Chi refinement, could have opted out. However, driven by the desire to settle their score, he chose to participate. The outcome was inevitable. Jiang Wu was defeated and killed by Lu Fifan. As Jiang Wu calmed his thoughts, he began to analyze the circumstances. This iteration of his simulated life remained centered around the original protagonist, with no interference from his transmigrated self. The enmity between him and Lu Fifan was a foregone conclusion, an unresolvable fate. The disparity in their strengths was also glaring. Although Jang Wu was a second-generation cultivator, his parents were merely foundation establishment practitioners. While Lu Fifan's master was a grand elder of the Golden Core stage, their respective backgrounds provided vastly different levels of support. Lu's flying sword and spiritual shield were superior to Jang Wu's, and in terms of innate talent, Jang Wu possessed 3 spiritual roots, gold, fire, and wood, while Lu had dual roots, making him the more gifted of the two. Over the years, Jang Wu had excessively consumed medicinal pills in a bid to catch up to Lu Fifan, resulting in a buildup of pill toxins within him, rendering his cultivation unstable. In contrast, Lu had cultivated steadily, without recklessly prioritizing rapid advancement, leading to a solid foundation. Even in temperament, Jang Wu found himself lacking compared to Lu Fifan. Lu, having emerged from humble beginnings, had a wealth of life experience. Understanding the nuances of patience and emotional manipulation, Jang Wu, raised within the protective confines of the Tianyun sect, was sensitive and easily provoked by Lu's taunts. Thus, after thorough analysis, Jang Wu concluded that there was no way to alter his fate. With only 3 days remaining, he faced the grim reality that he could not change the outcome unless he forfeited the competition. However, forfeiting was out of the question. The sect competition was a serious matter, and aside from the foundation establishment pill awarded to the victor, the first-place contestant would be earmarked for focused cultivation, promising an illustrious future. Moreover, the competition served as a battleground for internal power struggles within the sect. Jang Wu's parents were aligned with the sect leader, while Lu Fifan was backed by the Grand Elder. The rivalry between the sect leader and the Grand Elder had long been a covert battle for dominance. If Jang Wu were to withdraw from the competition, it would undoubtedly bring repercussions upon his parents, who had already sacrificed tremendously for him. Jang Wu could not bear to burden them further. Since this was merely a simulated life, he reassured himself that death would not be the end. He could always start anew. Acknowledging the certainty of his demise, Jang Wu resolved not to squander the remaining 3 days. He emerged from his cave dwelling and made his way to the sect's library. The Tianyun sect's library comprised 5 levels. The first and second levels contained a plethora of miscellaneous texts, including numerous travelogues, to broaden the disciples' horizons. The sect encouraged those who ventured outside to document their experiences and submit them to the library, offering rewards in return. Thus, the library was filled with travel accounts, which Jang Wu urgently needed. As a transmigrator, he understood all too well the significance of information disparity, given that he had returned 6 years into the past. The knowledge from these 6 years represented a treasure trove for him. For instance, he could learn about the talented disciples the sect had recruited, enabling him to forge connections in advance, or discover who had obtained fortuitous opportunities and where treasures might emerge, allowing him to seize them preemptively. With such advantages, could he ever worry about his cultivation? In the year 857 of the Immortal Era, I heard that our sect disciple, Li Shuang, discovered the resting place of a Golden Core ancestor 70 miles northwest of the sect gate and submitted his findings to the sect, earning a reward of 500 spirit stones and an exquisite magical artifact. My heart swelled with joy. In the year 858 of the Immortal Era, one of our disciples, while visiting relatives, stumbled upon a 300-year-old snake scale herb. Upon following the trail, I found a first-tier spiritual vein, reported it to the sect, and received 100 spirit stones as a reward. In the year 858 of the Immortal Era, I traveled outside and heard of. In the year 859 of the Immortal Era, Jang Wu perused over 10 travelogues in the library, and the information he gathered thrilled him. In reality, the year he transmigrated was 855 of the Immortal Era, and these accounts detailed events from the subsequent years, providing him ample opportunities to seize. Jang Wu diligently transcribed all useful information before seeking out the authors of these travelogues to inquire about the specifics of their fortunes, such as Li Shuang, who had discovered the Golden Core resting site. Jang Wu was no longer the original protagonist. He approached with gifts and a courteous demeanor, bolstered by his identity as a second-generation cultivator. Since the Golden Core resting site had already been thoroughly scoured by the sect, Li Shuang harbored no suspicions. After all, many had inquired about the matter before him, and he willingly recounted the details of his experience. Of course, not everyone was willing to discuss their fortunes, as such matters pertained to their secrets. Jang Wu remained undeterred. If the primary source was unwilling, he sought information from the periphery. With spirit stones flowing like water, he purchased copious amounts of spirit food and fine wine, hosting banquets for 3 consecutive days, all in pursuit of information. 3 days later, the next grand competition of the Tianyun sect commenced. After the drawing of lots, Jang Wu once again found himself pitted against Lu Fifan. Jang Wu, if you surrender now, you may escape unscathed. Haha, Lu Fifan, what nonsense are you spouting? I intend to defeat you, seize the foundation establishment pill, and then soar alongside my Qingxiu. Jang Wu declared with laughter. Although Lu Fifan was mature in demeanor, Li Qingxiu was the Achilles heel of his character. He was utterly infatuated with her. Seeking death, Lu Fifan seethed, drawing upon immense spiritual power to infuse his flying sword. He relentlessly pressed the attack, while Jang Wu, refusing to back down, met Lu's challenge head-on. Even in the face of death, Jang Wu was determined to make Lu pay with his own blood. Thus, their battle erupted, charged with murderous intent. This was no mere sparring session among peers, but a deadly clash between sworn enemies. After 200 exchanges, Jang Wu saw his own headless body collapse, while Lu Fifan clutched his chest and retreated from the arena. It was worth it. In that final moment, Jang Wu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Though he had perished, he had managed to wound Lu Fifan, ensuring his death was not in vain. Chapter 3. The Golden Core Cave Hiss. The sensation of death is truly unbearable. Jang Wu awoke from the simulated life. While the death itself was illusory, the experience was vividly real. He touched his neck, relieved to find his head still intact. System, open the panel. He activated the system, and the interface materialized before him. System name, Life Simulator Host, Jang Wu Lifespan, 2090 Cultivation, 6th level of Qi Refinement Spiritual Roots, Gold, Fire. Wood Cultivation Technique, Tianyun Decision Skills, Talisman Crafting, Not Initiated, Progress. Viewable as Jang Wu examined the system. He realized that the cultivation attained in the simulated life could not be carried back. Otherwise, he would have reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. However, although he did not bring back his cultivation, the insights gained during the process remain, equating to having experienced the 9th level of Qi training once. In reality, practicing again will undoubtedly yield remarkable results. Jang Wu believes that even without consuming a large quantity of elixirs, he can reach the 9th level of Qi training within 6 years. First, he organized his gains, for his simulated life must not have been in vain. Thus, Jang Wu began to compile the knowledge acquired from his simulated experiences, having thoroughly memorized the valuable information from the scripture repository. Currently, the most crucial aspect is the resting place of the golden elixir ancestor. According to the records from the simulated life, in the year 857 of the celestial calendar, which is 2 years hence, the outer disciple Li Shuang will inadvertently discover the site of the golden elixir's resting place. Jiang Wu recalled this information and deemed the resting place of the golden elixir ancestor as paramount, noting that Li Shuang eventually surrendered the cave dwelling to the sect. However, for Jiang Wu, surrendering is out of the question. Li Shuang is a solitary outer disciple who, during the treasure hunt, will likely be discovered by others and thus compelled to relinquish the treasure for self-preservation. But Jiang Wu need not worry about such matters, even if discovered. His rewards will not be trivial, for he is a second-generation cultivator. With this thought, Jiang Wu retrieved a healing elixir to suppress his internal injuries and promptly set off. As he exited the cave, a young female cultivator caught sight of him and softly called out. Yet, consumed by thoughts of the golden elixir's resting place, Jiang Wu did not hear her and walked past, leaving the female cultivator momentarily stunned. Nevertheless, she merely watched his retreating figure without following. The southern wilderness is fraught with turmoil, rife with countless wars between sections. The Tianyun sect's mountain gate is not originally theirs, but was seized from other sects 2 centuries ago. This land has changed hands 4 times in the past millennium, and it remains uncertain to which sect the golden elixir ancestor belonged, as no information was found in the simulated life. Jiang Wu pondered the vastness of the southern wilderness, teeming with sects in constant conflict, creating an atmosphere of chaos. Over 8 centuries ago, the Nanli sect dominated the southern wilderness and established the celestial calendar, marking the beginning of record-keeping. As for the vicinity of the Tianyun sect, it is even more tumultuous, with the mountain gate changing hands 4 times. Each transition sparking fierce battles where cultivators clash, resulting in devastating destruction. Thus, the area beneath the Tianyun sect's mountain gate is littered with remnants of the past, and their disciples often unearth the caves of former practitioners, though most belong to those at the Qi training and foundational levels. There have been no recorded caves belonging to golden elixir cultivators. After consuming the healing elixir and temporarily suppressing his injuries, Jiang Wu flew on his sword, covering 70 miles in a quarter of an hour. Upon landing, he quickly located the golden elixir cave based on Li Shuang's information, finding it within a hidden cave shrouded by vines. Jiang Wu parted the vines, only to be met by a formation blocking his path. Although this formation would dissipate in 2 years, it still retained considerable power. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Wu retrieved a set of formation discs from his storage bag, enveloping the entire cave to prevent any noise from being overheard. He was severely injured and could not even contend with a beginner in Qi training. Once the formation was set, he pulled out a large stack of spirit talismans. His father was a talisman master, so he had an abundance of them. The competition today was merely a sparring match, limited to 3 talismans. Otherwise, Jiang Wu would not have lost, for he could easily win by spending money. Boom, boom, boom. Jiang Wu activated the talismans, each one detonating against the formation, and when the 10th talisman struck, the formation shattered. Overjoyed, he entered the cave, recalling that Li Shuang had encountered no dangers in the simulated life, as the cave was devoid of traps. Inside the cave, Jiang Wu beheld a middle-aged man seated before him, his clothing stained with large splotches of black blood, the physical body of a golden elixir cultivator. After undergoing refinement by spiritual energy, can remain intact for hundreds of years, and it was evident that many years had passed, yet the figure before him remained vividly lifelike. Forgive me, Jiang Wu bowed respectfully to the deceased golden elixir cultivator and then proceeded to remove the clothing, which was the cultivator's law robe, valuable even in its damaged state. He also took the storage bag from the cultivator's waist and a flying sword nearby. Taking a deep breath, Jang Wu was elated to discover that the sword was a magical treasure, worth a fortune. Rest in peace, esteemed predecessor. Jang Wu collected the items, dug a pit, and buried the deceased, subsequently dismantling the formation and erasing traces of his presence before swiftly departing. Upon returning to the mountain gate, Jiang Chun and Xue Qingqing arrived just in time, surprised to see Jang Wu return from outside, and hurriedly approached him. Xiao Wu, what happened? Are you not aware of your injuries? Xue Qingqing, filled with concern and anger, raised her hand to reprimand her son but stopped short when she noticed his pale face drenched in cold sweat. Her heart ached, and she embraced Jang Wu, leading him back to the cave. Mother, I just went for a walk. I'm fine, Jang Wu reassured Xue Qingqing, deciding to keep the matter of the golden elixir's resting place from his parents, not due to mistrust, but because he could not explain it. You child, Xue Qingqing sighed, unable to scold him any further. Xiao Wu, your injuries are not serious. I have already arranged with your master Li to concoct a nurturing pulse elixir for you, to restore your dantian channels. Furthermore, I will also help you take revenge on Lu Fifan, Jiang Chen stated. The sect's competition was merely an exercise, but Lu Fifan had resorted to underhanded tactics. Even though he was favored by the Grand Elder, Jiang Chen could not let this slide. Father, I am no longer a child. It is unreasonable to seek help from you every time I face difficulties. I will avenge this grievance myself, Jang Wu quickly replied. In the simulated life, Jiang Chen did indeed confront Lu Fifan, but due to the latter's connection to the Grand Elder, Jiang Chen could not harm him, which only drew the Grand Elder's intervention and left Jiang Chen with a reputation for bullying the weak. Eventually, Jiang Chen and his wife had to plead with the sect leader to allow Jiang Wu to engage Lu Fifan in combat. Well said. My son is indeed ambitious, Jiang Chen exclaimed, delighted to hear Jiang Wu's words. Previously, Jiang Chen had been worried about Jiang Wu's low spirits, fearing he would become despondent. Now, seeing him filled with confidence brought him great comfort. Father, mother, I wish to recuperate, Jiang Wu said. All right, we shall leave you to rest. Await our return with the nurturing pulse elixir. Jiang Chun and Xue Qingqing exited Jiang Wu's room. Once they departed, Jiang Wu examined his physical condition. His dantian bore a gash, still faintly painful. If this wound were not healed, the spiritual energy he refined would gradually dissipate, rendering all efforts futile. Although cultivators can heal such injuries with their spiritual energy, the effect is minimal and, even when combined with ordinary healing ointments, would take a decade to recover unless one possesses the exceedingly expensive nurturing pulse elixir. A single nurturing pulse elixir costs 5,000 spirit stones, which is significantly beneficial even to foundational cultivators. Given that the Tianyun sect's foundational cultivators receive a monthly stipend of 500 spirit stones, it would require a full decade's salary to afford just one. Thus, Lu Fifan's intent was clear, to cripple Jiang Wu. For if Jiang Chen and his wife were unwilling to spend such a fortune, Jiang Wu would effectively be rendered useless. Jiang Wu shook his head, dispelling distracting thoughts, and then took out the storage bag belonging to the golden elixir cultivator. Holding it in his hand, he summoned his consciousness to erase the mark on the bag. The mark, weakened by the passage of time, would likely dissipate within 2 days. 2 days later, Jiang Wu finally succeeded in erasing the mark from the storage bag. As he probed inside with his consciousness, a look of ecstatic joy spread across his face. Chapter 4. Second Life Wealth awaits. Gazing at the pile of treasures amassed like a small mountain before him, Jiang Wu took several deep breaths to steady his overwhelming excitement. After calming his emotions, Jiang Wu began to tally his gains. First, there was a substantial pile of spirit stones. Jiang Qing counted 3,500 low-grade spirit stones and an additional 20 medium-grade ones. The exchange rate between low-grade and medium-grade spirit stones was 100 to 1. In addition to the spirit stones, there were over 10 types of ore that Jiang Wu did not recognize. Although unfamiliar, he was certain these items were valuable. Otherwise, the Golden Core ancestor would not have collected them. He also found several weapons, including flying swords, none of which were magical artifacts. The lowest were medium-grade spirit weapons. The unexpected fortune was overwhelming. Low-grade spirit weapons typically cost thousands of spirit stones, making these weapons worth 100 times more than Jiang Wu's net worth. Furthermore, there were numerous other items, such as cultivation manuals and elixirs. Jiang Wu felt particularly regretful about several jade boxes containing precious spirit herbs, which had unfortunately lost their potency over time. In the storage bag, Jiang Wu also discovered the identity jade token of the Golden Core ancestor. He recalled that the Qinghe Sword sect had been annihilated by the Tianyun sect, and their mountain gate was precisely where Jiang Wu currently stood. After meticulously organizing his haul, Jiang Wu eagerly opened the system, ready to simulate another life. Having tasted sweet success, he could not contain his enthusiasm. System name: Life Simulator Host, Jiang Wu Lifespan, 2090 Cultivation Level, Qi Refining 6th Layer Root, Gold, Fire. With Technique: Tianyun Decision Skill, Talisman Crafting, Beginner, Progress to Open, Viewable. Jiang Wu extracted 100 low-grade spirit stones, silently invoking the word contribution. However, when he checked the progress, he was taken aback to see only 10. 100 low-grade spirit stones represented merely 10%. Did this mean he would require 1,000 low-grade stones? A tenfold increase? Jiang Wu cursed inwardly. realizing the system's extortionate nature. If the next opening required 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, it would be impossible. His father, Jiang Chun, earned only 500 spirit stones a year. Nevertheless, despite his frustration, Jiang Wu resolved to initiate a second life simulation, unwilling to abandon the allure of success. He produced 900 spirit stones, and upon contributing them to the system, his vision blurred. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar realm. System name: Life Simulator Host, Jang Wu Lifespan, 30,200 Cause of Death, Silver Needle penetrating the brain pre-death cultivation level, Foundation Establishment Early Stage Time Rewind, 1 month death record, viewable after accessing the system. Jang Wu fell into silence. In his second life, he had advanced to the Foundation Establishment stage. Yet he had only lived 4 additional years compared to the first life, an injustice indeed. Upon opening the death record, a flood of memories surged into Jiang Wu's mind. At the Qiyun Mountain in the northern border of the Tianyun sect, thousands of cultivators were engaged in fierce combat. Jiang Wu wielded a top-grade spirit sword, contending with an opponent at the mid-Foundation Establishment stage, managing to gain the upper hand. Suddenly, a silver needle, merely an inch long, pierced through his forehead, causing him to plummet to the ground. Just before falling, Jiang Wu saw an enemy sweep past, seizing his flying sword and storage bag, while in the distance, he heard his father Jiang Chen's anguished roar. Having absorbed the system's information, Jiang Wu clarified the events. Building upon the first life simulation, he had acquired the storage bag of the Golden Core Ancestor and, combined with the cultivation memories from the first life simulation, reached the Qi refining 10th layer at the age of 23. He triumphed over Lu Fifan in the sect's grand competition, securing first place and receiving the Tianyun sect's Foundation Establishment Pill as a reward. After 3 years of seclusion, he broke through to the Foundation Establishment stage at the age of 26, with the Zhang family boasting 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators, garnering immense prestige within the sect. Once stabilized in his cultivation, Jiang Wu received orders from the sect to guard Qiyun Mountain for a decade. This mountain was an isolated outpost 8,000 miles from the Tianyun sect's main gate, with a highly complex situation that rendered the sect's influence negligible, making the task perilous. Concerned for his son's safety on such a dangerous first mission, Jiang Chun voluntarily joined him, and together, they defended Qiyun Mountain. In the 4th year of their watch, in the year 865 of the Immortal Era, the 50 acres of Bailing grass on Qiyun Mountain matured. This grass was one of the primary ingredients for the Foundation Establishment Pill, highly valuable and drawing the attention of numerous enemies. Despite the Tianyun sect's heightened defenses, the enemies managed to breach the mountain's formations and engaged in a fierce battle. During the chaos, Jiang Wu was ambushed and met his demise when struck by a silver needle, undetectable by divine sense. Upon reflecting on the events, Jiang Wu's immediate realization was that the second incarnation of himself had been excessively ostentatious. While spirit weapons were indeed common among Foundation Establishment cultivators, it was rare for ordinary cultivators to possess top-grade spirit weapons. As a Foundation Establishment early-stage cultivator brandishing such a weapon, he had been akin to a plump lamb in the eyes of his enemies, an inviting target. Understanding this, Jiang Wu rose from his seat and exited the room. His father Jiang Chen's quarters were just next door, and he knocked on the door. "Xiao Wu, what is it?" "Father, the Bailing grass on Qiyun Mountain will soon mature, undoubtedly attracting many enemies. I believe we should alert our senior brothers and prepare accordingly, stocking up on elixirs, talismans, and shields for self-defense." "Xiao Wu, you worry too much. Qiyun Mountain is our Tianyun sect's territory, although it is far from the main gate. There are 10 Foundation Establishment cultivators and 200 Qi refining cultivators stationed here. Who would dare to encroach?" Jiang Chen replied. The cultivation level in the southern wilderness was not high. Having Foundation Establishment cultivators was already remarkable. The Golden Core Ancestor served as the sect's leader, equivalent to a Grand Elder, and with 10 Foundation Establishment cultivators stationed there, they were stronger than typical factions. Who would be foolish enough to confront them? Jiang Wu found himself momentarily speechless, recalling that he too had once shared the same arrogance, believing in the Tianyun sect's formidable strength and that others would not dare to challenge them. Yet reality proved otherwise. A month later, over a dozen Foundation Establishment cultivators, accompanied by 500 to 600 Qi refining cultivators, assaulted Qiyun Mountain. The defenses were lax, allowing them to approach the formations, which were swiftly breached, plunging everyone into a bitter struggle, leading to his demise. "Father, we must remain vigilant. The Bailing grass is the main ingredient for the Foundation Establishment Pill, which serves as a tool for major sects to control loose cultivators and minor sects, holding immense value. As the saying goes, men die for wealth, birds die for food. We cannot underestimate the desperate." Jiang Wu urged once more. The Southern Wilderness's cultivation society progressed through Qi refining, Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, to nascent soul. With the transition from Qi refining to Foundation Establishment being a significant hurdle, 90% of individuals would be blocked at this stage. For Qi refining cultivators, breaking through independently was exceedingly difficult, with a success rate below 1 in 1,000. Anyone capable of achieving Foundation Establishment without relying on elixirs would be hailed as an unparalleled genius. The Foundation Establishment Pill could elevate a Qi refining cultivator's breakthrough probability to around 50%, making it invaluable and a tool for major sects to dominate and exploit loose cultivators in minor sections. In the Tianyan sect, acquiring a Foundation Establishment Pill was contingent upon winning first place in the sect's grand competition held every 3 years or completing sect missions to accumulate merit points, followed by purchasing it for 10,000 spirit stones, an opportunity that was limited. In the outside world, even in larger cities, Foundation Establishment Pills were only released once every 3 to 5 years, and each auction would be fiercely contested by Qi refining loose cultivators, driving prices up to 30 or 40,000 spirit stones, an amount utterly unattainable for ordinary Qi refining cultivators, even if they emptied 6 wallets. Over time, not only did the price of the Foundation Establishment Pill skyrocket, but the materials required for its refinement also saw significant increases. The 50 acres of Bailing grass on Qiyun Mountain was worth at least several 100,000 spirit stones, enough to incite desperate attempts to seize it. Jang Wu, what is troubling you? Those loose cultivators and our sect disciples are worlds apart. They lack resources and many Foundation Establishment loose cultivators cannot even afford a spirit weapon. How could they possibly be our opponents? Jiangchen remarked, sensing something amiss with his son today. Previously, Jang Wu had looked down upon those loose cultivators, regarding them as impoverished and ill-equipped, unworthy of being considered adversaries. Jang Wu let out a quiet sigh. The Tianyan sect was grand and illustrious, and its disciples naturally developed an air of arrogance, looking down upon loose cultivators. However, this time, their hubris would lead them to a significant downfall. Jang Wu, seeing that he could not sway Jiang Chen, was disinclined to waste his breath. He had no intention of saving Qiyun Mountain. His only desire was to ensure his own survival. In the previous life simulation, Jang Wu had gallantly faced death, but this time, he sought to alter his fate. If he could not defy the heavens within the simulation, how could he expect to change his destiny in reality? Having traversed into this world of immortal heroes, Jiang Wu's ultimate aspiration was to attain immortality, a goal to which he was steadfastly committed. After departing from Jiang Qin's residence, Jiang Wu sought out his senior brother, Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang, having reached the pinnacle of Foundation Establishment, was the most powerful individual dispatched by the Tianyan sect to Qiyun Mountain and served as its leader. Junior brother Jiang, you wish to take 5 days off? Zhou Zhang inquired. Yes, brother. I have some matters to attend to at Wucai Mountain, Jiang Wu replied. Very well. The Bailing grass will mature in about a month. Ensure you return by then, Zhou Zhang nodded. Over the years, the Jiang family had encountered numerous fortuitous events, with 3 members achieving Foundation Establishment and each enjoying considerable wealth. Zhou Zhang was reluctant to offend them unnecessarily. Having secured his leave, Jiang Wu changed out of his garments emblazoned with the Tianyan sect's insignia, adopting a new appearance as he left Qiyun Mountain and set off towards Wucai Mountain, located about 100 miles away. Chapter 5. The Wucai Mountain Market. Wucai Mountain, situated approximately 100 miles from Qiyun Mountain, was the site of a large marketplace established by the Wucai sect. Although the Wucai sect lacked the power of the Tianyan sect, they boasted an elder at the Golden Core stage. They had created a gathering point outside their mountain gate, attracting surrounding cultivators for trade, gradually evolving into a marketplace with the potential to become a thriving immortal cultivation city. However, the relationship between Wucai Mountain and the Tianyan sect was rather strained. For many years, the Tianyan sect had been expanding, having seized Qiyun Mountain 2 decades prior. Should the Tianyan sect continue its expansion, it would undoubtedly infringe upon the interests of the Wucai sect. Thus, during his 4 years stationed here, Jang Wu had only ventured to the Wucai Mountain Market once, and that was done discreetly. This time, Jiang Wu altered his appearance to resemble a loose cultivator, which granted him the audacity to visit the Wucai Mountain Market. The largest trading establishment in the market was the Wucai Commercial House, a grand 3-story building spanning over 1,000 square feet, exuding magnificence. Esteemed elder, how may we serve you? Upon entering the Wucai Commercial House, a young attendant at the Qi refinement stage approached Jiang Wu, bowing and scraping. Jiang Wu did not conceal his cultivation level. I wish to procure some useful items. Please summon your manager, he instructed. Of course, esteemed elder. Please follow me to an upper private room. I will fetch the manager immediately. The young attendant led Jiang Wu to a private room on the 2nd floor, where he served tea and snacks. Shortly thereafter, a manager at the peak of the Qi refinement stage entered. Elder, I have had the pleasure of meeting you before. May I inquire as to your name? The manager asked. My surname is Wu. Ah, Elder Wu, what items can I assist you with today? I seek some protective gear. What do you recommend? You have come to the right place, esteemed elder. The Wucai sect is renowned for its unique spirit silkworms, which produce 5 colors of silk. When woven into fabric and inscribed with formations, it possesses formidable defensive properties. Our Wucai robes are quite famous in the surrounding area. After the introduction, the manager promptly instructed his subordinates to bring forth the merchandise. In addition to the Wucai robes, various other defensive spirit artifacts were presented. What is the price of this armor? Jiang Wu's eye was immediately caught by a set of armor, which was particularly appealing because it included both a cuirass and a helmet. He had been concerned about lacking a means to defend against the elusive silver needles. Esteemed elder has a discerning eye. This armor is forged from blue steel by skilled artifact craftsmen. It is merely a low-grade spirit artifact. Yet it has remained unsold because cultivators rarely wear armor, preferring robes and shields for defense, the manager explained with a smile. Jang Wu's storage bag was not lacking in spirit stones, having acquired the bag of a golden core elder in this life. He had gradually sold its contents over the years, which had positioned him among the elite of Foundation establishment cultivators. However, he was not foolish enough to flaunt his wealth. He engaged in a back-and-forth negotiation with the manager, ultimately settling on a price of 2,300 low-grade spirit stones. He subsequently purchased a Wucai robe and various spirit talismans. When it came time to pay, Jang Wu feigned difficulty, saying, "I currently find myself short on spirit stones. Might I offer some items in exchange?" "Certainly, esteemed elder. Our Wucai commercial house not only sells goods, but also acquires various items." "Very well. Here's a spirit artifact I previously used. Please assess its value." Alas, the life of a loose cultivator is so challenging. My parents saved for decades to buy me a Foundation establishment pill, only to find that the expenses in the Foundation establishment stage are even greater, Jang Wu lamented, rummaging through his storage bag while bemoaning the hardships of life. The manager maintained a constant smile, a testament to his professional demeanor. Jang Wu's status as a loose cultivator was familiar to the manager. Those who could afford spirit artifacts were considered relatively well off, while many loose cultivators still relied on lesser artifacts. "Shopkeeper, as a newcomer to your esteemed establishment, I find myself penniless. Could you inform me of any work opportunities here? I possess a martial prowess and am capable of capturing fugitives or hunting demonic beasts." Jang Wu shifted the conversation towards potential means of livelihood. He suspected that the impending assault on Qian Mountain was orchestrated by the Wucai sect, as they alone could muster such manpower within a radius of several hundred miles. "Are you planning to stay here for an extended period?" the manager inquired. "Indeed, loose cultivators roam widely, going wherever opportunities arise. In that case, you may wish to check the inn located to the east of the marketplace. I believe a few Foundation establishment cultivators there are plotting a hunt for demonic beasts." The manager's mind raced. This outsider, seemingly formidable yet transient, might just be the ideal candidate for their scheme. "Thank you, shopkeeper." Jiang Wu gathered his belongings and followed the manager's directions to the inn on the eastern side of the marketplace. The Wucai Mountain marketplace had few inns. As the land was relatively inexpensive, most establishments were courtyards, and the number of Foundation establishment cultivators in the marketplace was scarce. Thus, upon Jiang Wu's arrival at the inn, he quickly attracted attention. He ordered a modest meal and leisurely dined. Before long, someone approached him to strike up a conversation. Another Foundation establishment cultivator. Jiang Wu responded enthusiastically, and after sharing a couple of jugs of wine, their dialogue expanded. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Wu lamented the difficulties of life and the challenges faced by loose cultivators. Striking a chord with his companion, "Those damn sects control the Foundation establishment pills. My poor parents." Jiang Wu fabricated a backstory, claiming his parents were both peak chi refinement loose cultivators who, unable to afford a Foundation establishment pill, had toiled for years, ultimately exhausting their savings for his training. He laid the blame for his plight squarely on the sects, asserting that their monopoly on Foundation establishment pills had forced him into this predicament. This aligned perfectly with his identity as a loose cultivator, as few did not harbor resentment towards the sects, akin to workers cursing their capitalist overlords. The loose cultivator, named Li Xiang, was not local but hailed from afar. Their exchanges revealed a striking camaraderie, almost as if they were destined to become sworn brothers. After enjoying a hearty meal and drink, Jiang Wu settled into the inn. The following day, Li Xiang returned, this time ordering his own food and drink. Halfway through, he summoned several of his friends, all of whom were also Foundation establishment loose cultivators. As the wine flowed freely, Li Xiang clandestinely spoke to Jiang Wu. "Brother Wu, there lies a lucrative opportunity at hand. I wonder if you have any interest?" "Li brother, what is this mysterious venture that you speak of?" Jiang Wu inquired. His curiosity piqued. "Truth be told, I recently exhausted my fortune purchasing a spirit tool from the Wucai commercial house, leaving me unable to afford even the medicinal pills required for cultivation," Li Xiang confessed. "However, a mere 100 miles from here stands the Qiyun Mountain, once occupied by a second-tier demon beast. Over 2 decades ago, it was seized by the Tianyan sect, which has since cultivated dozens of acres of biling grass. Now, as the grass approaches maturity, a single harvest could yield tens of thousands of spirit stones. Is that truly the case? The Tianyan sect is a major power. How likely is it that we could succeed?" Jiang Wu expressed skepticism. "Certainly, although the Tianyan sect has stationed 10 foundation-building cultivators to guard it, we also have our allies. Not solely those within the market but several brothers from beyond," Li Xiang reassured him. "What else do you have to say?" Jiang Wu pressed. "Enough of that. If you wish to join, then let us proceed together. Without a doubt, I am eager to partake. It seems we share a bond, brotherly. Given my current financial constraints, what does it matter if it is the Tianyan sect or even the non-Li sect? Once we have completed our task, we shall flee far and wide, and none shall locate us." "Haha, it appears Brother Wu is indeed a kindred spirit." Upon hearing this, Li Xiang's spirit soared. Realizing that Jiang Wu had likely engaged in such ventures before, Jiang Wu smiled knowingly, an expression that conveyed mutual understanding. With Jang Wu's agreement to join the group, Li Xiang and his companions were elated. The number of foundation-building cultivators within thousands of miles of Wucai Mountain was scant, and solitary cultivators were even rarer. Those with families were unlikely to engage in such risky endeavors, making it challenging to recruit additional allies. Days passed, and Jang Wu remained within Li Xiang's circle, spending his days in their company and gradually lowering their guard. After half a month, Li Xiang and the others led Jang Wu away from Wucai Mountain's marketplace to a cave located 20 miles from Qiyun Mountain, where several foundation-building cultivators awaited. One of them was Jiang Cheng, recognized from his memories as the opponent he had battled, ultimately leading to his demise by a silver needle in a moment of distraction. To defy fate and change one's destiny, I must seize this opportunity, Jiang Wu mused to himself. As night fell, Jiang Wu gazed at the assembly, a cold smile forming within. You did not foresee that I, a disciple of the Tianyun sect, have infiltrated your ranks. This time, you shall not escape unscathed. Chapter 6. Defying fate. Within the cave located 20 miles from Qiyun Mountain, scattered cultivators gathered, ultimately numbering over 30. With the weakest boasting a cultivation level of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, and 12 at the foundation building stage. Yet, Jiang Wu recalled that during the previous assault on Qiyun Mountain, there had been numerous attackers, 200 to 300 Qi refinement cultivators, indicating they still had backup plans. Having concealed themselves within the cave for over 10 days, Jiang Wu calculated the time remaining until the anticipated assault on Qiyun Mountain. Only a day remained. Brother Wu, come here. We must discuss our strategy, Li Xiang called one evening. Jiang Wu approached, where the foundation-building cultivators had already gathered. Brothers, after 6 months of planning, tomorrow marks the day of action. I wish to congratulate you all on our current strength, for surely we shall succeed. Indeed, with our 12 members, we surpass the defenders of Qiyun Mountain. Victory is assured. Excitement rippled through the group, as they recognized their formidable strength against the 10 foundation-building cultivators defending Qiyun Mountain. Brothers, I have 2 inquiries, Jiang Wu interjected. Speak, Brother Wu, Wang Su, the group leader who had brought half of the foundation cultivators, prompted. My first question is regarding Qiyun Mountain, a property of the Tianyun sect. Given their vast resources, it is certain that there are late-stage foundation cultivators stationed there. Are we truly capable of overcoming them? You raise an excellent point. Indeed, the leader stationed at Qiyun Mountain is named Zhou Zhang, a peak foundation cultivator of great strength. However, fret not, for I have a backup plan. We shall have a peak foundation cultivator join us tomorrow, Wang Su reassured. Now I understand. I appreciate the insight. Jiang Wu nodded, realizing that their numbers matched those of their foes, including the formidable enemy. And what of your second question? Wang Su inquired. My second question concerns the spoils of Qiyun Mountain. I confess, I am solely focused on my cultivation and possess no knowledge of alchemy or talisman crafting. Holding the Bailing grass serves no purpose for me, as I seek spirit stones. Well said, Brother Wu. I too desire spirit stones. Several scattered cultivators chimed in, fearing potential retaliation from the Tianyun sect. The Bailing grass was a primary ingredient for foundation pills, and its market availability was limited. Selling it in the marketplace would inevitably attract the attention of the Tianyun sect. Rest assured, I have already devised a plan. After we eliminate the defenders of Qiyun Mountain, we will swiftly transport the spiritual herbs to the Wucai Mountain marketplace, where there are buyers for Bailing grass and other spiritual herbs. Admittedly, the prices may be slightly lower, but such is the reality of dealing in stolen goods. We have no alternative, do we? How much lower? One cultivator asked. We are risking our lives for this. Indeed, we cannot afford to be at a loss. Another added. Fear not, my brothers. The discount will not exceed 20 to 30%, which is customary in our line of work. Moreover, this is not merely a one-time transaction. Should any of you have items you wish to sell in the future, come to me, and I will ensure they are handled seamlessly. Wang Su addressed the group, who murmured among themselves, but ultimately accepted the terms. Jiang Wu, however, had an epiphany. If he was not mistaken, Wang Su is also affiliated with Wucai sect, acting as a middleman in gray market dealings, a fact he learned from his father, Jiang Chen. Brother Wu, are you satisfied with this arrangement? Quite so. But once this job is complete, I shall need to distance myself from this area for a while to avoid drawing attention. Naturally, should you find yourself without a place to go, feel free to seek me out. I have friends in various locations, Wang Su replied with a smile. Having already learned of Jiang Wu's considerable worth, such unanchored cultivators were easily manipulated. Compliance would suffice, but disobedience would lead to their downfall. The discussion turned to the following day's operation, with the critical aspect being the breach of Qiyun Mountain's protective array. Once the array was shattered, the cultivators could charge in without fear of the Tianyun sect disciples, who would pose no challenge. Conversely, failure to breach the array would leave them at the mercy of the defenders, resulting in casualties and potential abandonment of their mission. However, Wang Su was well prepared. Having meticulously planned this operation for 6 months, he had thoroughly studied the weaknesses of Qiyun Mountain's array and was confident that with a dozen foundation cultivators acting in unison, reaching it would be a trivial endeavor. The next day, under the blazing sun, the Qi refinement disciples guarding Qiyun Mountain grew increasingly lethargic. preferring to seek shade beneath large trees rather than patrolling the rugged terrain. Jang Wu and the 12 Foundation cultivators, having donned concealment talismans to suppress their auras, stealthily approached Qiyun Mountain, while a multitude of Qi refinement cultivators awaited them a mere 3 miles behind. This is the spot. Heed my command and prepare to act. Wang Su located the array's weak point, discreetly marking it, and signaling to the others to prepare for the assault. With a resounding crash, the 12 Foundation cultivators struck simultaneously at the array's vulnerable point, shattering the protective barrier. Intruders! Intruders! An alarm echoed from within Qiyun Mountain as a voice boomed, followed by 9 beams of spiritual light shooting forth, as the Foundation cultivators quickly mobilized to respond. Today is our day for riches, brothers. Kill! Wang Su shouted, unleashing his flying sword to engage the enemy, while the other Foundation cultivators sought their respective opponents. The Qi refinement cultivators swiftly closed the distance. 3 miles was but a fleeting moment for them. Dad, it's me. Jiang Wu called out, immediately locating Jiang Chen amidst the chaos, and as they clashed, he sent a message through the airwaves, causing Jiang Chen to nearly drop his sword in shock. Xiao Wu, how could it be you? I have already informed Brother Zhou about this matter. Why wasn't he prepared in advance? You mentioned it was arranged. The Grand Elder has already arrived. Jiang Chen suddenly realized that Jiang Wu had infiltrated the enemy ranks as an informant, which explained the Grand Elder as secret arrival days prior. The Grand Elder is a Golden Core ancestor. This situation is now stable. Zhou Zheng, your adversary is me. Zhou Zheng possesses the cultivation of a perfected Foundation establishment and was initially able to hold off Wang Su and 2 others. However, suddenly, a figure clad in black, also at the perfected Foundation establishment level, appeared and blocked Zhou Zheng's path. Your enemy is not me, Grand Elder. You may commence. Zhou Zheng sneered. And then a formidable consciousness swept over the crowd, causing Wang Su and the others to feel an immediate chill run down their spines. A Golden Core ancestor is here. Qiyun Mountain is prepared. How could this be? Various thoughts raced through Wang Su's mind as despair engulfed them. With the Golden Core ancestor present, their chances of survival were virtually non-existent. Attack! Jiang Wu exchanged glances with Jiang Chen, then suddenly redirected his flying sword and thrust it towards Li Xiang, who was caught off guard, and the sword pierced through him. Jiang Wu, a disciple of Tianyun sect, declared, "It is you," he roared, shedding his outer robe to reveal the attire marked with Tianyun sect's insignia. Upon seeing this, Wang Su erupted in fury. A disciple of Tianyun sect was hidden among them. With a furious shout, Wang Su launched a silver needle, a rare artifact inscribed with a formation to evade consciousness scanning, rendering it nearly impossible for ordinary cultivators to avoid. Yet, Jiang Wu had donned armor, and although the needle penetrated his helmet, it failed to fully pierce through. "It is you." Jiang Wu grinned sinisterly, recalling how he had been ambushed by that very silver needle in his simulated life. Realizing it was Wang Su behind it, Jiang Wu promptly drew his exquisite flying sword, ready to confront Wang Su. Although Wang Su was at the mid-Foundation establishment level, his flying sword was merely a low-grade spiritual artifact, and when they clashed, Jiang Wu's sword let out a mournful wail. "Let me handle this," Jiang Chen interjected, witnessing his son's intense animosity towards Wang Su. He set aside his own opponent to join the fray against Wang Su, wielding an exquisite spiritual artifact as well. In this life, Jiang Wu had utilized the relics of the Golden Core ancestor, which could not go unnoticed by his family. Hence, he had concocted an alibi to obscure the truth. Most of the items in the Golden Core ancestor storage bag had been procured with Jiang Chen's assistance, as the resources were shared within the family. The father-son duo joined forces against Wang Su, swiftly overpowering him, while the Grand Elder had already taken action. The black-clad figure at the perfected Foundation establishment level had no chance to take his own life and was captured outright. From both sides of Qiyun Mountain, numerous Qi refinement disciples surged forth, encircling the invading foes, plunging the entire valley into a bloody battle. Yet, this was entirely different from Jiang Wu's memories. They were now on the offensive. After more than 100 exchanges, Wang Su could no longer hold on and was decapitated by Jiang Wu's sword. Kill. After dispatching Wang Su, Jiang Chen and his son did not pause, continuing to strike down others. The Grand Elder hovered high above, refraining from further action unless someone attempted to flee, in which case he would swiftly eliminate them with a single strike. Zhou Zheng, the most valiant among them, showcased his perfected Foundation establishment prowess, defeating 3 Foundation establishment cultivators single-handedly. "Do not kill me. I surrender. Spare my life." As the scattered Foundation establishment cultivators fell, most of the Qi refinement cultivators knelt in surrender, realizing they could not escape. Further resistance would only lead to death. "Do not exterminate them all. Leave some prisoners," Zhou Zheng shouted. They required survivors to investigate the circumstances behind the attack. He could not believe a group of scattered cultivators would dare to target the assets of a grand sect. Reversing fate, Jiang Wu watched as the scattered cultivators surrendered. Feeling exhilarated, this was his first instance of altering fate in the simulated life, rewriting the outcome. Chapter 7. Rune Crafting Technique in Qiyun Mountain. After the battle concluded, Jiang Wu secluded himself under the pretext of healing, returning to his chamber to access the system. System name: Life Simulator Host, Jiang Wu Lifespan, 30. 200 Cultivation, Early Foundation Establishment Spirit Root, Gold, Fire, Wood Technique, Tianyun Decision Skill, Rune Crafting Technique, not yet initiated. Jang Wu observed that the system had returned to normal. However, the progression was not activated, as he was currently within the life simulator. With the absence of a death risk warning, it was time to engage in earnest cultivation. Jang Wu resolved to diligently pursue his training, as the system could no longer issue warnings of impending death. He had altered fate once more, and thus was determined to prepare for the real world. After much contemplation, Jang Wu decided to study the rune crafting technique. Among the techniques of alchemy, talismans, and formations, rune crafting was the most affordable and straightforward. Alchemists were the most lucrative but bore the highest costs. A single batch of expensive elixirs, if ruined, resulted in a complete loss of materials, making it unaffordable for the average individual. Meanwhile, formations were the most complex, requiring exceptional talent akin to mathematics. Refining artifacts was manageable, but the cost exceeded that of rune crafting, and advanced items often necessitated the inscribing of formations, which also required foundational knowledge of those formations. Thus, Jiang Wu opted for rune crafting. Another reason for this choice was that his father, Jiang Qin, was a rune master, having been exposed to it since childhood. Jiang Wu already possessed a degree of understanding regarding rune crafting. Having devised a plan, Jiang Wu emerged from his seclusion. Upon exiting, he beheld a colossal flying vessel soaring through the air, dispatched from the Tianyun sect to escort prisoners in Bailing grass, with the Golden Core ancestor overseeing the transport. Unless the southern border's tyrannical Nanli sect intervened, there would likely be no issues. "Father, what is the word from above?" Jiang Wu inquired. Noticing Jiang Qin was also present, there has been no response yet. This time, it is undoubtedly the work of the five-colored gate. But our strength in this vicinity is too weak. We must cultivate our resources diligently, Jiang Qin replied, shaking his head. Qiyun Mountain lay 8,000 miles from the Tianyun sect's main gate, being the furthest boundary. Thus, even if the Tianyun sect were to annihilate the five-colored gate, they lacked the strength to manage the situation and would need to wait until their power expanded further. Indeed, it appears we must remain here for quite some time, an estimated 5 to 6 more years. Having achieved such a significant feat, I wonder what rewards await. Your contributions will not go unnoticed. Zhouzhang is one of our own, Jiang Qin assured him. In such a perilous location as Qiyun Mountain, he would not have allowed his son to venture there if Zhouzhang were not one of their faction. Jiang Wu, too, believed his contributions would be duly recognized, and he subsequently shared his desire to learn rune crafting with Jiang Qin, who was understandably delighted. Foundation establishment cultivators have a lifespan of 200 years, and the resources required are vast. The meager monthly stipend from the sect is insufficient, and without a solid backing, nearly every foundation establishment cultivator must learn a trade. As Jiang Wu is his son, Jiang Qin would naturally not withhold knowledge and would dedicate himself to teaching. The following day, Jiang Wu began studying runecrafting under Jiang Qin's guidance. Jiang Wu was highly motivated, even neglecting his cultivation, as this was merely a life simulation. Wasting time was of little consequence. A month later, Jiang Wu had grasped the fundamentals of runecrafting, successfully inscribing a low-grade spiritual talisman, equivalent to the attack power of the first 3 levels of Qi refinement. Naturally, Jiang Wu was unsatisfied and continued his studies. Meanwhile, the sect had issued rewards for the contributions of the Qiyun Mountain disciples. Jiang Wu was deemed to have made the most significant contribution and was awarded 5,000 spirit stones, 3-grade yuan cultivation pills for foundation establishment, and a low-grade spiritual sword, with a total value exceeding 8,000 spirit stones. Others also received their respective rewards. Jiang Wu had resolved that the focus of this life simulation would be on runecrafting, thereby significantly reducing his cultivation time and dedicating himself entirely to learning the craft. Every 3 months, a supply ship from the sect would arrive, and Jiang Wu would enlist help to procure a substantial quantity of rune crafting materials. Thus, after half a year, Jiang Wu's rune crafting reached a mid-grade level, prompting numerous entreaties from Jiang Qin, yet Jiang Wu remained undeterred. Another year passed, and Jiang Wu successfully crafted a first-tier superior spirit talisman, equivalent to a full-force strike from a practitioner at the 8th or 9th level of Qi refining. His skills had now matched those of Jiang Qin, who was a first-tier superior talisman master. Jiang Qin could no longer provide Jiang Wu with much guidance. From now on, it was up to him to explore on his own. For 2.5 consecutive years, Jiang Wu did not break through to the second-tier talisman master. Yet he managed to elevate the success rate of crafting first-tier superior spirit talismans to an impressive 80%. Through his talisman-making skills, Jiang Wu was able to earn substantial wealth. It is noteworthy that the number of practitioners in the Qi refining stage far exceeds that in the foundation establishment stage by over 100-fold, resulting in an enormous demand for first-tier spirit talismans, which could practically be sold in unlimited quantities. After completing a decade-long task of guarding, Jiang Wu's batch of foundation establishment practitioners was recalled to the sect, with others dispatched to take their place. Upon returning to the sect, Jiang Wu had no intention of venturing out for experiences. He believed that opportunities would come in due time. For now, he focused on enhancing his talisman-making skills. In the year 895 of the immortal calendar, Jang Wu was 65 years old at the early foundation establishment stage, and a second-tier inferior talisman master with a success rate of 50%. By the year 900 of the immortal calendar, at 70 years old, he had advanced to a second-tier inferior talisman master with a success rate of 90%. In the year 915, at 85, he became a second-tier middle-grade talisman master. By the year 940, at 110 years old, he had reached the mid-foundation establishment stage and was a second-tier superior talisman master with a success rate of 60%. In the year 960, at the age of 130, the Tianyun sect had governed Qiyin Mountain for over a century. Throughout this time, conflicts and tensions had arisen between Tianyun sect and the Wucai sect, ultimately leading to Tianyun sect's decision to absorb the Wucai sect. The Tianyun sect gathered its forces, summoning 3 Golden Core Masters, 150 Foundation Establishment Practitioners, and 3,000 Qi Refining Disciples to besiege the Wucai sect. The Wucai sect, abandoning their marketplace, consolidated their forces at their mountain gate, seeking assistance but to no avail. After being besieged for 2 months, their mountain gate formation was breached. Once the formation was shattered, Jang Wu joined the assault, engaging in fierce combat. A Golden Core practitioner from the Wucai sect self-destructed, killing 20 Foundation Establishment Practitioners, including Jang Wu, marking the end of the second life simulation. System name: Life Simulation System Host, Jang Wu Lifespan, 2090 Cultivation, Qi Refining Level 6 Spiritual Root, Gold, Fire. Wood Technique: Tianyun Decision Skill, Talisman Crafting, Beginner, Progress. Viewable upon reopening his eyes, Jang Wu returned to reality, accessing the system. Everything remained unchanged. Yet his mind was enriched with centuries of memories, encompassing insights and experiences from his cultivation and talisman crafting. Xiao Wu, have you rested? Not yet, father. Moments later, Jiangchen knocked on the door, and Jiang Wu opened it. Xiao Wu, this is a pulse-nourishing pill that your masterly prepared for you. Jiang Chun presented a pill bottle to Jiang Wu. The pulse-nourishing pill was of high quality, and its crafting process was intricate. This time, it had been completed in just 3 days, demonstrating Master Li's dedication. Thank you, father, and please extend my gratitude to Master Li, Jiang Wu expressed, acknowledging that Master Li was the father of Li Qingxiu, a longtime friend of Jiang Chun, and their families shared a close bond. This child, why do you need to be so polite with me, your father? Father, during my recovery, I cannot cultivate and wish to take this opportunity to learn some skills. Please help me find a talisman brush and talisman paper, along with some ink for drawing talismans. Xiao Wu, are you planning to study talisman crafting? Yes, father. Perhaps you should rest for a while. You are only at Qi Refining Level 6. Your cultivation is of utmost importance, Jiangchen cautioned. Before foundation establishment, he advised against learning skills such as talisman crafting, as the sect had regulations stating that those who could not reach the 10th level of Qi Refining by the age of 30 would be unable to apply for foundation establishment pills, and those who did not reach foundation establishment by 60 would lose their opportunity. At that point, with dwindling vitality, even possessing a foundation establishment pill would not guarantee a breakthrough, and they would be expelled from the sect to fend for themselves. Father, I assure you I won't neglect my cultivation. I simply wish to learn a bit during this recovery period. Otherwise, I have nothing to occupy my time. Very well. I have some old talisman brushes and papers. You may use them for now. Jiangchen, seeing Jiang Wu's determination, did not argue further and handed over his previous supplies, which were suitable for a first-tier inferior talisman master, as he had moved on to a first-tier superior talisman master and no longer needed them. Thank you, father. Jiang Wu exclaimed joyfully. After exchanging a few more words, Jiangchen departed from Jiang Wu's room. Once Jiangchen left, Jiang Wu promptly consumed the pulse-nourishing pill and began refining its effects. The medicinal power swiftly healed the wound in his dantian. However, this was merely a preliminary treatment. His dantian remained fragile and could not support cultivation, requiring a period of 6 months to fully recover. Though he could not cultivate, he could still practice talisman crafting. Jiang Wu retrieved the crafting materials and, recalling his experiences from the life simulation, began to draw the most basic spirit travel talisman. With a deft hand, Jiang Wu succeeded in crafting a talisman on his very first attempt in reality, signifying that he had reached the level of a first-tier inferior talisman master. He continued to draw 5 distinct spirit talismans, each one a success, which left Jiang Wu immensely satisfied. For the 6th talisman, he aimed to craft a first-tier middle-grade talisman. However, after a brief moment, the talisman paper ignited with a hiss, indicating a failure. This was not due to Jiang Wu's lack of skill, but rather the inadequacy of his current cultivation level and the quality of materials used. He firmly believed that once he fully healed and acquired superior materials, achieving the level of a first-tier superior talisman master would be well within his grasp. Chapter 8. The marketplace. The mountain gate of Tianyun sect spans an area of approximately 100 miles, with the inner sect comprising 40% and the outer sect 60%. However, the number of outer sect disciples is several times greater than that of the inner sect. In a valley within the outer sect, a bustling marketplace has formed, where a multitude of disciples engage in trade, with a staggering 99% being Qi refining practitioners. Transactions in this marketplace are free from taxes and stall fees, relying solely on the integrity of its participants. On this particular day, a new talisman master set up a stall, unfurling a long cloth covered with spirit talismans. While second-tier talismans were absent, first-tier talismans of various grades were abundant, ranging from inferior to superior. The exceptional quality attracted numerous disciples from Tianyun sect, creating a lively atmosphere that left nearby vendors envious. The stall owner was none other than Jang Wu, who had emerged from his second life simulation 10 days prior. In these 10 days, he had elevated his talisman crafting skills to the level of a first-tier superior master, which was his current limit. To further progress, he would need to enhance his cultivation. But during this recovery period, he was unable to do so, thus seeking to occupy himself with other endeavors. He contemplated initiating a third life simulation. But he lacked sufficient spirit stones, as the anticipated cost of the third simulation was 10,000 spirit stones. Although he possessed many valuable items, his current identity restricted him from selling them. Setting up his stall served dual purposes, to earn some spirit stones and to lay the groundwork for his future endeavors. Through his life simulations, he had gained insight into the life trajectories of many individuals, necessitating proactive planning. The first wave of customers purchased the majority of Jang Wu's spirit talismans. He labeled the remaining talismans for self-service, while engaging in conversation with a neighboring vendor. This vendor, named Sun Ning, was a new outer sect disciple with less than 3 years of experience. Currently, he was an unremarkable outer sect disciple, earning a meager income by cultivating the sect's fields. However, unbeknownst to all except Jang Wu, Sun Ning possessed a terrifying talent for alchemy that would only manifest a decade later. Eventually, he would be taken as a disciple by Li Qingqiu's father and, 50 years hence, become the foremost alchemist of the Tianyun sect during the foundation establishment stage, a significant talent for the sect. Half a day later, both Jang Wu and Sun Ning had nearly sold their wares. Junior brother Sun, Jang Wu said, I feel a connection with you. Come, let us go to the town below the mountain for a meal. Senior brother Jiang, Sun Ning hesitated. He should have enthusiastically accepted the invitation from an inner sect disciple, but he was impoverished, hailing from a mortal background and lacking support within the sect. Currently, he toiled in the fields, and although the spirit herbs he cultivated were relatively valuable, he earned only about a dozen spirit stones a year. He aspired to save enough to purchase an alchemy furnace and attempt to practice alchemy. I implore you, do not worry. It would be rather awkward, brother Jiang. Allow me to take charge. That is not acceptable. Let us proceed. We are all men after all. One should not behave like a woman. Jiang Wu nearly dragged Sun Ning down to the small town at the foot of the mountain, selecting the finest restaurant available and casually ordering dishes worth 50 to 60 spirit stones. Too much, brother Jiang. Sun Ning gazed in astonishment at the exquisite food before him. The Tianyun sect provided a dining hall for its disciples, where ordinary fare was readily available. Yet this was food imbued with spiritual energy. The entire feast represented several years of his income. Junior brother, wealth is merely a material possession. What is spent can be earned anew. Jiang Wu's demeanor was one of genuine sincerity, and he seemed truly intent on forging a friendship with Sun Ning. Under Jiang Wu's guidance, Sun Ning, albeit nervously, finished his first meal of spiritual food and began to meditate to absorb its spiritual essence. Jiang Wu, however, could only watch as the spiritual energy dissipated, as he was not yet capable of cultivation. Once Sun Ning had completed his absorption, Jiang Wu escorted him back to his residence. Outer disciples lacked the privilege of independent cave dwellings. They resided in shared quarters with 3 others. Within the ranks of outer disciples, competition and bullying were prevalent. Jiang Wu recognized Sun Ning's timid nature, often subjecting him to harassment, and thus aimed to be his protector. Although a 6th-layer chi-refining inner disciple might not seem significant, Jiang Wu was fortunate enough to have parents in the foundation establishment stage, making him a bona fide second-generation cultivator. In front of Sun Ning, Jiang Wu engaged in a candid discussion with an outer disciple manager, openly expressing his regard for Sun Ning, which garnered the manager's attention and curiosity about how Sun Ning had caught the eye of such an important figure. For several consecutive days, Jiang Wu mingled with various outer disciples, not solely focusing on Sun Ning. With tens of thousands of outer disciples, a few would inevitably stand out each year, and occasionally, some would break through to the foundation establishment stage, injecting fresh blood into the Tianyun sect. However, Jiang Wu did not seek to befriend everyone. He had little interest in ordinary foundation establishment disciples and lacked the resources to support them. Instead, he chose to cultivate relationships with those he deemed promising. One day, Jiang Wu formally brought Sun Ning to his family's cave dwelling, hoping to leverage his father, Jiang Qin's connections to introduce Sun Ning to Master Li. Before they arrived home, a clear, cold voice called out. Jiang Wu did not need to look up to know who it was. Yet Sun Ning raised his head and was immediately captivated by Li Qingqiu's exquisite countenance, causing his face to flush and his demeanor to become exceedingly anxious. Senior sister Li, Jiang Wu greeted respectfully as Li Qingqiu stood in their path. Her expression tightened at the formal address. Jiang Wu had previously called her by name, and this title seemed to create a distance between them. Xiao Wu, I heard you've been setting up a stall at the market recently? Yes, senior sister. Why engage in such self-deprecation? You do not lack for spirit stones. Li Qingxiu expressed her concern, perceiving Jang Wu's actions as a sign of surrender. Believing he was losing confidence after being overshadowed by Lu Fifan. Senior sister, you jest. I am indeed in need of spirit stones. Moreover, there are exceptional individuals among the outer disciples. This is my recent friend, Sun Ning. Jang Wu smiled, noting that while he had previously associated with a group of second-generation cultivators, most of them were merely idlers. During his second simulated life, none of his friends, apart from Li Qingxiu, had progressed beyond the foundation establishment stage, and Jiang Wu had no intention of wasting time on such individuals now. Greetings, senior sister Li. Sun Ning stammered, but Li Qingxiu merely nodded, maintaining her aloof demeanor towards outsiders. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Jang Wu declared, stepping away. Li Qingxiu was undeniably beautiful, and the original owner had harbored a fondness for her, yet Jiang Wu felt no such inclination now. This was the world of cultivation. The potential for immortality overshadowed any fleeting attraction to women, who would only hinder his pursuit of strength. Upon entering the cave dwelling, Sun Ning gasped quietly, not out of opulence, but because the spiritual energy here surpassed that of his previous location by more than tenfold. Truly, it was a cave dwelling of someone at the foundation establishment stage. Jiangchen was conversing with Li Yang when he noticed his son's arrival and promptly summoned Jiang Wu forward. Li Yang had come to assess Jiang Wu's health. While the healing pulse pill was remarkable, ongoing care was essential to maintain its efficacy. Excellent. The recovery is going well. I estimate you will be fully healed in 3 to 4 months rather than 6, Li Yang concluded after examining Jiang Wu. Jiang Chun and his wife were evidently willing to invest in their son's well-being, as the auxiliary healing pills had not been spared, yielding better results than anticipated. Father. Master Li, allow me to introduce my new acquaintance, the outer disciple Sun Ning. He is quite remarkable, having joined the sect only 3 years ago without any assistance. He has already reached the 3rd layer of qi refining. Moreover, while assisting the sect in cultivating spiritual herbs, he has demonstrated exceptional aptitude. Now able to identify over 1,000 varieties of medicinal plants. Jiang Wu praised Sun Ning effusively, leaving him flustered and embarrassed. Sun Ning, possessing a triple spiritual root talent, had indeed progressed at a moderate pace. 3 years to ascend 3 levels was neither rapid nor slow, merely average. His true gift lay in alchemy. 3 years. And you can identify over 1,000 medicinal herbs? Li Yang, a master alchemist, inquired, intrigued by the topic. For a disciple dedicated solely to alchemy, recognizing 1,000 herbs in 3 years would be lackluster, but for one who balanced cultivation, farming, and herb identification, such talent was commendable. Senior, I. Sun Ning stuttered, his nerves overwhelming him. He had never spoken with a foundation establishment elder before and felt utterly unprepared. Master Li. Sun Ning hails from the mundane realm and is unaccustomed to grand occasions. Perhaps you might test his knowledge? Jiang Wu suggested. Haha. It seems Xiao Wu holds your new friend in high regard. Very well, I shall give him a test, Li Yang chuckled. Recognizing Jiang Wu's endorsement of Sun Ning, and, as an old friend of Jiangchen, was inclined to grant him this opportunity. Li Yang produced dozens of commonly used spiritual herbs from his storage pouch and laid them on the table for Sun Ning to identify. Upon seeing the herbs, Sun Ning transformed, his anxiety dissipating as he confidently began to identify them. Fiveling grass, 35 years of age. Growth is poor, wild, and unprocessed. Its properties are moonlight grass. 50 years of age, cultivated by a spiritual farmer, initially processed. Sun Ning accurately identified each herb, discerning not only their types but also their ages, properties, and origins. Li Yang, initially indifferent, gradually began to smile, and once Sun Ning completed his identifications, he remarked, "Well done. It is evident you have put in considerable effort. Here, I have a notebook on alchemy for you to study. If within 6 months you can successfully refine a first-tier low-grade pill, I will accept you as a registered disciple. What are you waiting for? Express your gratitude," Jiang Wu urged, pressing Sun Ning to bow and thank Li Yang, who had offered such a generous opportunity. Chapter 9, The Third Life After Jiangchen bid farewell to Li Yang and his daughter. Jiang Wu escorted the dazed Sun Ning away and returned home, where Jiangchen awaited him. Xiao Wu, do you hold such high regard for that Sun Ning? Father. One must not judge a person by their appearance. Sun Ning possesses remarkable alchemical talent and is diligent and honest in character. If it weren't for your inferior alchemical skills compared to Master Li, I would never have allowed him to take advantage of this situation. Quite right. Let us refrain from discussing it further. Otherwise, your mother might give you a good beating. Jiangchen rolled his eyes. His wife, Shui Qingqing, is also an alchemist, albeit merely a mid-tier first-grade practitioner, while Li Yang has already achieved a mid-tier second-grade status, a significant gap indeed. He had long advised Shui Qingqing to change her profession, as her talent in alchemy was lacking, causing them considerable financial loss over the years. Yet, she stubbornly refused to heed his words. Yes, father. What is the matter between you and Qingxiu? Are you perhaps afraid of that Lu Fifan? Father, Lu Fifan is nothing to worry about. This time, it was my carelessness. In the grand competition 3 years hence, I shall surely defeat him. Then why have you been so indifferent towards Qingxiu? Father, a true man should prioritize the pursuit of longevity over romantic entanglements. In recent years, I have squandered much time, but I now understand. Henceforth, I shall devote myself to cultivation and will not entertain personal matters until I reach the Golden Core stage. Golden Core, how ambitious you are. Jiang Chun was somewhat speechless. Had his son lost his senses? With tens of thousands of disciples in Tianyun's sect and nearly 200 at the foundation establishment stage, only 3 had reached the Golden Core. Yet here was his son, still at the 6th level of Qi refinement, contemplating Golden Core matters. Father, one must have a long vision in life. Very well, do as you wish. However, for these next few months, refrain from recklessness. You are currently incapable of engaging in magical combat. Should you injure your dantian or meridians again, I will not be able to save you, Jiang Chun advised. Indeed, cultivators often lack enthusiasm for romantic pursuits, focusing instead on longevity, and his son was still quite young, certainly not at the age for marriage. Then I shall take my leave. Father. Jiang Wu bowed respectfully and returned to his chamber. He retrieved talisman paper, a talisman brush, and ink from his storage pouch and began to draw talismans. Although Li Qingxiu had mentioned that Jiang Wu did not lack a few spirit stones for setting up a stall, she remained unaware that he had already earned a considerable sum through his talisman-making skills. The first-grade superior brush he possessed was purchased for 800 spirit stones, while the first-grade superior talisman paper cost 1 spirit stone, and ink was 10 spirit stones for a batch capable of producing 20 uses. Thus, aside from the fixed expense of the brush, the cost of creating a first-grade superior talisman was merely over 1 spirit stone, with selling prices ranging between 10 to 15 spirit stones depending on their functions. Ordinary talisman makers would indeed struggle to earn much, and even Jiang Chun was no exception, given that his success rate with first-grade superior talismans hovered around 30%. However, Jiang Wu was different. In his second life simulation, he had accumulated over a century of experience in talisman making, achieving a genuine proficiency equivalent to the second-grade superior level. Currently constrained by his cultivation, he could only craft first-grade superior talismans, but his success rate was 100%. Given that Jiang Wu could not cultivate at present, he spent his days crafting talismans, meditating when his spiritual energy was depleted, able to produce 30 talismans a day. With a cost of less than 50 spirit stones, he could earn a minimum of 300 spirit stones, netting a profit of over 200 spirit stones, a sum that was equivalent to the annual salary of a foundation establishment cultivator. The storage pouch of the Golden Core Ancestor contained 3,500 lower-tier spirit stones and 20 mid-tier spirit stones, totaling 5,500. After spending 1,000 spirit stones, he had 4,500 remaining. Over the past 10 days, he had earned 3,500 spirit stones, leaving him just 2,000 short of initiating the third life simulation. Before drawing the talismans, Jiang Wu calculated his wealth, excluding other expenses. He currently possessed 8,000 spirit stones, and the costs incurred while forging friendships during this period were all earned through talisman making, not accounted for. This meant that if Jiang Wu persevered in crafting talismans for another 10 days, he could gather the requisite 10,000 spirit stones to commence the third life simulation. Indeed, skill is what truly holds value, Jiang Wu sighed, recognizing that in any world, expertise reigns supreme. His father, Jiang Qin, could never fathom that his son, at the 6th level of Qi refinement, had already surpassed his earning capacity, managing to earn in 2 days what it would take his father a year to accumulate. Of course, Jiang Qin did not rely solely on his salary. He also received income from various sect missions, but even that paled in comparison to Jiang Wu's earnings. With a silent thought, Jiang Wu watched as the mountain of 1,000 lower-tier spirit stones around him vanished, and his vision blurred. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the grand hall of Tianyun's sect. Without hesitation, he accessed the system. System name, Life Simulator Host, Jang Wu Lifespan, 45. 200 Cause of Death, devoured by a demon beast cultivation before death, mid-foundation establishment time rewind. 3 months death records viewable. Jiang Wu clicked on the death records, and a memory flooded his mind. In a mountain gorge, he fought alongside several cultivators clad in the Tianyun sect insignia against disciples of the Danding sect, who were steadily losing ground, with disciples falling one by one. Jiang Wu and his companions also suffered casualties, their equipment worn thin. Just as they dispatched the last Danding disciple, a massive python appeared, swallowing one of their own whole and unleashing a cloud of toxic mist. Not good. It's a peak second-grade blood python, someone exclaimed, recognizing the beast. The remaining 5 disciples of Tianyun sect were split in half, with 3 inside, and Jiang Wu left outside. Jiang Wu, save us. Jiang Wu, hurry. The 3 called out in desperation. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Wu activated his last batch of talismans, striking the blood python, allowing the 3 to flee. However, to Jiang Wu's shock, they fled the gorge without a backward glance, leaving him to confront the blood python alone. After a fierce battle lasting dozens of rounds, he was gravely injured and ultimately devoured by the beast. Absorbing the memory of the death record, Jiang Wu began to clarify the trajectory of this life. The third life trajectory evolved from the foundation laid in the second life. This time, Jiang Wu broke through to the 10th level of Qi refinement much earlier, defeating Lu Fifan at the sect competition when he was 23, earning the title of first in the competition and obtaining the foundation establishment pill. By the age of 25, he achieved foundation establishment, a year ahead of the second life simulation. He continued to guard Qiyun Mountain, thwarting the schemes of the colorful sect and receiving rewards from the sect. After 10 years of guarding, Jang Wu chose not to further improve his talisman-making skills. As he had reached the limit of his advancement, he needed to attain full foundation establishment to become a third-grade talisman maker. Upon returning to the sect, leveraging his skills as a talisman maker, Jang Wu amassed substantial resources and formed early alliances with individuals such as Sun Ning. With no shortage of alchemists providing him with pills, Jang Wu resolved to focus on cultivation, spending 10 years advancing to the mid-foundation establishment stage. After a decade of seclusion, the sect granted him a tremendous boon, the opportunity to participate in the Secret Realm expedition that occurs every 50 years. The location of the battle recorded in his death memory was none other than this so-called Secret Realm. The Tianyuan Mountain Secret Realm is the oldest secret realm in the southern frontier. In the Grand Hall, many were discussing the upcoming expedition. Jiang Wu and his younger peers were unaware of the Secret Realm's origins, but some had previously ventured there and were sharing their experiences with the younger disciples. Legend has it that the Tianyuan Mountain Secret Realm was once the mountain gate of a great sect from ancient times, which, for unknown reasons, became sealed, leading to the demise of all within, only to be discovered after a long period. Many great sects fought fiercely over this secret realm, resulting in countless casualties. Before the dominant sect of the southern frontier, the Nanli sect, intervened and decided to divide it among the major sections. The major sects first cleared out the high-level demon beasts and formidable defenses inside. Then, Foundation establishment disciples were allowed to enter for training and treasure hunting. Although not every sect was granted access, only those with nascent soul ancestors among the 5 major sects of the southern frontier were permitted. 5 sects each dispatched 30 Foundation establishment disciples, permitted to remain within the secret realm for a duration of 3 months. After this period, the array would seal once more, remaining closed until it reopened 50 years hence. Within this enigmatic domain lay an abundance of treasures. Following each expedition, the 5 sects would generously place numerous demonic beasts, spiritual herb seeds, and even some rare tomes, ores, and weapons within, thereby ensuring the secret realm's continual utilization. Otherwise, after merely 3 or 5 excursions, it would be devoid of resources. Half an hour later, the Grand Elder of Tianyun sect made an appearance, announcing the stipulations for this venture into the secret realm. Tianyun sect did not lack demands. They required each participant to procure several rare spiritual herbs, particularly a type known as the ghost orchid, a primary ingredient for the Foundation establishment pill, exceedingly scarce in the outside world and difficult for even skilled herbalists to cultivate. This herb was a crucial factor limiting the production of Foundation establishment pills. Disciples were urged to search diligently, with rewards promised for those who contributed abundantly. After conveying the directives, the Grand Elder dismissed the assembly, instructing everyone to reconvene in 3 days at the main hall for their departure to the Tianyuan Mountain secret realm. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Jang Wu immediately began preparations. With the foresight granted by his memories of past failures, he resolved to be thoroughly equipped this time, refusing to exhibit any leniency that might lead to his demise within the secret realm. 3 days later, Jang Wu joined the Grand Elder and others aboard the vessel heading toward the Tianyuan Mountain secret realm. Chapter 10. The Tianyuan Mountain Secret Realm. The Tianyuan Mountain Secret Realm resides outside the territory of Tianyun sect, nearly 20,000 miles from its mountain gate. Tianyun sect's access to the benefits of the secret realm was entirely due to the influence of the Nanli sect. The secret realm lay within the domain of the Dantian sect, the second most powerful sect after Nanli, which, in a display of dominance, compelled Dantian sect to share the secret realm. Upon their arrival, Tianyun sect found that Dantian sect and Nanli sect were already present, with the forces of Huyanmin and Bio Palace yet to arrive. The 3 sects established their own territories with minimal interaction among the disciples. Though the Golden Core ancestors of the 3 sects were familiar acquaintances, even if past grievances lingered, they maintained a day of civility, gathering to converse. We, from Tianyun sect, are sending 30 disciples into the secret realm, 25 of whom are newcomers, perhaps unaware of the circumstances within. Allow me to elucidate, said Xu Qingguang, a consummate disciple at the peak of Foundation establishment, who had previously ventured into the Tianyun sect's secret realm 50 years prior. Not only he, but 5 members from Tianyun sect had made the journey, a practice mirrored by the other 4 sects, adhering to established protocols. The primary dangers within the secret realm stem from 3 sources. Firstly, the prohibitions and arrays left by ancient sections. Although the realm had been explored by predecessors, certain areas remained untouched, for disturbing them could lead to the collapse of the entire realm. These locations resided at its core, and the sect advised against disciples venturing there. The second threat arose from the demonic beasts. After each expedition, the Golden Core ancestors of the 5 sects would scatter seeds of spiritual herbs and juvenile beasts within the realm. While 50 years might not allow these creatures to grow formidable, not every expedition could eradicate them completely. And some beasts could attain the pinnacle of the second tier after hundreds of years. The third threat emanated from the other 4 sects in the southern region. Fighting was not prohibited within the secret realm, and if one were to kill, they would not be pursued upon exit. Tianyun sect had participated in 6 expeditions, sending 30 disciples each time, with the highest survival rate yielding 18 members and the lowest merely 3. The staggering mortality rate left the 25 newcomers astonished. A casualty rate reaching 90% at its peak, with a minimum of 40%, was indeed alarming. It was no wonder that Tianyun sect consistently birthed Foundation establishment disciples each year, yet their numbers stagnated around 200, indicating the precarious nature of Foundation establishment. Jang Wu sighed inwardly. During his second life simulation, he had survived for over 100 years, and even then, Tianyun sect's Foundation establishment disciples had not reached 300. As the backbone of the sect, the casualty rate was intolerably high. Do not fear, fellow disciples. The previous high casualty rate stemmed from our inexperience. Now that we have participated 6 times, we have compiled a set of strategies, Zhu Qianguang hurriedly reassured the assembly. Fearing that the disciples might succumb to panic and hide away in corners, wasting their opportunity, he promptly began imparting his knowledge of the experience. Once Zhu Qianguang concluded, the forces of Human and Bio Palace arrived. After a brief respite, the 5 Golden Core ancestors resolved to commence immediately. Each produced an ancient token, casting it into the sky and channeling spiritual energy into it, causing the surrounding mist to roil and a luminous gate to materialize. Disciples of all sects, enter the secret realm at once. In 3 months, the array will seal again. Time is of the essence. Should you linger, you may find yourselves trapped for 50 years. Urged the Golden Core ancestor of Nanli sect, as the cultivators began to flow into the radiant portal. Tianyun sect was third in line, and Jang Wu followed the others inside. However, upon crossing the threshold, he felt himself propelled forward uncontrollably. This array ensured that disciples entering the secret realm appeared at random locations to prevent a bottleneck, which could lead to ambushes against the unprepared. Upon landing, Jang Wu surveyed his surroundings for dangers and contemplated whether to replicate his previous life's trajectory. If he were to do so, the initial phase would pose no threats. Only in the last 3 days, during a certain ravine incident, would he be betrayed by a fellow disciple, leading to his demise. Perhaps I shall repeat the past. He decided. I am thoroughly prepared now. Even if they betray me again, I shall not perish. To alter my course recklessly now would likely result in unforeseen complications. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to follow the path he had once taken until the last 3 days, at which point he would carve a new route. Subsequently, Jang Wu produced a jade plate, activating it to navigate according to its guidance. He encountered spiritual herbs and demonic beasts along the way, dealing with them as he had in his memories. After a day, he met his fellow disciple, Yang Bingzhong, who was at the later stage of Foundation establishment and returning for his second expedition into the Tianyuan Mountain secret realm. The 5 elders were all leading this current excursion. You are Jang Wu. Your timing is impeccable. A few more will soon arrive, and we shall form a team, Yang Bingzhong stated. Indeed, senior brother Yang. Jang Wu replied with a respectful nod, already aware that their team would ultimately comprise 5 members today, culminating at 7. With formidable strength to ensure that 5 would remain by the final 3 days. As anticipated, within half a day, the group expanded to 5, proceeding to search for treasures. With Yang Bingzhong's prior experience, he was far more familiar with the terrain than Jang Wu, who relied on a map. On the 5th day within the secret realm, they successfully harvested 6 ghost orchids and encountered a solitary disciple from Human, whom they surrounded and eliminated. By the 15th day, they crossed paths with a team from Nanli sect and swiftly retreated. On the 18th day, they encountered a second group of Tianyun sect disciples, being pursued by forces from Danting sect. They decided to ambush, successfully killing one and repelling the Danting sect forces. On the 50th day, they learned of a Tianyun sect team that had been scattered and gathered 2 more members. However, on the 70th day, those 2 were ambushed by Nanli sect and perished, while the remaining members managed to escape. By the 87th day, they confronted 3 members of Danting sect in a ravine, where they discovered a rare fruit known as the Xingdan fruit, reputed for its life-extending properties, capable of granting a cultivator an additional 10 years of life when refined into a pill, a significant treasure of the secret realm. A fierce battle ensued. In a fight against 3 clash that raged for half an hour, the 3 members of Danting sect were ultimately vanquished, resulting in great elation among the group. One disciple named Liang Qihua ventured forth to pluck the Xingdan fruit. Yet, an unforeseen calamity struck. The fruit was guarded by demonic beasts, and not just one. Though a blood python had been slain by a Danting sect disciple previously, a fiercer one soon emerged, and Liang Qihua was swallowed whole. Jang Wu, please save us. Jang Wu, hurry. Just like in his memories, the 3 were cornered by the blood python. Jang Wu was outside, but this time he did not return to rescue them. Instead, he left without a backward glance. Damn it, Jang Wu, you are cursed. Yang Bingzhong shouted angrily, and the other 2 joined in the cursing. But the blood python had already launched its attack, leaving them with no choice but to fight with all their might. The second-tier peak blood python possessed strength equivalent to that of a fully established Foundation establishment cultivator. Under normal circumstances, they would not fear it at all. But now was different. They had just battled the disciples of the Danting sect and were injured, their stock of pills and talismans nearly exhausted, resulting in a significant decrease in combat effectiveness. Within just 15 minutes of combat, One disciple was sent flying by the blood python's tail strike. Crashing into a massive boulder and leaving a pool of blood behind, his fate uncertain. The blood python had another skill that allowed it to spew toxic mist. And both Yang Bingjong and the remaining disciple had already been poisoned, struggling to circulate their mana. Gritting his teeth, Yang Bingjong initially intended to join forces with the other disciple to confront the beast, but he fled instead, leaving the other to be ensnared and strangled by the python. Boom. Yang Bingjong had barely run 500 meters when a flying sword appeared and struck him down. Jang Wu, how dare you? What is there to fear? In this secret realm, I can kill enemies, so why not my own? Jiang Wu replied coldly, having not run far. He wanted to witness the fate of these individuals without him as their scapegoat. He did not expect Yang Bingjong to be so treacherous. I will haunt you as a ghost. Yang Bingjong roared, having lost all strength to fight, and watched helplessly as Jiang Wu beheaded him with a single sword strike. What followed was a true battle of strength. Jiang Wu killed Yang Bingjong, seized his storage bag, and returned once more to the mountain gorge. A child would make choices. Jiang Wu wanted it all. The corpse of the second-tier peak blood python was worth thousands of spirit stones, the life-giving fruit at least 10,000 spirit stones, and the 3 disciples' storage bags. Thus, the blood python had to die. Chapter 11. Extermination of the blood python. In the world of cultivation, the hierarchy is rigidly defined, not only reflecting social status, but also manifesting in strength. While the differences are not as pronounced during the chi refining stage, after foundation establishment, even a small gap in cultivation can signify an insurmountable chasm in power. Certainly, there are geniuses capable of defeating foes of higher ranks. But Jang Wu was not one of them. He was acutely aware of this fact, merely an ordinary disciple with 3 spirit roots. In Tianyan sect, having 3 spirit roots was considered a very common talent, merely the standard for entering the inner sect. Thus, Jiang Wu held a clear understanding of his position. Having foreseen today's outcome, he made ample preparations. In his death record, he faced the blood python with only a stack of 10 talismans remaining, intending to engage in a desperate fight after using them. However, now he possessed as many as 200 talismans, having frantically drawn them during the 3 days prior to entering the secret realm and even purchased many more, bringing numerous sheets of blank talisman paper with him. Over these 2 months, he had seized every opportunity to draw talismans, wasting not a moment. At this moment, the blood python had already strangled the remaining Tianyun sect disciples, raising its head and flicking its tongue, coldly gazing at Jiang Wu. Jiang Wu raised his flying sword, making a provocative gesture. The blood python unleashed a toxic mist, and 3 golden light flashes erupted before Jiang Wu, activating 3 Vajra talismans that formed protective barriers. The toxic mist corroded the outermost barrier, producing a hissing sound. Beast, let me show you the might of my wealth. Jiang Wu laughed heartily, then tossed a stack of superior-grade second-tier talismans at the blood python, each valued at 150 spirit stones, totaling 1,500 spirit stones in this throw alone. The blood python was battered, its hide torn, which only incited its ferocity. It swept its tail in a powerful strike that shattered all 3 protective barriers. But in the next moment, a top-tier spiritual weapon shield appeared before Jiang Wu. Boom. The shield trembled as Jiang Wu hurled another stack of talismans. His flying sword, under Jiang Wu's mental control, continuously lunged at the blood python, which wailed in agony. Again! Another 2 stacks of talismans were thrown, and the total value of the talismans Jiang Wu had expended reached 6,000 spirit stones, equivalent to the annual income of an average foundation establishment cultivator with 5 to 6 years of experience. The monthly stipend for a Tianyun sect foundation establishment disciple was only 500 spirit stones, and with additional income, most earned just over 1,000 spirit stones in a year. One can only imagine the extent of Jiang Wu's extravagance. When the smoke cleared, the blood python lay heavily injured on the ground, gasping for breath. Jiang Wu approached and swiftly ended its life with a single sword strike. Indeed, the prowess of wealth was unparalleled. Jiang Wu chuckled, quickly scouring the battlefield for useful items, then swiftly retreated to a safe location to rest. He retrieved the storage bags of Yang Bingjong and the others, emptied their contents, and discarded the bags, which bore the sect's insignia. To avoid future complications, he decided not to keep them. Regrettably, this was merely a simulation of life. Otherwise, the fees for the next simulation would have been covered. Jiang Wu assessed his gains. Just the spirit stones alone amounted to over 10,000, not counting the abundant spirit herbs and weapons. Yang Bingjong and his companions were indeed quite affluent. After organizing his belongings and restoring his spiritual energy, Jiang Wu continued to delve deeper into the secret realm. He had not yet altered his original fate. As the actions in the secret realm were far from over, 3 days remained, and the current environment was perilous. Nonetheless, Jiang Wu resolved to press on. Feeling that his earnings were insufficient, he sought to comprehend as much as possible about the secret realm, preparing to emerge as a true victor when he returned to reality. The Tianyuan Mountain secret realm spanned 100 miles, and deep within, numerous abandoned structures remained, remnants of sects from bygone eras. Before long, Jiang Wu spotted Zhu Qingguang, who was accompanied by 8 others. Alongside Jiang Wu, there were 10 disciples from Tianyun sect. He wondered if anyone else remained in other areas. Junior brother Jiang, Weren't you with Yang Bingjong and the others? Where are they? Brother Zhu, Yang, and the others have perished. We were. Jiang Wu displayed a sorrowful expression, recounting the events, omitting only the part about killing Yang Bingjong. The unpredictability of life. Zhu Qianguang did not doubt him. The secret realm was inherently dangerous, and death was a commonplace occurrence. Brother Zhu, what shall we do now? The forces of Nanli sect seem to have located an elder's cave dwelling. We shall ambush them and prepare to seize it. Elder's cave dwelling? Could it be a golden core ancestor? No, it might be a nascent soul cave dwelling. Jiang Wu exclaimed in surprise, immediately expressing skepticism. This secret realm had already been explored multiple times. How could a nascent soul cave dwelling still exist? Junior brother Jiang is unaware that when this secret realm was discovered, golden core ancestors did indeed enter to investigate, but they were suppressed by the formations within. Their powers greatly diminished. The truly formidable locations remained sealed, reserved for us disciples to unlock. In previous expeditions, many disciples have managed to access cave dwellings left by golden core and even nascent soul cultivators. If they cannot access it this time, it will be left for the next opportunity. I have known for 50 years that disciples from Nanli sect discovered a powerful cave dwelling here during their last siege. They spent half a month without success. This time, they have certainly brought formation masters with them. Now I understand. I am enlightened. Thus, junior brother Jiang, if they fail to unlock it this time, should you have the chance to enter next time, you must ambush them. A nascent soul cave dwelling must contain invaluable treasures that pertain to the future of our sect. Even if we cannot obtain them, we must not allow Nanli sect to take them. Zhu Qianguang spoke earnestly, having come to regard Jiang Wu with great esteem. Jiang Wu was young and possessed considerable strength. With Yang Bingjong dead and himself alive, Jiang Wu was likely to become the leader of the next secret realm expedition. Zhu Qianguang was preparing for that eventuality. Upon realizing this, Jiang Wu cupped his hands in gratitude. This man was indeed devoted to the sect, genuinely considering its welfare, and was a figure worthy of admiration. 10 individuals stood in place for 2 days, during which Jiang Wu managed to craft 6 high-grade second-tier talismans. As the final day of their expedition in the secret realm dawned, a sudden dull roar and a tremor echoed from afar, prompting Zhu Qianguang to exclaim with joy that their comrades from the Nanli sect had succeeded. Brothers, our success hinges on this moment, he declared. I know many of you have gathered treasures worth thousands of spirit stones. However, I must emphasize that mere thousands are insufficient for your advancement to the golden core stage. A single foundation establishment pill alone requires several thousand spirit stones, and do you have any idea how much a 5 elements pill costs? At least 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, along with additional supplementary herbs. 300,000 is barely enough. Therefore, take this opportunity to acquire as many resources as you can. The disciples of the Nanli sect undoubtedly possess valuable treasures. If we secure them, you will have a chance to break through to the golden core stage. Zhu Qianguang's impassioned speech resonated with his comrades, quieting any wavering thoughts. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. The transition from chi refinement to foundation establishment is a significant hurdle, and the leap from foundation establishment to golden core is equally daunting. Among the hundreds of foundation establishment cultivators in Tianyan sect, there are only 3 golden core ancestors, a testament to the difficulty of achieving this stage. Spirit stones can indeed alleviate some of these burdens. Brother Zhu, there's no need for further persuasion. We shall fight valiantly in this battle, echoed the agreement among the group. Indeed, what if the Nanli sect is the dominant power of the southern region? We shall still strike them down. Jiang Wu, inspired by the fervor, resolved to eliminate the disciples of the Nanli sect. Despite having simulated his life twice and achieving perfect mastery of foundation establishment, he remained uncertain about breaking into the golden core stage. Thus, he decided to take a bold risk this time. Jiang Wu produced the majority of his talismans, revealing 166 high-grade second-tier talismans, of which 30 were defensive, while the rest were offensive. He distributed over 100 talismans among his comrades. Junior brother Jiang, what are you doing? Questioned Zhu Qianguang. Brother, I am a talisman master. I have no surplus, but I possess numerous talismans. This is all I have. Each of you shall receive 10. We will ambush them, and when they arrive, we must activate them at the earliest opportunity. Excellent. With your assistance, our success is assured. Zhu Qianguang rejoiced. After 3 months in the secret realm, most of their talismans, medicinal pills, and weapons had been depleted. Jiang Wu's sudden provision of such a bounty of talismans made victory seem inevitable. The group swiftly dispersed, taking positions to ambush the approaching disciples of the Nanli sect. Soon, they spotted a group of 7 flying low, merely 10 meters above ground. As high-altitude flying was prohibited in the secret realm, the 7 appeared battered, each bearing injuries, with one being carried by a companion, clearly gravely wounded. Now, as they entered the ambush zone, Zhu Qianguang signaled through thought transmission. The 10 suddenly unveiled their disguises and unleashed the talismans they held. Gold blade talismans, wooden arrow talismans, sword chi talismans, and more erupted, with 100 talismans detonating among the Nanli sect disciples, leaving them momentarily stunned. After 3 months in the secret realm, who would still possess such an arsenal of talismans? Enemy attack! shouted a quick-witted disciple from the Nanli sect, scrambling to retrieve defensive weapons and activate protective chi. Yet, it was all too late. The talismans caught them off guard, resulting in 2 casualties on the spot and further wounding the remaining 5. 2 against 1. Zhu Qiangwang shouted as he charged forward. With 10 from Tianyuan's sect against 5 from Nanli's sect, victory was all but assured. Jang Wu and another disciple confronted an injured disciple from the Nanli sect. Jang Wu took the lead in the offense while his companion defended. For Jiang Wu's top-tier equipment dazzled the eyes. With swift thrust of his flying sword and a protective shield in place, Jiang Wu's exquisite flying sword overwhelmed his opponent, who wielded only a medium-grade sword. They coordinated seamlessly, one distracting while the other launched relentless attacks, leaving the Nanli sect disciple with no choice but to defend. Zhu Qiangwang. Remember this. I vow to avenge my fallen comrades. The leader of the Nanli sect, witnessing his disciples fall one by one, declared bitterly before hastily attempting to flee. Zhu Qiangwang pursued him without hesitation. Boom. Jang Wu dispatched his adversary and seized the storage bag, prompting the group to pursue relentlessly, determined to eradicate the threat. However, when they caught up, they were met with the sight of Zhu Qiangwang's lifeless body, which instilled a heightened sense of caution among Jang Wu and the others. Unbeknownst to them, Zhu Qiangwang had been slain by a disciple of the Nanli sect, or perhaps there were hidden foes yet to reveal themselves. Chapter 12. The Book of Transformation in the Tianyuan Mountain Secret Realm. Jang Wu and his companions halted before Zhu Qiangwang's corpse, their vigilance heightened as they scanned their surroundings, extending their spiritual senses to detect any potential ambush. They feared not the retaliation from the Nanli sect but rather the lurking dangers, akin to a mantis stalking a cicada. What shall we do? Someone whispered uneasily. Jang Wu responded through action, revealing a stack of talismans in his hand. These were not high-grade, but rather low-grade second-tier talismans. Remnants from his previous crafting, numbering over 10. Jang Wu activated the talismans and hurled them forth. Boom boom. There's an ambush. It's the disciples of the Huiyun sect. Retreat. Scatter. Jiang Wu's reconnaissance revealed the presence of the Huiyun sect, comprising 12 individuals, including a fully realized Foundation establishment cultivator leading them. Aware of his disadvantage, Jiang Wu chose to disperse and flee, knowing that facing them head-on could lead to annihilation. Only one disciple pursued Jiang Wu, a late-stage Foundation establishment disciple from the Huiyun sect, who underestimated him, believing Jiang would be merely a mid-stage cultivator with little renown in Tianyuan sect. After fleeing several miles and realizing he couldn't shake off his pursuer, Jiang Wu decided to confront him instead, turning to face the Huiyun disciple. Friend, why risk your life over trifling riches? Hand over your storage bag and I shall grant you your life. I could say the same to you. The Huiyun disciple retorted with a laugh. It seems you are unwilling to yield. Let us see whose skills prevail. With that, the Huiyun disciple summoned a flying sword that lunged at Jiang Wu, while simultaneously performing hand seals to unleash a blazing fire dragon towards him. Diamond Talisman. Jiang Wu conjured 3 diamond talismans before him, controlling his flying sword to intercept the Huiyun disciple's attack. An exquisite weapon. Excellent. The Huiyun disciple's eyes gleamed with greed as he beheld Jiang Wu's flying sword, a top-tier artifact worth at least 10,000 spirit stones, far beyond his means. Renowned for their fire-based techniques, the Huiyun disciple unleashed a barrage of flames toward Jiang Wu, rapidly overwhelming his defenses. Despite losing a diamond talisman, Jiang Wu replenished it, aware that he was no unmatched genius and relied heavily on his talismans. I wonder how many talismans you can afford to expend, taunted the Huiyun disciple as he incinerated 5 of Jiang Wu's diamond talismans, inciting fury within Jiang Wu. Confronted with such a steady adversary, one focused on defense, was indeed vexing. Unless he could shatter Jiang Wu's 3 diamond talismans in the shield he held, he would be forced to wear down his opponent. Jiang Wu observed the disciple coldly, calculating his next move. He recognized that he was not an extraordinary talent, and the disparity between mid-stage and late-stage cultivators was vast. Engaging in an all-out battle would assuredly lead to his defeat. Thus, he bided his time, waiting for the moment his adversary revealed a flaw to seize the opportunity for a counterattack. As the two battled for nearly half an hour, the Huiyun disciple did not call for reinforcements, likely wishing to claim Jiang Wu's treasures for himself, knowing that assistance would necessitate sharing the spoils. More importantly, Jiang Wu's display of strength appeared weak, limited to his seemingly endless supply of talismans, while his other techniques were unremarkable. After a little over half an hour of battle, the disciple of the Fire Cloud sect found his spiritual energy waning. He began to retrieve pills from his storage bag to replenish his energy. However, upon reaching for a pill for the 3rd time, his heart sank as he realized with dismay that he had run out of recovery pills. This was a common predicament, as most Foundation establishment cultivators had limited financial resources and could not afford to fill their storage bags to capacity. Yet, lacking recovery pills did not mean he was entirely defenseless. He still possessed spirit stones. The disciple extracted 2 medium-grade spirit stones, one in each hand, to restore his energy. Noticing his opponent resorting to spirit stones instead of pills, Jiang Wu couldn't help but chuckle. Pills were far more effective for rapid recovery, while spirit stones were a slower alternative. Even if I have only half my energy left, it will suffice to annihilate you, he taunted with a cold smile. Withdrawing his shield, Jiang Wu realized that controlling two top-grade spiritual artifacts simultaneously was his limit due to his constrained consciousness. He summoned a mysterious mirror, a medium-grade artifact of considerable power that he had acquired years ago but seldom utilized. With his energy channeled into the mirror, it emitted a beam of spiritual light aimed at the Fire Cloud disciple, who, startled, quickly summoned a shield for defense. Jiang Wu relentlessly activated the mystical mirror, overwhelming the disciple, whose spiritual power was rapidly depleting, making even his defensive shield increasingly difficult to maintain. As the Fire Cloud disciple contemplated retreat, terror gripped him when Jiang Wu revealed a stack of talismans and ignited them all. Where did this cunning old fox come from? The disciple cursed inwardly, realizing that it was the last day in the secret realm and Jiang Wu possessed an arsenal of talismans. Is he pretending to be weak only to strike fiercely? Boom, boom, boom. After exhausting one stack of talismans, Jiang Wu produced another, and as the smoke cleared, the Fire Cloud disciple lay battered on the ground, barely breathing. With decisive swiftness, Jiang Wu ended his life with a single strike and seized his storage bag and flying sword, making a hasty exit. At the exit of the secret realm, a protective barrier shimmered, marking the safety zone where combat was strictly prohibited. Any violation would prompt retribution from the various sections. Once inside the barrier, safety was assured. Junior brother Jiang. Quick, over here. Several individuals awaited him within the barrier, including a few disciples from the Heavenly Cloud sect who rushed forward to assist him. Thank you, senior brother. Jiang Wu expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks. Recover your energy quickly. If any disciples from our sect return, we should regroup. Nodding in agreement, Jiang Wu promptly took out more pills to replenish his spirit energy. He had brought a substantial supply, thanks to favorable relations with the Li family and the connections with Sun Ning, which allowed him access to discounted pills. With half a day remaining before the secret realm closed, Jiang Wu awaited the return of others. Gradually, more individuals emerged, and he discreetly tallied the numbers. Of the 150 who entered, fewer than 50 had returned, indicating a staggering casualty rate of 2/3. As evening approached, the 5 Golden Core Elders appeared to usher everyone out of the secret realm. Their task was to release young demon beasts and plant spiritual herb seeds, ensuring future harvests for the next 50 years. Jiang Wu followed the crowd, noting that only 9 disciples from the Heavenly Cloud sect remained. Meanwhile, Zhu Qingguang had led a portion of their group to ambush the Southern Departure sect, leaving 5 survivors, just enough for each to have a storage bag without contention. In stark contrast, the Southern Departure sect suffered far greater losses, with only 6 members returning. The dantian sect fared slightly better with 8, while the Fire Cloud sect had 11 survivors, and the Bayou Palace returned with just 8. From the original 150, only 42 remained. Once the array sealing the secret realm was restored, the 5 Golden Core Elders led their respective teams back to their sections. On the flying vessel, Jiang Wu presented the required materials to his sect, including rare spiritual herbs and the coveted Yulon flower, undisturbed as he began to assess his gains. His primary focus was on the storage bag seized from the Southern Departure disciple. Upon scanning its contents with his consciousness, he was elated to discover a plethora of valuable resources, indicating that these individuals had not refrained from plundering others within the secret realm. Among the treasures, he unearthed the jade slip containing the Creation Sutra, a legendary text revered since ancient times for its unparalleled cultivation methods, reputed to lead directly to the Tao. Over the ages, the Creation Sutra had been lost multiple times, and the versions that survived were often incomplete. Many contemporary cultivation techniques bore traces of its influence, including Jiang Wu's own Heavenly Cloud technique. Uncertain if this was an original version, he nonetheless recognized its superiority over the Heavenly Cloud technique. Suppressing his excitement, Jiang Wu reflected that the Creation Sutra had evolved significantly through its dissemination, and the Heavenly Cloud sect possessed 3 versions, none of which could be definitively identified as the authentic original, nor did they extend beyond the Foundation establishment stage. Undoubtedly, the Creation Sutra in his possession was a priceless treasure. Having spent a century mastering talisman crafting in his previous life simulation, he realized that he had reached a plateau in that skill. This time, he resolved to prioritize cultivation, aiming for at least a perfect Foundation establishment stage, thereby enriching his practical experience in reality. Upon returning to his sect, Jiang Wu exchanged his spoils from the secret realm for resources to further his cultivation. He entered seclusion, commencing his study of the Creation Sutra from scratch, recognizing its superiority over the Heavenly Cloud technique. 3 years later, in the year 883 of the Immortal Calendar, Jiang Wu emerged at the mid-Foundation establishment stage. After 10 years, in the year 890, he reached the peak of the mid-Foundation establishment stage. Upon exiting seclusion, he embarked on a decade-long journey, and by the year 900, he had successfully broken through to the late Foundation establishment stage. Following his travels, he returned to the sect to continue his cultivation and fulfill sect duties, including accepting disciples. Drawing from memories of his second life simulation, he took in 2 disciples with dual spiritual roots. By the year 950, after 50 years, he achieved the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. In the subsequent decade, Jiang Wu searched relentlessly for 5 elements pills but to no avail, leading to a forced breakthrough to Golden Core that ended disastrously, severely damaging his meridians. By the year 960, the Heavenly Cloud sect had fortified its influence over Chiyun Mountain for over a century, leading to escalating conflicts with the colorful sect. Despite knowing the outcome, Jang Wu attempted to evade the chaos, but ultimately could not escape the detonation of the Golden Core ancestor. In the end, Jang Wu perished, marking the conclusion of his third life simulation. Chapter 13. Debriefing. As his hazy vision regained clarity, Jang Wu found himself once again in his chamber. He promptly accessed the system. System name: Life Simulator Host, Jang Wu. Lifespan: 2090. Cultivation level: Chi Refinement level 6. Spiritual Roots: Gold, Fire, with Techniques, Creation Sutra. Heavenly Cloud Technique Skills: First Grade Upper Quality Talisman. Master. Progress status: Viewable. Upon reviewing the system, Jang Wu mused that, indeed, material possessions could not be retained from the simulations. Yet knowledge and experiential memories could. Having acquired the Creation Sutra and a century's worth of cultivation experience, the third life simulation was not without merit. Both of his previous simulations ended in conflict with the colorful mountain, where the self-detonation of the Golden Core ancestor proved overwhelming. If this issue remained unresolved, the fourth simulation would not alter this tragic fate. A solution was imperative. Jang Wu reflected on the third life simulation, noting the parallels to the second, both culminating in his demise during the war against Colorful Mountain. There was no escaping the inevitable. For the Golden Core ancestor targeted areas densely populated with Foundation establishment cultivators for his explosive end. At that time, Jang Wu had reached the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, undeniably one of the mainstays of the dantian sect, and naturally found himself at the forefront of the impending conflict. Avoiding the war was not an option. The consequences of evading battle would result in severe penalties from the sect, leaving him no choice but to alter his battle strategy. Perhaps he could serve in a logistical capacity, but such a role would yield minimal gains from the life simulation. The optimal solution would be to break through to the Golden Core stage before the war. Jang Wu pondered that if he could achieve this breakthrough in time, the Golden Core of the five-colored sect would not explode nearby, thus averting a disastrous fate and allowing him to defy destiny. To attain the Golden Core, one either needed exceptional talent or to acquire the Five Elements pill, both of which could be planned in advance. Jang Wu devised a strategy. During his next life simulation, upon exiting the Tianyuan Mountain secret realm, he would begin searching for treasures to enhance his talent, as well as the Five Elements pill. As long as he could reach the Golden Core before the conflict, he could change his fate. Xiao Wu, come out for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. One day, while Jang Wu was engrossed in drawing talismans, he heard Jiang Qin's voice from outside. He tidied up his materials and stepped out of his room. Father, what is it? On the previous day, Sun Ning had successfully concocted a rejuvenation pill, and Li Yang had taken him as a registered disciple, claiming that the alchemical furnace he used was a gift from Jang Wu. Is this true? Indeed, father. Jang Wu replied. Li Yang stated that the furnace is a top-quality low-grade magical tool, worth 200 spirit stones. Where did you acquire such funds? Jiang Qin inquired. Well aware of the meager income of a Qi refinement disciple, having ascended through the ranks himself, 200 low-grade spirit stones represented a substantial sum, and he feared for his son's potential loss. Father, I earned that spirit stone, and I willingly gave it to Sun Ning, Jiang Wu explained. In Sun Ning's original life trajectory, he had spent a decade saving enough to purchase the most inferior low-grade alchemical furnace. With that rudimentary furnace, his reputation gradually grew, ultimately leading to his discovery by Li Yang and acceptance as a disciple. However, by then, Sun Ning had already wasted over 20 years. Now, Jiang Wu was determined to support Sun Ning, ensuring he did not squander so much time. Thus, he spent 200 spirit stones to buy him a far superior furnace and an additional 100 spirit stones to acquire materials for the rejuvenation pill, allowing Sun Ning to practice. Sun Ning did not disappoint. After just over 10 attempts, he successfully produced the rejuvenation pill, with a considerable amount of materials still remaining. Showcasing his talent. You earned it? Yes, father, look here. Jiang Wu approached the desk in his room, producing first-grade superior talisman paper and brushes, and before his father, skillfully drew a first-grade superior wooden arrow talisman. A first-grade superior talisman? Jiang Chun was utterly taken aback. He recalled that just over a month prior, Jiang Wu had requested first-grade inferior materials from him, and now, merely a month later, he had managed to create a first-grade superior talisman. What an astonishing feat. Father, I have a considerable talent for drawing talismans. Considerable talent? Jiang Qin's lips twitched. He had spent 20 years learning to draw talismans to achieve first-grade superior status, while his son had done it in just 1 month. What did that make him? A waste? Xiao Wu, I remember you used to dislike drawing talismans. That was in my youth. I was foolish then, Jiang Wu replied with a smile. After 3 life simulations, he had lived for hundreds of years. No longer the naive youth he once was. Very well. Should we report this to the sect? With your talent, you will surely receive their training. No need. I prefer to accumulate wealth discreetly. I still hope to publicly eliminate Lu Fifan in 3 years, Jiang Wu asserted, waving his hand. The talisman-making techniques of the dantian sect were lackluster. He had already acquired the necessary teachings during his simulated lives. Reporting now might yield some benefits. but they would be minimal and could raise suspicions. He was counting on making a dramatic impact 3 years hence. That is true, with your talent in talisman making. You will never lack spirit stones in the future, Jiang Chen nodded. The 4 major skills of alchemy, talisman making, artifact crafting, and formation building ensured that anyone who reached the pinnacle would never face poverty. There was no need for ostentation. Living modestly would prolong life. Xiao Wu, should you decide to sell talismans, allow me to handle the sales discreetly for you. That is precisely my intention, Jiang Wu agreed. Talismans would serve as his trump card, a means of generating income, thus requiring concealment. Entrusting Jiang Chen with their sale would also provide covert support for him, as Jiang Wu's talisman-making skills extended beyond this level. After inquiring about Jiang Chen's injuries, Jiang Wu candidly shared that, aside from the recovery pills, he had purchased several auxiliary medicines, which would hasten his healing process beyond expectations. Now, 2 months had passed, and his injuries were nearly healed. Within a month, he would be fully recovered. Once Jiang Chen departed, Jiang Wu resumed his talisman making. He had long ceased associating with his former friends, and with cultivation currently out of reach, he turned to drawing talismans for income. After confiding in Jiang Chen, he felt secure in his work, unafraid of drawing attention. The transformation scripture proved to be remarkably powerful. A month and a half later, Jiang Wu had fully healed and began practicing the transformation scripture. Due to his low cultivation level, he did not need to abandon his current progress. A mere transition would suffice. The transformation scripture was significantly more potent than the dantian technique, with a far greater difficulty in cultivation and a much higher demand for resources. Jiang Wu sensed the arduous nature of the path ahead. However, in his simulated lives, he had already practiced the transformation scripture for decades. As long as the resources kept pace, he did not believe his cultivation speed would lag behind those of prodigies. After completing his training, Jiang Wu exited the dantian sect. Within 1,000 miles, there were numerous cities and towns, some inhabited by mortals, while others were mixed communities of mortals and cultivators, with a few being pure gathering places for cultivators. Overall, the area was sparsely populated and mere miles beyond the towns. One could encounter pristine landscapes filled with towering mountains and dense forests. Navigating through the thick woods, Jiang Wu occasionally paused to compare his map until he arrived at a valley where he discovered a medicinal herb. The 300-year-old longan flower was an impressive find, valued at no less than 3,000 spirit stones. Jiang Wu delicately plucked the herb and stored it in a jade box. He had learned from his previous simulations that many disciples of the dantian sect experienced fortunate encounters. These encounters weren't always earth-shattering. Some were merely unexpected windfalls. Given that Jiang Wu was low on spirit stones, he could not afford to overlook such opportunities. The 300-year-old longan flower was just one of many treasures, and he diligently collected them all, even gathering lesser herbs that fell short of the required age, intending to nurture them at home. Disciples at the foundation establishment stage were permitted to establish their own cave dwellings, with each disciple allocated 3 acres of land. Jiangchen and Shui Qingxing had a combined 6 acres, yet their dwelling was less than 1,000 square feet, with the remaining land designated for spirit fields to cultivate various medicinal herbs. Even if the foundation establishment disciples lacked time to tend to these herbs, they could post tasks within the sect's administrative hall, enlisting junior disciples for assistance in exchange for a modest wage. After gathering the medicinal herbs near the dantian sect, Jiang Wu refrained from venturing further, as his current strength was insufficient for any risks. He subsequently entered a mortal village called Huasha. Little man Huangwen has seen an immortal master and wonders what brings the immortal to Huasha village, he said coolly, pausing to rest. The mortal villages and towns within 1,000 miles of the dantian sect were under its protection, with minimal oversight and demands. Taxes and labor were nearly non-existent, and if collected, it was only nominal. The primary expectation from these villages and towns was to provide disciples for the sect. Every 5 years, the dantian sect dispatched disciples to various villages to assess the spiritual roots of children aged 10 to 15, taking those with potential to the mountain gate for cultivation. Huang Wen, the village chief, was overjoyed to host a cultivator and offered his home to Jiang Wu, eagerly arranging a feast to entertain him. However, Jiang Wu had little appetite for the culinary delights of mortals, as his enhanced talisman-making skills had made him financially secure, allowing him access to spiritual food and drink. Nevertheless, he did not decline the hospitality, as he had ulterior motives. Indeed, at the banquet's reception, Huang Wen cautiously proposed the idea of testing the spiritual roots of the children from Huangsha village. As the village is situated in a remote area where disciples often fail to visit for such assessments, it had been a decade since any cultivator had come to test the villagers' spiritual roots. Jiang Wu readily agreed, for this was the very purpose of his visit. Early the next morning, Huang Wen summoned all the boys aged 10 to 15 from the village. Jiang Wu took out the spirit testing stone and meticulously examined each child's spiritual roots. "Are you Huang Zongwei?" he inquired. Among the many children, only one possessed spiritual roots. A rare occurrence, and this singular child was a genius with a single earth-type root. "Yes, master, I am Huang Zongwei." "Very well, you possess spiritual roots. Gather your belongings and accompany me to this sect for cultivation." Jiang Wu nodded, recognizing the boy from his memories. Huang Zongwei was 12 years old this year. Without Jiang Wu's timely intervention, He would have had to wait another 3 years before being discovered by disciples of the Tianyan sect and brought to the sect for training. A single spiritual root, also known as a celestial root, is highly regarded among the various talents in cultivation, and he would later become a key disciple nurtured by the sect, personally taken under the wing of the Grand Elder. However, Jang Wu had intercepted this opportunity. Chapter 14. The Foundation. Is he truly a celestial root? Jiangqin gazed at the timid Huang Zhongwei before him, still incredulous that Jang Wu had brought back a child with such extraordinary potential, which filled him with immense joy. In the Tianyan sect, only those at or above the Foundation establishment stage are qualified to take on disciples. And it is mandatory for the sake of the sect's inheritance and development. Those who fail to take on disciples face certain penalties, while those who do are rewarded. However, many at the Foundation establishment stage would rather pay fines than indiscriminately accept disciples, as it is exceedingly rare to find quality disciples among mortals, with those possessing spiritual roots being 1 in 10,000. The majority of those with roots are of inferior quality, often with 4 or 5 roots, leading many to prefer not accepting disciples at all rather than taking on subpar ones. Jiang Chun and Xue Qingqing, for instance, had not taken on disciples since reaching the Foundation establishment stage. However, with Jang Wu's birth, he had effectively become their disciple, allowing them to fulfill their sect obligations. Yet, if a Foundation establishment cultivator encounters a genius disciple, they must accept them. Once a master, forever a father, the bond between master and disciple is profound, and quality disciples can easily repay their masters in the future. Most individuals aspire to achieve this outcome. Father, you've already tested 3 times. Yes. I am merely confirming multiple times. Once you are certain, hurry to the sect's administrative hall to complete the necessary paperwork. I encountered many people on my way back, and there may be inquiries. If someone were to snatch away my disciple, it would not end well, Jiang Wu remarked. If a celestial root disciple were to be exposed, the Grand Elder and the sect leader, both Golden Core ancestors, would surely come to seize him. Jiangqin would stand no chance against them. So they must first secure the paperwork at the administrative hall to prevent anyone from taking Zhongwei. Xiaowu, you are correct. I shall go at once. Jiang Chun hurriedly took Huang Zhongwei to the administrative hall, prioritizing the establishment of their master-disciple relationship. After Jiang Chun left, Jiang Wu planted the spiritual herbs he had brought back in their family garden. Many of these herbs were 100 or 200 years old, and it would be a waste to use them now. They could be cultivated further to double their value later. Son, where did you acquire such fine items? After finishing planting the herbs, he looked up to see Xue Qingqing standing behind him, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the spiritual herbs Jiang Wu had brought back. Mother, I found these in the wild, but you must not use them for alchemy. Humph, do you not trust your mother's skills? Not really, Jiang Wu replied earnestly, as Xue Qingqing's alchemical prowess had always been lackluster. In his life simulations, she had not surpassed the 2nd tier even after a century, leading Jiang Wu to maintain his doubts. Such a disobedient child. Have you grown wings now? How many years has it been since I disciplined you? Mother, consider how much of our resources you have wasted on alchemy. Perhaps it is time to cease your efforts. Nonsense. How have I wasted anything? Without my alchemy, where would you find your elixirs? Ha. Mother, do not be angry. I have brought you something good. Please accept this. Jiang Wu quickly produced a jade slip. Although Xue Qingqing's talent in alchemy was poor, her aptitude as a spirit planter had always been exceptional. She had risen to prominence in that field shortly after her entry. However, the earnings of a spirit planter cannot compare to those of an alchemist, which prompted her to switch to alchemy, though she had yet to achieve notable success. In the life simulations, after Jang Wu reached the Foundation establishment stage, he had to exert considerable effort to persuade her to return to spirit planting and had even sought out a profound inheritance in that field, which was contained within the jade slip he held. Spirit planter? Where did you procure this? It seems quite impressive. I stumbled upon it in a market outside the mountain and bought it. Even the most skilled spirit planters merely farm, Xue Qingqing scoffed. Coming from a long line of farmers, she had no desire to return to that life. She preferred the respect accorded to alchemists. Jiang Wu felt somewhat speechless. Xue Qingqing had yet to hit a wall in her pursuits, so she had not relinquished her aspirations for alchemy. In the life simulations, she had expended vast amounts of time, energy, and finances before ultimately conceding. It seemed he needed to find a way to dissuade her from this notion soon, lest she become unable to break through to the Golden Core stage. He certainly wished for his entire family to pursue the path of immortality together. After chatting with Xue Qingqing for a while, Jiang Wu stepped out to find Sun Ning. Currently, Sun Ning was merely a named disciple of Li Yang and could not reside in Li Yang's cave dwelling. If he were a direct disciple, he would be entitled to stay there legitimately. Li Yang held a higher status within the sect than Jiang Chun and his wife, and their cave dwelling was in a better location with more abundant spiritual energy, which would benefit Sun Ning's cultivation. Sun Ning's cultivation was still quite low, having only reached the 3rd layer of qi refinement, which significantly hampered his alchemical efficiency and concealed his true potential. Sun Ning, are you there? Jiang Wu called out as he approached Sun Ning's room, but soon realized something was amiss. Whispers surrounded him, and the gazes of the outer disciples were laced with something unusual. Bang! Jiang Wu's heart sank as he forcefully opened Sun Ning's door. narrowly avoiding a collision with him as he stepped out. Senior brother Jiang. Sun Ning, what is going on? Who has harmed you? Jiang Wu's anger surged as he noticed the bruises on Sun Ning's face. Senior brother, no one has hurt me. I just tripped. Tripped? Is that what caused your bruise? Jiang Wu demanded. Come on, trip again for me to see. Senior brother Sun Ning's expression was that of a wronged wife. Looking pitifully at Jiang Wu. Speak up, what happened? Brother, I'm really fine. If that is the case, I shall not concern myself with you. You may continue to be bullied then. Jiang Wu spoke with disappointment. If he was being bullied and insisted that it was nothing, then surely he was not behaving like a cultivator, but rather like a mere farmer. Even a farmer would demand respect from the aristocracy. Brother, Sun Ning grew anxious. Clutching Jiang Wu's sleeve, unsure of what to do. Fine, I will observe your alchemy. Let us see how your skills have progressed. Jiang Wu sighed. Nearly forgetting that Sun Ning was only 17, merely a new disciple who had just entered the sect 3 years prior, and was among the lowest-ranking outer disciples. In his original life trajectory, it had taken Sun Ning over a decade of hard work to achieve his current standing. 10 years was ample time for him to have evolved into a senior disciple with sufficient strength and connections, thus making him less vulnerable to bullying. Brother, I stopped with the brother already. Where is your alchemy furnace? Don't tell me it's also problematic. Brother, they took my alchemy furnace. Seeing Sun Ning's bashful demeanor, Jiang Wu casually inquired, but the moment he mentioned the furnace, Sun Ning broke down in tears. He did not fear being bullied, as he had endured much of it over the past 3 years, but they had taken his alchemy furnace. Sun Ning held an unparalleled passion for alchemy. It was the most important aspect of his life, and the alchemy furnace was the most vital tool for it. At that moment, he felt utterly aggrieved. Jang Wu, witnessing the situation, felt a surge of frustration. He resented Sun Ning's inability to stand up for himself and lamented the cutthroat competition among the outer disciples. Amidst Sun Ning's tears, Jiang Wu began to comprehend the situation. His support for Sun Ning, including purchasing an alchemy furnace for him, had elevated Sun Ning to the status of a named disciple of Li Yang, thereby granting him a measure of fame among the outer sect. However, Sun Ning's current standing did not align with his newfound renown, rendering him the target of envy. Consequently, adversaries resorted to violence against Sun Ning, approaching him under the pretense of alchemy and requesting him to concoct a potion he had never attempted before. Naturally, Sun Ning failed, and these individuals subsequently demanded compensation, not only injuring him, but also seizing his alchemy furnace. How could you be so foolish? An alchemist assisting others in potion making never possesses a guarantee of success. The outcomes are solely the alchemist's responsibility. There is never a notion of compensation. Do you understand? I do not understand. Very well. If you do not understand, then take me to confront those individuals. Senior brother, but they, what of them? Are they formidable? Your senior brother is stronger than they, Jiang Wu replied coldly. Are they malicious? Your senior brother can be more malicious than they. Jiang Wu realized that he had underestimated the consequences of intervening in Sun Ning's affairs, and that failure to seek justice for Sun Ning could lead to his ruin. Gripping Sun Ning, Jiang Wu set out to confront those responsible. Through pressing inquiries, he discerned that the culprit who had stolen the alchemy furnace was a man named Li Shi, a descendant of former disciples of the Tianyan sect. After failing to advance beyond the foundation establishment stage at the age of 60, he was sent back to his hometown, where he wielded considerable influence. Although martial prowess is of little significance to cultivators, it was more than sufficient against a novice like Sun Ning, who often acted tyrannically among the outer sect. However, Jiang Wu detected a whiff of conspiracy. It was well known that Jiang Wu was supportive of Sun Ning, and Li Shi's willingness to act against him indicated that he must have powerful backing. Senior brother, it is here. Li Shi, come out. Jiang Wu bellowed as they arrived at Li Shi's residence. Who dares to shout before brother Li's abode? Before Li Shi emerged, several sycophants had already swaggered out, exhibiting their boorishness. With no hesitation, Jiang Wu stepped forward and struck one of the sycophants, sending him sprawling to the ground. You dare to strike? Brothers, finish him. The flustered sycophant summoned the others to attack, but they hesitated upon recognizing Jiang Wu as an inner sect disciple. Call Li Shi out. Jiang Wu shouted once more, causing a stir within the residence. Jiang Wu noticed a sound transmission talisman flying out, his disdain growing as he anticipated who might be supporting Li Shi. Esteemed senior brother, may I inquire what brings you here? With a swift kick, Jiang Wu sent Li Shi flying before he could finish his sentence, without allowing Li Shi to land. Jiang Wu seized him and unleashed a flurry of slaps. Bullying others, are you? Do you not realize who stands behind Sun Ning? Do you think having a powerful ally makes you invincible? Is it truly gratifying to oppress others? As Jiang Wu continued his assault, a crowd began to gather, and it was only when a commanding voice called for him to cease that he finally relented. Chapter 15. A premature revenge. Turning to see the crowd of outer sect disciples, Jiang Wu's gaze fell upon his old nemesis, Lu Feifan, who glared at him with a thunderous expression. Jiang Wu, the sect has decreed that fighting among fellow disciples is prohibited. Are you aware of your transgression? Transgression? Who do you think you are? Audacious. Is the law enforcement hall silent? Does your word determine my guilt? Since when did you, Lu Feifan, hold authority over the law enforcement hall? Are you the one who sets the rules? Lu Feifan seethed with anger. But he was not a disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall, an institution that required a minimum cultivation level of 9th layer Qi refinement. Brother Liu, why waste your breath on a defeated foe? Some seem to forget their place after a brief recovery. One of Lu Feifan's lackeys taunted Jang Wu. Lu Feifan quickly joined in the mockery. Jang Wu's mind raced. He recognized Lu Feifan's intent to provoke him. He decided to play along, feigning fury. Lu Feifan, do you seek death? Are you daring enough to face me in a duel? What I have to fear? I only worry that you will return home to weep for your mother after your defeat. Very well, we shall meet at the martial arts arena. That is your promise. Indeed, if you are a man, let us go to the martial arts arena. Jang Wu's response was one of feigned rage, as though he were prepared to engage in a life-or-death battle with Lu Feifan. Let us proceed. Lu Feifan laughed heartily, having previously crippled Jang Wu. He was eager to do so again, curious to see how many months of allowance Jang Wu's parents could prepay to restore him. The martial arts arena, located near the outer sect, was crafted from a flattened mountain by the Dantian sect. While the sect prohibited private duels, it encouraged disciples to engage in sparring. For cultivators, mere cultivation is insufficient. They must also possess combat skills and experience, or face grave dangers when venturing out. A Foundation establishment cultivator presided over the arena, and sparring required approval from such a cultivator to activate the defensive formations, ensuring no innocent parties were harmed. Uncle Master, I, Lu Feifan, am challenged today by inner sect disciple Jang Wu. I request your witness. Is this true, Jang Wu? Yes, Uncle Master. Very well, here is the contract. Sign it. You are aware of the rules for challenges, yes? I am, Uncle Master. Good. Once you sign, you may enter the formation. The guarding cultivator nodded. Sparring rules were similar to those of dueling, with no fatal injuries permitted, though other rules were lenient. Jang Wu, let me show you that a waste will forever remain a waste, incapable of standing alongside a genius. Upon entering the formation, Lu Feifan revealed his cultivation at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. In the 4 months since the last sect competition, he had advanced from the mid-Qi refinement stage to the late stage, his power having surged dramatically due to his dual spiritual roots. Oh, I almost forgot to mention the stakes. If you lose, you must return Sun Ning's alchemy furnace and offer a formal apology. Jiang Wu felt no anger at this point. It was futile to reconsider here. What alchemy furnace? I know nothing of it. I do not wish to reveal the sect's sordidness, but if you refuse to comply, I shall expose it and let the law enforcement hall handle the matter. Jiang Wu asserted, for the Tianyun sect was not a harmonious entity, but rather rife with corruption, exemplified by the strong preying upon the weak. This was not merely bullying. It was a means of seizing resources. The outer sect was populated by thousands of disciples, most of whom lacked significant backgrounds or talent, rendering them a vulnerable demographic. In contrast, inner sect disciples were considerably stronger, either like Jang Wu, the second-generation cultivators, or like Lu Feifan, who possessed exceptional talent and had secured a master. Although the monthly allowances of inner sect disciples were slightly higher than those of the outer sect, they were still insufficient to fully support their cultivation, leading many inner sect disciples to collude with outer sect disciples, offering them protection while oppressing those without connections, Li Shi being one such character. Such behavior was tolerated by the sect, which turned a blind eye as long as it did not escalate. For the sect, this served as a means of training disciples. Ordinary disciples' resources for cultivation were inherently limited, compelling them to devise their own strategies. For those without connections, it was a test. If one could not survive and grow stronger within the bounds of sect regulations, there was little hope for thriving in a harsher world. Lu Feifan, upon hearing Jiang Wu's words, readily acquiesced without a second thought. Li Shi was indeed his confidant, yet his animosity towards Sun Ning stemmed primarily from issues concerning Li Qingqiu. Sun Ning had been accepted as a disciple by Li Qingqiu's father, Li Yang, and he had already begun to reveal his innate talent for alchemy. Furthermore, Sun Ning's gaze towards Li Qingqiu was anything but innocuous, prompting Lu Feifan to instruct Li Shi to eliminate Sun Ning, thereby removing a potential rival. Such matters were best kept in the shadows. While no one would file a complaint, should the situation escalate, Lu Feifan would find himself in dire straits. For the law enforcement hall would not spare him. Now it's settled. You may perish, he exclaimed arrogantly. Prepare yourself. Lu Feifan bellowed, launching a flying sword towards Jang Wu. Just 3 or 4 months prior, during the sect's grand competition, he had decisively vanquished Jang Wu. Now, with his cultivation having progressed further, he believed he could incapacitate Jang Wu within 20 strikes at most. Initially, Jang Wu did not manipulate the flying sword with his consciousness, but grasped it in hand. As the blade approached him, he executed a swift counter, deflecting Lu Feifan's sword effortlessly. Subsequently, he employed his agility to close the distance, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon Lu Feifan. Caught off guard, Lu Feifan could not summon his shield in time and was forced to conjure his protective chi to fend off the assault. Seeking death, Lu Feifan cursed vehemently, scrambling for his shield while directing his flying sword towards Jiang Wu's rear. Jiang Wu, however, did not flinch. It was as if he had eyes on the back of his head. Just as the sword was about to strike, he executed a swift turn, once again sending Lu Feifan's blade flying, before resuming his relentless assault on Lu Feifan's protective chi. Jiang Wu's willingness to engage was rooted in experience. After 3 life simulations and over 2 centuries, he had engaged in countless battles. Within these simulations, he had reached the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, making his confrontations with those at the chi level mere child's play. The disparity in cultivation could easily be bridged by sheer experience. As Lu Fifan prepared to raise his shield, Jang Wu unleashed a fire spell with astonishing speed, catching Lu Fifan off guard. The fireball erupted before him, and Lu Fifan, startled by the swiftness of the spell, found his protective chi shattered, compelling him to raise his shield to block the fiery assault. Jang Wu seized this moment. Noticing that Lu Fifan had exposed a gap beneath his shield, he struck thrice with his flying sword, the first 2 strikes landing on Lu Fifan's thigh, while the third pierced his dantian. Lu Fifan cried out in pain, unable to maintain his focus. The sword behind him fell to the ground. He was defeated. Jang Wu did not execute him, for the training grounds forbade death. Instead, he kicked Lu Fifan's shield aside and rested the sword against his neck. Do you concede? Sweat pouring down his brow and suffering greatly, Lu Fifan yearned to protest, to continue the fight, but as he attempted to summon his spiritual energy, he realized it was leaking away. Upon checking his dantian, his complexion turned pale. You wounded my dantian 4 months ago. This is merely retribution, Jang Wu replied coolly. In his simulations, he had taken 3 years to exact revenge, but Lu Fifan had foolishly sought his demise prematurely. And thus Jang Wu could afford him this act of mercy. A nearby supervising cultivator approached to assess Lu Fifan's condition. Initially inclined to reprimand Jang Wu for his ruthlessness, he restrained himself upon hearing Jang Wu's words. It appeared there was a personal vendetta at play, and thus he opted to remain uninvolved. Master Uncle, you may announce the results now. The sparring has concluded. Jang Wu is victorious. Thank you, Master Uncle, Jang Wu said, bowing slightly before turning to leave. With the life simulator at his disposal, his aspirations transcended mere victories over opponents like Lu Fifan, leaving him little reason for celebration. In a day's time, return Sun Ning's alchemical furnace and provide an additional 100 spirit stones as an apology. Otherwise, I shall seek you out again. Jiang Wu stated to the visibly pale Li Shi. The latter's expression shifted dramatically, having already given Sun Ning's furnace to Lu Fifan. He knew he could not procure it back unless Lu Fifan complied, and that furnace was worth 200 spirit stones. Unperturbed, Jiang Wu approached Sun Ning, gesturing for him to follow. Sun Ning hurriedly complied, exiting the training grounds. Brother, there is no need for excessive gratitude. We are friends. Yes, we are friends. Once you reclaim the alchemical furnace, dedicate yourself to your cultivation. You must enhance both your prowess and your alchemical skills. Learn to defend yourself. Should anyone bully you, retaliate. If they seek powerful allies, come to me, Jiang Wu advised. Originally, he had intended for Sun Ning to showcase his alchemical talent to spark a reaction from his mother, Shui Qingqing, thereby dissuading her from pursuing alchemy. However, that plan would need to be reconsidered for the time being. Chapter 16. A benevolent deception. The events at the training grounds rapidly spread throughout Tianyan sect, and the repercussions exceeded Jiang Wu's expectations. When Jiang Shun personally inquired about the matter, Jiang Wu finally grasped the gravity of his actions. In the life simulation, he had bested Lu Fifan 3 years later during the grand competition, by which time he had already reached the pinnacle of chi cultivation, while Lu Fifan remained weaker, at merely the 9th level. Thus, Jiang Wu's victory had been anticipated. Yet, the present circumstances were starkly different. Jiang Wu had only recently recovered from severe injuries, while Lu Fifan had grown even stronger, now at the 7th level of chi cultivation, placing him in the advanced phase. The disparity between the 6th and 7th levels was substantial, representing at least double the power. Nevertheless, Jiang Wu had still triumphed over Lu Fifan, drawing immediate attention to his capabilities. Father, I told you, one must take revenge for oneself. Is this not revenge? Do not attempt to mislead me. I want to know why your strength has surged so dramatically. I have heard that your combat style in defeating Lu Fifan was remarkably astute, employing only a flying sword and a fireball spell, which you executed instantaneously. Explain yourself. If I cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall take you to the sect leader to ascertain whether you have been possessed. Mother, look. Father suspects I am not his biological son. Jiang Wu turned to Shui Qingqing for assistance, inadvertently implicating his father in jest. Jiangchen, are you mad? Do you not know whether our son has been possessed? Qingqing, is this not too far-fetched? Xiao Wu, clarify this to your father. Very well, I shall confess. I have inherited the legacy of the Golden Core ancestor. Jiang Wu replied after some contemplation, recognizing that the matter of the Golden Core ancestor would need to be addressed eventually. Though the life simulation indicated he would reveal this 3 years later, he desired to disclose it sooner. What? The legacy of the Golden Core ancestor? Xiao Wu, do not speak nonsense. Just look for yourselves, Jiang Wu said, producing the artifact from his storage pouch. Jiangchen and Shui Qingqing were rendered speechless upon witnessing the artifact, which they recognized. It was indeed a treasure meant for those at the Golden Core stage. Xiao Wu, you must clarify how this came to be. Jiangchen stammered, carefully examining the artifact. This was an object that only those at the Golden Core stage could wield. How could it possibly belong to a disciple still at the Chi stage? Yes, father, here is how it happened. Jiang Wu began to weave his tale. He explained that 4 months earlier, after being defeated by Lu Fifan and sustaining injuries to his dantian, he had been deeply troubled and sought solace. During this time, he inadvertently stumbled upon the cave of the Golden Core ancestor near the sect's entrance and claimed the inheritance of talisman making. Qinghe Sword Sect S. Lu Xiong. I recall that sect was annihilated by our Tianyun sect, Jiang Chen noted. Indeed, you are not mistaken. Lu Xiong was the last hope of the Qinghe Sword Sect. It is said that he had achieved the Golden Core pinnacle, and if he were to break through to the nascent soul stage, he could restore the sect. Yet, he subsequently disappeared, prompting our Tianyun sect's nascent soul ancestors to intervene and obliterate the Qinghe Sword Sect, claiming this mountain gate. After hearing Jiang Wu's account, both Xue Qingqing and Jiang Chun found it hard to believe. Lu Xiong was indeed a legendary figure, and it was astonishing that his legacy had fallen into Jiang Wu's hands. Father, mother, and Lu Xiong have been deceased for centuries. Why concern ourselves with such matters? In any case, I have inherited his legacy. Indeed, Xiao Wu speaks wisely, yet this matter must remain confidential. You are merely at the qi refining stage. Should this news leak, it would undoubtedly invite peril, jeopardizing even your mother and me. I am not foolish. I shall not speak to anyone outside of you. Jiang Wu nodded, fully understanding the gravity of possessing such a treasure. This secret must remain locked within his heart. Had it not been for the 3 life simulations revealing the immense affection Jiang Chen and Xue Qingqing have for him, he would not even mention his parents. It seems Xiao Wu has matured. Father, mother, Lu Xiong's storage bag is replete with treasures. Besides this magical artifact, there are several exquisite spiritual weapons. I have no need for them, so I shall bestow them upon you. Please, father, do not be modest. This magical artifact cannot be wielded just yet. And I have no use for the spiritual weapons. Accept them. Your enhancement ensures my safety. Furthermore, I possess the sword techniques of the Qinghe Sword Sect, which are more comprehensive than those collected by the sect itself. Jiang Wu produced 2 exquisite flying swords and presented them to Jiang Chun and Xue Qingqing, along with the complete inheritance of the Qinghe Sword Sect's techniques. When the Tianyun sect annihilated the Qinghe Sword Sect, they seized only a fraction of its knowledge, which pales in comparison to what Jiang Wu now holds. Then I shall humbly accept. Xiao Wu, you have done well. Jiang Chun received the flying swords, their allure overwhelming, as he was still utilizing inferior flying swords. Xiao Wu, do you possess any inheritance of alchemy? Xue Qingqing gazed at Jiang Wu with hopeful eyes, yearning for the mastery of alchemy. No, the Qinghe Sword Sect is a sect dedicated to sword cultivation. They possess no knowledge of alchemy. Jiang Wu shook his head resolutely. Mother, are you still clinging to the hope of alchemy? Truly not? That cannot be. I assure you, there is none. Jiang Wu stubbornly denied it, though in truth, Lu Xiong's storage bag contained over 10 alchemical formulas, all of which were at least of the 2nd tier. It was hardly surprising that the collection of a Golden Core ancestor would lack low-grade items. Xue Qingqing fell into deep disappointment, while Jiang Wu disregarded her dismay and began discussing with Jiang Chun how to utilize the inheritance of the Golden Core ancestor for expansion and growth. The spiritual stones within the storage bag had been exhausted by Jiang Wu, yet other items remained valuable, aside from the magical artifact, which could not be easily sold. The rest could be converted to wealth. If you wish to liquidate your items, give them to me. I can assist you in this. As a Foundation establishment cultivator, my involvement will not attract undue attention. Father, I shall first provide you with a portion. You have advanced 10 years' worth of monthly stipends to help me acquire nourishing pills, which will inevitably hinder your cultivation. Use these items to convert into spiritual stones and keep the proceeds for yourselves. And you? What can a mere qi refining mid-stage cultivator like me spend on spiritual stones? Jiang Wu pouted. The next life simulation would require 100,000 spiritual stones, a sum that could deplete their entire household. He would have to devise a plan independently. Indeed, consider this an early act of filial piety on your part. Jiang Chen nodded. He and his wife were indeed in need of funds, representing the average cultivators among the many Foundation establishment practitioners of the Tianyun sect. They possessed decent talent, having reached the Foundation establishment stage, yet without external assistance, they would only achieve this level in their lifetimes. They lacked a powerful backing and strong skills. Jiang Chen's talisman crafting was merely of first-tier quality, while Xue Qingqing's alchemy was not worth mentioning, producing low-quality pills with a meager success rate, essentially a financial drain. In the original trajectory of their lives, they would reach only the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. And even then, only as their lifespans dwindled, there was no possibility of breaking into the Golden Core stage. With a benevolent lie spoken, Jiang Wu felt a weight lift from his heart. He was not the type to be heartless or overly self-serving. For Jiang Chun and Xue Qingqing treated him with immense kindness. Even if it was due to the original owner's ties, Jiang Wu felt indebted. Thus, for every kindness they bestowed upon him, Jiang Wu sought to repay them thrice over. The essence of cultivation lies in the balance of law, wealth, companions, and land. Jiang Wu calmed his mind and began to chart a course for the future. For cultivators, advancing forward hinges upon these 4 elements. The law pertains to the cultivation techniques. Among cultivators, loose practitioners lag significantly behind sect disciples, primarily due to inferior techniques. They cannot access advanced methods, inherently placing them at a disadvantage compared to sect disciples. Now that Jang Wu has acquired the Zhao Hua Jing, he has rectified this deficiency. Companions do not refer solely to romantic partners, but rather to like-minded individuals. Jiang Wu has the support of his parents and has invested in individuals like Sun Ning, ensuring he is not lacking in kindred spirits. As for a place to cultivate, the Tianyun sect suffices until the nascent soul stage. Thus, the matter of wealth remains a significant obstacle for Jiang Wu's development. Although life simulations can provide him with substantial innate advantages, their costs are also considerable. The next simulation demands 100,000 spiritual stones, enough to purchase 2 or 3 foundation establishment pills. What about the next one? 1 million spiritual stones? That would be crippling. He was uncertain how many spiritual stones the Tianyun sect possessed, but he could guarantee their annual net profit was far below 1 million spiritual stones, perhaps even facing a fiscal deficit. It is essential to advance both in reality and through life simulations concurrently. Jiang Wu devised a strategy. In the coming century, his 2 largest potential gains would stem from thwarting the 5 Color Gates conspiracy at Qiyun Mountain, where he could slay numerous foes and earn substantial rewards for the sect, and the Tianyuan Mountain's secret realm. Regrettably, these 2 endeavors were not immediately applicable, as his current cultivation level afforded him no qualifications to intervene. With no alternative, Jiang Wu resolved to continue his cultivation while crafting talismans. Given his current abilities, he could create first-tier talismans, earning 200 to 300 spiritual stones daily, neither excessive nor insufficient. However, Jiang Wu did not hand over all the talismans to Jiang Chen for sale, as some aspects were difficult to explain, such as his success rate in talisman crafting. Currently, he achieved a 100% success rate, barring emotional disturbances. Otherwise, success was guaranteed. Yet, most talisman crafters, even those at the peak of the qi refining stage, would not dare claim such a success rate, with a mere 60 to 70% being commendable. After accumulating a batch of talismans, it would be time to visit the Sihai commercial house in Yun City. Their previous collaborations in life simulations had been fruitful, and he hoped for similar outcomes in reality. Jiang Wu assessed the talismans in his storage bag. He needed more before heading to Yun City, where he intended to meet several characters he encountered in life simulations. Chapter 17. Sihai Commercial House. The Tianyun sect's influence spans nearly 10,000 miles, a territory not solely belonging to them, as there are hundreds of affiliated forces, including small sects and cultivation families, most of which maintain intricate ties with the Tianyun sect. For instance, 9 out of 10 cultivation families were established by disciples of the Tianyun sect. The sect's rule dictates that disciples who do not reach the foundation establishment stage by age 60 must leave. These disciples then propagate their lineages in the mortal realm. Those with exceptional talent are often sent back to the Tianyun sect for training, while those lacking such qualities practice at home, resulting in the formation of various families. These cultivators harbor abundant business opportunities, prompting the Tianyun sect to construct a city named Yun City, 300 miles from their mountain gate. With a population exceeding 100,000, over half are cultivators, including many loose practitioners who choose to settle here. The city hosts hundreds of businesses, most established by forces under the Tianyun sect, though some external enterprises possess formidable strength, even surpassing the sect's own commercial entities. The Sihai Commercial House is one such example. Jiang Wu had engaged with the Sihai Commercial House multiple times in life simulations, yet even after 2 simulations spanning over 2 centuries, he remained unaware of their true nature, only knowing that their power was immeasurable. They not only have branches in several cultivation cities in the southern region, but also maintain a reputable standing beyond, with excellent credibility. As he stepped through the doors of the Sihai Commercial House, a young attendant at the qi refining stage approached him with a broad smile, inquiring, "I am at your service, esteemed elder. How may I assist you today? Let us engage in some trade." "I would like to meet Meng Yang," Jiang Wu said indifferently, exuding an air of arrogance. The innkeeper was momentarily taken aback but quickly responded, leading Jiang Wu into a private room. Shortly after, a voluptuous matron entered, her face adorned with a radiant smile that felt like a gentle spring breeze. "I am Meng Yang, pleased to meet you, fellow cultivator." "I am Jang Wu from the Tianyun sect," he replied. "Ah, a distinguished disciple of the Tianyun sect. No wonder you are acquainted with me," Meng Yang beamed, her smile growing even brighter. Though she did not know Jiang Wu personally, she was delighted upon hearing his esteemed background, as many of the major clients of the Sihai Trading Company hailed from the Tianyun sect. "I have heard from my fellow disciples that Daoist Su is fair in her dealings, hence I have invited you here, hoping for your understanding." "Not at all. It is my duty," Meng Yang replied. "Now, let's not dilly-dally. What would you like to exchange today?" "I am in search of washing marrow pills, specifically the 3-pattern variety," Jiang Wu stated. The quality of pills is categorized by their patterns: unmarked, 1-pattern, 2-pattern, and 3-pattern. Unmarked pills are of the lowest quality, barely qualifying as pills due to their excessive impurities, while 3-pattern pills are nearly perfect, containing minimal impurities and virtually no pill toxicity. Washing marrow pills are precious medicines that enhance a cultivator's constitution, classified as second-tier pills but primarily effective only during the qi refining stage, with minimal effects during the foundation establishment stage and nearly useless beyond that. Jiang Wu had consumed numerous washing marrow pills in his life simulations, which enabled him to reach the pinnacle of the chi refining stage by the age of 23. Otherwise, with his 3 spiritual roots, it would have been impossible. We do possess 3 pattern washing marrow pills, but unfortunately, our branch in Yin City does not have them in stock. We may need to procure them from other branches. That is of no concern. I can wait. However, you must act swiftly, for I may consider other trading companies, Jang Wu replied. Of course, I assure you. Within 10 days, at most 10 days, I will have them for you, Mei Yang proposed. And how many do you require? 3, Jang Wu responded. It is known that the first washing marrow pill has the most potent effect, while the third is considerably diminished. And the effects of a fourth and beyond are even less significant. It is more prudent to purchase something else than to waste money on ineffective pills. The price for a single 3-pattern washing marrow pill is 1,000 spirit stones, and I will require a deposit of 1,000 spirit stones from you. That is acceptable. But I also desire a certain technique. Please, speak freely. The 9-turn washing spirit technique, Jang Wu declared. He had learned of this technique during his third life simulation. Derived from a secret manual within the Tianyuan Mountain's mysterious realm. It is said that this technique can alter one's innate gifts, allowing a cultivator with multiple spiritual roots, such as Jang Wu's gold, fire, and wood roots, to cleanse 2 of those roots and become a singularly gifted genius. This is merely one of the techniques. The 9-turn washing spirit technique possesses other remarkable applications. Fellow Taoist, this places me in a difficult position. The 9-turn washing spirit technique has been lost to the ages. Mei Yang lamented. It seems you are familiar with this technique, Jang Wu noted. Indeed, it was one of the most renowned techniques of the Middle Ages, widely known. Since it is so renowned, it should have been widely disseminated. Why is it now lost? I cannot say. All I know is that it has become unattainable. It is not just you who desires it. Every major sect covets it. For who does not have some mediocre descendants? Mei Yang explained. Such a technique, capable of enhancing innate gifts, would indeed be a treasure beyond compare and would incite fervor among all cultivators. If you wish to elevate your spiritual roots, the 9-turn washing spirit technique is not your only option. Please enlighten me, Taoist Su. For instance, the 9-turn spirit enhancement technique, Mei Yang suggested, noting Jang Wu's furrowed brow. What is the 9-turn spirit enhancement technique? I have never heard of it. Do not be hasty. Allow me to elaborate. In ancient times, the cultivation world was a wilderness. Yet it was also a flourishing era of cultivation. Resources were abundant. A common person might stumble upon innate treasures simply by wandering about. During that time, the most gifted cultivators possessed 5 spiritual roots, rather than just 1. After the ancient era came the Middle Ages, a time of great upheaval when spiritual energy became scarce. The resources required by 5-root cultivators were 5 times that of a single-root cultivator, leading to a decline in the speed of cultivation for those with multiple roots. Hence, a powerful individual devised the 9-turn washing spirit technique. However, this technique demands high standards, and it has long been lost. Subsequently, some powerful figures created the 9-turn spirit enhancement technique, which merely borrowed its name. The principle of the 9-turn spirit enhancement technique is to strengthen a spiritual root. For instance, a disciple with 5 spiritual roots can utilize this technique to enhance one of those roots to the pinnacle of a single root cultivator, known as a pseudo-heavenly spiritual root. I have never heard of such a thing. Of course, this enhancement technique is scarcely known in the southern wilderness and has only gained minimal traction in the central plains. Will there be significant side effects? Not at all. Enhancing the spiritual root greatly benefits cultivators. However, corresponding techniques may require modification to align with the enhanced root. Furthermore, this enhancement cannot be equated with a true single root. I understand. What is the cost of this enhancement technique? Jang Wu inquired, nodding. This was something not encountered in his life simulations. He had only known that washing marrow pills could improve root quality. 20,000 low-grade spirit stones, non-negotiable. And you must swear an oath of the heart's demons. An additional 10,000 would permit me to share this knowledge. That is not feasible. This enhancement technique has yet to be widely disseminated, and we hope to sell it at a higher price. Mei Yang shook her head, explaining the stringent nature of selling techniques, which often come with exorbitant prices and numerous conditions to ensure repeat sales. Then let us proceed with the purchase of washing marrow pills, Jang Wu decided, contemplating a clever method of cheating the system. He could return during his life simulation to purchase them, where he would not fear swearing an oath, memorizing the content, and upon returning to reality, he could impart this secret technique to Jiangqin and Shuiqingqing, both of whom possessed average talents. How shall you make your payment, fellow Taoist? I have some spirit talismans. Will you accept them? Certainly, the Sea Trading Company is in the business of trade, so we are always open to purchases. Then take a look. Jang Wu presented the spirit talismans he had brought, totaling 5 sets, each containing 10 first-tier high-quality talismans, crafted with exceptional skill, superior to ordinary talismans. I can offer you 10 low-grade spirit stones for each talisman, he proposed. That is too low. Fellow Taoist, we must ensure a modest profit as well. If you were to sell them yourself, how long would it take to sell out? Very well, let us proceed with that arrangement. For the remaining 500 spirit stones, I shall exchange them with something else. What about this? A 3rd-tier pill formula? Mei Yang's eyes lit up at the sight. Pill formulas are well guarded by alchemists, and 3rd-tier formulas are particularly precious. I would like to see the complete formula before setting a price. Rest assured, if the transaction does not go through, I will swear an oath of the heart's demons to ensure confidentiality. Agreed. Jang Wu produced the remaining half of the formula. Pill formulas are not static. They may be adjusted according to various circumstances. For example, the Foundation Establishment pill has at least 5 versions, though the effects remain largely similar. Mainyang took the formula and summoned an appraiser. After the assessment, the appraiser conveyed to Mainyang in hushed tones, fellow Taoist. After evaluation by our appraiser at the Sihai Trading Company, this formula is valid. However, we already possess the formula for the Xin Yuan pill. Thus we can only offer you a price of 1,000 spirit stones. 2,000. This formula is yours to manage as you see fit. Deal. Mainyang exclaimed with delight, recognizing the soundness of the transaction. Different formulas are suited for varying regions, and alterations in materials can significantly reduce costs, making this an advantageous deal for them. Jiang Dao, this is the 4Cs token from our 4Cs merchant company. With this token, you will enjoy discounts when purchasing items from us. I understand that there's a 2 discount on purchases and a 50 reduction in auction fees. Indeed, you are well informed. We actually hope to establish a long-term business relationship with you. Very well, I shall supply you with spirit talismans regularly, and soon transition from the iron token to the golden token. Jiang Wu weighed the 4Cs token in his hand and remarked that it exists in 3 tiers: iron, silver, and gold. An iron token requires a trading volume of 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. The silver token requires 100,000, while the gold token demands 1 million low-grade spirit stones. The benefits of the gold token are substantial, granting a 10 discount on purchases and waiving all fees for item sales, alongside the option for deferred payments. During the third life simulation, Jiang Wu almost attained the gold token. As for whether there are tiers above the gold token, he was uncertain. He simply did not possess the qualifications. After settling the transaction, Su Mingyang left behind a one-time imprint, allowing Jiang Wu to contact her directly in the future. Jiang Wu then departed from the 4Cs merchant company. Chapter 18. The abandoned spirit stone mine over 400 miles south of Cloud City lies a grand mountain known as Qinghu Mountain. The Qinghe Sword sect once discovered a spirit stone mine here and excavated it for 50 years. Subsequently, the Tianyin sect replaced the Qinghe Sword sect and continued mining for over 30 years until the mine was depleted. Once the spirit stones were exhausted, the site was abandoned, leaving behind thousands of mortal miners who formed over a dozen villages and towns to recuperate. However, Jiang Wu was aware that the Qinghu Mountain spirit stone mine had not been entirely exhausted. At the bottom of the mine, digging deeper by several dozen meters, there lay a vein of higher quality spirit stones. This discovery was made by a mortal from a nearby village who informed his son, blessed with spiritual roots. After his son joined the Tianyin sect, he would often return home to secretly mine, leading to great fortune for the family. It was not until 20 years later that the vein was completely excavated, and the man inadvertently revealed this information, leading to his untimely demise during an outing. Whether at the hands of rogue cultivators or disciples of the Tianyin sect remains unknown. Upon learning of this, Jiang Wu made a special trip to the Qinghu Mountain Spirit Stone Mine, and now he was well acquainted with the terrain. He stealthily infiltrated the mine and made his way to the very bottom. The surroundings remained unchanged, just as he remembered. Jiang Wu surveyed the environment with satisfaction, aware that the fortunate disciple had yet to be born and would not arrive for another 20 years. This opportunity would elude him in reality. With a flourish, Jiang Wu summoned his flying sword, using it to excavate within the mine. The sword spun through the stone like a drill, swiftly carving through the rock. Jiang Wu employed a mid-grade magic weapon flying sword, which, while not particularly advanced, proved exceptionally effective for mining, especially compared to the ordinary iron picks wielded by mortal miners. The consumption of spiritual energy and mental acuity was immense. He could only sustain full-force mining for a brief quarter of an hour. However, this also served as an excellent opportunity to hone his mental focus and spiritual power, prompting him to seek a method for refining his spirit in the future. After 15 minutes, due to the depletion of his spiritual energy and mental acuity, Jiang Wu was compelled to cease his efforts. He set up a formation within the mine to conceal his presence and muffle sounds. Jiang Wu treated mining as a form of cultivation, continually utilizing his spiritual energy and mental acuity to gradually strengthen them. Although the effects were modest, they were steady, akin to the slow but sure cultivation process. Thus, Jiang Wu diligently mined within the cave, often foregoing sleep. When his spiritual energy was exhausted, he would meditate to recover. When his mental acuity waned, he would take brief rests, replenishing food and water, only allowing himself a short hour of sleep when utterly fatigued. This routine continued for 9 exhausting days until Jiang Wu finally succumbed to deep slumber, sleeping soundly for a full day and night. After rejuvenating himself, he cast a cleansing spell and emerged from the mine with a substantial bounty. Finding a secluded spot, Jiang Wu extracted large chunks of raw spirit stones, which differed from the refined spirit stones commonly used in the cultivation world. These raw stones measured approximately 5 centimeters wide, 10 centimeters long, and 3 centimeters thick. The standard for their size remained a mystery, yet everyone adhered to this norm. With spiritual senses at play, any deviation was easily discernible. After an hour of meticulous work, Jang Wu managed to carve out 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, collecting the leftover scraps before returning once more to the Four Seas Merchant Company in Cloud City. Su Dao, I have come as promised. Jiang Dao, here is the 3-pattern cleansing elixir you requested. Excellent. The transaction is complete. Farewell. Jiang Dao, do consider staying a few more days. Our Four Seas Merchant Company is preparing for an auction with many exquisite items. Haha, alas, my means do not permit such indulgences. Jiang Wu laughed heartily, shaking his head as he departed. The auction would indeed feature many treasures, yet he currently lacked funds, needing to reserve the spirit stones for activating the life simulation. Upon flying back to the Tianyan sect and returning to his quarters, Jiang Wu eagerly consumed the first cleansing elixir. As the elixir took effect, a wave of warmth surged from his dantian, coursing throughout his body. The cleansing process was excruciatingly painful, and despite having endured it twice before, Jiang Wu found the experience torturous, as if needles were piercing his entire being. Yet he resolutely bore through it, unwilling to squander a single ounce of the elixir's potency, which was worth 1,000 spirit stones, equivalent to 2 years' salary for his father, Jiang Chun. After an hour of intense struggle, Jiang Wu finally exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground, reluctant to move. A puddle of sweat surrounded him, his body sticky and clammy, covered in impurities expelled during the process. After resting for another hour, Jiang Wu managed to rise and clean himself, then sat in meditation to assess his bodily condition. Indeed, the 3-pattern cleansing elixir proved far superior to the 2-pattern version acquired in the simulation. His meridians had expanded by 30%, becoming more resilient. And his cultivation level had also improved. In no more than half a month, he would ascend to the 7th layer of Qi refining. Jiang Wu was thoroughly pleased with the elixir's efficacy. The enhancement of his meridians meant a 30% increase in the transmission of his spiritual energy, signifying significant progress for both cultivation and combat. With still some effects of the elixir remaining, consuming the second one at this moment felt wasteful. He decided to wait 2 days before using it again, curious to see how many spirit stones he would possess afterward. Jiang Wu refrained from swallowing the second elixir, opting instead to access the system and contribute all the spirit stones from his storage bag. 32%? Only 32,000 spirit stones? Jiang Wu observed the progress, dismayed. The system had absorbed all the leftover scraps, yet he only had 32,000 spirit stones, leaving a deficit of 78,000 to reach the 100,000 target. Uncertain of the size of the Qingmu Mountain Spirit Stone Mine, he pondered whether 100,000 spirit stones could be amassed. What would he do next to gather 1 million spirit stones? Jiang Wu was consumed by worry, grappling with whether to continue mining for resources to elevate his cultivation or to save for a foundation establishment pill, or perhaps utilize them to activate the life simulation. The spirit stone mine should remain undiscovered for 20 years, yet the risks associated with distant opportunities loomed large. It seemed prudent to devise a stable source of income, and this matter would be best discussed with Jiang Chen, perhaps enlisting his assistance. After much contemplation, Jiang Wu concluded that establishing a reliable income source was essential. Otherwise, he might have to risk selling the treasured artifact he had meticulously planned to retain. Jiang Wu spent 2 days crafting spirit talismans before approaching Jiang Chen, using the pretext of needing spirit stones to seek his counsel on profitable ventures. Xiao Wu, are you truly in need of spirit stones? Lamentably, who does not yearn for spiritual stones? If you find yourself lacking, I have a few to spare. Would 1,000 suffice? Father, a mere 1,000 spiritual stones is hardly adequate. What I desire is a stable source of income. You can draw talismans, can't you? That should provide a steady income. However, crafting talismans is exceedingly time-consuming, and I still need to focus on my cultivation. Xiao Wu, you seem rather ambitious. Jiang Chen suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, sensing that his son was becoming overly ambitious, dismissing 1,000 spiritual stones. What is the typical income for an ordinary inner sect disciple in the Qi refinement stage? At most, they earn 30 to 50 spiritual stones a year. Even those who have reached the peak of Qi refinement would not exceed 200 spiritual stones annually. Unless, of course, they possess formidable skills like Jiang Wu, who has learned a powerful craft alongside his cultivation. But how many can achieve such mastery in talisman crafting during the Qi refinement stage? Father, I understand your concerns, but my intentions are not frivolous. This amount of spiritual stones is simply not enough. Jiang Wu recognized that Jiang Chen was about to adopt a minor's tone, so he hurriedly clarified that he was not being reckless. He implored his father to trust him. Very well, I will consider your perspective for now. However, while securing a stable income is not overly difficult, the challenge lies in the quantity. Although both your father and mother are in the foundation establishment stage, they hold little power in the Tianyan sect. My master passed away a few years ago, and my senior brothers are not particularly close. Your mother's situation is similar. We have no access to lucrative positions within the sect. We have plans, though. A few years back, we purchased a shop in Yin City, which we now rent out, yielding an annual income of 120 spiritual stones. 120 is too meager. Your ambitions indeed seem to grow larger. Do you know how much a foundation establishment cultivator typically earns in a year? How much? For someone like your father, who is an ordinary person without exceptional skills or connections, the annual income, aside from a monthly salary of 500 spiritual stones, amounts to a mere 300 to 400 spiritual stones. Although we have a few acres of spiritual fields here, we cultivate precious spiritual herbs, which take at least a decade to yield a return. Even then, the harvest would only bring in 1 to 200 spiritual stones annually. Hence, the typical income for an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator hovers around 1,000 spiritual stones, barely sufficient for our expenses. Jiangchen remarked that the earnings of ordinary disciples are genuinely modest, even for those in the foundation establishment stage. A normal person makes just over 1,000 spiritual stones a year, so the rental income is already a testament to our business acumen. Jang Wu frowned, aware that Jiang Chun spoke the truth, yet he also recognized the vast disparities among individuals, especially among cultivators. While an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator may earn around 1,000 spiritual stones annually, the more powerful individuals certainly earn much more. For instance, Li Qingxiu's father, Li Yang, is a formidable alchemist within the sect, earning no less than 30 to 50,000 spiritual stones a year. Furthermore, some foundation establishment cultivators hail from influential families within the Tianyun sect, which provides them with abundant resources, not to mention those closely associated with the sect's higher-ups. For example, several of Lu Fifin's senior brothers, who, as disciples of the Grand Elder, hold pivotal positions. While their reported income may not seem substantial, they can easily access spiritual stones with a mere exertion of effort. Only Jiang Chun, without any backing or connections, finds himself truly struggling. Firmly positioned at the bottom of the foundation establishment tier. Persevere, Jiang Wu. Your father's ascent from the bottom to the top relies on you. Jiang Wu clenched his fist in determination, realizing that his father would remain at the bottom for this lifetime. But he himself would strive to elevate the entire family to the top. Chapter 19, The Fourth Life in the Abandoned Spiritual Stone Mine of Qishan. Jiang Wu resumed his diligent work as a miner. This time, however, he approached it more judiciously, establishing a reasonable schedule. He dedicated 5 hours daily to mining, 2 hours to meditation and cultivation, 2 hours to talisman crafting, and 2 hours to rest, with an additional hour reserved for meals and hydration. The distinction between qi refinement cultivators and ordinary people was not particularly pronounced. After half a month of this routine, Jiang Wu's cultivation finally ascended to the 7th layer of qi refinement, marking his entry into the late stage of qi refinement. Meanwhile, the progress of his life simulation reached an impressive 99%. With another batch of mind stones in hand, Jiang Wu's progress surged to 100%. A wave of disorientation washed over him, and when his vision cleared, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. System name: Life Simulation Host, Jiang Wu. Lifespan: 120. 200 Cause of Death: Killed by Errant Swords. Pre-death cultivation. Peak Foundation Establishment Time Rewind. 5 days death record. Available for review upon opening the system. Jiang Wu examined the system panel. The realization of his pre-death cultivation left him momentarily speechless. This was the 4th time. Yet he had still not broken through to the Golden Core stage. How exceedingly challenging this endeavor was. He then accessed the death record, and a torrent of memories flooded his mind, visualizing a scene. In a vast wilderness, Jiang Wu was pursued by dozens of enemies, each at least in the late foundation establishment stage, all remarkably formidable. Yet, he was even more powerful, wielding 2 flying swords and holding a shield, unleashing second-tier high-quality talismans in waves, causing significant casualties among his foes. However, after a prolonged battle, his talismans were exhausted, and his mental and spiritual energy depleted. Ultimately, he was slain by a rogue sword. In his final moments, his storage bag was seized, only for the thief to be killed instantly thereafter. My 5 elements pill. Jiang Wu screamed in anguish as he perished. Having absorbed a century's worth of memories, Jiang Wu clarified the events of this life. Building upon the foundation laid in his 3rd life, this time his cultivation progressed smoothly. He defeated Lu Fifin early on, and subsequently claimed 1st place in the sect's grand competition at the age of 23. At 25, he broke through to the foundation establishment stage, and by 35, he thwarted the conspiracy of the Colorful Gate, later re-entering the secret realm of Tianyuan Mountain. Within that realm, Jiang Wu emerged as the greatest victor, not only avenging Yang Bingzhong, but also decisively ambushing the disciples of the Nanli sect. After rescuing Zhu Qiangwang, he engaged in a fierce battle against the disciples of the Huiyun Gate, even slaying several of them before successfully reaching the safe zone and exiting the Tianyuan Mountain secret realm. Upon returning to the sect, Jiang Wu befriended Zhu Qiangwang and exchanged the techniques he acquired in the Tianyuan Mountain secret realm. He traded the Creation Sutra for Zhu Qiangwang's God-refining technique, which enhanced his spiritual awareness, coupled with the 9 transformations of spirit enhancement obtained earlier from the Sihai Merchant Association. Jiang Wu reached the level of a pseudo-heavenly spiritual root in terms of spiritual roots and awareness. Achieving the peak of foundation establishment by the age of 110, Jiang Wu was aware that in the year 960 of the immortal calendar, which would be when he turned 125, the Tianyun sect would engage in war with the Colorful Gate, and he would perish amidst the conflict. Thus, he began strategizing his ascent to the Golden Core stage well in advance. In this life, he cultivated a close relationship with Su Mainyang of the Sihai Merchant Association, facilitating substantial resource trades that totaled several million spiritual stones, thereby aiding Su Mainyang's own promotion. In return, she informed Jang Wu of a high-profile auction about to occur in Licheng under the non-Li sect, where the 5 elements pill would be auctioned. Jiang Wu gathered spiritual stones and ultimately bid high for the 5 elements pill, but this also attracted unwanted attention. Despite his best efforts to evade detection, he was ambushed by dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators on his way back and met a tragic end. The Golden Core stage is indeed an arduous climb. Jang Wu sighed. In 4 life simulations, he had yet to breach the Golden Core stage, despite possessing the foresight of the future as a golden finger. Had he been an ordinary cultivator, he would have perished countless times by now. Now, Jang Wu faced 2 paths. Either refrain from purchasing the 5 elements pill and wait for the impending war in 5 years, hoping to find a way to avoid it. If he failed to do so, the 100,000 spiritual stones would be a wasted investment in a life simulation, or procure the 5 elements pill, risking death in the hope of survival, knowing that failure would lead to inevitable demise. In just 5 days, an opportunity awaits. The 5 elements pill is a rare treasure, and should this chance slip by, it may take decades before another arises. After much contemplation, Jang Wu resolved to seize this moment. The major sects have conspired to monopolize the Foundation establishment pill, and while it is occasionally released by these sects every few years, the 5 elements pill is a different matter entirely. It emerges but once every several decades. Given the limited resources of the Tianyan sect, their ability to concoct the 5 elements pill is severely constrained. Missing this chance might mean Jiang Wu will never encounter it again. Su Daoist, Jiang Daoist, why do you seek me out instead of attending the auction? Su Meinyang inquired. It has been a long time. Is it not natural to yearn for an old friend? Jiang Wu replied with a smile. Their acquaintance spanned decades, and Jiang Wu is well versed in Su Meinyang's background. The Su family is a major stakeholder in the Sihai commercial group. Yet she is merely a branch of the family, having been married off early to another stakeholder's son. Unfortunately, her husband fell victim to a malevolent cultivator, and she was left a widow, relegated to a minor position in Yun City. Su Meinyang is astute and talented in commerce. Jiang Wu had credited her with numerous accomplishments, leading to her recent promotion to Li City, the headquarters of the Sihai commercial group in the southern frontier, a significant advancement. Jiang Daoist, you jest. With your standing in the Tianyan sect, how could you think of me amidst the throng of young celestial maidens vying for your attention? Truly, I speak no falsehood. As one approaches the end, their words often bear sincerity. I came to see you one last time. Jiang Daoist, what nonsense do you speak? What do you mean by approaching the end? I assure you, I intend to claim the 5 elements pill in Li City. You know well how many Foundation establishment cultivators have gathered here, along with representatives from various sections. Should I succeed in acquiring the 5 elements pill, I will surely be pursued. A lone fist cannot withstand many blows. My life may be forfeit. Then why not let it go? Though the 5 elements pill is precious, it is not the only one available in Li City. Indeed, if Li City is fraught with peril, how much more so are other places? Enough of this talk. We have known each other for decades. I shall host a banquet tonight at Chunfeng Tower, awaiting your arrival. With a wave, Jiang Wu departed, leaving Su Meinyang gazing after him, a profound sense of melancholy washing over her heart. That evening, Jiang Wu reserved a table at Chunfeng Tower in Li City, procuring 10 jars of fine wine for a toast with Su Meinyang. As the evening wore on and the wine flowed, Jiang Wu embraced Su Meinyang, their eyes locking in a dazed exchange before he kissed her passionately. Startled, Su Meinyang initially resisted but soon yielded, their long-standing friendship giving way to a deeper bond. The following morning, Jiang Wu awoke in Su Meinyang's abode, dressing quietly. As he turned, he noticed her feigning sleep and approached her, saying, I must take spirit stones to purchase the 5 elements pill. I left you a few tokens of my regard, though not of great value. They carry my heartfelt intentions. Should I survive this ordeal, I promise to return once I achieve the golden core. Upon hearing his words, Su Meinyang gasped, but she could only see Jiang Wu's retreating figure as he departed, leaving her in stunned silence. Li City, a major stronghold under the Southern Li sect, is the largest city in the southern frontier, home to around 700,000 to 800,000 cultivators, rendering it inhospitable to mortals. The city boasts thousands of commercial enterprises, with dozens hailing from beyond the southern frontier, their power rivaling that of the Southern Li sect. Every few decades, these businesses unite to host a grand auction, attracting a multitude of cultivators, swelling the city's population to over 1 million during the event. To entice participants, prominent merchants showcase rare treasures, including precious spiritual herbs, scarce minerals, unparalleled techniques, and various elixirs. This auction will feature a significant number of Foundation establishment pills, with many merchants preparing over 100, and the 5 elements pill announced as the grand finale. The auction has been underway for several days, showcasing lower-tier items to build anticipation for the final day, which promises to be the most significant. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the final day of the Li City auction. A plethora of treasures awaits. Declared a golden core cultivator as the host, after lengthy introductions, commencing the auction with a premium spiritual artifact. The audience was modest, numbering fewer than 200, each cloaked in black robes to obscure their identities from prying eyes. Their presence was not merely based on cultivation, but rather on status and wealth. as exemplified by the golden C-High token from the C-High commercial group and similar tokens from other merchants, functioning akin to VIP cards. The first items up for bid included various equipment, such as flying swords and shields, creating a lively atmosphere. The second batch comprised raw materials like ores, spiritual herbs, and materials from demonic beasts, while the third consisted of common elixirs, valuable, yet lacking strategic significance, with only the foundation establishment and 5 elements pills holding true strategic value. A means for the major sects to restrict smaller sects and rogue cultivators. The fourth batch was more varied, featuring high-quality techniques and other exceptional items. And by the time it concluded, daylight had faded. The fifth batch, the grand finale, was not a straightforward auction but rather a sealed bidding process, where each participant submitted their offers on paper to the host, with the highest bid winning. The second group of finale items featured the 5 elements pills, 3 in total, with each participant allowed to bid for only 1. With determination, Jang Wu sat in silence for an entire day, finally scribbling down the number he had etched in memory and submitting it. In a room of the C-High commercial group, Jang Wu completed the transaction for the 5 elements pill, which had a market value of 300,000 spirit stones, though such a price was merely a FAA. The true worth was significantly inflated at auction due to its extreme rarity. This left many rogue foundation establishment cultivators bereft of hope, as their annual earnings seldom exceeded 1,000 spirit stones, making it impossible to afford even a single pill without years of saving. Many small families would need to sacrifice generations of savings to vie for such a chance at ascension to golden core. Jang Wu's bid totaled 300,000 spirit stones, supplemented by a precious secret silver ore, 3 third-tier pill formulas, a millennium-old spiritual herb, and the technique of the Creation Sutra, altogether exceeding 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. All is in order. This is the 5 elements pill. Please accept it, Jang Wu stated, bowing in gratitude to the C-High personnel before being escorted through a hidden passageway. At the exit, however, he encountered someone waiting. The C-High personnel were momentarily taken aback, frowning. "So manager, why are you here?" "This individual is my friend. I have come to escort him." "There is no need for concern," Sumain Yang replied, having overstepped the C-High commercial group's regulations, yet resolutely determined to rescue Jang Wu. "Friend, you see, we are allies." "Thank you," Jang Wu acknowledged, gesturing to the C-High personnel, who, seeing his acquiescence, chose not to pursue the matter further. "Meng Yang, what brings you here?" "I came to confront the heartless person who would abandon another after causing them harm," she retorted. "Meng Yang, I meant no such thing. Your intentions matter not. Come with me. If you leave the city tonight, you are as good as dead," Sumain Yang warned. Such large-scale auction events are inherently secure within the city, with the Southernly sect even dispatching a nascent soul elder for protection, and all major commercial groups maintaining their own covert security. Outside the city, they remain indifferent, and each of these events incites widespread bloodshed, resulting in the deaths of numerous cultivators. The efforts of decades, or even generations, are rendered futile, serving only to adorn the triumphs of others. Jang Wu nodded, a surreptitious joy bubbling within him. In the simulation of life, he was indeed set to venture outside the city tonight, as his pockets were utterly empty, leaving him unable to afford even an inn. Time was of the essence, with less than 5 years remaining until the war between Tianyun's sect and the Colorful Gate. He must hasten his efforts to solidify his golden core. Otherwise, he could linger in the city for 3 to 5 years until the tumult subsided, allowing him to depart discreetly. Jang Wu followed Su Meinyang back to her cave dwelling, exhaling a sigh of relief as he embraced her. "Don't move. I've missed you," he said, his tone playful. Su Meinyang retorted with a light-hearted scold, yet she did not resist his advances. Having been widowed for nearly a century, she had only just experienced a delightful reprieve the previous night, and her heart was now quite restless, her breath coming in quick bursts. The battle outside had concluded, and the two lay in bed, listening to the sounds of commotion and the sharp fluctuations of spiritual energy outside. "Is it safe here?" Jang Wu inquired. "Absolutely. The main building of the Four Seas Commerce and this extensive array of residences are protected by a defensive formation, and we have an old ancestor in the nascent soul stage overseeing us." "Is that true? The Four Seas Commerce is that formidable?" Jang Wu mused, intrigued. "What do you think? Our stores are scattered throughout the cultivation world, and the goods in the city are worth over 5 million spirit stones. Hiring a nascent soul ancestor for protection is a mere trifle. It seems I have indeed secured a powerful ally," he chuckled. "But you must be cautious. If you betray me, I shall seek out that nascent soul ancestor to trouble you. Even Tianyun's sect cannot protect you then." "Betray you? Not likely. I might tease you a little, though," she teased back. "No, no, no," Su Meinyang exclaimed, pushing him away, feeling overwhelmed. After a night of battles and another hour of exertion, her legs felt fatigued. "All right, I shall let you be," Jang Wu replied, his tone lightening. "What are your plans for the future, Jiang Lang?" she asked, leaning against him, drawing circles on his chest with her fingers. "I intend to find a place for seclusion to break through to the golden core, then earn some wealth, and perhaps find someone to share my life with." "Who do you think that might be?" "Guess," he replied playfully. "Could it be one of those little sisters from Tianyun's sect? Far away in the heavens, yet close at hand," she quipped, her eyes twinkling. Jang Wu felt a twinge of guilt to alter his fate from death outside the city. He had resorted to charming her. It was clear that Su Mei-nyang longed for his promises, yet he hesitated to utter the words of marriage. Throughout the night, neither of them found rest, instead sharing tales of their pasts. Su Mei-nyang hailed from the illustrious Su family of Central Lands, gifted with dual spiritual roots. Yet she was a collateral branch, her talents merely adding to her prospects for marriage. Engaged young, her husband was murdered within 2 years of marriage, and she suffered mistreatment in her in-laws' home, ultimately requesting to be sent away, only to end up in the remote southern frontier. The expanse of Central Lands dwarfed that of the southern frontier, teeming with skilled practitioners. It was said, albeit exaggeratedly, that in Central Lands, golden cores were as common as dogs, and nascent souls roamed freely. Morning has arrived, he remarked. Indeed, dawn has broken. Jiang Lang, are you preparing to leave? Not just yet. I wish to seclude myself in the city. Mei-nyang, could you procure some blank talisman paper for me? I need to create talismans. Talismans for what purpose? To sell, to rent a cave dwelling. I've heard there are high-grade caves available for rent in the city, suitable for solitary cultivators to break through. That is indeed true. Beneath the city lies a top-tier spiritual vein, and Nanli sect has established 10 caves in prime locations for golden core cultivation. However, the rent is exorbitant, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones per month. If you wish to seclude yourself for a breakthrough, you must prepare at least 3 years' worth. Jiang Wu hesitated, for even 36,000 spirit stones were beyond his reach. He could hardly muster 3,600. Each second-tier talisman could yield about 100 spirit stones in profit, meaning he would need 36,000 talismans, an impossible task to complete in a decade. Do not worry, Jiang Lang. I have accumulated a considerable amount of spirit stones during my years in the southern frontier. I initially intended to exchange them for a 5 elements pill at the commerce. But now that you are in need, how can I stand idly by? But Mei-nyang, I am a man of honor. How could I use your money? Jiang Lang, do you not consider me part of your inner circle? How could you be so distant? That was not my intention, he replied earnestly. Then let it be as I say. Having lived over a century in moderation, I must take a gamble now for your sake. I hope you will not let me down. How could I bear to let you down? Mei-nyang, I promise you, should I succeed in advancing to the golden core, I will surely take you with me. If I fail, I shall sell myself to the Four Seas commerce, and for decades, I will toil without rest to earn enough to support you. Jiang Lang, oh, this kind of reliance truly does not sit well, he sighed. In the esteemed cave of the city, Jiang Wu sighed. For Su Mei-nyang had rented him 3 years' time, and lent him a considerable sum to purchase medicinal aids for his breakthrough, amounting to 30 to 40,000 spirit stones, her entire life's savings, now at stake. Thus, Jiang Wu was filled with remorse. Not only having taken her body, but also depleting her resources, the debt of gratitude weighed heavily upon him. After 3 days of meditation, Jiang Wu gradually adjusted his state and commenced his seclusion. The Qi cultivation stage involved absorbing the ambient spiritual energy into his dantian, where it manifested as mist. The breakthrough from Qi cultivation to foundation establishment required compressing this misty energy until it transformed into liquid. As the liquid energy accumulated to its peak within the dantian, the transition to golden core could be achieved. This process was fraught with peril and difficulty, for if the compression of spiritual energy was mishandled, the immense pressure could lead to an explosion, damaging the dantian and meridians, or even resulting in immediate death. Without the assistance of a 5 elements pill, the success rate would plummet below 10%. Jiang Wu circulated the creation scripture, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. He utilized his consciousness to compress the spiritual force, a painfully slow process requiring meticulous caution. Any lapse could result in catastrophic failure. The golden core began to take shape, and he could not afford to pause now. 3 months later, the energy within Jiang Wu reached its zenith, with no room for further expansion. The immense pressure from his consciousness began to thicken the energy, leading to its solidification. From this moment forth, Jiang Wu could not relent. He would tread this path to the end. With a swift intake, Jiang Wu swallowed a 5 elements pill, which served a dual purpose. Firstly, to provide a vast reservoir of spiritual energy, and secondly, to stabilize the dantian and meridians, preventing the overwhelming energy from causing harm. Inside the cave, Jiang Wu's body became a vortex, drawing in all the spiritual energy within the dwelling at an astonishing rate, even surpassing the speed at which the cave generated it. Thankfully, with the aid of the medicinal herbs, he managed to stave off disaster. Sensing the thinning of ambient spiritual energy, Jiang Wu opened his mouth again, quickly ingesting the pills nearby. Boom. Time passed, and a tremendous pressure erupted from Jiang Wu's dantian, shattering both the dantian and meridians. This force even pierced the cave's protective formation, rapidly disseminating outward. At that moment, Jiang Wu's heart surged with joy, for amid the shattered dantian, a gleaming golden orb floated, a sign that the golden core was forming, beginning to restore the purest vital energy to mend his dantian and meridians, which would be far stronger than before. The golden core had been established. Jiang Wu let out a long-held breath. He had now become a golden core ancestor. The next step was to stabilize his cultivation, for otherwise, the golden core remained fragile and susceptible to collapse. Chapter 21. Returning home in splendor as they departed from the city. Su Mingyang busied herself in the kitchen like a devoted housewife, while Jang Wu diligently attempted to draw talismans. With a sudden hiss, the talisman paper ignited, marking yet another failure. Jiang Lang, perhaps you should eat first, she suggested. All right, but these third-tier talismans are indeed challenging. I've squandered over 30 sheets of paper for just one successful attempt, Jiang Wu replied, unaware that the art of cultivation, especially in the first two tiers, was relatively simple. However, the third tier posed significant difficulties. Not only was the knowledge fiercely guarded by major sects, but the materials were also scarce. The talisman brush required the hides of beasts above the third tier, and the talisman paper had to be made from special spiritual herbs that took decades to cultivate. Many factions only grew enough for their own use. I understand. I will need your assistance, Mingyang, to procure some. I shall be leaving shortly, he added. So soon? Su Mingyang's hand trembled at the thought of Jiang Wu's impending departure, a wave of reluctance washing over her. 6 months prior, Jiang Wu had emerged from his retreat and taken residence in her home. Their days had been blissful, akin to celestial beings. And now they were faced with separation once more. The sect has summoned me multiple times for a significant matter. Do not be too sorrowful, Mingyang. I am not sorrowful at all, she retorted playfully. Once you return to the sect, I hope you will swiftly gather spirit stones. You must break through to the Golden Core stage soon. The Foundation Establishment stage grants a lifespan of 200 years, while the Golden Core stage bestows 500 years. Only once you attain the Golden Core can we continue to revel in our freedom. Are you implying that if I fail to break through, I will grow old and be replaced? He teased. You always think too much and burden yourself with unnecessary thoughts, Jang Wu said, playfully brushing her nose before drawing her into his embrace. Jiang Lang, I feel somewhat afraid. Afraid of what? I will be here for everything. All right then, let us eat. Afterward, I must step out to procure some items for my parents, Jang Wu stated. Aware that the war between Tianyun's sect and the Wucai sect was imminent and that he needed to prepare. Moreover, lingering too long in this tender abode would transform it into a hero's grave. Returning home without sharing wealth is akin to wearing fine clothes in the dark. Matters of the cultivation world cannot be resolved merely by survival. Departing from the city, Jang Wu soared back to Tianyun's sect, exuding an aura that showcased his golden core cultivation. As he approached the sect, a group of Foundation Establishment cultivators flew forth from the mountain gate, demanding, who goes there? This is the entrance to Tianyun's sect. Unauthorized entry is forbidden. Did the Internal Affairs Hall not receive word of my arrival? Jiang Wu casually tossed a token and remarked, there is a shop of Tianyun's sect in Li City. I believe the message was conveyed. Ah, it is Elder Jiang. Please forgive us. We are newly assigned to the patrol. All is well. Disperse, he commanded, and the disciples complied. Upon entering the mountain gate, Jiang Wu found the area cloaked in a barrier that forbade unauthorized flying except for patrol disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall and the Internal Affairs Hall. However, as a Golden Core Elder, he enjoyed the privilege of flight within the sect. Upon reaching the main hall, he encountered the sect leader and offered his respects. Ah, Jiang Shidi, congratulations are in order, the sect leader exclaimed. It has been many years since I last returned. I hope you can forgive my absence, Jiang Wu replied. Do not worry, cultivation takes precedence, the sect leader chuckled. Foundation Establishment disciples were the backbone of the sect, and although Jiang Wu had not returned in nearly 8 years, his newfound status as a Golden Core Elder rendered such absence inconsequential. After a brief discussion about his breakthrough to the Golden Core, the sect leader personally replaced Jiang Wu's identity jade token before he took his leave. Having reached the Foundation Establishment stage, Jiang Wu was now eligible to establish a cave dwelling within the sect. However, he chose not to create a separate dwelling but instead expanded the existing cave shared with Jiang Chun and Xue Qingqing by 3 acres. Xiao Wu, is it truly you? Upon arriving home, Jiang Chun and Xue Qingqing rushed to greet him, their faces brimming with joy. Their son had become a Golden Core Elder, and their happiness was immeasurable. Father, mother, I have returned. Excellent. Our Jiang family has finally produced a Golden Core. Father, mother, I have brought you both some longevity pills, Jiang Wu said, presenting 2 elixirs. Previously, he had acquired the Xingdan fruit from the Tianyuan Mountain Secret Realm, which he used to concoct longevity potions that would extend their lives by 20 years. Yet, both were in the Foundation Establishment stage and had surpassed 170 years of age, leaving their remaining lifespan limited. Jiang Wu inquired about the family's well-being. And over the years, Jiang Chun and Xue Qingqing had lived peacefully, both having reached the late Foundation Establishment stage. Their disciple, Huang Zhongwei, had even achieved full Foundation establishment. Living alone was less fulfilling, and Jiang Wu pondered the possibility of helping Jiang Chun and Xue Qingqing ascend to the Golden Core stage as well. However, he found himself at a loss. He was well aware of the challenges in acquiring 5 elements pills, let alone 2. Days later, Tianyun's sect held a promotion ceremony for Jiang Wu. Dressed splendidly, he attended the Grand Hall to receive the homage of many disciples, encountering numerous familiar faces, including Li Yang and his daughter, as well as Sun Ning. However, Lu Fifan had perished. After being defeated by Jiang Wu, he was saved by the Grand Elder, but tragically died during his travels after reaching the Foundation Establishment stage. Xiao Wu, congratulations. Li Qingxiu said when she found a moment to speak with Jang Wu. Her surprise was evident. She knew Jang Wu's 3 spiritual roots were far inferior to her dual roots. Yet he had managed to ascend to the golden core while she remained stagnant in the foundation establishment stage. Qingxiu Shiji. You should strive diligently in your cultivation and attain the Tao soon, Jang Wu responded calmly. Though he had harbored feelings for Li Qingxiu in his youth, their interactions had dwindled over the century. Initially, he perceived beautiful women as a source of trouble, and after witnessing individuals like Lu Fifan, he had grown accustomed to the notion that cultivation was far more intriguing than romantic pursuits. As night fell, a banquet was held by the sect, with the other 4 golden core elders in attendance. A century prior, Tianyun's sect had only 3 golden cores, 1 sect leader, 1 grand elder, and another who was the partner of a nascent soul elder who did not partake in sect affairs but devoted himself to cultivation, achieving the pinnacle of the golden core stage, surpassing even the sect leader and grand elder in prowess. About 20 years prior, another individual had broken through to the golden core, known as Li Kong, a closed-door disciple of the nascent soul elder. Notably, he possessed a heavenly spiritual root and achieved his breakthrough without the aid of 5 elements pills, showcasing astonishing strength and talent. Zhang Shidi, I wish to discuss something with you, the sect leader began. Please, speak freely, Shi Xiao. The matter is thus, our Tianyun sect has a limited number of golden cores. Ordinarily, when a disciple ascends to the golden core, the sect would assign them a position. However, there are currently no vacancies, and those in place are performing admirably. This is of no concern. I am devoted to my cultivation. A mere title as an elder would suffice. Jang Wu waved his hand dismissively, understanding the sect leader's intentions, which related to the internal distribution of benefits within the sect. The sect leader managed all affairs, while the grand elder served as his right-hand man. Below them were the heads of various halls, such as the Law Enforcement Hall, Internal Affairs Hall, External Affairs Hall, and Transmission Hall, forming the upper echelons of Tianyun sect's power structure. Beneath these high-ranking officials were the hall managers, who constituted the middle management, followed by the stewards. And finally, the ordinary personnel tasked with menial duties. With power comes privilege, yet these positions were already occupied, and given the long lifespans of cultivators, power dynamics had remained unchanged for many years. Jang Wu had previously been a nameless disciple, and now, having suddenly transformed into a golden core elder, the sect leader was reluctant to alter the existing power structure. Jiang Shidi, your integrity is commendable. I admire you for it. In that case, you may take a position in the Internal Affairs Hall. Although elders do not manage specific matters, your status would be equivalent to that of a hall master. The sect leader continued to outline the benefits of being an elder, noting that a golden core elder's annual salary amounted to 10,000 spirit stones, plus an additional nominal salary of 3,000 spirit stones, equating to a total of 15,000 annually, along with various perks such as spiritual rice. Master brother, regarding the elder's matters, there is something else I would like to consult you about. Please, speak, Brother Jiang. The first matter pertains to my parents. They have aged significantly and have worked diligently over the years. Surely, the sect should acknowledge their contributions. That is only natural. I am aware that Jiang Chun is an honest man. How about we arrange a managerial position for them? Very well. The second matter concerns cultivation. I am curious about the sect's arrangements for the Xin Yuan pill used during the golden core stage. Jiang Wu nodded, realizing that he had suffered a setback in his position, and he would undoubtedly make up for it at Jiang Chun and Shui Qingqing's expense. The position need not be of great significance, but the compensation must not be lacking. As for the Xin Yuan pill, it is a commonly used alchemical product during the golden core stage, yet it holds considerable value and is exceedingly rare to find in the outside world. Even the Sihai Trading Company cannot supply it for extended periods, so we must seek assistance from the sect. Brother Jiang, our Tianlong sect can refine 2 batches of Xin Yuan pills per year, with each batch yielding approximately 6 to 7 pills. Senior Sister Lung has already attained the great perfection of the golden core stage, rendering the Xin Yuan pill useless for her. So it will be evenly distributed among the 4 of us, amounting to about 3 pills each year. That is too few. I understand that it is insufficient. But procuring the Xin Yuan pill is indeed challenging. Its formulation requires hundreds of years of third-tier spiritual herbs, which are exceedingly scarce in the outside world. Most of them must be cultivated by us, and our third-tier spiritual fields are limited, as we must also tend to other spiritual herbs. Producing 2 batches a year is already our limit. Brother Jiang, do not be troubled. In a few years, we may find ourselves in a more abundant situation. At this moment, the Grand Elder interjected, signaling to the sect leader that it was time to discuss the matters concerning the 5-colored mountain with Brother Jiang. I am eager to hear more. Jiang Wu clasped his hands in greeting, as he was well aware of the conflict surrounding the 5-colored mountain, having experienced it firsthand on 2 occasions. Yet, for Tianyun sect, it remains a closely guarded secret. Chapter 22. Expansion and Annihilation. Cultivators inherently possess a tendency towards expansion, as their practice demands vast resources. Taking the golden core stage as an example, the Xin Yuan pill is a commonly used alchemical product. The Xin Yuan pill necessitates 68 types of spiritual herbs, with 3 of those being third-tier herbs as the main ingredients, which can only thrive in third-tier spiritual fields, rooted in third-tier spiritual veins. However, aside from the sect's main gate, which boasts a high-quality third-tier spiritual vein, there exists only one third-tier vein externally. And the cultivated third-tier spiritual fields amount to a mere 150 acres, all dedicated to growing third-tier spiritual herbs, ensuring that each golden core cultivator has access to the Xian Yuan pill annually. Nevertheless, even this is insufficient, should golden core cultivators consume it at full capacity. 1 pill per month is entirely feasible, making the sect's supply of Xian Yuan pills woefully inadequate. Moreover, Tianyun's sect currently has nearly 300 foundation establishment cultivators, among whom 40 to 50 have reached the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage, with some likely to break through to the golden core stage. If the number of golden core cultivators increases, the distribution of Xian Yuan pills will dwindle even further. Thus, it is imperative for Tianyun's sect to expand, particularly towards the northwest. A century ago, the sect seized control of Qiyun Mountain and has since been managing it. Presently, Qiyun Mountain has accumulated vast resources, with dozens of foundation establishment disciples training there, beginning to exert influence in the surrounding area, leading to significant conflicts with the five-colored sect over the years. Father, Mother. The sect is about to launch a war in the vicinity of Qiyun Mountain. Please do not partake in it. Are we truly going to war? Jiangchen was utterly astonished. Having ventured out infrequently over the years, he was unaware of this development. My dear, this news seems credible. Li Yang has mentioned it several times, stating that the sect's demand for healing elixirs is overwhelming, and that something significant may be on the horizon. Xiao Wu. If this is such a monumental matter, why are we not allowed to participate? This presents a golden opportunity to seize resources. Jiang Chun found it hard to comprehend. For cultivators lacking a background, war was something they yearned for, as slaying enemies and seizing storage bags could yield great rewards, and the sect would bestow merits accordingly. War represents the best chance for them to distinguish themselves, because it is perilous. The five-colored sect is not weak. Possessing 2 golden core cultivators and over 150 foundation establishment disciples, nearly half the strength of our Tianyun sect. To conquer the five-colored sect, Tianyun sect would undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties, Jang Wu stated, acknowledging the formidable presence of the five-colored sect, whose might equates to half of Tianyun sect's strength. Furthermore, Tianyun sect cannot deploy its entire might in battle. Thus, aside from the factor of the nascent soul, the forces at our disposal are only slightly superior to those of the five-colored sect. However, there are no howevers. You must heed my words. I have arranged a managerial position for you. Remain in the rear and let me handle the resources you require for your cultivation in the future, Jiang Wu asserted. Having established his objective for this life simulation, to fully support Jiang Chun and Xue Qingqing in breaking through to the golden core stage, he would simulate the possibilities. And if successful, he would act accordingly in reality. If not, after his own breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, he would engage in several more life simulations, regardless of the cost, even if it meant expending millions of spiritual stones. Seeing Jiang Wu's determination, Jiang Chun chose not to argue further and acquiesced. Relying on his son was not a matter of shame. Because of Jiang Wu's influence, the war between Tianyun sect and the five-colored sect was advanced by 6 months. In the year 959 of the immortal calendar, Tianyun sect, using the pretext of the five-colored sect murdering its disciples, instigated war against them, openly reinforcing its forces near Qiyun Mountain, while the five-colored sect urgently recalled its dispatched disciples in preparation for battle. Upon Jiang Wu's arrival at Qiyun Mountain, 220 foundation establishment disciples had already assembled, led by the golden core ancestor Li Kong, accompanied by over 10,000 Qi refinement disciples, transforming Qiyun Mountain into a military camp. Brother Jiang, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I recently heard that a golden core practitioner has emerged within our sect, and I have been pondering their identity. It seems we are fortunate indeed. Haha, luck is also a form of strength. Brother, what is the situation on the side of the five-colored sect? Jiang Wu, lacking the inclination for pleasantries with Li Kong, inquired about the circumstances. Li Kong's master is the sect's nascent soul ancestor, which placed him in a different league. Jiang Wu still lacked substantial backing. The five-colored sect has been preparing for battle with full force. They have recalled most of their disciples and are rallying their vassals, though few have heeded their call. We have not been idle. In fact, we have long since infiltrated their ranks, Li Kong explained. Since the five-colored sect sought to seize Qiyun Mountain decades ago, Tianyun sect has been preparing. The previous incident did not escalate due to Tianyun sect's unpreparedness. Over the decades, Tianyun sect has infiltrated the majority of the five-colored sect's vassals. So when the conflict erupts now, the five-colored sect is shocked to discover that few of their vassals are willing to follow their commands, instead opting to remain neutral observers. That is favorable. This battle should be resolved quickly. I wonder when the ancestors will arrive, Jiang Wu remarked. For this conflict, Tianyun sect is preparing 4 golden core ancestors, creating a 2-to-1 advantage, and the nascent soul ancestor will also be present to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. After 2 days, Tianyun sect was ready. Yu, having attained the great perfection of the golden core stage, officially launched the attack against the five-colored sect, aware that their strength was insufficient to rival Tianyin's sect. The five-colored sect gathered their forces back to their mountain, opting to hold their ground and await a potential shift in the situation. 3 junior brothers. Follow me to breach the formation. Lang Yu cast a glance at the protective mountain formation of the five-colored sect and called upon Jang Wu and the others. The spiritual vein of the five-colored sect's mountain gate is of high quality, theoretically allowing for the construction of a superior protective formation. However, due to their impoverished circumstances, they could only afford a low-quality formation, capable of withstanding the attacks of ordinary Golden Core practitioners for over 100 strikes. Unfortunately, the five-colored sect was facing 4 Golden Core practitioners, with Lang Yu being at the Great Perfection and the Grand Elder at the mid-level, while Li Kong and Jang Wu remained at the early stage of the Golden Core. The ascent to each tier within the Golden Core stage is excruciatingly gradual, often taking an extensive amount of time, and numerous practitioners remain indefinitely trapped at the early stage. With a resounding crash, the 4 individuals launched their assault, causing the protective mountain formation of the five-colored gate to shatter, leaving a gaping hole. The formation master within was struck with such force that he spat blood, while the others turned pale with terror, realizing that their once reliable defense was utterly feeble against such an onslaught. Fight back! Break through! Roared the Golden Core cultivator of the five-colored gate, leading the Foundation establishment practitioners out of the formation. The strain on the defensive array was nearing its limit, and they could no longer afford to wait. Their sole hope lay in inflicting massive casualties upon the Tianyun sect, convincing them that continuing the battle would be unwise. Advance! Cold Moon commanded, and over 200 Foundation establishment cultivators surged forth to confront the enemy. Cold Moon and Li Kong faced off against a mid-level Golden Core practitioner from the five-colored gate, while Jang Wu and the Elder battled a beginning Golden Core opponent. Despite their numerical disadvantage, the presence of a higher cultivation level put the five-colored gate's Golden Core cultivator in a state of despair. After exchanging blows for several rounds, he sustained injuries and made the desperate decision to self-destruct in a last-ditch effort to take down his enemies. Even in death, I will not let you escape, Tianyun sect. The Golden Core cultivator cried out as he charged into the densely packed Foundation establishment ranks, detonating himself. With a thunderous explosion, dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators were thrown into the air, leaving behind a deep crater spanning over 10 meters and claiming countless lives. Kill him! Cold Moon shouted upon witnessing the self-destructing foe, and Jang Wu and his companion quickly rushed to provide assistance. Haha! The remaining Golden Core of the five-colored gate laughed maniacally, preparing for his own self-detonation, not aiming for the Foundation establishment, but rather intending to take a few Golden Core cultivators with him. However, before he could carry out his plan, a sword descended from the heavens, obliterating him instantly. The Elder of the Nascent Soul had intervened. Clean up the aftermath. A commanding voice echoed from the sky, prompting Jang Wu and the others to heed the call and proceed to eliminate the remaining Foundation establishment cultivators of the five-colored gate. Seeing their Golden Core comrades fall, the Foundation establishment practitioners began to flee, confronted by enemies at every turn. Jang Wu wielded his flying sword, dispatching several foes before entering the five-colored gate. Inside, a faction of loyal disciples was wreaking havoc, attempting to burn down the scripture pavilion, seize treasures from the storerooms, and even blow up the spirit veins. Yet, Jang Wu and his allies moved with remarkable speed, swiftly extinguishing their rebellion. It has come to fruition. I have defied fate. Jang Wu mused as he stood guard before the scripture pavilion of the five-colored gate. He sighed, recalling how his 2 previous life simulations had ended in death during this very conflict. This time, however, he had managed to alter his destiny. If he followed the trajectory of this simulation, he would emerge as a Golden Core cultivator. 3 days later, the war subsided, and the Tianyun sect fully occupied the five-colored gate, seizing their mountain gate as well as vital locations such as marketplaces and mines. The Tianyun sect captured over 10,000 prisoners, many of whom met a brutal fate, their families in the mortal realm also facing repercussions, as the Tianyun sect sought to eradicate any potential threats. The brutality of the war among cultivators was evident. A defeated faction faced the annihilation of their entire lineage. For the victors could never be certain if a prodigious talent would arise from the vanquished. To eliminate all potential threats was deemed the wisest course of action. The vassals of the five-colored gate were also purged, and the remaining spirit veins were brought under the control of the Tianyun sect, who dispatched personnel to secure and manage them. The Tianyun sect began extensive recruitment efforts, sending emissaries to inspect spiritual routes and gather new disciples. The mountain gate of the five-colored gate was home to a third-tier spirit vein, comparable to that of the Tianyun sect. They resolved to station guards there, and Jang Wu volunteered to oversee the five-colored mountain. The sheer number of disciples at the mountain had severely depleted the available spiritual energy, leaving even the Golden Core cultivators in need of spiritual stones to sustain their cultivation. Moreover, the profits had been divided among the existing power structures, leaving Jang Wu a newly minted Golden Core with little to gain. Thus, he willingly accepted the task of guarding the exterior. 6 months later, Jang Wu had brought Jiang Chun and other close associates to Five-Colored Mountain, embarking on a life of wielding significant authority. In the year 959 of the immortal calendar, the Tianyan sect used a pretext to incite war and annex the five-colored gate. In 970, the sixth golden core of the Tianyan sect was born. By 990, the seventh golden core emerged, elevating the Tianyan sect to the position of the second most powerful sect in the southern region. In 998, Jang Wu misappropriated the spiritual stones originally intended for Su Meinyang to purchase 5 elements pills for Jiang Chen's breakthrough, which tragically failed, resulting in Jiang Chen's death. In 1020, Xue Qingqing passed away, leaving Jang Wu bereaved of his parents, leading him to resign from his position and wander the world. In 1032, Su Meinyang was promoted due to her merits and was reassigned to the central region, extending an invitation to Jiang Wu to join her, which he gladly accepted. In 1040, Su Meinyang sought a divorce from her family, the Qin clan, who refused her request. In defiance, she left home, prompting the Qin clan to dispatch assassins after her. Jiang Wu killed 3 major golden core cultivators to help Su Meinyang escape central territory. 3 years later, in 1043, the Qin clan's nascent soul cultivator pursued the pair. Jiang Wu and Su Meinyang were ultimately overwhelmed and perished, concluding the fourth life simulation. The sheer terror of that sword from the nascent soul stage lingered in Jiang Wu's mind, taking his breath away as he recalled the moment before his demise. A sensation more harrowing than in any of his previous deaths. Who could have imagined that a mere 7th-layer chi refinement cultivator such as himself would have the experience of facing a nascent soul ancestor? Jiang Wu took several deep breaths to steady his emotions, allowing for a moment of self-deprecation before he opened the system panel. System name: Life Simulation Device Host. Jiang Wu Lifespan: 2090 Cultivation Level: 7th-layer chi refinement spiritual roots, gold, fire, wood cultivation techniques, creation scripture, Tianyan decision. Heavenly River Sword Technique skills: First-class superior Talus Maker progress status. Viewable: the system panel showed little change. Aside from a few additional cultivation techniques Jiang Wu had acquired over nearly 2 centuries of practice during the simulations, the progress status had shifted. Jiang Wu clicked on it. Noticing that it had transformed from a single contribution of spiritual stones to 2 options, a choice to be made. Offer: sacrifice the corpse of a cultivator or demon beast with a significantly higher cultivation level than the host. Contribution: 1 million low-grade spiritual stones. Jiang Wu stared at the system, feeling bewildered. The difficulty was exceedingly high. 1 million low-grade spiritual stones was no small feat, and while he had anticipated this, the requirement to kill an opponent or demon beast of a higher cultivation tier was indeed a daunting demand. At present, Jang Wu was at the 7th layer of chi refinement, on the verge of the late stage, while the target he needed to defeat was at the late stage of foundation establishment. In practical terms, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator could easily overpower 100 chi refinement cultivators. The disparity in combat power was indeed significant. It appeared that the prospect of entering the 5th life simulation anytime soon was bleak. Accumulating resources would be a more attainable goal. Despite the astronomical sum of 1 million low-grade spiritual stones, stabilizing his emotions, Jiang Wu began to reflect on the gains from the 4th life simulation. The most significant advantage he had acquired was the wealth of cultivation experience. Over the span of 200 years, he had attained mid-level golden core cultivation in the simulation. Such first-hand experience would greatly benefit him, ensuring that he would not stray from the path of cultivation before reaching the golden core stage. Having encountered and learned from every pitfall along the way, the most direct reward was the 9-turn spirit-raising technique, a method valued at several thousand spiritual stones in the 4 Seas Trading Company, which Jang Wu had now obtained without cost. After recalling the contents of the 9-turn spirit-raising technique, he inscribed it within a jade slip using his divine sense and subsequently sought out Jiang Chen to share the technique with him. Such a profound secret art. Where did you acquire it? Jiang Chen exclaimed, taking a deep breath after reviewing the contents, fully aware of the technique's immense power. I recently visited Yun City, where there was a marketplace allowing loose cultivators to set up stalls. The stall fee was only 1 spiritual stone per day, and I scoured it for half a day, managing to find this treasure. Ah, a fortunate find, Jiang Wu replied, unperturbed by his own deceit. For he had employed even the allure of beauty in the simulation of life. No, it was more aptly termed the allure of handsome men. Jiang Chen contemplated voicing his skepticism, yet refrained, understanding that even a cultivator might harbor secrets, and it was customary not to pry, even into the matters of one's own son. Very well. If you deem it a lucky discovery, then please relay this technique to my mother. By the way, the efficacy of the spirit elevation technique extends beyond mere appearances. Purifying and enhancing all spirit roots yields astonishing benefits, Jiang Wu elaborated. The 9 transformation spirit elevation technique had recently emerged, yet Jang Wu had practiced it for 2 centuries, thus possessing profound insights into its applications. For instance, with his triad of golden, fire, and with spirit roots, if he were to purify and enhance all 3, they would still be regarded as pseudo-heavenly spirit roots, yet their power would surpass that of a singular pseudo-heavenly spirit root. Jiang Wu even mused that if he possessed 5 spirit roots and maximized their enhancement, would they not rival the strength of true heavenly spirit roots? I understand. I shall convey this to your mother. With this secret technique, I could advance to the mid-stage of foundation establishment sooner, Jiangchen remarked. Father, reaching the mid-stage of foundation establishment is not particularly difficult. With a sufficient intake of elixirs, it should pose no challenge, especially considering your relationship with Masterly. Acquiring more true essence pills should not be a problem. The price of true essence pills range from 80 to 200 spirit stones, and Masterly would offer them to him at an 80% discount. However, should he indulge excessively, he would require a pill every 5 days, totaling 6 pills a month and 72 pills a year, an expense that could easily amount to several tens of thousands of spirit stones, an untenable sum for their family. An 80% discount? It seems Masterly is quite generous, Jang Wu commented. Indeed, my bond with Masterly spans decades. I once saved his life, so it is only natural that he extends me certain privileges. Father, while I might struggle to afford a true essence pill every 5 days, I could certainly manage at least one per month. I will cover the costs, Jang Wu replied, acknowledging that he could not sustain an annual expenditure of over 10,000 spirit stones, but a reduction to 2 or 3,000 was within his means, not accounting for Jiang Chun and the others' earnings. Xiao Wu, your filial intentions bring me great joy, yet do not overextend yourself. Please refrain from hastily parting with your possessions. They might bring about unforeseen peril, Jiangchen cautioned. Father, you misunderstood. I have no intention of selling those items. I can earn money through talisman crafting. I hardly require all my resources for myself, and I wish to honor both you and Mother, Jiang Wu assured him. Knowing that his collection consisted of exquisite artifacts gathered by Lu Xiong, which were difficult to procure and even harder to relinquish, he was not in dire need of money. Rather, he sought 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Talisman crafting. Xiao Wu, do not neglect your cultivation in pursuit of this, Jiangchen expressed concern. Aware of the modest returns from talisman crafting, as he himself was a first-tier high-quality talisman master and understood the financial limitations. Father, individuals vary greatly. Alas, I digress. Here, I have a compilation of insights and techniques regarding talisman crafting, which I shall share with you as well. It is also a fortunate discovery, Jiang Wu stated, presenting his reflections and summaries to Jiang Chun. This compilation was penned earlier, and in truth, Jiang Wu's skills had further ascended during his recent life simulation. He had reached the level of a mid-tier third-grade talisman master. It was this expertise that had enabled him to amass over 500,000 spirit stones within a few decades in the simulation, allowing him to procure 5 elements pills for Jiang Chun, though he had yet to break through to the golden core stage. Upon reviewing the material, Jiang Chun furrowed his brow, finding the insights and summaries remarkably lucid, and the narrative style distinctly non-conventional for an ordinary cultivator. This truly is a fortunate find. You haven't deceived me, have you? No, my proficiency is indeed elevated due to this secret technique. I wonder which esteemed predecessor penned such comprehensible instructions on talisman crafting. It is immediately evident, Jang Wu hastily clarified, asserting that he had authored it himself, laboring meticulously, drawing inspiration from academic formats. It could be described as a textbook on the lineage of talisman crafting, vastly superior to the current teachings of other talisman masters. I shall trust you once more. With this secret technique, I can achieve the rank of a lower-tier second-grade talisman master within a year, effectively doubling my income, Jiang Chen mused. That is splendid. Additionally, I urge you to persuade your mother. She truly is unsuited for alchemy. I cannot sway her. You must do so yourself. I fear her wrath. You fear her. Yet I do not. Jiang Wu's expression reflected exasperation, urging his father to exhibit some semblance of masculinity. Could he not assert himself even against his wife? Ahem. Your mother has returned. Ah, father, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave, Jiang Wu exclaimed, startled, hastily retreating, fully aware of his mother's formidable nature. However, upon turning, he found no one there, and in frustration, he shot a venomous glare at Jiang Chen, who was stifling laughter. Returning to his chamber, Jiang Wu commenced his cultivation and money-making endeavors, dedicating 4 hours to cultivation, 4 hours to talisman crafting, and the remaining time to meals, sleep, and other tasks, such as enhancing his spirit roots. After a month of such discipline, he successfully fortified the gold spirit root from his triad of gold, fire, and wood spirit roots. The enhancement process required certain medicinal aids, and having exhausted the spirit-gathering pills utilized during the qi refinement stage, Jiang Wu ventured forth once again. The abandoned spirit stone mine at Qingmu Mountain remained unexhausted. He had extracted over 90,000 spirit stones, with more than 30,000 still remaining, knowledge gleaned from the life simulation prompting him not to squander this opportunity. After spending over 10 days extracting the last stone, Jiang Wu arrived in Yun City and sought out Su Meinyang once more. Jiang Daoyu. Su Meinyang quietly alerted him. This was their second meeting, the first having left a favorable impression on her. However, this time, Jiang Wu's gaze seemed oddly scrutinizing. Lost in thought, Jiang Wu apologized. My apologies. Here's the item I requested. He wore an expression of regret. For his prolonged association with Su Meinyang during the life simulation had instilled in him a sense of nostalgia, making their reunion feel strangely foreign. Jiang Daoyu. From where did you acquire the 9 transformation spirit elevation technique? Su Mei-Nyang's demeanor shifted to one of sternness upon reviewing his inventory list. Over 2 months prior, she had mentioned the 9 transformation spirit elevation technique to Jang Wu, who had deemed it too expensive at the time. Yet, now he possessed items associated with the technique, leaving her astounded and filled with speculation. The abrupt shift in Su Mei-Nyang's expression momentarily left Jang Wu taken aback, realizing he had acted somewhat rashly, a consequence of the habits formed during the life simulation. In the 4th iteration of the simulation, he had grown accustomed to delegating tasks to Su Mei-Nyang, merely providing her with a list of requirements, and at times, even relying on her to cover expenses when funds were low. Su Dayu, surely you do not believe that only your Sea-High Trading Company possesses the 9 transformation spirit elevation technique? Su Mei-Nyang hesitated, uncertain how to respond. She was confident that the Sea-High Trading Company was the sole entity in Yun City with access to the 9 transformation spirit elevation technique, as the city was not particularly prosperous, and other major trading companies had yet to establish a presence. However, this did not preclude Jang Wu from obtaining the technique through other channels. The Tianyun sect in the southern region was also formidable, ranking within the top 5. Jiang Daoyu, you misconstrue my meaning. I simply meant that should you wish to acquire the spirit elevation technique, you may approach me. If the price does not suit you, we can negotiate further. I shall certainly seek your services next time. For now, what do you propose? No problem. I shall have the stock prepared at once. Please enjoy a cup of tea in the meantime. Su Mei-Nyang's demeanor brightened once more, and she summoned someone to brew a fine pot of tea, offering fruits and pastries while she took the list to arrange for the inventory, simultaneously instructing several managers to discreetly investigate whether there was a possibility of the Sea-High Trading Company leaking any secrets. Jiang Wu was acutely aware of Su Mei-Nyang's intentions. However, he remained unconcerned, as such inquiries would yield no results, after all. This knowledge had been gleaned from his life simulation. Moments later, Su Mei-Nyang returned, the goods not yet ready, primarily engaging in idle conversation to glean more information about Jiang Wu. As their conversation unfolded, Su Mei-Nyang appeared to forget the earlier matter, her smile radiating even more brightly as she realized how engaging Jiang Wu was. It seemed that every word he spoke resonated deeply within her, making him feel like a true confidant in her life. It was only when the shopkeeper called to inform them that the goods were ready that Su Mei-Nyang returned to her senses. Excuse me, Jiang Daoyu. Your items are prepared. Very well, here is my payment. Jiang Wu produced a pile of spirit talismans, a collection he had amassed recently, retaining only a few for self-defense, while selling the rest. Your talisman crafting skills have improved. These talismans are of exceptional quality. Practice makes perfect, Jang Wu replied, lamenting that his cultivation had not yet reached the requisite level. Otherwise, he could draw second-tier talismans, which would yield double the profit. Currently, the pure profit from a single talisman was merely 8 or 9 spirit stones, which felt rather trivial. I have yet to see other talisman crafters exhibit such proficiency. It must be your innate talent, Su Daoyu. I have reserved a banquet at Seaway Tower, and I would be honored if you could join me, as there is also a pressing matter I wish to discuss. Is it inappropriate to discuss it here? It is indeed, Jiang Daoyu. I am a married woman. Ah. Su Daoyu, you misunderstand. It pertains to a lucrative opportunity involving spirit stones. I am still young and have not considered such matters. Jiang Wu laughed heartily, aware that he and Su Mei-Nyang were still unfamiliar enough not to engage in such absurdities. This caused Su Mei-Nyang to blush deeply, for in Yun City, there were many who coveted her. A beautiful and wealthy woman like herself attracted numerous admirers. That evening, Su Mei-Nyang dressed elegantly for Jiang Wu's banquet, which he had meticulously prepared, selecting dishes and drinks tailored to her preferences. For a long time, Su Mei-Nyang had indulged in wine as a means to alleviate her sorrows, having endured a difficult life. At this stage, her spirits were not yet at their lowest, but in a few decades, she might find herself dependent on alcohol until Jiang Wu helped her untangle her emotional burdens. The elegantly arranged private room Jiang Wu had prepared further lifted Su Mei-Nyang's spirits, as he engaged her in delightful conversation that made her heart bloom with joy. Let us refrain from drinking for now, Jiang Daoyu. Let us discuss serious matters. After a while, Su Mei-Nyang, maintaining her clarity, stated, if we continue to drink, it could lead to trouble, serious trouble. Very well, let us get to the point. Su Daoyu, can you cast a spell to dispel the effects of the wine? I will speak, and you should listen. Understood. Do you lack spirit stones? Su Daoyu, Jiang Daoyu, you jest. Is there anyone in this world who would complain of having too many spirit stones? Haha. Then allow me to present a business opportunity worth hundreds of thousands, even millions. A business of such magnitude? Indeed, I lack the means to pursue it, and my sect is not in a position to do so. The Sea-High Trading Company is best suited for this endeavor. I hope to collaborate with you to secure it. Please, elaborate. I have a friend who loves to travel. Recently, he visited the vicinity of the Huoyun sect and the Dantian sect, where he discovered a mutated spirit insect wreaking havoc in the spirit fields. Despite the Dantian sect's reputation for having the most formidable spirit farmers in the southern border, they remain helpless against this threat. It is foreseeable that within 6 months, both sects will face a significant shortage of grain. Jiang Wu spoke slowly, reflecting on the hardships faced by farmers in the mortal realm, who contend with droughts, floods, and pestilence. often resulting in total crop failure. In contrast, cultivators are less concerned about floods or droughts, as they can easily resolve such issues. The greatest threat to their spirit fields is pestilence, particularly from mutated and demonized insects that even cultivators find challenging to combat. The current infestation near the Huiyun sect and Dantian sect is not locusts, but a type of tick that has undergone multiple mutations, rendering most existing countermeasures ineffective. This outbreak threatens to render millions of acres of spirit fields in both sects barren, leading to severe food shortages and the potential starvation of hundreds of thousands of mortals. Indeed, it is the mortals who will suffer, as the price of spirit rice will skyrocket after the harvest fails, leaving cultivators unable to afford it and forcing them to seize the food of the common folk, resulting in widespread starvation among mortals. Such is the cruelty of the cultivation world. Is what you say true? If it were false, I would not have sought you out. If you doubt my words, feel free to investigate. Spirit rice matures once a year, and we are not yet at the harvest season. So this news has not yet spread, but traces of it are already emerging. Investigation should not be difficult. Yet even so, transporting spirit rice is not particularly challenging. A storage bag can hold thousands of pounds, and the southern border is not lacking in spirit rice. It seems you do not grasp the gravity of the situation. Su Daoyu. The cultivators under both sects number at least 20 to 30,000. And the lower-tier cultivators and rogue cultivators rely heavily on spirit rice as their primary source of spiritual energy. In the market, even a shortage of less than 10% can lead to a final deficiency exceeding 50%, as panic ensues and people hoard resources, Jang Wu explained. Recalling an adage, if 100 pounds of grain are distributed among 100 people, they will just barely be satisfied. However, if that amount is reduced to 90 pounds, will all 100 still be satisfied? The answer is no. The reality may see 10 overindulging, 20 adequately fed, 30 partially sated, while the remainder starve. For resources and power are not distributed equally. This pestilence follows the same principle. In the simulation of life, a small fraction will remain unaffected, including many from the Huiyun sect and Dantian sect, yet their subordinates and rogue cultivators will pay exorbitant prices for spirit rice. While many rogue cultivators resort to seizing ordinary grain from mortals, ordinary grain offers no benefit to cultivators and may even contain impurities detrimental to their cultivation. Rogue cultivators would prefer not to consume it unless absolutely necessary. This presents an opportunity for Jang Wu and Su Mainyang, a chance to hoard resources and profit from the impending disaster. Jang Wu felt no guilt, for if they did not seize this opportunity, others would, perhaps even more ruthlessly. Furthermore, if they prepared adequately, they could lower prices to make spirit rice accessible to struggling rogue cultivators, thereby mitigating the suffering of mortals. Although Su Mainyang was an astute businesswoman, she found it difficult to accept the prospect, as it came without warning and bore significant risk. What if the two sects intervened in relief efforts? Jang Wu, well aware of her concerns, began to elucidate economic principles and human nature. In truth, with the strength of the Huiyun sect and Dantian sect, addressing this issue would be simple, yet they would not act. Rather, they would become the hidden catalyst of increased panic. For once the food shortage begins, they would mobilize to purchase grain from outside sources, ensuring their disciples remain unaffected by the spirit rice crisis, while the soaring prices would entice them into becoming opportunistic resellers, profiting handsomely until the wealth of rogue cultivators is harvested and the major trading companies intervene to transport large quantities of spirit rice. The ultimate outcome would see the large trading companies and sects reaping immense profits, while rogue cultivators and smaller factions face the loss of their wealth. Su Mainyang found herself at a loss for words, for she recognized the truth in Jiang Wu's assertions. This was human nature. Some sects would disregard the lies of their disciples, let alone those of rogue cultivators, who were seen as expendable, mere weeds that could regrow after being cut down. Jiang Daoyu. I cannot make an immediate decision on this matter. I shall return and contemplate it. Of course, Su Daoyu, you are free to take your time. Are you not concerned that I may decide to abandon you once I have deliberated and act on my own? Indifference is fine, but I would suggest you come privately. Firstly, the Four Seas merchants have only recently ventured into the southern regions. Preserving a modicum of reputation is quite beneficial. Secondly, the profits have all been siphoned away by the merchants. How many spiritual stones can you, my friend Su, possibly acquire? There is an old saying, the timid starve while the bold feast. Completing this transaction would suffice for you to indulge for decades, Jiang Wu remarked. Even if Su Mainyang has abandoned him, Jiang Wu remains unfazed, considering it a form of compensation for her. In the simulation of life, had it not been for Jiang Wu, she would ultimately not have met her demise at the hands of the Qin family's nascent soul. Very well, I shall ponder this. Su Mainyang nodded. With that, their conversation came to an end. Jiang Wu did not linger but allowed Su Mainyang to depart, subsequently seeking lodgings at an inn. Chapter 25, The Plague of Worms at the Dantian sect. The Golden Core ancestor Yu Qing wandered among the spiritual fields with several disciples. His consciousness swept through the air, capturing dozens of mutated ticks in his grasp. Observing the dreadful creatures, Yu Qing's expression grew grave. Master, these mutated ticks are truly formidable. The powders we used in the past have proven utterly ineffective. We cannot eliminate them. We must rely on cultivators to exterminate them manually. However, the chi refining disciples have limited consciousness and can only eradicate half an acre of mutated ticks at a time, without medicinal pills for recovery. It takes 6 hours of meditation to restore their consciousness. Each person can only eliminate 1 acre of mutated ticks per day, one disciple a minute. The infestation had spread alarmingly, encompassing the vast majority of the dantian sect's territory. He refrained from suggesting that disciples use medicinal pills for recovery, as that notion was utterly impractical. A single pill to restore consciousness costs far more than the yield from an acre of land. Have we attempted to develop new powders? We are in the process of researching, having tried over 20 varieties, yet most have proven ineffective. These ticks can transform from egg to adult in a month, only to lay more eggs in rapid succession. It's an overwhelming pace. What about natural enemies? Toads and frogs could eliminate ticks, but such creatures are scarce and insufficient to alter the situation. What is our best course of action? Formations, at the very least, a high-grade first-tier formation. Formations? Yu Cheng was left speechless. Most formations used in ordinary spiritual fields were of low-grade first tier, with few mid-tier formations available. After all, spiritual fields did not require protection from significant threats, merely wild beasts. If it were demonic beasts, cultivators would handle them. The dantian sect directly oversees tens of thousands of acres of spiritual fields. Replacing all with high-grade first-tier formations would be an exorbitant expense. Master, replacing formations in our dantian sect is manageable since we have our own formation masters and ample materials. However, our vassals are in dire straits. As are those fields rented to loose cultivators. They lack the financial means to support such changes. In 3 months, the spiritual rice will reach maturity, and it will be impossible to conceal the news. Discontent will rise, and grain prices will skyrocket. Master, the sect must make a decisive choice soon. Can we develop a powder to counter the ticks within 3 months? That is difficult. Many of our spiritual farmers lack knowledge of alchemy, and alchemists show no interest in these powders. Moreover, our spiritual farmers focus solely on high-tier spiritual herbs, neglecting the spiritual rice, a disciple responded. While the dantian sect indeed possessed the strongest spiritual farmers in the southern regions, they were already golden core ancestors, preoccupied with high-tier spiritual herbs. This matter ultimately required the intervention of alchemists, but high-level alchemists would similarly disregard it, while low-level alchemists lacked the capability. Hearing his disciples, Yu Cheng could not help but feel a sense of dissatisfaction. The sect had nurtured numerous alchemists and spiritual farmers, yet few were willing to address this pressing issue. Are you not able to persuade them, being leaders and deputy leaders within the sect? Master, you know well the disposition of our sect's alchemists. They are all quite temperamental. Who can command them? Indeed, Master, our alchemical creations depend on them, yet they hardly acknowledge our existence. Several disciples grumbled. The alchemists of the dantian sect were formidable, not only in skill but also in temperament, having been coddled by the disciples over the years due to their significant contributions. Enough, enough. It is merely a matter of some spiritual rice, hardly worth much. You may request a sum from the Internal Affairs Hall, and the sect will gather the spiritual rice. Yu Cheng sighed, realizing he could not afford to offend those alchemists. The alchemists in the dantian sect had formed a vested interest group. Offending one would mean offending many. Rather than antagonizing the alchemists, it was more prudent to spend money to avert disaster, for spiritual rice held little value. He recalled that a low-grade spiritual stone could purchase about 10 pounds of spiritual rice, and the dantian sect was not short on funds. A few batches of high-grade pills could yield tens of thousands of spiritual stones, making it feasible to buy the rice later. Sister Mainyang, what brings you here? In the medicine city, Han Yuer was taken aback to see Su Mainyang's visit, for, according to the rules, as the manager of a branch of the Four Seas merchants, she was not permitted to leave Yun City easily, and yet Su Mainyang had come secretly. Yue, I find myself in a predicament and have come to seek your wise counsel. Is it the Chen family again? It has nothing to do with the Chen family. It is a personal matter. Pray, do tell. I encountered a man in Yun City, and he, sister has fallen for him. Bah, what nonsense are you speaking? Then what is this difficulty, if not love? Is there nothing else in your mind? Su Mainyang felt a bit exasperated by the frivolity. Hee, do not be vexed. Sister, I was merely jesting. Medicine City is dreadfully dull. I regret coming here. If I had known, I would have accepted the arranged marriage. Let us speak of serious matters without digressing. Su Mainyang found herself at a loss. Unlike her, who had suffered humiliation in her marital family and had requested a transfer to this southern region, Han Yuer belonged to the upper echelon of the Four Seas merchants, relying on the company for her standing. Initially, Han Yuer was also to be used for an arranged marriage by her family, yet she adamantly refused. Fortunately, her parents doted on her, withstanding familial pressure. Han Yuer had come to the southern region to escape calamity, and the two, being of similar age, had developed a good rapport. Sister, please continue. I will refrain from interruptions. I know that the man is an inner disciple of the Tianyun sect, with both parents being foundational cultivators of the sect. Recently, he informed me of a severe infestation of mutated ticks affecting the dantian sect and the Huayun sect, devastating the spiritual fields. Common low-tier pills and spiritual rice cannot withstand the onslaught. In the coming months, a grain shortage is inevitable, and he aims to profit from this. Are you aware of this matter? Sister, who is this person? His news is remarkably well informed. To be truthful, this situation is real. Do you have any intentions regarding this? Shall we collaborate? Sister, this may not be appropriate. The merchants strictly prohibit such actions. There are many prohibitions within the merchants. With our qualifications, would we have attained the managerial positions if we adhered strictly to the rules? That is a valid point. Sister, have you yet to see through the nature of this world? All human connections are mere facades. Only strength is genuine. If you possessed nascent soul cultivation, no. Even golden core, would they dare to pressure you so? Your parents have endured hardships these years, suffering in the Han family. Sister, please stop. I shall take action. Han Yuer's expression darkened at Su Meinyang's words. Though she appeared cheerful and lively, the matter of the arranged marriage weighed heavily on her heart. She had initially rejected the arrangement because she had witnessed Su Meinyang's dire fate, and while her parents had stood by her against the family's pressure, it had not come without cost. She had privately communicated with her mother, learning that her father had been subjected to oppression and had been reassigned to a rather obscure department, barely earning enough for daily cultivation. In essence, his future had been obliterated. Sister, as long as you are diligent, that individual has already spoken to me. With the three of us joining forces, he will provide a substantial sum of capital, and I will contribute as well. I will also ensure that the upper echelons remain oblivious to our dealings. The specifics will be managed by you, but I advise against direct involvement. Finding 1 or 2 agents locally will suffice. I know how to proceed, dear sister. How grand are our plans this time? He will invest 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, and I have informed him of my intention to match that amount. But I am inclined to contribute 100,000. Sister, what cultivation level does this person possess to have such wealth? He is at the late stage of chi refinement. At that level, he certainly has the means and the audacity. Does he not fear us turning against him? I cannot fathom the source of his confidence. Yet we must not underestimate anyone. Understood. Then I shall also contribute 50,000. That is my utmost limit. Very well, let us gather a total of 200,000. Currently, the market price for spirit rice is 1 spirit stone for 10 genes, which means we could procure 2 million genes of spirit rice, depending on how the prices fluctuate. Su Meinyang remarked, as Jang Wu painted a picture of a future where rice prices soar. They could potentially earn 2 to 3 times their investment. If that is the case, we stand to gain significantly. Sister, the price of grain in the medicine city has already begun to rise, and it is cheaper in other regions. That is advantageous. We can profit even more. How shall we divide this money? You shall take the lead, receiving 40%. I shall take 40%, and he will receive 20%. No objections here. But I wish to meet this person you mentioned. I must ascertain his background, as this involves all my savings. Han Yuer stated, regarding the profit sharing, she had no qualms. Though her contribution was not the largest, she would be the one handling the matters and thus bore the greatest risk. I will notify him, as soon as possible. Until I meet him, I remain uneasy. Understood. Su Meinyang agreed, possessing a one-time soul imprint that allowed her to directly use a communication talisman to contact Jang Wu. Upon receiving Su Meinyang's message, Jang Wu promptly made his way to the medicine city. He was familiar with Han Yuer, having interacted with her multiple times in life simulations. And decades later, both she and Su Meinyang would be assigned to positions outside the city. This venture was crucial for Jang Wu. In the simulations, he did not have a system, and thus did not incur the expenses associated with activating one. The income from the storage bag of the Golden Core Ancestor and the abandoned Spirit Stone Mine could be utilized for cultivation, but in reality, Jang Wu had exhausted those funds. Therefore, he needed to devise alternative means of generating income. This presented an excellent opportunity, not only to earn a sum but also to forge ties with Su Meinyang and even Han Yuer, laying the groundwork for future endeavors. Thus, Jang Wu braved significant risks to venture into the territory of the Danding sect, knowing that the relationship between the Danding sect and the Tianyun sect had always been tenuous. If his identity were to be exposed, it could lead to dire consequences. The risks he faced were considerable. Chapter 26. Human Calamity. The Medicine City's branch of the Four Seas Trading Company was far more opulent than that of Cloud City, owing to its larger population and greater prosperity, which resulted in a more expansive market. However, Jiang Wu did not meet Han Wei within the trading company, but rather in a tavern across the street, which was her private property. You are Jiang Wu? A mere chi refinement cultivator dares to engage in a transaction worth several 100,000 spirit stones? Upon seeing Jiang Wu, Han Wei unleashed her formidable foundation establishment stage divine sense upon him, attempting to intimidate him with her overwhelming presence, who decreed that only those at higher levels can conduct business of this magnitude. Are you not concerned I might resort to underhanded tactics? Not at all. If Jiang dares to extend his hand, it is evident he possesses means for self-preservation. The Tianyun sect truly grows more formidable with each generation, Han Yuer remarked, retracting her imposing aura, adopting a playful tone. Yet, she spoke no lies. The Tianyun sect was indeed the most vibrant sect in the southern region, its strength continually ascending while others stagnated or even declined. Thank you for the compliment. I take it to heart. Haha, your words are quite amusing. However, I still wish to know how you intend to carve a piece from this impending calamity. This is no calamity. It is a human disaster. A human disaster? Indeed. The southern region is vast, with 5 major sects and numerous mid-tier sections. A mere local shortage of grain can be compensated by food from other areas. If the Danding sect and the Huoyun sect were willing, they could easily resolve this issue. However, they will not. They bear no obligation to do so. And they will recognize that such disasters serve as prime opportunities to reap benefits and accumulate wealth. Thus, when the grain shortage strikes, they will be the greatest puppeteers behind the scenes, with the trading companies following closely behind. Jang Wu explained, throughout human history, when have landlords expanded their holdings? It is invariably during times of great disaster. Regardless of the calamity, landlords possess the means to resist while ordinary people do not. Hence, during every disaster, it is commonplace for landlords to see their estates multiply. In the world of cultivation, sects like the Danding sect equate to landlords. And without any form of government in the southern region, resource allocation will not occur. They bear no duty to provide disaster relief. And such notions do not even cross their minds. The trading companies follow closely behind. Are you referring to our 4 Seas trading company? Certainly. Including those local to the southern region. Therefore, we must gather grain, not just limit ourselves to the southern region, but extend our reach to farther locales. Farther locales? Do you not realize that the farther the distance, the greater the danger? The costs will multiply. Theoretically, yes. However, utilizing the channels of the 4 Seas trading company mitigates that risk. You seem to have accounted for everything. Han Yue pouted. Jiang Wu merely smiled in silence. For in the trajectory of their lives, Han Yue had indeed done just that. Without the unforeseen variable of Jang Wu, she would have acted alongside the trading company only after the grain shortage erupted, allowing the company to feast while she sipped broth, earning several thousand spirit stones. What if I am not content with just sipping broth and wish to feast? Those who stand out in a forest will inevitably attract the wind. I advise against such greed. Of how dull. I thought you possessed great courage. Courage does not equate to recklessness. This is the Danding sect's territory, and they must profit the most. Unless you can forge a connection with the golden core ancestor of the Danding sect, that is still a stretch. Here is what I propose. Draft an action plan for me to review your capabilities. If you cannot even manage this, then collaboration is out of the question. You must possess both strength and wisdom. Not a problem. I have already prepared it. Jiang Wu smiled, producing a jade slip to hand to Han Yue. This slip contained the entirety of his operational plan, detailing strategies and specific measures, encompassing every aspect, including how to exacerbate panic. Jiang Wu presented himself as a veritable schemer. Not bad, passable. Han Yue casually remarked as she scanned the contents with her divine sense. Yet internally, she was astounded, for the plan was remarkably professional, surpassing even their century-old veteran employees at the 4 Seas Trading Company. The forecasts for certain future events were meticulously calculated, almost prophetic in nature. After conversing with Han Yue, Su Mainyang also arrived, ordering some food and drink, and the three engaged in discussions to finalize their agreements. Jiang Wu also produced the 50,000 spirit stones, which constituted his entire fortune at present. He had drained the abandoned spirit stone mine, and should this venture fail, he would indeed find it difficult to amass a significant income for the time being. Once the contract was finalized, Jiang Wu declined Han Yue's arrangements. Her lack of trust in him, coupled with her constant probing, was rather tiresome. Sister, Jiang Wu is truly a talented individual. How so? Did he pass your test? Of course. Otherwise, why would I enter into a contract with him? He is worthy of our collaboration, Han Yue responded. The 4 Seas Trading Company traversed the realms, establishing thousands of branches within the cultivation world, not merely due to their formidable strength but also owing to their astute business philosophy. They excel in investing in talent. Whenever they establish a branch in a new location, they invariably engage with the local power brokers, often striking deals with influential figures, exchanging benefits, and so forth. If the local strongman is excessively dominant, the 4 Seas Trading Company will seek to befriend potential talents, even facilitating the rise of these promising individuals to supplant established local leaders. It seems you hold Jang Wu in high regard. Naturally, he is a person of great ambition, a fact that is quite evident. Sister, if he were ordinary, why would you consider collaborating with him? Well then, let us proceed with the venture. No one would ever complain about an abundance of spirit stones. Su Mainyang nodded. Jiang Wu had successfully passed their preliminary assessment and was deemed suitable for collaboration. The next step was to earnestly pursue their endeavor. Han Yue exhibited remarkable efficiency, dispatching personnel the very next day to procure grain from various locations, even sending a contingent to other regions, as grain prices in the southern frontier had begun to escalate. Jiang Wu spent a mere 5 days in Medicine City, during which he conferred multiple times with Han Yue and others, subsequently acquiring some essential medicinal pills before departing. Within those 5 days, the most significant action Jiang Wu undertook was to preemptively ignite the onset of a food crisis. According to the original timeline, the crisis was not expected to unfold for another fortnight, yet Jiang Wu incited panic ahead of schedule through a few simple rumors, causing many wandering cultivators to rush to purchase spirit rice. This surge in demand depleted the already scarce grain reserves in Medicine City, prompting various trading houses to hoard their supplies, thus instigating a new surge in grain prices. The skyrocketing prices led to a rapid deterioration of public order in the vicinity of Medicine City. The distressed wandering cultivators began to pillage passers-by, compelling many who wished to escape to seek refuge within the city, further exacerbating the consumption of spirit rice and trapping the entire region in a vicious cycle. By the time Jang Wu returned to Tianyun sect, the repercussions were already felt there, as the two locations were not far apart. Trading houses within the confines of Dantian sect began acquiring grain within the territory of Tianyun sect, consequently driving up prices there as well. Everything mirrored his memories. It was time for him to focus on his cultivation. Jang Wu reflected on the process of life simulation, noting that it was largely similar, albeit slightly accelerated. Senior brother Jiang. One day while Jang Wu was engrossed in his training, he was unexpectedly visited by Sun Ning. Jang Wu stepped outside to meet him. Sun Ning. What brings you here? My master has accepted me as his direct disciple, he replied. Is that so? What wonderful news. Indeed, that's why I've come to express my gratitude. Senior brother Jiang, Sun Ning said. He was there to thank Jang Wu. Without him, he would still be an insignificant outer disciple rather than the direct disciple of a master alchemist, a status far more esteemed than that of an ordinary inner disciple. Li Yang's alchemical skills at Tianyun sect were notably formidable. Jiang Wu listened as Sun Ning recounted his recent experiences. Previously, Jiang Wu had fought on Sun Ning's behalf, even confronting Lu Fifan. Thanks to Jiang Wu's victory, no one in the outer sect dared to bully Sun Ning any longer. With a stable environment secured, and given Sun Ning's talent, he quickly began to stand out, mastering over 10 types of low-grade first-tier pills within just a few months, achieving a commendable success rate, which earned him the attention of Li Yang, leading to his formal acceptance as a direct disciple that day. Due to Jiang Wu's intervention, Sun Ning had advanced this prestigious status by more than a decade. Absent Jiang Wu's assistance, he would still be toiling in the fields, taking 10 years to save for his first alchemical furnace. Sun Ning, could you assist me with something? Is it about alchemy, senior brother? But I can only produce low-grade first-tier pills at present. No, I wish for you to provoke my mother a bit. Ah, you mean your mother, who is also an alchemist. Yet she's been at it for over 10 years and has only reached the intermediate level of first-tier alchemy with a particularly low success rate. She remains undeterred. If you could find opportunities to showcase your skills in her presence, that might dissuade her from continuing. Senior brother, is that wise? Won't she be angry with me? She is at the foundation establishment stage. She won't harm you. Besides, even if I were to take a beating, I would compensate you. I can provide you with several rare alchemical formulas, ones not available within the sect. How does that sound? These second-tier formulas are undoubtedly a great bargain. Thank you, senior brother. I'll take on this task, but if your mother remains unyielding, I shall not be responsible. Of course, just do your best. Now, let us celebrate your joyous occasion. I shall treat you to a meal. Joyous occasion? I am not getting married. Becoming a disciple is far more significant than a wedding for a cultivator. That may be, but another day will suffice. Today, my master and mistress are treating me to a meal, and senior sister is also present. Sun Ning still shook his head. It was only natural for Li Yang to host a meal for him on such a momentous day, and he could not miss the opportunity to be with senior sister Li Qingqiu. Upon seeing Sun Ning's expression when he mentioned Li Qingqiu, Jiang Wu rolled his eyes. Another individual smitten by Li Qingqiu's beauty. How could someone so aloof and proud have so many admirers? Jiang Wu ceased to press the matter and agreed to reconvene in a few days. However, he was unexpectedly sent a communication talisman from Jiang Chen, inviting him to join Li Yang's gathering that evening as his family would also be present. Chapter 27. Loopholes. Jiang Chen and Li Yang shared a long-standing friendship. They had both entered Tianyun sect on the same day and had cultivated a close relationship during their time in the outer sect. Over the decades, their bond had deepened. Today, with Li Yang accepting a new disciple, he was obliged to have a witness present, and he chose Jiang Chen for this role. They decided to invite Jiang Chen's entire family for the evening banquet, including Jiang Chen's newly accepted disciple, Huang Zhongwei. Congratulations, brotherly. You have received an unparalleled genius. Brother Jiang, Sun Ning cannot compare to your Huang Zhongwei. TSK, a disciple with a heavenly spirit root. What a fortunate find. Li Yang and Jiang Chen exchanged pleasantries. At this moment, Sun Ning's reputation was still modest, known primarily within the alchemical circles of Tianyun sect for his potential. In contrast, Huang Zhongwei was renowned for his heavenly spirit root, a rarity that had not graced Tianyun sect for many years. Even the sect leader was astounded when Jiang Chen registered him at the administrative hall. Haha, that shines a light on my son, and I owe it to Xiao Wu. The two men shared hearty laughter, acknowledging that both Sun Ning and Huang Zhongwei were talents unearthed by Jiang Wu. The banquet was divided into two tables due to the number of disciples Li Yang had. They could not all fit at one table. Thus, the four foundation establishment cultivators sat together, while the disciples occupied the other table. Junior brother, how is your cultivation progressing? Senior brother, I just broke through to the second level a while ago. That's commendable. Keep working hard, and do not become complacent. Although you possess exceptional talent, it does not guarantee success. Diligent individuals will always surpass you. Jiang Wu remarked, though he couldn't help but admire Huang Zhongwei's aptitude. He had achieved the second level of qi refinement in less than 6 months, an exceptionally rapid advancement. Sun Ning and the others nearby were filled with envy. It took Sun Ning 3 years to reach the 3rd level, while Huang Zhongwei had done so in under 6 months. Truly a case of comparison breeds despair. Xiao Wu, you have not sought me out for half a year now, Li Qingqiu said softly, seated beside Jang Wu. Previously, Jiang Wu had been her constant companion. But his absence over the past 6 months had left her feeling quite unsettled. Her character was inherently aloof, and although she had many admirers, she had few true friends. Jiang Wu was one of them. I've been quite busy. How did you come across Sun Ning and Huang Zhongwei? Beauty is not absent from life. It merely requires the discerning eye to recognize it. Similarly, geniuses are not lacking in our midst. It is merely a matter of possessing the vision to perceive them. Jiang Wu spoke earnestly, though while Sun Ning could be explained away, Huang Zhongwei's talent was unmistakable due to his heavenly spirit root. Xiao Wu, you. Li Qingqiu felt a mix of anger and grievance. She sensed Jiang Wu's distance. He had never been so dismissive before, and she could not comprehend what she had done wrong. Was it because of the incident with Lu Fifan 6 months prior? Haha, senior sister. Today is a momentous day for Sun Ning. I believe you should raise a toast to him. Jiang Wu chuckled, deftly shifting the topic. As Li Qingqiu's melancholy was about to overflow, overwhelming Jiang Wu entirely. He held no particular disdain for Li Qingqiu. Rather, the allure of beauty was simply too potent. Much of the conflict among men often stems from women, and Jiang Wu found himself reluctant to invest further time and energy into Li Qingqiu. After all, they had entered the realm of cultivation. Isn't the pursuit of longevity the paramount goal? Sun Ning promptly raised his cup, successfully diverting the conversation away from that topic. And they began discussing other matters, including the current grain shortage crisis afflicting the Fire Cloud sect and the Pill Cauldron sect. This situation had escalated significantly, as Jang Wu had triggered the shortage in advance, compelling the major sects to enter the fray early due to the enormous profits at stake. The scattered cultivators within the 2 sects had suffered immensely, beset by bandits, unable to escape without the risk of being slain. Presently, the price of spiritual rice had skyrocketed to £3 per spirit stone, a 3-fold increase compared to before. Wasn't it previously £10 for a single spirit stone? The great sects were indeed committing heinous acts, hoarding their ample supplies while maliciously inflating prices. It was utterly despicable. Did the Pill Cauldron sect not fear the scattered cultivators rising in revolt? How could they? One golden core cultivator was sufficient to suppress them all. Now, even our Heavenly Cloud sect was affected, with grain prices soaring by 50%. The crowd expressed considerable sympathy for the scattered cultivators, deeming the major sect's greed utterly repulsive, insisting that even the last spirit stone in the hands of these cultivators must be seized. Jiang Wu merely smiled in silence, as he was a beneficiary of this calamity and had nothing to add. Every realm harbors those who resort to unscrupulous means, and Jiang Wu was currently one of them. After a round of indignation, the conversation soon shifted to other topics. Li Yang's disciples were all quite young, belonging to a youthful cohort. Their discussions veered not towards cultivation, but rather to matters of romance and relationships, such as which disciples had become close and were about to form partnerships, or who had completed a task and received what rewards. This left Jiang Wu feeling somewhat out of place, as he perceived his thoughts to be far more mature than theirs, akin to an adult observing a group of students in conversation. Quickly, Jiang Wu's gaze turned towards Jiang Chun and the others. A thought struck him. Was there a loophole in the system? For instance, the sacrificial requirement mandated that he slay a cultivator or beast of a significantly higher tier. But what if the opponent was already gravely injured, lingering on the brink of death? This notion sent a surge of excitement through Jiang Wu. Accumulating 100,000 low-grade spirit stones was indeed a daunting task. And even if he managed to do so, parting with such an amount was unthinkable. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones could elevate him to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Using them merely to initiate a life simulation was far too risky. What if the simulation yielded no returns? The potential loss would be catastrophic. Jiang Daoist, this is your share, totaling 100,000 spirit stones. You invested 50,000 and earned 50,000, yielding a pure profit of 100%. Su Mainyang presented Jiang Wu's earnings, her small storage pouch nearly bursting at the seams. Would you not share the process with me? Jiang Wu inquired. If you wish to know, Jiang Daoist, here it is. You invested 50,000 spirit stones, I invested 100,000, and Han Yuer contributed 50,000, totaling 200,000. We purchased 300,000 pounds of high-quality spiritual rice, yielding a gross profit of 250,000. After deducting various expenses of 50,000, we have exactly 200,000 left. Han Yuer receives 80,000, I receive 70,000, and you receive 50,000. That seems incorrect. I believe I have received more than I should, Jiang Wu remarked, recalling that Han Yuer had mentioned her share was 40%, Su Mainyang's also 40%, and his only 20%. 200,000's pure profit would thus entitle him to only 40,000. Yes, I gave you more, Su Mainyang replied. Why? This matter was initiated by you, and you propagated the rumors. You bore considerable risk. It is only right that you receive an additional 10,000. Your risks are far greater. I cannot accept more. It suffices as it is. Han Yue agrees, Su Mainyang responded, indicating that the extra 10,000 was a mutual decision made between her and Han Yuer, reflecting their confidence in Jiang Wu. Understood. I shall accept this money and appreciate your kindness. Thank you, Jiang Daoist. The gratitude should be mine. By the way, I have a matter to consult with you. Please. Jiang Daoist, speak. I wonder if your guards are available for hire? Hire guards? Yes. I recently reviewed the bounty board at the Outer Affairs Hall of the Heavenly Cloud sect, where numerous evildoers are listed, with generous rewards. I wish to earn some merit points for the sect. As my own strength is lacking, I seek your assistance, Jang Wu explained. Each major sect possesses a bounty board aimed at maintaining the dignity of the righteous path by offering rewards for capturing evildoers. These boards are universal across sects, while some also list sect-specific enemies. Regardless of the type, disciples who fulfill bounties receive substantial rewards, including spirit stones and merit points, which are crucial for exchanging for cultivation techniques and manuals. Are you devising a plan for a foundation establishment pill, Jiang Daoist? Indeed. With your wealth? Acquiring a foundation establishment pill should not pose a challenge. While it may not be difficult to purchase, transporting it away poses significant risks. It is wiser to accumulate merit points and exchange them with the sect later, Jang Wu replied. Su Meinyang's misunderstanding was understandable. As for a typical qi refinement cultivator, transitioning to foundation establishment is a daunting hurdle, and acquiring a foundation establishment pill is notoriously challenging. Jiang Wu could use this to mask his true intentions. Then how about I assist you, Jiang Daoist? Who have you set your sights on? This is the information. Late foundation establishment. Upon reviewing the material Jiang Wu presented, Su Meinyang furrowed her brow in confusion. You, a qi refinement cultivator, wish to target someone in the late foundation establishment stage? Are you courting death? Su Daoist. Since we are to engage, why not aim for something substantial? The merit points are far greater, are they not? To confront someone in the late foundation establishment stage, it is best to deploy a fully realized foundation establishment cultivator or 2 late foundation establishment cultivators. Otherwise, it may be a fruitless endeavor. Compared to a foundation establishment pill, it is not entirely unfeasible. Su Daoist, please lend your assistance. I am open to negotiation on the price. Do you know where they are located? Yes. They are within the Heavenly Cloud sect's territory, not far. A round trip can be made within a day. Very well, I will make inquiries. However, the price will not be low. A single engagement from a late foundation establishment cultivator will cost no less than 2,000 spirit stones. I can offer 3,000 spirit stones, and I will take nothing from my enemy as possessions. With only one condition, they must be left alive for me to deal the final blow, Jiang Wu declared. For an ordinary late foundation establishment cultivator, an annual income hovers around 1,000 spirit stones. Thus, 3,000 spirit stones represented a significant portion of a late foundation establishment cultivator's yearly earnings. Quite an expensive price. Yet trivial to Jang Wu. Please wait a moment, Jiang Daoist. I will inquire, Su Meinyang said. The chief guard stationed in Cloud City is a fully realized foundation establishment cultivator, and since she has familial ties to him, Jang Wu's offer was appealing. She was willing to seek some personal gain, as it would not disrupt anything. It was merely an opportunity to earn some extra income. Chapter 28. Trapped ancient Nuwa 18 miles east of the Heavenly Cloud sect's mountain gate lies a small village known as Gujia Village, home to fewer than 300 residents. At this moment, 30 miles away from Gujia Village, a figure sat cross-legged in meditation. This individual, named Gu Nuwa, was once the most distinguished talent of Gujia Village. Discovered to possess dual spiritual roots at the age of 13, he achieved foundation establishment at 22 and broke through to the late foundation establishment stage at 60. 30 years ago, he was the disciple of the Heavenly Cloud sect most likely to ascend to the Golden Core stage. However, his smooth journey came to an abrupt halt 30 years ago when he was reported to the Law Hall of the Heavenly Cloud sect for committing murder and theft, which included 2 disciples of the sect. This incited the ire of the sect's higher-ups, who ordered a thorough investigation. Before the sect could conduct its inquiry, Gu Nuwa fled, killing 2 Law Hall disciples in his escape, thus becoming a traitor of the Heavenly Cloud sect. Afterwards, the Tianyun sect, seeking vengeance against Guno, slaughtered his entire family, numbering in the dozens. This heinous act instilled a deep-seated hatred in Guno, prompting him to remain within the confines of Tianyun sect's territory for decades. He often ambushed isolated disciples of the sect, establishing a fierce opposition. However, Guno's reluctance to depart stemmed from another reason. He had discovered an underground spiritual vein in the deep mountains near Gujia village. Though it was only of moderate quality, a low-grade first tier, it sufficed solely for his cultivation, far surpassing the experiences of a wandering cultivator. Here we are, Senior Su, this is Gujia village. Outside Gujia village, a trio arrived, Jiang Wu alongside his 2 hired aides, the Su father and son. The Su family belonged to the Shuhai Merchants Guild, but their bloodline connection to Su Meinyang was quite distant, lacking the acumen for commerce, thus relegating them to the role of guardians. Su Li, at the age of 180, faced the twilight of his life with little hope of breaking into the Golden Core stage. This time, he was solely motivated by the prospect of earning a commission from Jiang Wu, hoping to accumulate some wealth for his son, who still had youth and considerable talent, with a chance to attain the Golden Core stage. A breakthrough would elevate their family's standing within the Su clan, granting the next generation opportunities to wield power rather than remain as perilous guards. Young friend Jiang, where is Guno? Please wait a moment. I'll ensure Guno appears within the day, Jang Wu replied, nodding before he rushed into Gujia village. As Jang Wu descended on his sword, the villagers were roused. And an elder approached him, inquiring how he might serve the esteemed immortal. Commence the spiritual root assessment. Gather everyone from your village. But, immortal, doesn't the assessment take over a year? Enough with the chatter. When I say to start, we start. Jang Wu's expression hardened, silencing the elder, who hurried off to summon the villagers. The spiritual root assessment represented the most crucial event in a mortal village. Nothing surpassed its importance. The emergence of a cultivator within their midst promised immense benefits, protection from external threats, deterrence against bandits, and the alleviation of costs for dealing with malevolent beasts. The advantages were overwhelming. A quarter of an hour later, the villagers trickled in, and the elder produced the village roster for Jang Wu to tally the attendees for the assessment. Where's the Guo family? Upon scanning the roster, all eyes turned toward an elderly man. I am Guorong. How may I assist the immortal? Is your family present? Yes, immortal. Excellent. Then come with me. Ah, immortal. Aren't you here for the spiritual root assessment? This must be your son, correct? You stay here. Go inform Guno that he must come to Yinzi Mountain by day's end, or I will eliminate his entire family. Without further ado, Jiang Wu gestured toward a middle-aged man and, with a wave, vanished with Guorong and his family. Guno had betrayed the Tianyan sect, resulting in the slaughter of his family. Yet one survivor remained, Guorong, his son, who had been adopted by a cousin at a young age. This cousin had perished, saving him, leaving no heirs. The villagers were aware of this history, but when the disciples of the Tianyan sect came to enact vengeance, they remained silent, united under the singular surname Gua. Had Jiang Wu not intervened, in 2 decades, Guno, upon reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment, would have once again targeted isolated disciples of the Tianyan sect, provoking a full-scale extermination of Gujia village. Upon learning of the impending threat, the villagers abandoned their unity, revealing Guno's whereabouts. Ultimately, the Tianyan sect used Guorong's family as leverage to draw Guno out, leading to his demise, with Jiang Wu among the operatives. Had it not been for the initiation of a life simulation, Jiang Wu would have remained indifferent, as it bore no consequence for him. However, he now found himself in the role of the villain. Jiang Wu, along with Guorong's family, arrived at Yinzi Mountain outside the village, where Su Li and his son awaited. Jiang Wu set up an array to ensnare them and explained the situation to Su Li and his son. Those who consort with evil must be eradicated. Young friend Jiang, let me set up a killing formation to ensure Guno meets his end. Su Li addressed Jang Wu, acknowledging the cruelty of employing mortals to threaten a cultivator. Yet, how could one be surprised? Cultivators often regarded mortals as expendable. It was a common occurrence for a single sword strike to annihilate half a village, collateral damage in their battles. Thank you, senior. Rest assured, Guno will come. Jiang Wu affirmed, having already executed the life simulation once without issue. Indeed, after Jiang Wu departed, Guorong's son rushed to notify Guno. Mortals in the realm of cultivation sometimes practiced martial arts, especially those related to cultivators, employing simplified techniques to strengthen themselves. While they could not rival cultivators, they could enhance their physical abilities and traverse the mountainous paths swiftly. Grandfather, hurry, say father. What? How could Tianyan sect know of Xiaorong? Guno, upon hearing his grandson's cries, was momentarily stunned. Years ago, when the Tianyan sect attacked and slaughtered his family, the villagers had remained silent. How could they now possess this knowledge? Grandfather, you said only one disciple from Tianyan sect came, correct? Yes, grandfather. Understood. You return home now. Guno nodded, suddenly piecing together the situation. It appeared a disciple of the Tianyan sect had gleaned information about him but sought to claim the bounty alone, thus arriving solo to eliminate him. Otherwise, the sect would have dispatched more individuals. He had no chance of survival against the group. Knowing it was only one individual, he felt emboldened. He could defeat this intruder, rescue his family, and then escape. Even if it meant fleeing from the Tianyan sect, he could always seek revenge later. Guno gathered his belongings and swiftly departed from the underground cavern, reaching Jiang Wu and his family in a blink. A late-stage chi condensation? Guno was taken aback upon spotting Jiang Wu. Did this young man not realize Guno was at the peak of foundation establishment? A mere late-stage chi condensation attempting to confront him alone? Guno, now that you are here, why not surrender? Who are you? I am Jang Wu of the Tianyan sect. Never heard of you. Now you have. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. I am eager to see what prowess the Tianyan sect's younger generation possesses. Guno, enraged, was not a mindless brute. Rather, he was astutely aware. Yet, the audacity of a late-stage chi condensation before him shattered his composure. With a wave, Guno summoned his flying sword to strike Jiang Wu, only for it to be halted by an invisible barrier, sending shockwaves through Guno. Not good, an ambush. Guno attempted to flee, but Su Li and his son moved in unison, wielding their swords to block his escape routes. With Guno's sword still in flight, he was forced to conjure a spell to counterattack. He unleashed a beam of golden light, which was swiftly shattered by the flying swords, leaving Guno with no choice but to retreat. As he stumbled forward, a golden light enveloped him, trapping him within the formation. Jiang Wu, you, what of it? Very well. Talents emerge in every generation. You are impressive, but if I do not perish today, I will ensure your entire family meets the same fate. Perhaps you should contemplate surviving this day. Senior Su, proceed. Understood. Su Li nodded, signaling his son, and they sprang into action. Su Li's son controlled the killing array, unleashing a barrage of attacks, while Su Li engaged Guno directly. Guno found himself utterly defenseless against their onslaught. He was originally a small realm inferior to Su Li, lacking strength and facing the threat of a killing formation, which diverted a portion of his attention, rendering him no match for his opponent. After over 100 exchanges, Gu Nuo was struck by Su Li's sword, sending his flying sword soaring and piercing through his arm. Be careful, Senior Su. Gu Nuo possesses a formidable secret technique. He has cultivated body refinement, and his heart-pushing palm is quite powerful. Do not approach him carelessly. Su Li had agreed to capture Gu Nuo alive and was about to close in when Jang Wu's reminder halted him. Gu Nuo was taken aback. For no one knew of his body refinement practice, he had never disclosed it to anyone. How could Jang Wu expose his ultimate skill, which was crucial for his comeback? Thank you, young friend Jiang, Su Li nodded, refraining from advancing further. Instead, he commanded his flying sword to cripple Gu Nuo's hands before restraining him. Senior Su, please assist by dealing with those individuals. Jiang Wu stepped forward, removing Gu Nuo's storage bag and tossing it to Su Li, as previously agreed. He gestured towards Gu Nuo's family, ensuring no loose ends remained, for he wished to avoid any unexpected occurrences. Gu Nuo glared at Jang Wu with a fierce expression, but Jang Wu remained unfazed. Many had perished at Gu Nuo's hands over the years. Had he known this day would come, he would have acted differently. Chapter 29. Fifth Life. Su Li and his son, carrying Gu Nuo's storage bag and flying sword, departed joyfully. This battle posed little danger, yielding at least 10,000 spirit stones in profit. The promised 6,000 spirit stones from Jang Wu, combined with Gu Nuo's mid-grade spirit weapon flying sword, amounted to nearly 10,000 spirit stones. Furthermore, they now possessed a foundation building storage bag. Gu Nuo's family was also taken away by them. Since Jang Wu was unwilling to dirty his hands, they took on that responsibility. Jang Wu, calamity will not spare your wife and children. Retribution will find you. Perhaps. But your son was merely a fish that slipped through the net decades ago. If you harbor grievances, they should be directed at Tianyan's sect, not me. Enough with the idle chatter. I shall kill you, and then investigate your underground lair. How do you know about that? Gu Nuo was once again engulfed in shock, baffled by how this person was aware of his hidden abode. Without further ado, Jang Wu struck him down with a single sword, simultaneously activating the system to sacrifice Gu Nuo. The scenery did not change, yet Jang Wu observed that the system's activation progress had reached 100%. Inquiring whether he wished to proceed, Jang Wu chose not to activate it just yet. The corpse remained, a fortunate circumstance, as he could still claim the reward. Seeing Gu Nuo's body intact, Jang Wu was curious about how the system operated but paid it no mind. He retrieved a small storage bag and placed Gu Nuo's corpse inside before swiftly making his way into the deep mountains. In the life simulation, Jiang Wu participated in the post-incident investigation of Gu Nuo, discovering his hidden cave. Following his memory, Jiang Wu located it within an hour. The cave lacked any formations, as the vicinity of Gu's village had been searched multiple times by Tianyan's sect. Any traces of formations would only lead to exposure. Upon entering the cave, Jiang Wu spotted a small puddle with drops of stone milk falling into it. This stone milk, known as spirit milk, is a relatively low-level heavenly material and earthly treasure. Of little use to high-level cultivators, but a great boon for those in the qi refinement stage. Its pure spiritual energy is exceptionally gentle, allowing for direct absorption by qi refinement practitioners. The spirit milk had accumulated for at least 20 years, presumably prepared by Gu Nuo for his descendants. Unfortunately, in reality, Gu Nuo never awaited his progeny with spiritual roots, and all of it had now fallen into Jang Wu's hands, sufficient for him to break through to the 8th layer of qi refinement. Observing the spirit milk, Jang Wu felt a surge of joy. Such spirit milk was rarely seen in the market and was quickly snatched up for the benefit of descendants. In addition to the spirit milk, the cave contained various spiritual herbs, all planted by Gu Nuo, each possessing decades of age and valued at 100 or so spirit stones. Jang Wu refrained from disturbing those items and instead set up a formation within the cave before activating the life simulator. System name, Life Simulator Host, Jang Wu lifespan, 210. 500 cause of death, burned by raging fire cultivation before death, perfected golden core time rewind. 1 month death records, viewable after reviewing the system, Jang Wu sighed. It appeared that in this lifetime, he had not escaped Qin's pursuit. Otherwise, he would not have perished at the perfected golden core stage. Memories of his death surged forth. On a mountain peak, Jang Wu battled against Qin's nascent soul. The 5th incarnation of Jang Wu was significantly stronger than the 4th, having not only reached the perfected golden core, but also experienced a surge in combat prowess. Ordinary perfected golden core cultivators were no match for him. Yet, he still fell short against the nascent soul. After over 100 rounds of combat, Jang Wu was defeated by Qin's nascent soul. Infuriated that Jang Wu had managed to delay him for so long, Qin's nascent soul sought to torment Jang Wu, unleashing a torrent of infant flames that burned him for 3 days. Only after hearing Jiang Wu's anguished cries did he finally extinguish his life. More memories flooded in. and Jang Wu quickly sorted through the information of this life. Building upon the foundation of the fourth life, this time Jang Wu had experienced a smoother journey. However, advancing to the golden core stage remained challenging, so he resorted to the beauty trap, leveraging Su Mainyang's connections to remain in the city and break through to golden core. Afterward, Jang Wu did not guard the five-colored mountain but stayed at the sect's entrance. His primary reason for remaining was to secure the protection of Tianyuan sect's nascent soul. Seeking refuge. By the year 1040 of the immortal calendar, Su Mainyang was, as in the previous life, reassigned to the central lands. Subsequently, her relationship with Jiang Wu was exposed, and Qin's family learned that Jiang Wu was at least in the late golden core stage, promptly dispatching a nascent soul to kill him. The Qin family was powerful, pressuring Tianyuan's sect with their might, forcing them to refrain from sheltering Jiang Wu. However, they did not hand him over, but instead secretly facilitated his escape. Yet, Jiang Wu ultimately could not evade the clutches of Qin's nascent soul and was ultimately slain. This life yielded merely 2 additional years compared to the last. Such a loss was disheartening, and he resolved to escape. Jiang Wu steeled his mind, determined that the life simulation should not be in vain. Even if he was destined to perish at the hands of Qin's nascent soul, he would strive to survive longer, gathering more information for the future to prepare for reality. With this thought, Jiang Wu promptly organized his belongings. In this life, he still had not assisted his parents in breaking through to golden core. They had already passed away, and even Sun Ning and the others had grown feeble with age. His ties to Tianyuan sect had diminished considerably. Are you leaving Tianyuan sect? The nascent soul elder Yang Zhou was taken aback upon Jiang Wu's farewell visit. Jiang Wu had become one of his most valued juniors, the most likely among Tianyuan sect to break through to nascent soul, even surpassing his partner, Lang Yu, in potential. Master Ancestor, Jiang Wu has offended someone and must flee to avoid implicating Tianyuan sect. Offended someone? Who? The Southernly sect? No. It is the Chun family of the Four Seas Commerce, and my conflict with them. Jiang Wu did not conceal anything from Yang Zhou, recounting the events that transpired. The one who sought Jiang Wu's life was not the entire Qin family, but rather a nascent soul cultivator named Qin Guangbei. This individual was Su Mainyang's father-in-law. Years ago, Su Mainyang married his son, who was then a golden core cultivator yet to break into nascent soul. For Qin Guangbei, Jiang Wu's relationship with Su Mainyang was a profound betrayal. When Su Mainyang married, she was still in the foundation establishment stage, and so was her husband. Their family held little power within the Qin clan. To provide Su Mainyang with a better life, her husband ventured into commerce, only to meet his demise. In Qin Guangbei's eyes, his son died for Su Mainyang, and thus she must remain a widow for life. Her audacity to stray from her marital vows made it his obsession to see Jiang Wu dead. Thus, no matter how Jiang Wu pleaded for mercy or how Su Mainyang interceded, Qin Guangbei remained unmoved, determined to eliminate Jiang Wu. The Four Seas Commerce. Yang Zhou's expression shifted. While ordinary disciples of Tianyuan sect may not grasp the significance of the Four Seas Commerce as a nascent soul elder, he was acutely aware of its formidable influence. The Four Seas Commerce had branches scattered across the seas, with hundreds or even thousands of outlets. Such a vast enterprise could not thrive solely on business acumen. It required substantial strength as well. The 3 principal families behind the Sea High Commercial Guild are each guarded by an ancestor of transcendent prowess, and it is rumored that there exists even more formidable beings beyond the realm of transformation. Undoubtedly, the Sea High Commercial Guild stands as one of the most formidable forces in the contemporary world, rivaling those ancient sects with legacies spanning hundreds of thousands of years. This is certainly beyond the capabilities of the Tianyuan sect, which struggles to assert dominance even in the southern territories, overshadowed by the Nanli sect. Ancestor, I understand that our sect cannot provoke the Sea High Commercial Guild. To avoid implicating the sect, I believe it prudent for me to retreat for a while. It is not a disgrace. It is simply a recognition of our current limitations, Yang Zhou expressed, feeling a sense of shame for his disciples' enmity. As a disciple of the sect, it is my duty to consider its welfare. Allow me to compose a letter for you. Should you encounter a rogue cultivator named Tianguang Sanren in Zhangzhou, present this letter to him. He will provide you with protection. Tianguang Sanren is an old friend from my youth, bound by a life debt. Thank you, Ancestor. I possess several acres of spirit herbs in my cave abode, which have matured over the years and are of no use to me now. I will contribute them to the sect, Jiang Wu replied. Why not take them with you? I cannot be certain I can escape the pursuit of the Yuaning enemy. If I take them, it might benefit my adversary instead. Better to donate them to the sect. I was born and raised in the Tianyuan sect, and have not contributed much after advancing to the golden core stage. Let this be a token of my gratitude. The Qin family is indeed despicable, having deprived our Tianyuan sect of a remarkable disciple. Jiang Wu. Here is a technique called the shadowless escape method, highly sophisticated. Keep it well. Should you manage to evade them, send word back. Our Tianyuan sect will continue to support you, and once you break through to Yuaning, you need not fear the Qin family. They may dare to slay golden core cultivators, but they would think twice before targeting a Yuaning. Thank you, Ancestor. I shall take my leave. Go forth. I await your good news, Yang Zhou said, feeling troubled by the fate of such a devoted disciple facing a grave calamity. With his belongings in hand, Jiang Wu bid farewell to his friends, including Sun Ning, and swiftly departed Tianyuan sect, heading north towards Zhangzhou to evade the pursuit of Yuaning ancestors. The best refuge was indeed Zhangzhou, where the profound level of cultivation made it an ideal hiding place. Even if discovered by Qin Guangbei, it mattered little. For Zhangzhou boasted numerous large cultivation cities with immense backing. Even Yuaning ancestors dared not kill indiscriminately within these cities, lest they undermine their own authority and scare off potential settlers. Jang Wu's speed was not particularly rapid, as he practiced the shadowless escape method while fleeing. This technique was exceptionally advanced, far surpassing any escape methods Jang Wu had previously mastered, though it required time and effort to learn, due to a month's time difference. By the time Jang Wu reached Zhangzhou, Qin Guangbei had only just arrived at the Tianyan sect. Yang Zhou, intent on protecting Jang Wu, engaged in combat with Qin Guangbei, declaring that if he persisted in his pursuit, he would first eradicate the Sihai Commercial Guild in Yun City. Qin Guangbei, wary of implicating the Sihai Commercial Guild, had no choice but to withdraw. It was only 6 months later that he learned Jang Wu had already left the Tianyan sect. Chapter 30. Survival. Wuji City is a revered sanctuary for cultivators in Zhangzhou, the largest city under the auspices of Wuji Palace. The palace regularly dispatches transcendent ancestors to oversee it, making Wuji City the safest locale in Zhangzhou. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Wu had resided in Wuji City for half a year. With a population exceeding 1 million, the living costs were exorbitantly high, particularly in terms of real estate prices. Even in relatively remote areas, a modest courtyard of merely 100 square meters would fetch tens of thousands of spirit stones, an unattainable sum for ordinary cultivators. Naturally, Jiang Wu did not consider purchasing property. Instead, he rented a reasonably sized courtyard at an exorbitant annual cost of 200,000 spirit stones. However, with his current resources, he could afford it. Upon arriving in Wuji City, he resumed his former trade of talisman crafting, now a mid-tier talisman master, earning 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones per mid-tier talisman. Senior Wu, are you setting up your stall again? A foundation establishment cultivator named Feng De greeted him with a smile. Feng De was a disciple of Wuji Palace stationed in Wuji City, overseeing the local marketplace, and had conducted business with Jiang Wu on multiple occasions. Just killing time. Here is your stall fee. Jiang Wu tossed 10 spirit stones and confidently entered the marketplace, claiming his stall by inserting the Wuji City token, thus making it his for the day. Now going by the name Wu Jiang. He was a rogue cultivator in Wuji City. His primary purpose in setting up a stall was to gather intelligence and prepare for the future, as the marketplace, teeming with a mix of characters, was the perfect place for such endeavors. Brother Wu, you're back. Any good talismans today? Same as before, what do you need? Not long after settling in, a crowd gathered to purchase talismans, with only Fengdu aware of his true identity as a peak golden core cultivator. Typically, he presented himself as a foundation establishment cultivator. The talismans he sold were predominantly of the second tier, as third-tier talismans were considered high-grade and unsellable due to their prohibitive cost. Now proficient in crafting second-tier talismans, Jiang Wu could easily produce dozens in a day, merely creating a few to sell. After a wave of customers left, he engaged in conversation with nearby stall holders, sharing snacks imbued with spiritual energy to attract their attention. Yesterday in the West Market, someone struck gold again. Did you hear? An ancestor from Wuji Palace has taken another young concubine, this time a golden core cultivator. Rumor has it that there are swindlers in the city. The gossip from the vendors was a mix of truth and fiction, but Jiang Wu paid little heed, mentally cataloging everything to conceal his true intentions. An hour later, Jiang Wu closed his stall. His schedule was tightly packed, adhering to a strict routine: an hour of cultivation, 2 hours of talisman crafting, an hour of market sales, and the remaining time dedicated to mastering various spells, sword techniques, and foundational formations. His cultivation time had significantly diminished since reaching peak golden core. Further advancement was stymied unless he could acquire a transformation pill. However, such pills were hard to come by. Openly priced at several million low-grade spirit stones, and transactions at auctions rarely involved spirit stones. Instead, precious resources were exchanged in barter. 15 minutes later, Jiang Wu entered the renowned Baiwa Tower, famous throughout Zhongzhou as a high-class establishment, where the beauty of the courtesans was unrivaled. Taoist Jiang, you've come. Any news? Indeed. I have arrived. What information do you possess? You tease me, coming here while thinking of other women, a beautiful courtesan chided playfully. Jiang Wu merely smiled in silence. For Baiwa Tower served not only as a brothel but also as a hub for intelligence trading. Here is the information you requested. Thank you. Here is the final payment. I must take my leave. Will you not stay the night, Taoist Jiang? I've learned some new tricks that are quite impressive, she teased. Perhaps another time. Jiang Wu waved her off. The courtesans were not to be trifled with, as dual cultivation could yield various outcomes, some benefiting one party while others could drain the other completely. No one knew the true nature of these courtesans, and encountering one with malicious intent could prove disastrous. After acquiring the intelligence, Jiang Wu returned home to review the 3 pieces of information he had purchased, the first concerning Su Meinyang. After Su Meinyang returned to the Qin family, her affair with Jiang Wu was discovered, inciting the wrath of the Qin family. They stripped her of all her positions and confined her within the ancestral home, forbidding her from leaving. The second piece of intelligence pertained to Qin Guangbei. Understanding both oneself and the adversary ensures victory in every battle. Thus, Jiang Wu naturally sought to investigate thoroughly. As a nascent soul ancestor, information regarding Qin Guangbei was exceptionally valuable. The third piece of intelligence concerned the Sihai Merchant Association. Jiang Wu deemed that to eliminate Qin Guangbei, one must first address the Sihai Merchant Association and see if it could be infiltrated from within. If that proved impossible, he would not dare to provoke Su Mainyang in reality, and alternative strategies would need to be devised during the Golden Core stage. You can certainly run. I searched for you for a decade. In the southern market of Wujiqing, as Jiang Wu set up his stall once more, an elder stood before him, exuding such a formidable presence that all in the market instinctively retreated, including those who intended to set up nearby. The aura of a nascent soul ancestor was indeed terrifying. Were you not aware of my existence a month prior? Indeed. I did not expect your perception to be so acute, Qin Guangbei replied. He had found Jang Wu a month ago, with the Sihai Merchant Association backing him and numerous branches serving as his eyes and ears. He had monitored Jang Wu for an entire month without realizing that Jang Wu had not left Wujiqing, prompting him to reveal himself. Not bad, just average. Jiang Wu replied nonchalantly. He had discovered a technique for refining one's spirit, enhancing his perception over the past 7 to 8 years to 3 or 4 times its previous strength, preparing to bring this skill back to reality. Engage me in a duel for 100 rounds. If you survive, I shall not trouble you. I refuse. You lack even this modicum of courage, yet dare to provoke the women of the Qin family? Mainyang is a member of the Su family. She has already requested a divorce, yet you refuse to let her go. Silence. For a day she was a woman of the Qin family. She shall forever remain so. Adulterers must be punished. Qin Guangbei's fury was palpable. This was an unresolved emotional turmoil for him. After his son's death, he had treated Su Mainyang well, and her rise in Yunqing was largely due to his covert assistance, viewing her as family. Now, with a family member attempting to leave for another man, he could not endure it. For him, this was a betrayal. The daughter of the Su family has not objected. Why do you meddle? Seeking death, Qin Daoyu. What do you intend? The market's management had long since the discord and reported it to the elder residing in Wujiqing. A nascent soul cultivator promptly appeared, blocking Qin Guangbei's path. Ouyang, step aside. I share a mortal enmity with this man. That is your affair. What if I were to kill in your Sihai city? You wish to protect him? As long as he is not a practitioner of malevolent arts, I am obliged to shield him. Otherwise, how would my Wujigong maintain its standing? The nascent soul of Wujigong spoke coldly. The central plains differed from other regions. Many areas were overrun by demon beasts, allowing sects to cultivate these unclaimed lands for resources. In contrast, the spiritual veins of the central plains were all claimed, and their significant income stemmed from managing cultivation cities. To attract a population and establish a foothold, rules were paramount. Failing to protect even the law-abiding cultivators within the city would be a severe blow to Wujigong's reputation, driving many loose cultivators away and impacting Wujigong's interests. You are quite resolute, Jang Wu. I do not believe you will remain in Wujiqing for life. Coincidentally, that is my intention. I plan to stay in Wujiqing for my entire life, Jiang Wu replied with a hearty laugh. He possessed talisman crafting skills, enabling him to thrive in Wujiqing, albeit with some emotional restraint. But what of it? This was merely a simulation of life, not reality. He could live for centuries here, adequately preparing for the real world, ensuring he would not suffer losses. Qin Guangbei was infuriated, nearly wishing to tear Jiang Wu apart, yet he refrained from acting. He was not a mere footloose cultivator who could kill and hide. He belonged to a powerful family. Should he act, it would undoubtedly implicate the Sihai Merchant Association and his own Qin family. Wujigong was a mightier force than the Sihai Merchant Association. While they would not obliterate them, they would certainly seize the opportunity to appropriate vast profits, likely at the expense of the Qin family. Qin Guangbei huffed, sweeping away. The nascent soul of Wujigong admonished Jiang Wu not to provoke trouble. Jiang Wu chuckled softly, then packed up his stall. Upon returning home, he hung a sign indicating he was in seclusion, retreating to practice secret techniques and hone his talisman crafting skills. With over 200 years of lifespan remaining, Jiang Wu was confident that Qin Guangbei, as a nascent soul, would not have the luxury of time to surveil him indefinitely. In truth, Qin Guangbei did not possess such time. Within 10 days, the Sihai Merchant Association dispatched individuals to summon him, leaving a communication talisman for Jiang Wu to discuss the matter. Overall, the Sihai Merchant Association was not eager to eliminate Jiang Wu and approached the situation with caution. They were not afraid of a Golden Core adversary, but Jiang Wu was at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Should he break through to nascent soul, it would pose a significant threat. Chapter 31. An inescapable conclusion. Upon receiving the communication talisman from the Sihai Merchant Association, Jiang Wu decided to attend. Although he had prepared to remain in Wujiqing indefinitely, he was also open to the prospect of exploring the vast cultivation world, as there were countless places he had yet to visit. During his decade in Wujiqing, Jiang Wu had never entered the Sihai Merchant Association, for there were many alternatives in Wujiqing. The Sihai Merchant Association was merely one of the larger firms. As Jiang Wu entered, he quickly garnered attention and was escorted to a private chamber. Before long, a nascent soul cultivator appeared, not Qin Guangbei, but Su Chao, a relative of Su Mainyang. I have met the elder. No need for excessive courtesy. I am Su Chao, effectively Mainyang's elder. That still warrants respect. Proper decorum should be observed. Very well. I called you here to mediate the grievances between you and the Qin family. What is your perspective? My misfortune is unwarranted. Unwarranted misfortune? Of course. I have known Mainyang for nearly 2 centuries, and our affection has blossomed over the past 100 years. Our connection did not arise from mere chance, but was cultivated over decades. Though Mainyang is married, her husband has been deceased for many years. Even among mortals, it is reasonable for a widow to remarry, let alone in the cultivation world, where it is unreasonable to expect a living person to mourn a deceased spouse for centuries. Chen Guangbei's desire to kill me, how can that be anything but unwarranted misfortune? Jang Wu asserted, expressing his disdain for Chen Guangbei, who treated Su Mainyang as an object rather than a person. Although he and Su Mainyang's relationship may not adhere strictly to propriety, it was, nonetheless, reasonable. That is your viewpoint. However, to the Chen family, Mainyang remains their daughter-in-law, as no divorce has been finalized. Thus, their desire to kill you is entirely justifiable. Mainyang can request a divorce, but the question remains, will the Chen family agree? That is indeed a consideration. However, this matter is subjective. You acknowledge that, correct? I do. Then it follows that Chen Guangbei has justification for his actions. Indeed, I lack the strength to confront him directly and thus find refuge in Wujiqing. We must devise a solution that accommodates both parties and alleviates misunderstandings, Su Chao suggested. As Chen Guangbei was a nascent soul ancestor, the Sihai Merchant Association had yet to reach a point where they would disregard such authority. Over the years, Chen Guangbei had sought vengeance against Jang Wu, which was detrimental to the Sihai Merchant Association, prompting higher authorities to require a reasonable resolution. Please speak candidly. You must sever ties with Mainyang. Chen Guangbei will cease his pursuit of you. Furthermore, should you desire companionship, I could arrange for you 2 women. Rare treasures are easily sought. Yet finding a kindred spirit is a rarity. Mainyang has done much for me. Without her sacrifices, I, Jang Wu, would not be who I am today. As long as Mainyang has not wronged me, I also wish not to wrong her. Jiang Wu shook his head, asserting that he was not a romantic idealist. Yet he could not betray Su Mainyang, for that would be a profound violation of his principles. In pursuit of invaluable treasures, it is indeed rare to find a devoted partner. I did not expect you to be a romantic at heart. Are you not afraid of Chen Guangbei's wrath? Indeed. I am apprehensive. However, I am currently concealed within the safety of Wujiqing. Yet, can fear compel one to relinquish everything? If today, fear of death leads to abandoning Mainyang, then tomorrow, fear will lead to forsaking my sect, and in the future, it will culminate in the renunciation of all. If one allows fear to dictate their actions, how can they aspire to the path of immortality? Your reasoning is sound. It seems Mainyang has not misjudged you. You are indeed a person worthy of lifelong commitment. Su Chao sighed deeply. He had encountered many varied individuals within the realm of cultivation. Countless souls had abandoned their kin in the face of peril, let alone a woman with whom one shares no formal ties. Such loyalty is exceedingly rare. Senior, if mediation is to take place, do you have alternative proposals? None. The Qin family has made concessions. If you cease your pursuit of Mainyang, they shall no longer hunt you. Yet, from my perspective, this is not a concession, but rather coercion. I am curious how the Su family views this matter. Will they simply stand by and watch Mainyang be bullied? Young man, I am attempting to mediate your affairs, and yet you resort to sowing discord? This is not discord. I speak sincerely. Though I have no offspring, I have observed many around me. A maiden's family is her greatest support. Is Mainyang not currently being oppressed? Very well, I shall answer you. Mainyang is indeed being bullied by the Qin family. But what of it? Do you comprehend the extent of the Qin family's ties with the Su clan? Are we to sever relations with the Qin family over Mainyang? We are scions of our family. Everything we possess is granted by our kin. The family must consider its own interests. Hence this matter does have a solution. If you can bring greater benefits to the Su clan, then we could sever ties with the Qin family. Su Chao laughed heartily. For the sake of family interests, how many of our kin have perished? Do not speak of Mainyang, a mere golden core. Even I, as a nascent soul, could be sacrificed. I see. Family interests reign supreme. Indeed. Having enjoyed the benefits of our clan, we must naturally safeguard its interests. Then there is nothing more to discuss. I am quite content in Wujiqing. Jiang Wu waved his hand. Given the differing stances, there was little to negotiate, and concessions were out of the question. Wait, young friend Jiang, is there something else? Yes. Mainyang, come forth, Su Chao stated, and soon, Su Mainyang entered from the adjacent chamber, her face streaked with tears. Continue your conversation. I shall take my leave. Su Chao granted them space and exited. Jiang Wu looked at Su Mainyang, reaching out to embrace her, but she sidestepped, leaving Jiang Wu's arms suspended awkwardly. Jiang Lang, have they coerced you? Not at all. I cannot believe it. I have come to bid you farewell. In this life, we are fated to part. You say there is no coercion? I speak the truth. They have not pressured me. It is I who have come to understand. You possess great determination and destiny. The path of immortality is not confined to the golden core. You must not forsake it for my sake. Seeking the Tao and everlasting life is not your greatest desire? Su Meinyang expressed, having reconciled her thoughts. Continuing down this path would surely lead to their demise. Chen Guangbei's obsession with his son would not allow Jang Wu to escape unscathed. The Su family had previously made efforts to negotiate and had approached the Qin family. Yet they could not sway Chen Guangbei's will. Thus, the Su family sought to persuade Su Meinyang. The reasoning was simple. They had investigated Jang Wu's background. Noting his ascent from an ordinary disciple of a minor sect to his current stature, a feat not easily accomplished, marking him as a person of great resolve. Now, at less than 300 years of age, Jang Wu had achieved the pinnacle of the golden core, and the likelihood of his breakthrough to nascent soul was substantial. Both the Su and Chun families were reluctant to offend such a potential adversary, desiring a peaceful resolution. Thus, initially, Su Chao urged Jang Wu to withdraw, offering compensation. But Jang Wu refused, necessitating that Su Meinyang voluntarily relinquish her claim. Su Meinyang came to realize she could not be so selfish. Jang Wu's path to immortality was not severed. If her life were to be lost due to her, it would weigh heavily on her conscience. As for their feelings, she resolved to let go. She cherished Jang Wu, and he treated her well. His earlier words about the rarity of finding a devoted partner resonated deeply within her. To have experienced such profound love in this life was sufficient. There was no need to yearn for eternal companionship. Indeed, seeking the Tao and eternal life is my greatest desire. However, I have told you before, what meaning lies in a solitary existence? I have already lost my parents. You are my sole confidant. Will you also abandon me? Jiang Lang, I am your man and should shield you from the storms of life. Currently, my cultivation is insufficient, and I have allowed you to suffer. This is my fault, so do not worry. I will find a way to break through to nascent soul. The day I achieve that will be the day I come to marry you. Bang! Before Jiang Wu could finish, the wall shattered, revealing Chen Guangbei with a dark expression. Glaring at Jiang Wu and Su Meinyang. Chen Guangbei, how dare you? Do you not realize where you are? Do you truly believe that being a nascent soul grants you free reign? Su Chao appeared, shouting at Chen Guangbei. Engaging in combat within the city is a grave taboo, easily detected by the city's protective array. Should they be deemed to be killing indiscriminately, the entire Four Seas commerce would suffer greatly. Su Chao, your precious daughter is here consorting with her lover. Silence. Chen Guangbei, your son has been dead for 2 centuries. Meinyang has mourned for him all this time. What more do you want? We do not wish for our families to turn against each other, but the Su family is not one to be insulted. Humph. Chen Guangbei scoffed, realizing he had overstepped by implicating the entire Su family. Chen Guangbei, if you have the courage, come and kill me. You cannot slay me. Once I achieve nascent soul, I shall surely take your life. You insolent child, what makes you think you can kill me? Just wait and see. Do you believe I would not strike you down with a single palm? I do, come at me. I am but a worthless life. My death holds no significance. You. Chen Guangbei's fury was palpable. Su Chao was on the verge of madness. Such a grand city as Wujiqing was of utmost importance to the Four Seas commerce. A branch here was of several times the scale of one in Yunqing. Should they kill indiscriminately here, they would easily be expelled by Wujigang. Why not step outside if you are so bold? I am not foolish. Meinyang, you should return. I too must retreat to meditate. Jiang Wu turned to leave. Having discerned that neither the Su family nor the Qin family truly wished to harm him, it was merely Chen Guangbei's personal vendetta. You have spoiled the mediation. It is no surprise that the Qin family faltered at your hands. Chen Guangbei, consider how you will explain this to your family. That is my concern, not yours. Fine. It is of no concern to me. Do not involve me in your future troubles. Su Meinyang, come. Chen Guangbei coldly commanded Su Meinyang, who dared not resist. Casting a glance at Su Chao before departing with him. The Su family could not protect her. Su Meinyang had no power to confront Chen Guangbei. This was her tragedy. Now, neither family could accommodate her, and she was left without a home. What a calamity, a tangled fate, Su Chao sighed, observing their retreating figures. The Su family genuinely wished to facilitate a peaceful resolution, yet it seemed impossible now. The family would lose much goodwill. After all, if they could not safeguard their own children, how could they expect others to feel secure? Chapter 32, The Fifth Life concludes. Jiang Wu had resolved to spend this life in Wujiqing. It was a sacred ground for cultivation in the central land. And even if he never ventured outside, it would not be a loss. Upon returning to his residence, Jiang Wu outlined his plans for the forthcoming period. The first order of business was to find a more affordable dwelling, as he still had aspirations regarding the transformation elixir. After relocating, his focus would shift to generating income, practicing various techniques, and enhancing his talisman crafting skills. In the year 1065 of the southern wilderness, after 10 years of seclusion, Jiang Wu emerged. Having attained the pinnacle of the golden core, he could not advance further. The next step was to break through to nascent soul. In the year 1075 of the southern border immortal calendar, Jiang Wu elevated his talisman-making skills to the 3rd tier of high quality. From that moment on, he transformed into a fervent talisman artist, forsaking all other pursuits. Each day, he compelled himself to create at least 2 high-quality 3rd-tier talismans, devoting the remainder of his time to mastering the secrets of magical arts and participating in various exchanges at the golden elixir level in Wujiqing, amassing valuable resources. By the year 1200 of the southern border immortal calendar, during the millennium celebration of Wujiqing, various renowned merchant houses held an auction that captivated the cultivation world. Jang Wu, having accumulated wealth over a century, successfully bid for a Huaing Dan. In 1205, fully prepared, Jang Wu rented a heavenly-grade cave dwelling in Wujiqing for a span of 20 years, vowing to make a decisive breakthrough into the nascent soul stage through seclusion. In 1215, Jiang Wu successfully condensed his nascent soul from the shattered Dan, only to meet his demise struck by heavenly lightning during the tribulation, resulting in the end of his fifth life simulation. Upon opening his eyes once more, he found himself in the underground cave of Gono, everything unchanged. Jiang Wu accessed the system with the following details. System name: Life Simulator Host. Jiang Wu lifespan: 2190 cultivation level. Chi refinement 7th layer spiritual roots. Gold, fire. Wood techniques: Creation classic, Heavenly cloud decision, Spirit refinement decision, 9 transformations of spirit manipulation skills, first tier high quality talisman maker progress. Viewable. Jiang Wu observed the system, noting that the techniques section was overflowing, yet he could delve deeper to discover over 10 additional techniques acquired from previous life simulations. Furthermore, the skills section had yet to manifest his considerable prowess in formations, which he had developed to create talisman arrays far more potent than ordinary talismans. Although he had yet to begin crafting formations, the most significant gains from the 5th life simulation included his mastery of talisman making and various secret techniques, such as the spirit refinement decision, which greatly enhances one's spiritual consciousness. After gathering all the spiritual milk, Jiang Wu departed the underground cave, leaving the formation intact. As long as the spiritual vein remained, the spiritual milk would continue to accumulate, allowing him to return in a few years for another harvest. The medicinal herbs he did not touch, as they were of insufficient age and value. Flying back to Tianyan sect, Jiang Wu visited the administrative hall to accept the task to eliminate Guno, which he quickly completed. You killed Guno? A deputy hall master was taken aback upon seeing Guno's corpse, for Guno was a formidable opponent in the late Foundation establishment stage. And how could a mere Qi refinement practitioner accomplish such a feat? Indeed, Deputy Hall Master, Jiang Wu replied. Let me explain how it happened. He fabricated a logically coherent tale, claiming that while out in the world, he stumbled upon a severely injured cultivator in the vicinity of Gu family village. Upon further investigation, he discovered Guno hiding among the villagers, gravely wounded. Recognizing Guno, Jiang Wu seized the opportunity to ambush him, fortuitously killing him, and also learning from the villagers that Guno had surviving relatives, whom he also dealt with. Deputy Hall Master, I am merely at the Qi refinement stage. If Guno had been at full strength, I would have been lucky to escape, Jiang Wu concluded, revealing Guno's injuries, which were not inflicted by him but by the father-son duo of Su Li, who were indeed formidable. The lingering aura on the wounds indicated that they had been dealt a heavy blow by a Foundation establishment practitioner. You were quite fortunate, the deputy remarked. Indeed. I am still somewhat shaken. Thankfully, Guno was left with just a breath. Otherwise, I would have been the one dead, Jiang Wu replied. Good. It's wise to feel apprehensive. You must not be so reckless in the future, the deputy cautioned. Yes, Deputy Hall Master, Jiang Wu acknowledged. Rest assured, your reward will not be lacking, but we must conduct an internal review and application process, which may take 3 to 5 days. You may return to rest now. Yes, Deputy Hall Master. However, I have one more request. Speak. Could we keep this matter under wraps? I am only at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, he implored. Understood. I shall keep your name confidential. The deputy nodded, knowing that Guno had been a disciple of their sect for decades, and it was prudent to maintain discretion regarding such matters. Jiang Wu gratefully bowed and returned to his cave dwelling, finding Jiang Chun instructing Huang Zhongwei in practice. After observing for a while, Jiang Wu approached. Xiao Wu, is there something you wish to discuss? Jiang Chun inquired. Just a trivial matter, Jiang Wu replied. Zhongwei, you may take your leave and rest. Jiang Chun, aware of his son's desire to speak, dismissed his disciple and led Jiang Wu to the study. Speak. What is it? Have you caused trouble again? Father, do you think of me as someone so irresponsible? Jiang Wu retorted. Previously, yes. However, you have indeed been performing well these past 6 months. I had a treasure I wanted to gift you, but now it seems unnecessary. Wait, what treasure? Oh, it's nothing. I just found a secret technique for enhancing spiritual consciousness during my recent visit to Yun City, Jiang Wu said, preparing to leave. Stop right there. Jiang Chun quickly halted him. What nonsense is this? Spiritual consciousness is crucial for cultivators, and the methods for enhancing it are exceedingly perilous. A slight misstep can lead to calamity. Here it is. Jiang Wu obediently produced the jade slip containing the spirit refinement decision. Gasp. What is this? Why are you drawing in breath like that? Jiang Wu asked. Xiao Wu, where did you obtain this secret technique? Jiang Chun demanded. I found it by chance. You must be joking. The previous creation classic was a fluke, and now another? It cannot be that simple. Yet, that is indeed the case. Believe it or not. If you don't want it, I shall take it back. Jiang Chun was reluctant to let it go. The spirit refinement decision was highly advanced, something he had never encountered. He understood that techniques for refining spiritual consciousness were exceptionally costly, and even Tianyun sect possessed only a few foundational ones, requiring exorbitant merit points. He simply could not afford them. Xiao Wu, I am not blaming you. I understand that every cultivator has their secrets and trump cards, but this is different. Spiritual consciousness is far too dangerous. Do you know that every year, several unfortunate souls in Tianyin sect suffer due to issues with their spiritual consciousness, and many have perished? I am aware, which is why I am presenting it to you, Father. You are a foundation establishment practitioner with ample experience. You can first practice it and then teach me, Jang Wu suggested. Indeed, that is my intention. Spiritual consciousness is of paramount importance to us cultivators. A strong spiritual sense allows for better weapon control and more precise manipulation of spiritual energy, talismans, and formations. Every skill is interconnected with spiritual consciousness. It is precisely because of this that it is perilous. You must not practice it on your own, understand? Once your mother and I learn it, we will naturally teach you. You are our only son. All that we possess shall be yours in the future. Understood, Father. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Jiang Wu clasped his hands in farewell and exited Jiang Qin's study. Returning to his own chamber, Jiang Wu set up a formation and consumed the spiritual milk. Although considered a lower-grade heavenly material, it was still a treasure far superior to medicinal pills. With pure and gentle spiritual energy, one drop brought an exhilarating sensation as the spiritual energy spread through his dantian. Having exhausted 3 patterned marrow-cleansing pills, he was now ready to enhance his spiritual roots. Once his spiritual roots were strengthened, he would be no slower than those with dual spiritual roots. And achieving the peak of qi refinement before the age of 23 would be effortless. Jiang Wu reflected. Having undergone 5 life simulations, his cultivation experience was immensely rich. Not only in the qi refinement stage, but even in the golden elixir stage, he had traversed all possible pitfalls. What limited his cultivation was merely resources and time, both of which he had in abundance. Through his talisman-making skills alone, he could earn the resources he needed, and he had ample time. As Tianyin sect would not face significant crises for the next 200 years, with time being of the essence. Jiang Wu wasted no more moments and promptly began to reinforce his spiritual roots. He had already strengthened his gold spiritual root. And the next steps involved the fire and wood roots. 5 days later, the Ministry of Internal Affairs sent word that Jiang Wu had temporarily exited seclusion to receive his rewards. The amount granted to Gu Nua was exceedingly high, totaling 5,000 merit points, along with 2,000 low-grade spirit stones and a spirit weapon in the form of a flying sword. Aligning his rewards with those typical for foundational stage practitioners, this bounty was remarkably advantageous. Ordinary disciples at the qi refinement stage undertaking regular sect tasks would earn only a few merit points at a time. 5,000 merit points would represent the fruits of their labor over a decade, and if converted into resources, it would exceed 8,000 spirit stones. By hiring Su Li and his son, Jiang Wu could even turn a profit. Upon reflection, Jiang Wu realized he had struck gold this time. Having only spent 6,000 spirit stones to employ Su Li and his son, effectively recouping his hiring expenses, he contemplated returning for more. Recognizing this as a pathway to prosperity, others might not have such opportunities, but he did, and he could still leverage Su Mei's resources. With plans to enhance his cultivation, he decided to embark on a 6th life simulation. Stealing his resolve, Jiang Wu returned home to enter seclusion once more. With over 100 drops of spirit milk at his disposal, he was more than equipped to break through to the 8th layer of qi refinement. A month and a half later, Jiang Wu emerged from his retreat, and upon seeing his son's formidable aura, Jiang Qin's eyes sparkled with delight. Xiao Wu, you've broken through to the 8th layer? Yes, just achieved it. Excellent. Very well. I've also made progress with the spirit refinement technique. It's a double joy. Jiang Qin rejoiced, having spent the past months studying the technique and finally grasping its principles, ready to impart this knowledge to Jiang Wu. Chapter 33, Fellow Taoist. Please wait at Tianyin sect. Jiang Wu stepped outside his cave dwelling, leaving Jiang Qin momentarily speechless. After a month of diligent study on the spirit refinement technique, he was eager to share his insights with his son. To his astonishment, it was Jiang Wu who ended up unraveling the conundrums he had struggled with, leaving Jiang Qin in a daze. Could it be that his son truly was a prodigy? Once beyond the mountain gate, Jiang Wu summoned his flying sword and swiftly made his way toward Yun City. Approximately 30 miles from the city, a figure suddenly soared toward him on a flying sword. Calling out from afar, fellow Taoist, please halt. Hearing this, Jiang Wu felt a jolt in his heart. Having read numerous novels and watched various dramas, he was tempted to exclaim, do not come closer, fellow Taoist. Before the person could approach, Jiang Wu unleashed his flying sword, aiming straight for the figure. The individual reacted swiftly, producing his own flying sword to counter, cursing, damn it, I've encountered a seasoned player. Brothers, come out. No sooner had he spoken than several flying swords hurtled toward Jiang Wu, who perceived 3 additional figures closing in around him. 1 at the late stage of qi refinement and 3 at the mid stage. This presented a clear advantage for them. Jiang Wu assessed their cultivation levels with a discerning glance. He harbored no fear. The most formidable among them was merely at the 9th layer of qi refinement. A shield manifested in his left hand, blocking their flying swords, while his right hand conjured a stack of spirit talismans, launching 10 first-tier superior-grade talismans at one of his assailants with relentless fury. With a resounding blast, the smoke cleared, revealing a mid-stage chi refinement practitioner sprawled on the ground, as if he were nothing more than a rag doll. Fourth brother, I have slain you. With a cry of despair, the leader of the late-stage chi refinement practitioners realized the dire situation, and Jang Wu wasted no time engaging him with his flying sword. Fall back. The remaining two, witnessing Jang Wu conjuring another stack of talismans, hastily retreated. However, Jang Wu was not inclined to grant them respite. As the talismans activated, 10 beams of golden light shot forth, piercing through their protective barriers, causing both to plummet to the ground. Second brother. Third brother. The leader's eyes widened with despair. They had mistakenly believed themselves to be preying on an easy target, only to find themselves facing a fierce tiger. With a swift motion, Jang Wu severed the leader's flying sword. As the man attempted to flee, Jang Wu brandished a mystical mirror, unleashing a beam of profound light that pierced his body. The man, unwilling to accept his fate, fell to the ground, gasping incoherently. Jang Wu shook his head, swiftly beheading him and absconding with their storage bags and magical artifacts. Daoist Jiang, you reek of blood. Have you just committed murder? Along the way, he encountered a few brigands and dispatched them effortlessly. By the way, why are there so many rogue cultivators pillaging around Yun City? This predicament bears a portion of our responsibility, Sumei replied, uttering 2 words, food shortage. The outbreak of mutated ticks within the territories of the Fire Cloud sect and the Pill Cauldron sect had exacerbated the situation, with them colluding to plunder the wealth of rogue cultivators. Although the food crisis had begun to ease, many rogue cultivators had been rendered destitute, prompting them to resort to desperate measures, resorting to the plunder of cultivators. Especially those who had tasted success became increasingly unrestrained, not only raiding within the territories of the Fire Cloud sect and Pill Cauldron sect, but also spreading their depredations far and wide. Within a mere half-month, incidents of murder and robbery surged, with even small families falling victim to extermination. I see now. However, they shan't thrive for long. The Tianyun sect will intervene. That is certain. This sect will not permit the cultivation environment within its domain to deteriorate. But Daoist Jiang exercised caution. Many of these rogues possess cultivation at the late stage of chi refinement or even greater mastery, and the sect disciples may not be their match. I understand. Therefore, I sought you out to assist me in forging a weapon, an ultimate weapon. An ultimate weapon? How extravagant of you. Sumei responded. Weapons for cultivators are categorized into magical artifacts, spirit weapons, and treasures, leaving aside treasures, which are far beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. The quality of weapons is further divided into 4 tiers: low grade, mid grade, superior grade, and ultimate grade. According to common logic, ultimate grade represents the zenith of a weapon's quality. For instance, an ultimate grade magical artifact precedes spirit weapons. However, some exceptionally talented artifact craftsmen have devised ultimate weapons that transcend the ultimate grade, referred to as extreme, representing the pinnacle of excellence. Yet, such extreme weapons are extraordinarily lavish, as they require the crafting of a superior grade weapon as a base. To forge an ultimate weapon at the magical artifact level necessitates the destruction of a spirit weapon. An ultimate grade magical artifact ranges in price from 1,000 to 1,500, while low-grade spirit weapons start at a minimum of 2,000. To create an extreme weapon, one would need at least 1 low-grade spirit weapon, coupled with additional materials and the craftsman's fees, totaling no less than 3,000 spirit stones. Truly a luxurious endeavor. Extravagant? Daoist Su seems to have forgotten my wealth. That may be true. Likely not many foundational stage cultivators in Tianyun sect possess greater wealth than you. A mere few thousand spirit stones are negligible. Sumei smiled, acknowledging his significant fortune. He is a man of considerable means, far surpassing the typical foundational stage cultivator. Even those at the pinnacle of the foundational stage may lack his resources. Precisely. I possess wealth and fear death, thus I must safeguard myself. With my current cultivation, I cannot wield a spirit weapon, so I shall pursue an extreme weapon to play with. Jiang Wu nodded, recognizing that his true wealth far exceeded that of even many Golden Core ancestors. The treasured flying sword left by Lu Xiong alone was of considerable value. However, to Jiang Wu, treasures and spirit weapons held little utility, as he lacked the means to utilize them. The efficacy of cultivator weapons hinges on 2 factors. First, spiritual consciousness, which bears weight not in the physical sense but in the realm of spiritual energy. Practitioners at the chi refinement stage can only afford to wield magical artifacts. Second, there is spiritual power, the energy required to unleash a weapon's potential. Spirit weapons demand substantial energy. Even a low-grade spirit weapon would deplete the entirety of a chi refinement practitioner's spiritual energy, making it exceedingly foolish to channel all one's energy into a single strike. Thus, Jiang Wu sought to forge an extreme weapon, which would be nearly indistinguishable from the next tier of weaponry without exceeding it, making it ideally suited for his use. In his life simulations, Jiang Wu had also crafted an extreme weapon, which was the foundation of his confidence in clinching the first place in the sect's grand competition 2 years hence. No problem. However, in Cloud City, we lack skilled artifact craftsmen, necessitating a shipment to a distant location, which will incur slightly higher costs. I possess a low-grade spiritual weapon myself. Please calculate the price. Since you are providing the low-grade spiritual weapon, I shall charge you 1,500 spirit stones, settling any discrepancies based on how the craftsman forges it. Very well. I wish for the finest quality. Do not spare any rare materials, but rather utilize them abundantly. Will you be able to afford it then? Rest assured. I never undertake ventures without confidence. Shui Mingyang nodded in agreement, having already offered her reminder, should it come to pass that it is unnecessary. It would not be her concern. Here are the spiritual talismans I have recently created. Take a look. Ah, your talisman crafting skills have indeed improved. These talismans subtly indicate a breakthrough towards the second tier. They are quite satisfactory. I shall pay you an extra spirit stone for each talisman. And I will gladly purchase as many of this quality as you can provide. Shui Mingyang remarked that high-quality goods are exceedingly marketable and would enhance the reputation of her business. Should more individuals like Jang Wu come along, it would bring her immense joy. We can discuss this later. By the way, regarding the guards, will they still be needed in the future? Who else do you intend to eliminate? At present, I have no targets, but they shall emerge soon. For now, please confirm whether the guards can still be employed. Jang Wu expressed the necessity of simulating life experiences multiple times before establishing his foundation. Once he does, the requirements will escalate to dealing with Golden Core stage adversaries, necessitating assistance from those at that level. However, he cannot afford to hire Golden Core practitioners, and the risks are far too great. This is not mere boasting. Even against Shui Li, who has reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, Jang Wu is confident in his ability to escape. However, when it comes to confronting Golden Core adversaries, he has no viable strategy. Moreover, Shui Mingyang does not possess any Golden Core guards. The pinnacle of the Cloud City branch is merely foundation establishment. Shui Li is my uncle and shares a strong bond with my family. His son, Su Rong, still has a chance at breaking through to the Golden Core. Such a pursuit is resource-intensive, thus the more assistance, the better. If you require aid, they would be more than willing to help. That is excellent. Have them await my message. In due course, we shall take action. No issue, Shui Mingyang replied, refraining from questioning Jang Wu's intentions behind targeting foundation establishment practitioners. As long as there is profit to be made, it suffices. With the objective of this venture accomplished, Jang Wu casually engaged in other topics. The fifth life simulation had concluded, and he found himself in a state of inner turmoil. Jang Wu wrestled with the decision of whether to continue pursuing Shui Mingyang. With her assistance, the challenge of reaching the Golden Core would be alleviated, yet the potential repercussions were significant. The madman Shen Guangbei was determined to kill him, which would force her into a corner. Conversely, should he choose not to pursue Shui Mingyang, the path to the Golden Core would be arduous. Even if he could procure 5-element elixirs beyond the city, the cost would amount to hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Not to mention the need for auxiliary medicines and renting a cave dwelling outside the city. In total, it would require no less than 5 or 600,000 spirit stones, and even then, acquiring a top-tier cave dwelling may not be guaranteed. Jiang Daoyu. Apologies. I was lost in thought. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Jang Wu said, feeling slightly embarrassed after being called back to reality by Shui Mingyang. His heart was indeed conflicted, not least due to his feelings for her. The crafting of supreme weapons is quite time-consuming. Shui Mingyang informed him that it would take 3 months to complete. During this period, Jiang Wu resolved to remain in Cloud City, as there were still several opportunities awaiting him. Chapter 34. The Foundation Establishment Cave 800 miles east of Cloud City lies a spiritual vein, home to a family of cultivators. This vein is cultivated with over 10 acres of spiritual peaches, hence the name Peach Blossom Mountain. The Zhang family of Peach Blossom Mountain is a vassal family under the Tianyun sect, descended from disciples of the sect. Unfortunately, due to their failure to break through to foundation establishment by the age of 60, they were dismissed and returned home. The ancestors of the Zhang family settled at Peach Blossom Mountain and produced offspring. Over generations, they have labored to expand their lineage, and among their descendants, a few possessed spiritual roots and practiced the Tianyun decision passed down through the family. However, the Zhang family has not produced any exceptionally gifted offspring. Most of their descendants possess 4 or 5 spiritual roots, making it unlikely for them to reach foundation establishment in their lifetime. This, however, reflects the future of most cultivators, as those with heavenly spiritual roots or even dual roots are rare. 4 and 5 spiritual roots are far more common, and their pursuit of cultivation may not necessarily be for the sake of immortality, but rather to enhance their quality of life. In fact, the Zhang family occupies a spiritual vein and boasts over 100 acres of fertile land for cultivating spiritual herbs and peaches, leading to a comfortable existence and the family thriving. Yet, the prosperous days of the Zhang family are now at an end. Outside their family territory, they find themselves encircled by over 20 cultivators. Patriarch, what shall we do? Patriarch, when will the reinforcements from Tianyun sect arrive? Patriarch, if the reinforcements do not come soon, we shall perish. Several members of the Zhang family anxiously inquired of their patriarch, Zhang Yoxin. The encroaching cultivators included 7 or 8 in the late Qi refinement stage, with most others at the mid-stage. In contrast, the Zhang family only possessed 12 Qi refinement practitioners, with a mere 3 in the late stage. Had it not been for their defensive formation, they would have long since been slaughtered. Do not panic. I have already sent a message using a long-distance transmission talisman. The Tianyun sect will undoubtedly come to our aid. For now, we must hold our ground. Our formation will provide protection. They cannot breach it easily. Zhang Yoxin reassured his family members. At this life and death juncture for the Zhang family, he had already dispatched a transmission talisman. However, Zhang Yoxin could not guarantee that the Tianyun sect would indeed send reinforcements. The Tianyun sect has countless vassals, and their distribution follows a certain pattern. The closer one is to the Tianyun sect's mountain gate or cloud city, the stronger their power and the better their relations with the sect's higher-ups. Given that the Zhang family is over 1,000 miles away from the Tianyun sect's mountain gate, it is evident that their strength is exceedingly weak, and their relationship with the sect is not particularly favorable. Primarily, the Zhang family has not produced any outstanding disciples for many years, resulting in a lack of students sent to the Tianyun sect for training. Consequently, they have few connections within the sect. Now, the Zhang family must rely on the connections left behind by their late patriarch. Many years ago, he had taken a foundation establishment master as his teacher, leaving behind some connections. Listen well, we do not wish to kill. Thus, we present you with an opportunity. Present us with 3,000 spirit stones, and we shall turn and leave. A late-stage Qi refinement practitioner stepped forward, addressing the Zhang family. They believed that profiting without bloodshed was preferable. 3,000 spirit stones? You must be dreaming. We could never amass such a sum. Zhang Yoxin exclaimed. The Zhang family simply could not produce 3,000 spirit stones. Although they occupy a spiritual vein, it is quite small, and after sustaining their family's living expenses, only about 100 acres remain for cultivation. After accounting for various expenses, they typically manage to save around 70 or 80 spirit stones in a good year. Given their financial situation, it is impossible to provide 3,000 spirit stones. If you do not possess 3,000 spirit stones, then offer us spiritual rice or spiritual peaches as compensation. We value wealth over life. The bandits outside shouted again, desperate in their hunger for spirit stones. We too desire wealth over life. We will not offer anything. Zhang Yoxin retorted angrily. 3,000 spirit stones would require decades of frugality to save, and yielding to these demands would severely weaken the Zhang family. It would be better to fight to the end. Brother, they refuse to comply. Then we shall kill them. This serves as a warning to others. Other families will pay up as well. We can make a fortune and then flee. The leader of the late-stage Qi refinement practitioners barked angrily. They were rogue cultivators who had recently fled from the Huiyun sect after suffering significant losses. Now, they sought to pillage, determined not to leave empty-handed. The 20 or so bandits launched their assault on the Zhang family, wielding their flying swords to attack the family as protective formation. A few among them managed to throw talismans, but most lacked such resources. The majority of their magical tools were of low to mid-grade, and they did not possess any high-quality items. Of course, the Zhang family was not much better off. The cultivators of the Zhang family fought valiantly, wielding their flying swords to counter the attackers, striving to deflect the oncoming projectiles. When Jang Wu and 3 disciples from Tianyun sect arrived at Zhang's residence, the protective array at the mountain gate had already been breached. The Zhang family was still relying on the terrain to resist. But Jiang Wu could only describe the intensity of the battle with the phrase chickens pecking at each other, as the opposition was too feeble. Junior brother Jiang. There are quite a few loose cultivators here, at least 7 or 8 at the late Qi refinement stage. What should we do? The leading disciple of Tianyun's sect hesitated, knowing they had only 4 members, all at the late Qi refinement stage, but the enemy was numerous. Senior brother. They are merely a group of loose cultivators without even a single high-grade magical tool. What is there to fear? Here is the plan. I will lead the charge, and the 3 of you flank them and strike from the side to catch them off guard. Junior brother Jiang, isn't that a bit too reckless? It's not reckless. If we don't rescue them, the Zhang family will be annihilated, and the sect will hold me accountable. I cannot bear that responsibility. I'm going in now. Unable to contain himself, Jiang Wu summoned his flying sword and dashed forward. Having spent several days in Yun City, Jiang Wu had witnessed Tianyun sect dispatch hundreds of members to bolster the security around the city. Reports from the sect's vassals indicated persistent disturbances from loose cultivators, prompting Tianyun sect to send disciples to eliminate these nuisances, and Jiang Wu had volunteered. He had already undertaken numerous missions, but this time, with Zhang's plea for help being too distant and most of their manpower engaged in other tasks, only 4 disciples could respond. However, Jiang Wu believed 4 was more than sufficient. The difference between sect disciples and ordinary loose cultivators was akin to that between regular troops and guerrilla fighters. Complete annihilation might be unrealistic, but routing them was entirely feasible. With a swift strike, Jiang Wu ambushed a mid-Qi refinement cultivator, his flying sword piercing through the opponent's body. The others quickly realized what was happening. Someone's attacking. It's a disciple from Tianyun sect. Don't panic. It's just one person. Kill him. The robbers reacted differently. Some were frightened and sought to flee, while others aimed to surround and kill Jiang Wu. Armed with a high-grade magical tool, Jiang Wu's weapon was exceedingly sharp. When a late Qi refinement cultivator attempted to intercept him, their swords clashed, resulting in a significant chink in the opponent's weapon. High-grade magical tool. Quickly, everyone, attack him and divide the spoils. One of the attackers, instead of being intimidated, was elated and shouted to kill Jiang Wu for his treasures, as Jiang Wu's wealth surpassed that of the entire Zhang family. 3 late Qi refinement cultivators joined the fray, encircling Jang Wu. Yet, he showed no fear, conjuring a shield to protect himself while numerous spirit talismans flew around him. As a talisman master, the cost of using talismans was minimal for him. After a few exchanges, the other 3 disciples from Tianyun sect also joined the battle, employing ambush tactics similar to Jang Wu's, swiftly eliminating 1 mid-Qi refinement cultivator. Though Jang Wu was besieged, he focused on one opponent, engaging in over 10 exchanges before finally dispatching him. Retreat. The remaining late Qi refinement robbers exchanged glances and hastily withdrew. Their team, hastily assembled, was unfamiliar with one another, and they had no intention of remaining to be slaughtered. The remaining robbers scattered, and under the counterattack from the 4 of Tianyun's sect and the Zhang family cultivators, their disorganized group revealed its lack of cohesion, proving no match for their opponents. Without waiting for the other disciples to react, Jang Wu pursued one of them. He deliberately slowed his pace, allowing the robber a head start, for otherwise, with his newly acquired shadowless escape technique, Jang Wu could have caught up instantly. Friend, why do you persist in chasing me? Because we are fated to meet. Stop. Hand over your storage bag, and perhaps you may live. Jang Wu replied. The man before him was named Ma Wan, who had previously been captured during a robbery of Tianyun sect disciples, a venture led by Jang Wu himself. Though at that time, Ma Wan had already attained the foundation establishment stage, which was a matter of over a decade later. Subsequently, he was taken back to Tianyun sect for interrogation, which culminated in a public execution as a deterrent. The interrogation revealed intriguing details. He had committed multiple robberies within the Tianyun sect's territory during his Qi refinement stage, and had also come into possession of a foundation establishment cave dwelling's treasures at the pinnacle of his Qi refinement cultivation. He had known about this cave dwelling for a long time, as the foundation establishment senior had once taken him under their wing. However, after the senior left for travels many years ago and failed to return, Ma Wan had been unable to unlock the formation laid by the senior, leading to his prolonged wait to access the cave. I'll fight you. Upon hearing Jang Wu's words, Ma Wan realized that he could not escape easily. Gritting his teeth, he halted and engaged Jang Wu in combat. However, in just one move, Ma Wan's flying sword clashed with Jang Wu's and was sent flying. Without a sword, Ma Wan could barely last 3 exchanges before Jang Wu sent him sprawling, subsequently advancing to restrain him and removing his storage bag, easily erasing the mark within. Where's Hansheng's cave? What? I ask you where Hansheng's cave is. Why you? Ma Wan was instantly filled with dread. Hansheng was a well-known loose cultivator within the Fire Cloud sect, having once aided him. However, Hansheng had left the Fire Cloud sect years ago and had not returned. Ma Wan had been devising ways to unlock Hansheng's cave, a secret known only to him, and he was baffled as to how Jang Wu could possibly know. Don't concern yourself with how I know. Do you wish to live or die? I want to live, my friend. I want to live. Then take me to find Hansheng's cave. Jang Wu seized Ma Wan and headed toward the direction of the Fire Cloud sect, sending a message talisman to his fellow disciples, informing them that he was pursuing the robbers and instructing them to return to Yun City to report. In the realm of Fire Cloud sect, amidst a towering mountain shrouded in perpetual mist, this mist served as an excellent cover. Anyone unfamiliar with the terrain would find themselves lost, even with divine sense, as a Qi refinement cultivator's divine sense could only extend a few meters. Yet, Ma Wan was quite familiar with this place, having been brought here multiple times by Hansheng, who had often provided him with guidance and rewards. It was evident that Hansheng had shown significant kindness to Ma Wan, and the latter held great respect for the former. The reason he dared to covet this cave was that Ma Wan had reached late Qi refinement and was beginning to contemplate foundation establishment. Fully aware of the exorbitant cost of foundation establishment pills, my friend, Hansheng's cave is right here. He treasures his cave immensely and has laid down a low-grade second-tier array for protection, making it difficult for even foundation establishment cultivators to breach. Have you tried to open it? Oh, well, enough. It's none of your concern now. Stay put. Who knows? I might be in a good mood and let you go. Jang Wu shook his head, casting Ma Wan aside. His dantian was sealed, and even if he wished to flee, he was free to do so. The mountain stretched for 1,000 miles and was home to many ferocious beasts, which could easily end his life at any moment. Jang Wu observed the formation before him. While not entirely unfamiliar, he had only studied formations during his 5th life simulation, and his proficiency was limited to 1st tier. Thus, he had little confidence in breaching this 2nd-tier formation. Forget it. I don't have time to study this. I'll charge in directly. After pondering for a while without any insights, Jang Wu decided on a brute force approach. In the life simulation, Ma Wan had also managed to open the formation without assistance from a formation master, likely opting for a straightforward assault. Boom. Boom. Jang Wu first set up a formation to mask his sounds and presence, then unleashed a series of powerful strikes with his sword. The flying sword struck the formation repeatedly, causing it to shift, yet it seemed impervious to his efforts, remaining firmly intact. My friend, this formation is a 2nd-tier array, not something we Qi refinement cultivators can break. What? Do you have a way to open it? No. If I had a method, I would have opened it long ago. Then be silent. Jang Wu snapped, and with a flick of his wrist, dozens of spirit talismans appeared in his hand, hurling them one by one at the formation. Seeing this, Ma Wen immediately fell silent, consumed by envy. With a single motion, Jang Wu unleashed dozens of spirit talismans. Such wealth was unprecedented among sect disciples. How could he, with such affluence, dare to rob them of their opportunities? Truly inhumane. Jang Wu disregarded everything else, tirelessly assaulting the formation. He first wielded his flying sword. When his spiritual energy began to wane, he resorted to using spiritual talismans. In any case, he could not afford to rest. 2 days later, with a resounding crack, the formation shattered, revealing a bamboo house before Jang Wu. He glanced around, instantly comprehending the situation. His assumption was correct. Han Sheng's cave dwelling was arranged using a formation disc. There are various methods for arranging formations, with the most common being the use of formation bases, akin to the protective mountain formation of Tianyun sect. The advantage of using a formation base is that it can connect to spiritual veins, allowing the formation to draw upon the energy of the spiritual veins for its operation. In contrast, a formation arranged with a formation disc relies on external materials, such as spirit stones, to power the formation. A skilled formation master can also connect the formation disc to spiritual veins. However, for scattered cultivators who lack knowledge of formations, this is rarely done. Engaging a formation master to set up a formation requires a level of trust that these cultivators are often unwilling to extend. Han Sheng was no exception, thus. Once the spiritual energy from the spirit stones on the formation disc was depleted, the formation would collapse. Of course, if there were 1 or 2 living individuals within the cave, it would not be an easy task for Jang Wu to breach it, provided they could timely replace the spirit stones. You, go inside and scout, Jang Wu commanded, pointing his flying sword at Ma Wen, forcing him to venture forth. With no other choice, Ma Wen steeled himself and approached the bamboo house. As he drew near, a beam of spiritual light struck him down, killing him instantly. His cultivation sealed, leaving him no chance to resist. Indeed, there are restrictions, Jang Wu nodded. He then cast a spell to dispel the barriers. Han Sheng's restrictions, lacking a source of power, were merely a form of spiritual energy and were easily dismantled. Upon entering the bamboo house, Jang Wu surveyed the simple layout: a study, a living room, and a bedroom, nothing more. In the study, he discovered dozens of jade slips containing cultivation techniques, combat strategies, and Han Sheng's insights. For ordinary scattered cultivators, these would be invaluable. However, for Jang Wu, they were of little worth. With foundational cultivators as parents, he could inquire about any cultivation issues directly. Even if they could not provide answers, he could seek help from senior members of his sect by expending merit points, an undeniable advantage of being a sect disciple. Moreover, with his life simulation device, his actual level was that of a perfected golden core stage cultivator. As Jang Wu rummaged through the study, he found a hidden compartment containing 2 flying swords, both magical artifacts, alongside some precious minerals, including Qing gang stones, which had some value. Cultivators typically have 2 attitudes towards their possessions. One carries everything on their person, ready to flee at a moment's notice, while the other only takes what is essential. Han Sheng, having established a spiritual domain here, evidently left much of his wealth behind. Continuing his search, Jang Wu discovered several other items, but their total worth was only around 1,000 spirit stones. Clearly, the most valuable assets of the cave were the 5 acres of spiritual herbs. After thoroughly examining the bamboo house, Jang Wu moved to the rear, where approximately 5 acres of spiritual fields lay, all cultivated with spiritual herbs. Astonishingly, they were all primary ingredients for foundation establishment pills. No wonder Ma Wen was able to establish his foundation during his life simulation. Jiang Wu's heart soared as he recognized the herbs within: Bailing grass, Yulon flower, and others, all major components for foundation establishment pills, each over 100 years old and ready for harvest. The value of these 5 acres of spiritual herbs was at least 100,000 spirit stones. Jiang Wu, knowing Han Sheng was likely dead outside and would not return, deemed it a waste for them to remain here. Thus, he decided to take them. After collecting all the herbs, Jiang Wu re-established a formation and departed. Jiang Dayu, this is your ultimate weapon, Su Mingyang said as she handed a flying sword to Jiang Wu. He examined it and was immediately pleased. Are the spirit stones sufficient? A bit short. 500 spirit stones. This ultimate weapon has been enhanced with a touch of gung metal, making its sharpness comparable to low-grade spiritual artifacts, ensuring your invincibility during the Qi refinement stage. Haha, Su Daoyu, you jest. The Qi refinement stage is filled with talent. Ultimate weapons are not exclusive to me. That may not be the case. Ultimate weapons are exceedingly luxurious. Even the descendants of some esteemed masters would not squander such resources, often settling for merely bestowing some high-grade artifacts. Perhaps. Here, I have some miscellaneous items. Please help me deal with them. Jiang Wu produced several storage bags containing the wealth of Ma Wen and others. He discarded everything that was of no use to him in one go. Su Mingyang glanced at them and had them appraised. A common person might not have been accepted with such items due to the potential trouble they could bring. But Jiang Wu was different. She was aware that Jang Wu had represented Tianyun sect in eliminating numerous scattered cultivators who preyed on travelers. Indeed, Tianyun sect has been quite ruthless lately. From what I know, at least several thousand scattered cultivators have perished in the last 3 months, all tracked down by Tianyun sect after confirming their past crimes. This brutal approach has restored order within Tianyun sect's territory. Otherwise, ordinary people would struggle to survive. Jiang Diyu, last time you mentioned wanting to pursue Foundation establishment cultivators. Have you made any plans? What is the matter, Su Senior? Are you feeling anxious? A bit. Although the Four Seas Trading Company is large, the business in Yun City is lackluster. Our income is divided into two parts, a meager fixed monthly salary and a portion based on store performance. Understood. We shall wait a while longer. Jiang Wu nodded. Indeed. The population of cultivators in Yun City was quite low, resulting in minimal profits for the Four Seas Trading Company. Aside from their base salaries, they earned very little in commissions. However, Jang Wu was aware that the Four Seas Trading Company would not operate at a loss. And with no major conflicts anticipated in Yun City for the next 200 years, the population would steadily increase, thereby enhancing their business performance. Su Mainyang's rise to a position away from the city was not solely due to Jiang Wu but also the growth resulting from Yun City's development. After departing from the Four Seas Trading Company, Jiang Wu proceeded to the City Lord's Manor, responsible for the governance of all of Yun City. With the City Lord appointed by Tianyun sect, currently overseen by a perfected Foundation establishment master. Jiang Wu needed the City Lord's confirmation regarding his involvement in the eradication of bandits to exchange for merit points upon returning to the sect. Xiao Wu. Just as he exited the City Lord's manor, Li Qingqiu approached him. Sister Li, what a coincidence. You are here too. Are you heading back to the sect? Yes. Are you? Indeed. Please wait a moment. Let's return together. All right. Jiang Wu nodded and waited a short while until Li Qingqiu completed her formalities. Then they flew towards the mountain gate together. Li Qingqiu seemed more talkative than before, engaging Jiang Wu in conversation throughout their journey. Unbeknownst to Jiang Wu, he had caught Li Qingqiu's attention. Previously, he was merely her shadow, ordinary in every respect, aptitude, character, and presence. However, since the grand competition a year ago, Jiang Wu had transformed remarkably. He no longer clung to her side and instead became elusive, accomplishing many intriguing feats. He had somehow attracted a disciple with a heavenly root and uncovered a talent for alchemy like Sun Ning. Moreover, in Yun City, she had heard that Jiang Wu was a frequent patron of the Four Seas Trading Company, often entering the private rooms. Such mysteries piqued Li Qingqiu's curiosity, and she yearned to converse with Jiang Wu as they once did, but he no longer shared his thoughts with her. Xiao Wu, I organized an exchange meeting with some senior brothers in the sect. Will you attend? Sister, I may not have the time. I apologize. Upon returning to the sect, Jiang Wu declined Li Qingqiu's invitation. He had no interest in participating in a Qi refinement level exchange meeting, as it would offer him no benefits. Nor did he wish to put on airs. Chapter 36. No more picking up scraps. Jiang, what do you mean by this? After much effort, I finally got Li Yang to spare some time to teach me a few techniques in alchemy, and you call me back for what? Before reaching her doorstep, Shui Qingqing erupted in frustration. She had waited for Li Yang for quite a while, eager to learn some alchemical skills, only to be summoned back by a message from Jiang Chun. Foolish woman, running around every day. Of course I have important matters to discuss when I call you back. Look, Jiang, how dare you insult me? I'll fight you. Oh, wait, are those Yulon flowers? Centuries-old Yulon flowers? No, even if you have Yulon flowers, you still can't insult me. Look again. Jiangchen continued to pull out Yulon flowers, producing over 10 of them in succession, leaving Shui Qingqing utterly astonished. Yulon flowers are one of the primary ingredients for foundation-building pills and are exceedingly valuable. Where did Jiangchen acquire so many? Dear husband, which sect did you rob? Won't someone come seeking revenge? Your brain must have been muddled by alchemy. Which sect doesn't he protect their Yulon flowers diligently? So where did these come from? Don't rush. There's more. Jiangchen eagerly displayed all the spiritual herbs he had gathered, watching as Shui Qingqing's astonishment mirrored his previous expression. These were all essential ingredients for foundation-building pills. While auxiliary materials for such pills are relatively easy to find, the three primary ingredients are exceedingly rare. The Yulon flowers in the outside world have long been harvested, and due to the monopolization by major sects, even seeds are seldom leaked. Husband, I'm a bit scared. Where did these come from? Shui Qingqing swallowed hard. Each primary ingredient had over 10 specimens, all aged over 100 years. Just these primary ingredients alone were worth more than 100,000 spirit stones. For a foundation-building cultivator with an annual income of just over 1,000 spirit stones, this was an extraordinary fortune. Moreover, she knew her husband lacked the ability to rob other sections. Your son got them. Xiao Wu. Yes, I was quite surprised too. Don't tell me he picked them up in Yun City's market. Not at all. He cleared out a foundation cave dwelling. Jiangchen shook his head. If he dared to claim this was a mere pickup in Yun City, then Xiao Wu truly must think him a fool. Such spiritual herbs could not simply be found. He cleared out a foundation cave? How did Xiao Wu manage that? He said he encountered it by chance some time ago. Jiang Chun recounted Xiao Wu's explanation, noting that Xiao Wu had not concealed anything from them, aside from the incident involving life simulation, which he explained as a mere coincidence. That is far too dangerous. Where did Xiao Wu get such courage? What if the foundation cultivator hadn't left? What if they returned? Shui Qingqing felt a wave of apprehension. She understood all too well that a mere wandering cultivator managing to gather so many primary ingredients for foundation-building pills was no ordinary individual. They must possess great fortitude and immense fortune, and their strength would surely be formidable. If they returned, Xiao Wu would undoubtedly be in grave danger. He said he already cleared the area. It's fine. Besides, that person has already returned. What is there to fear? A wandering cultivator wouldn't dare act recklessly at Tianyuan sect. You cannot encourage Xiao Wu to engage in such risky behavior. The stakes are too high. And do you know who Hanxing is? I know. I've inquired. He is a well-known wandering cultivator from the Huiyun sect in the late foundation stage. Who has been seen for many years. He should have perished, so don't concern yourself with it. Right now, we need to replant these spiritual herbs. Xiao Wu still has a few years before reaching the foundation stage. Let him cultivate for a few more years, and when the time comes, we can ask Senior Brother Li to refine a quality foundation pill, at least one with a pattern. Leave that to me. I won't let a single herb go to waste. Shui Qingqing immediately rolled up her sleeves, preparing to plant the spiritual herbs. Each type of herb has a different survival method. Without the expertise of a spiritual planter, one could easily fail and waste the medicinal potency. Come on. Or else why would I have called you back? However, Qingqing, you should consider what Xiao Wu said. Don't pursue alchemy. Focus on taking care of these acres of spiritual herbs and prioritize your cultivation. If I don't learn alchemy, where will our resources come from? Can we rely solely on my meager monthly stipend? I can earn. With your first-tier talisman-making skills, how many talismans would you need to create to match the profit of a single batch of pills? Those are all losses. One must invest before one can gain. I'm merely in the learning phase. Once I master alchemy, everything will be fine. That will take ages. Don't you worry about it. I will take charge of your cultivation from now on. Where will you find the money? Let me show you that your husband is not to be underestimated. I have already become a second-tier low-grade talisman master. Jiang Chun proudly produced several talismans. With the insights Xiao Wu provided on talisman making, he had devoted himself to study over the past few months, successfully reaching the level of a second-tier low-grade talisman master. His income had doubled compared to that of a first-tier high-grade talisman master. Second-tier low-grade? Impressive. Jiang Chun, have you finally wised up? What nonsense. This is called building a solid foundation. My strength speaks for itself. Humph. Shui Qingqing scoffed dismissively, yet she felt a stirring within her. Her hesitation regarding alchemy stemmed primarily from resource issues. Jiang Chun's friendship with Li Yang was well known to her. She understood how profitable Li Yang's endeavors were. A few casual batches of pills were sufficient to support their family's cultivation, which filled her with envy. She was well aware of her talent as a spiritual planter. Yet the income from such a profession was far too meager, and the cycle of income was excessively long. Those precious spiritual herbs often took decades, if not centuries, to mature. She could hardly afford to wait. However, if Jiang Chun could provide for the family's cultivation, she could consider continuing as a spiritual planter. For cultivators, cultivation itself is paramount. Achieving a higher realm is of utmost importance. Over the years, due to resource constraints, her cultivation had lagged significantly. Xiao Wu stood by the window, observing the lively banter between Shui Qingqing and Jiang Chun with satisfaction. His excuses were riddled with flaws, yet both Jiang Chun and Shui Qingqing chose to believe him unconditionally. This is the essence of parental love. Jiang Chun was now a second-tier talisman master, while Shui Qingqing had yet to commit to her cultivation. She needed to break through to the foundation stage swiftly so that they could access some resources openly, rather than being treated like children. Only then could Jiang Chun and Shui Qingqing advance to the golden core stage, and the entire family could ascend together. Xiao Wu pondered, having experienced 5 life simulations, during which the last 2 ended with Jiang Chun and his wife passing away without ever breaking through to the golden core stage. In future simulations, he would not permit such outcomes. Living forever alone held little meaning. At the very least, one should ascend alongside their family. Otherwise, how could it be called one person attaining enlightenment, leading their family to ascend? Xiao Wu possessed a considerable amount of resources, but he could not reveal them now because, in Jiang Chun and Shui Qingqing's eyes, he was still a child. Breaking through to the foundation stage was akin to a rite of passage in the cultivation world. He had to achieve it swiftly. He intended to acquire the foundation pills from the sect without hesitation. After achieving his foundation, he would keep a portion of the primary ingredients for Huang Zhongwei and sell the rest. Refining pills for sale could easily yield 200,000 to 300,000 spirit stones, sufficient to support Jiang Chun and the others for some time. Xiao Wu resolved to remain steady, not to hasten through the qi refinement stage. He would participate in the sect's grand competition in 2 years to obtain foundation pills, and as for the primary ingredients at home, he could refine them into pills for sale. Each foundation pill could fetch 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones, making it entirely feasible to earn hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Subsequently, Xiao Wu began his seclusion for cultivation. It had been 3 months since he broke through to the 8th layer of qi refinement, although most of this time was spent dealing with bandits. He had also dedicated considerable time to his cultivation, completing half of the 8th layer. He still had more than 10 drops of spiritual milk left. Without hesitation, he consumed the spiritual milk for refinement. Once it was used up, he would rely on the 2 pattern gathering pills, the best pills he could procure. 3 pattern gathering pills were exceedingly rare, as most were crafted by second-tier alchemists, who would not waste time producing low-value gathering pills. They were focused on creating second-tier pills. One after another, he swallowed the gathering pills. After another 3 months, Xiao Wu emerged from his seclusion, now at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. After dedicating half a year to ascend from the 8th to the 9th level of Qi training, one might deem this pace swift, particularly for an ordinary disciple. However, for prodigies, it is merely a standard achievement. Even within the ranks of the Tianyun sect, there are those who have managed to do so. Several exceptionally talented disciples, around the age of 20, have successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Take Huang Zhongwei, for instance. Within 6 months, he advanced 3 levels and is likely at the 5th or 6th level of Qi training after nearly a year of initiation. He undoubtedly has the potential to challenge the foundation establishment stage before turning 20. It is time to prepare for the 6th life simulation. I hope this iteration brings me surprises. Upon exiting his seclusion, Jang Wu went directly to Yun City, seeking out Su Mingyang to inform her of his intention to once again employ Su Li and his son. Jiang Daoyu, who are we targeting this time? This time, no one will be harmed. Instead, we shall hunt ferocious beasts. Ferocious beasts? Indeed, beasts of the high-grade second tier. Why pursue high-grade second-tier beasts? That is not convenient to disclose. My requirements remain unchanged. Leave the last breath of the high-grade second-tier beasts to me. While you may sell the beast cores and the like through your 4Cs trading company, splitting the profits evenly. Additionally, I will provide further remuneration. I fail to comprehend. If that is the case, why not eliminate them ourselves? First, the total value of high-grade second-tier beasts is merely 3,000 to 4,000 spirit stones. Unless they possess rare bloodlines, my offer remains at 3,000 per person, which is a significant profit for you. Furthermore, you cannot locate any high-grade second-tier beasts in the vicinity. Does that reasoning suffice? Very well, if there is profit to be made, then it is indeed favorable. Su Mingyang nodded, perceiving Jiang Wu as someone with an abundance of spirit stones. A single high-grade second-tier beast is worth only 3,000 to 4,000 spirit stones. Yet he is willing to pay 6,000 for employment. Such losses are unsustainable. How many times can he afford to incur a deficit of several thousand spirit stones from his total of 100,000? Chapter 37. The 6th life begins. The Luoshui River is a vast waterway in the southern region, stretching tens of thousands of miles. Originating from the Bio Palace in the northwest of the southern wilderness and flowing to the Huiyin Gate, penetrating deep into uncharted territories. The Tianyun sect is situated in the midsection of the Luoshui River, where the waters have calmed significantly and numerous mortal villages dot the banks. Yun City lies not far from the river. Ascending along the Luoshui River next to Yun City, one reaches a weakly controlled area approximately 800 miles away by the Tianyun sect. This region is rich in spiritual veins, yet teeming with ferocious beasts, making it impossible for the sect to exert control. It is a desolate wilderness, uninhabitable even for mortals. Here we are, Senior Su. This is the location. Jiang Wu led Su Li and his son to a delta area. Jiang Xiaoyu, are you certain there are high-grade second-tier beasts here? We are not far from the Tianyun sect's mountain gate. Indeed, rest assured, Senior, I will draw it out. Jiang Wu responded confidently, aware that the Tianyun sect would typically have eliminated high-grade second-tier beasts in such proximity. However, he understood that this direction was not aligned with the sect's development, which was focused towards the northwest near Qiyun Mountain. Thus, the sect's control here was relatively weak. In the life simulation, it would not be until the defeat of the Colorful Gate that the Tianyun sect would redirect its efforts to develop this area. By the year 1020 of the immortal calendar, the sect would face obstruction from a third-tier great demon in this territory, which Jang Wu and the sect's golden core cultivators would jointly vanquish. Jang Wu had assessed the status of that great demon. It should have only recently broken through to the 3rd tier, at most a century or so ago. In present terms, it would still be a high-grade 2nd tier or at its peak, certainly not a 3rd tier, which presented them with an opportunity. What formation will you employ this time? A confinement formation. The beast we are dealing with is a serpent demon with the ability to manipulate clouds and rain. Given our proximity to the Luoshui River, we must prevent it from escaping through the water. Understood. Jiang Xiaoyu, rest assured, we will set up the formation. Su Li remarked, as his son Su Rong, a 2nd-tier formation master, possessed an array of formation discs and could arrange them on the spot. Jiang Wu produced hundreds of spirit beast eggs, albeit of low quality, as high-quality spirit beast eggs were prohibitively expensive and unnecessary. He hurled the spirit beast eggs into the air, and as they plummeted, most shattered, releasing a foul stench that quickly permeated the area, leaving only a handful of eggs in the delta region. Jiang Xiaoyu, our formation is now ready. Excellent. Let us retreat and conceal ourselves. Remember to mask your presence. This creature is quite astute, with an acute sense of smell. Understood. Su Rong and his father nodded, recognizing Jiang Wu's meticulous planning, which they appreciated as a prudent strategy. Approximately half an hour later, ripples appeared on the surface of the delta, heralding the emergence of a massive serpent demon, several meters thick. The creature was indeed exceedingly cautious, sniffing the air, reluctant to emerge from the water. Yet, no matter how cautious it was, it could not resist the allure of delicacies. The various eggs presented a fatal temptation, and eventually, it slithered onto the delta, voraciously devouring the eggs. Now, Jiang Wu shouted, and Su Rong activated the formation. For beams of golden light shot up from the delta, converging in midair to form a protective barrier, effectively trapping the serpent demon. The demon reacted swiftly, attempting to flee, but it collided with the formation's walls, repeatedly failing to escape. The serpent demon expelled a cloud of pink mist, yet it proved ineffective. Senior Su, be cautious. This creature's venom is potent, capable of corroding our spiritual energy shield and inducing hallucinations. We must not inhale it. Thank you, Jiang Xiaoyu. We shall maintain our distance. Su Rong nodded, and he and Su Li began to wield their flying swords against the serpent demon. Despite their efforts, the serpent demon, though wounded, remained formidable. This serpent demon has developed reverse scales at its 7 inches, indicating a tendency towards dragon transformation. A single strike for a kill is no longer feasible. We must wear it down. Jiang Xiaoyu, maintain the formation. Understood, esteemed seniors. We shall proceed with caution. Jang Wu acknowledged. Knowing that the serpent demon had not yet ascended to the 3rd tier, its strength significantly inferior to his recollections. Moreover, he was aware that no formidable beasts remained in the vicinity. Ferocious beasts held a deep attachment to their territories. And the saying one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers was not merely metaphorical. Su Li and his son adjusted their tactics, opting to gradually wear down the serpent demon rather than rushing for a quick kill. This battle would extend over 3 days and nights. While cultivators could replenish their spiritual energy with pills and spirit stones, the serpent demon had no such luxury, aside from the few spirit beast eggs that had been shattered. There was nothing else within the formation. Jiang Xiaoyu, it is nearly time. It has but 1 breath remaining. Thank you, esteemed seniors. Jiang Wu nodded, entering the formation. He summoned his ultimate artifact and struck the serpent demon's neck with a decisive blow, severing its head. It lay dead, beyond revival. Jiang Wu discreetly checked the progress of the system, which now stood at 100%, filling him with satisfaction. Esteemed seniors, let us gather our things and depart. Jiang Wu instructed, as Su Li and his son swiftly collected the serpent demon's remains and dismantled the formation before soaring back to Yun City. The Four Seas Trading Company would ensure that every part of the serpent demon was fully utilized, leaving no waste in their hands. The creature would yield far more than 3,000 to 4,000 spirit stones, possibly reaching 5,000. With Jiang Wu's employment fee included, they would soon have nearly 10,000 spirit stones in hand. Upon returning to Yun City, Jiang Wu instructed them to return to the Four Seas Trading Company while he himself checked into an inn and activated the life simulator. System name, Life Simulator Host, Jang Wu Lifespan, 240. 500 Cause of Death, devoured by a beast. Final cultivation, completed. Golden core time rewind. 3 days death record, accessible in the unfamiliar environment. Jang Wu gazed at the system before opening the death record, revealing the final moments before his demise. In the depths of a secluded forest, the venerable Yang Zhou, an elder of the Tianyun sect, is engaged in a fierce battle against a creature with wings sprouting from its back. This being is not purely human, but rather a transformation of a monstrous beast, revealing its bestial characteristics in the heat of combat. Meanwhile, Jang Wu and Yang Zhou's partner, Lung Yu, are making their way into a valley, besieged by countless eagle-like demon beasts in the sky. Despite their numbers, these creatures are weak and fall to the blades of the two. Suddenly, Lung Yu spots a small tree not far ahead, bearing fruits resembling ginseng. Overjoyed, she rushes forward without hesitation. In an instant, a gray shadow appears, swiftly darting past Lung Yu, causing her to be torn apart instantly. The shadow, having pierced through her, reappears before Jiang Wu, launching a vicious attack. The supreme magical artifact, the exceptional inner armor, and the 3rd-tier high-quality talisman protective shield shatter in an instant. As fragile as paper, Jiang Wu too is grievously injured, and with a flick of the shadow's head, he is devoured, plunging into an abyss of darkness. Once again confronting the sensation of death, Jiang Wu gasps, collecting his thoughts as he begins to reflect on the course of his life in this incarnation. This 6th life is markedly different from the previous ones, primarily due to the aftermath of the battle at Chiyun Mountain, where Jiang Wu showcased his prowess by single-handedly slaying 5 foundational stage cultivators, earning recognition within the Tianyun sect. Following the battle, Jiang Wu exhibited a notably aggressive stance, aligning himself with the expansionist faction of the sect, which garnered the attention of its higher-ups. Subsequently, in the Tianyun Mountain secret realm, Jiang Wu amassed even greater spoils than in prior lives, seizing numerous ghost orchids and achieving significant contributions to the sect. Consequently, the elder Yang Zhou summoned him personally. And through familiarity gained in the 5th life simulation, Jiang Wu successfully became Yang Zhou's disciple. With Yang Zhou as his formidable ally, Jiang Wu's path became increasingly smooth. He refrained from employing seduction tactics with the enchanting Main Yang, instead having his mentor's wife, Lung Yu, escort him safely back to the Tianyun sect after procuring the 5 elements pill. From this point forward, Jiang Wu's life diverged completely from the past. He entered seclusion to break through to the golden core stage within the Tianyun sect and actively participated in the war against the colorful sect, gaining significant acclaim. Leveraging Yang Zhou's connections, he also engaged in financial endeavors within the sect, acquiring 5 elements pills for Jiangqin, Shueqingqing, and Huang Zhongwei. Regrettably, Jiangqin and Shueqingqing failed to advance, while Huang Zhongwei successfully became a golden core, no longer needing to evade the pursuit of Chen Guangbei. Jiang Wu continued his cultivation within the Tianyan sect. In the year 1055 of the Southern Zhang era, at the age of 220, he reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, achieving this remarkable speed surpassing even that of the heavenly roots. Lang Yu had also attained the Golden Core peak, though she had previously suffered a setback when Yang Zhou procured a transformation pill for her, which unfortunately failed, leaving her to recuperate for many years. With Lang Yu's lifespan now reaching 480 years, she faced an urgent need to break through to the nascent soul stage. Even with longevity-enhancing treasures, she had few years left. Thus, Yang Zhou, for the sake of his disciple and beloved, ventured into the perilous territory of the demon race within the 10,000 Great Mountains in search of opportunities. After enduring numerous dangers, the trio finally discovered the existence of the condensation fruit, the primary ingredient for the transformation pill. If given to a skilled alchemist, it could yield several transformation pills, bringing them immense joy. However, guarding the condensation fruit was a group of divine winged eagles, with the two most formidable among them reaching the 4th tier of transformation, making the acquisition of the fruit exceedingly challenging. Yang Zhou paid a hefty price to conjure an avatar, intending to lure away one of the 4th tier divine winged eagles, but ultimately, the creature returned prematurely, resulting in the death of Lang Yu and Jang Wu being swallowed whole. Their plan had failed. With only 3 days to reverse this fate, Jang Wu resolved to devise a strategy to alter their destiny. He promptly made his way to Yang Zhou's tent. In Yang Zhou's cave, 2 versions of him existed. One was his avatar, created from half of his essence and spirit, which left him in a weakened state, consuming pills to recover. Xiao Wu, what brings you here in such haste? Master, it concerns the operation to seize the condensation fruit in 3 days. I have something to discuss. Speak freely. Master, I fear that if we proceed as planned, we may face failure. Why do you say that? Master, the divine winged eagle possesses extraordinary intelligence, rivaling our own. The condensation fruit lies within their nest, and attempting to use an avatar to divert the eagle may be a miscalculation. Once the eagle is a certain distance from its nest, it will return. Neither I nor my master could withstand a 4th tier divine winged eagle, and our lives would be in grave danger. I understand. This was indeed a risky endeavor, Yang Zhou acknowledged, nodding. The chance of success was less than 30%. Yet even with a mere 10%, he felt compelled to attempt it. Lang Yu had less than 50 years of lifespan remaining, and her vitality was waning. If she failed to break through in the next decade, she would lose all opportunity and succumb to death. Yang Zhou cared deeply for Lang Yu. They had sacrificed everything, even progeny, for their cultivation. He could not bear to see his companion of centuries perish, so he was determined to fight against fate. Master, I understand the depth of your feelings for my master. You have sacrificed half your essence and severed your spirit to create this avatar, which will cost you at least 100 years of cultivation. Pursuing this course now may not be wise. I am not afraid of death. The success of obtaining the condensation fruit would benefit me as well. What I seek is a solution that serves both ends. And what solution do you propose? I wish to employ cunning. How so? I hope you will abandon the plan for 3 days hence and return to the southern Jiang region to seek someone in the central plains to concoct a spirit awakening pill. I am willing to venture into the divine winged eagle's nest, trading the spirit awakening pill for the condensation fruit. The spirit awakening pill is strictly prohibited by humanity. Yang Zhou hesitated. If a viable plan existed, he would not take unnecessary risks. However, acquiring the spirit awakening pill was no simple feat. It was a potion designed for demon beasts, capable of awakening their intelligence, and was highly sought after in ancient times. Many powerful beings of that era raised spirit beasts, as dull beasts were of little use. However, intelligent ones proved invaluable. As time progressed into the Middle Ages, the world underwent significant changes. Many powerful beings perished, while others ascended to higher realms, leaving humanity in a weakened state as demon races grew stronger and began to retaliate. Intelligent demon races captured human alchemists during battles, sparing their lives in exchange for the creation of spirit awakening pills, thus augmenting their power. Naturally, after humanity overcame its weakened period, numerous talented cultivators emerged, ultimately defeating the demons and pushing them back into the 10,000 Great Mountains. Consequently, humanity enacted a decree forbidding the distribution of spirit awakening pills to the demon races. Master, the cultivation world is not like the mundane realm, where a powerful force can dominate everything. How can all pills be prohibited? To my knowledge, there are numerous merchants in Wujiqing within the Central Plains secretly selling spirit awakening pills, albeit of lower quality. Is that true? Indeed, Master. In recent years, I traveled through the Central Plains and witnessed it firsthand. Jiang Wu replied. In this life, although he was not pursued by Chunguangbei, he had visited Wujiqing, having spent over 200 years in the last life simulation, collecting opportunities that could not be ignored. Wujiqing indeed had spirit awakening pills available in secrecy. As many major sects raised spirit beasts, which are essentially the same as demon beasts, those who raise them call them spirit beasts, while those who do not call them demon beasts. The formidable beasts of the prominent sects serve as guardians of the mountains, yet they lack a certain degree of intelligence. Even after taking on human form, their wisdom remains limited without the aid of spirit awakening pills. Consequently, some major sects secretly nourish their spirit beasts with these pills. which are strictly forbidden, rendering the prohibition a mere jest. Lang Jun, Xiao makes a valid point. It is wise to avoid unnecessary risks. Let us first attempt the Spirit Awakening pill, and if that fails, we may resort to more drastic measures. However, engaging in trade with the demon clan presents significant dangers. Fear not, master. I am willing to take the risk, Xiao Wu replied. It would be unjust for you to shoulder this burden alone. The kindness you have shown me is unparalleled. Without you, I would not be where I am today. Please grant me this opportunity to repay your generosity. Very well. Xiao Wu, I agree. Should we acquire the embryonic fruit, a portion of the Spirit Awakening pills shall be yours, Yang Zhou responded, his heart swelling with gratitude. Among the tens of thousands of disciples of Tianyun's sect, who professes loyalty to the sect, yet few would willingly risk their lives in dire circumstances. It is evident that this disciple was not taken in vain. Yang Zhou consented, and the following day, the trio departed from the 10,000 mountains, bypassing the southern wilderness and soaring directly to the central plains. As a Yuan Ing cultivator, Yang Zhou possessed connections even more formidable than Jang Wu's. After 2 months, he located an alchemist who concocted a batch of 4th-tier Spirit Awakening pills. The higher the tier of the pill, the more potent its effects. A 4th-tier pill was vital for 4th-tier beasts to seize power. With the Spirit Awakening pills in hand, the trio returned to the 10,000 mountains, where Jang Wu ventured into the territory of the Divine Winged Eagles. Bold human, how dare you trespass upon the domain of our Divine Winged Eagle clan? A sudden tempest emerged, revealing a man with an eagle's head standing before Jang Wu, who exclaimed, I assure you, Great Eagle King, I harbor no ill intentions. I have come to propose a transaction. Humans are treacherous and seek to deceive our kind. You court death. The Eagle King roared in fury. As the memories of deception were deeply etched in the demon clan's ancestral heritage, spanning countless millennia, with a wave of his hand, another gust of wind surged forth, nearly sweeping Jang Wu away. Eagle King, I come bearing Spirit Awakening pills. Do you not desire them? He shouted desperately. As his words faded, the tempest subsided, and the Eagle King fixed his gaze upon Jang Wu, recalling the legends surrounding the Spirit Awakening pills. Revered as divine elixirs due to the general lack of intelligence among the demon clan, such pills could significantly accelerate their cultivation, especially for lower-tier beasts, who instinctively consume treasures without understanding the path to cultivation. In ancient times, the demon clan would employ human alchemists to produce Spirit Awakening pills, marking an era of prosperity that echoed the glory of the primordial age. Alas, as powerful demons ascended, their lineage weakened, and with the rise of human heroes, the demon clan faced defeat in the conflict between the two races. Those captured humans were scattered, and the demon clan lost the ability to produce Spirit Awakening pills. You possess a divine elixir? The Eagle King inquired. Indeed, Great Eagle King. Please observe, Jiang Wu replied, producing a 2nd-tier Spirit Awakening pill, casting it before the Eagle King. The Eagle King examined the pill, then tossed it to a 2nd-tier Divine Winged Eagle, which eagerly consumed it and soon chirped joyfully, clearly invigorated. This appears to be a counterfeit divine elixir, the Eagle King remarked. Your Majesty, it is not false, merely a lower-tier Spirit Awakening pill. I have higher-tier ones as well. Jiang Wu insisted. What is it you seek in exchange for these elixirs? The Eagle King demanded. I desire that fruit. Jiang Wu indicated towards the distant embryonic fruit. A trio of fruits born from a centuries-old tree, exuding an alluring fragrance. Humans are indeed cunning, attempting to deceive us regarding our sacred fruit. The Eagle King fumed. For the embryonic fruit was crucial to their clan, necessary for advancing from 3rd tier to 4th tier. This is a trade. I will provide you with Spirit Awakening pills. And in return, I require only 1 fruit. I could kill you, and the divine elixir would be mine. True, you could end my life. Yet you would acquire merely 1 elixir. With your clan numbering in the thousands, 1 elixir serves little purpose. Should you choose not to slay me, I can offer you 5 elixirs in exchange, and I can continue to supply you with more in the future. Imagine your kin becoming astoundingly intelligent, dominating the 10,000 mountains, with even the mightiest of demons being no match for you. You possess many divine elixirs? Indeed, in abundance. I do not believe you. Show me. I carry but 1 on my person, and we must also produce more, requiring trade with other humans, which takes time. Is that human outside yours? The Eagle King's consciousness swept outward, locating Yang Zhou, who had not taken risks and had sent forth only an avatar. Yes, that is my master. A Yuaning cultivator, akin to your level, Eagle King. Do not entertain thoughts of slaying him. You cannot defeat him, and even if you did, he could destroy the divine elixirs. You humans are exceedingly cunning. I must ponder this. Very well, Eagle King, take your time. We shall remain outside. Should you come to a decision, please send one of your kin to inform us. We will bring 5 divine elixirs for trade, requiring only 1 fruit in return. This is a gift I offer you. Jiang Wu hastily added, placing 10 2nd-tier Spirit Awakening pills before him as he exited the domain of the Divine Winged Eagles. Knowing his plan had succeeded. Chapter 39, the embryonic fruit acquired in the year 1075 of the Southern Wilderness calendar. Within the territory of the Divine Winged Eagles in the 10,000 mountains, Jiang Wu and Yang Shou awaited the arrival of the Eagle King. A ripple of spiritual energy heralded the appearance of not 1, but 2 Eagle Kings. Have you decided on the trade, O noble kings? Jiang Wu inquired. Human. I wish to first examine the divine elixirs, one of the Eagle Kings demanded. Fairness dictates we first see your sacred fruit, Jang Wu countered. Having discerned the demon clan's vulnerability to the spirit awakening pills, he knew they would not readily part with their treasures. For a fourth-tier Eagle King possessed intellect not far removed from that of humans, the two Eagle Kings exchanged glances, and one of them spat forth an embryonic fruit into the air. Simultaneously, Jang Wu conjured a spirit awakening pill, and both parties grasped their respective prizes. Jang Wu signaled to Yang Zhou, confirming the authenticity of the embryonic fruit, while the divine winged eagles confirmed the elixir. It was a fair exchange. Yet, in the next instant, both Eagle Kings unfurled their wings, unleashing a flurry of 8 feathers, remnants of their transformation. These feathers were more formidable than the artifacts of cultivators. With a swift motion, Yang Zhou intercepted half of the feathers, while Jiang Wu, ever prepared, invoked his secret technique and vanished from sight. Jiang Wu and Yang Zhou had never underestimated the fourth-tier Eagle Kings. While the demon clan branded humans as crafty, they themselves were not devoid of guile. Preparations had been meticulously made. Let us depart. Yang Zhou's true form swiftly led Jang Wu and Lang Yu away. The avatar of Yang Zhou had been sacrificed. But it mattered little, as the essence and soul dispersed could not be reclaimed. Master, the divine wing eagles have caught up. Their speed is astonishing. I will intercept them. So you must leave quickly, hurry. Behind, the divine wing eagles, frustrated by their failed ambush, transformed into their true forms and came after us. The eagles are renowned for their swiftness, and even with secret techniques, Yang Zhou is no match for them. Madam, use the teleportation talisman. We must depart. All right, Tianyun sect said. Jang Wu activated the teleportation talisman, a third-tier high-grade talisman capable of transporting 100 miles. He had prepared 20 for himself, while Lang Yu possessed several dozen. As soon as he reappeared, Jiang Wu instantly activated another teleportation talisman, not daring to hesitate. He teleported consecutively over 10 times. His body unable to withstand the strain, blood flowing from him. Yet, he gritted his teeth and invoked the shadowless escape technique, fleeing swiftly. Once he entered the southern border region, Jiang Wu sighed in relief, hurriedly pulling out a medicinal pill and swallowing it. After a brief rest, he continued his flight toward Tianyun sect. Lang Yu returned around the same time as Jiang Wu, but Yang Zhou took an entire day to arrive, bearing injuries. He had fought 1 against 2, and it was inevitable that he would pay the price. Yuer, Xiao Wu, I will go to Zhangzhou to find someone to refine pills. You two guard the sect, and keep my whereabouts confidential. Master, perhaps we should rest for a while. Healing is paramount, Jiang Wu remarked, noting Yang Zhou's earlier use of his avatar and the injuries he sustained while holding back. The situation was dire. No, Yuer has little time left. I must quickly refine the pills. Yuer, prepare for your breakthrough at home. Understood, Yang Lang. This time I will surely succeed, Lang Yu nodded. Recalling her previous failure decades ago, which had cost Yang Zhou over 1 million spirit stones. However, with that experience, she felt her chances of success had significantly increased. I am leaving. Yang Zhou gathered his belongings and departed. The pill refining level at Tianyun sect was inadequate to produce the transformation pill. He must seek a larger sect in Zhongzhou. While there might be someone in southern border who could refine it, he did not trust them. Currently, the best alchemist in the sect was Sun Ning, capable of refining mid-tier third-grade pills. His master, Li Yang, had already passed away. This level was not too low. But unfortunately, the entire southern border's cultivation level was lacking. After more than a year, Yang Shou returned to Tianyun sect and summoned Jiang Wu and Li Kong. With Lang Yu naturally present, the incubation fruit had been refined into 6 transformation pills, all of which were 2 pattern transformation pills. The alchemist took half, leaving 3 for them, 1 for each. They would collect them when they were ready to break through, as the sect's spiritual vein was insufficient, allowing only 1 to come at a time. Yuer, you shall retreat first. Yes, master. Jiang Wu and Li Kong had no objections. Presently, Tianyun sect boasted 11 Golden Core practitioners, with Jiang Wu and Li Kong having advanced to the great perfection of Golden Core. While the sect master and grand elder lingered in the mid-Golden Core stage, Lang Yu accepted the transformation pill and immediately decided to enter seclusion. Time was of the essence. This was her last chance to break through. If she failed again, even with the transformation pill, she would have no further opportunities. Jiang Wu and Li Kong prepared for their breakthroughs. In the last life simulation, Jiang Wu had waited until around the age of 480 to risk his breakthrough. Although he successfully condensed his infant, he perished during the heavenly tribulation. This time, Jiang Wu was determined to prepare more thoroughly. 3 years later, a formidable pressure suddenly enveloped Tianyun sect, causing the spiritual energy at the mountain gate to boil and converge in one direction. Jiang Wu and the others immediately sounded the alarm, urging the disciples in seclusion to exit. The entire sect's spiritual energy was currently dedicated to Lang Yu. Any disciple attempting to break through could suffer severe consequences. Master, will Madam succeed? I do not know. She has failed once before. Drawing from that experience, the pill fracturing and infant condensation should pose no issue. However, I fear she must endure the heavenly tribulation, Yang Zhou replied. The process of infant condensation consists of 3 steps. First, pill fracturing. Second, infant condensation. Though these two steps are perilous, failure would not result in death. The third step is to face the tribulation. The infant condensation heavenly tribulation consists of 3 bolts of divine lightning, known as the minor heavenly tribulation. Enduring the tribulation requires one's physical body to withstand it, relying solely on cultivation strength. Of course, one could also employ formations or treasures to mitigate the tribulation's power. However, the resulting infant would be considerably weaker than one achieved through a normal breakthrough, and it is almost unheard of for anyone to ascend to the transformation stage thereafter. Most individuals would not choose to use formations or treasures to diminish the heavenly tribulation's power, as the Golden Core ancestors had lived for hundreds of years and understood the value of longevity. Breaking through to the infant stage only grants an additional 500 years of life, while ascending beyond that could allow one to live for 2,000 years. Not to mention the distant prospect of transcending to immortality. In that moment, Jang Wu was at a loss for words, recalling that in his last life simulation, he had perished even while enduring the heavenly tribulation. In this life, Jang Wu did not wish to withstand it, for he had a choice. This was a life simulation. By accumulating more experiences, he could truly withstand the heavenly tribulation in reality. 3 days later, the skies above Tianyun's sect darkened, clouds swirling ominously, and thunder rumbled. When it was time for Lang Yu to face the tribulation, she emerged from her cave dwelling and sat cross-legged in the void, awaiting the heavenly tribulation. Boom! As the dark clouds engulfed Tianyun's sect, the first bolt of lightning struck. Lang Yu did not resist. She allowed the thunder to strike her, and upon impact, she immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Not good. Yue, summon your treasures and activate the formation. Yang Zhou shouted urgently, sensing Lang Yu's dire condition. This was merely the first bolt of lightning, and she was already on the brink of collapse. However, Lang Yu did not heed Yang Zhou's advice. She chose to endure. Back when Yang Zhou had withstood the heavenly thunder, he had an opportunity to advance further. Lang Yu did not wish to pass through the thunder so passively. Boom! The second bolt of lightning descended, and Lang Yu was struck to the ground. Yang Zhou attempted to rush forward, but Jang Wu immediately restrained him. Master, do not approach. If you do, the thunder will perceive it as 2 individuals undergoing the tribulation, doubling the power of the lightning, which may harm Madam. Quickly activate the mountain protecting formation. Right. In the midst of his panic, Yang Zhou quickly came to his senses and activated the mountain protecting formation of Tianyun's sect. A protective barrier appeared above Lang Yu. Lang Yu, realizing she could not withstand the thunder, dared not be reckless. She promptly consumed a medicinal pill and summoned her treasures. Boom! The third bolt of lightning struck, shattering the protective barrier of the mountain protecting formation. The treasures Lang Yu had summoned were also destroyed, and the remaining heavenly thunder struck her once more, sending her flying. Where? Yang Zhou rushed out and caught Lang Yu, but upon receiving her, he discovered she had already lost her breath. Lang Yu had perished. Jang Wu and the others sighed deeply, while Li Kang's face turned ashen. They were all at the great perfection of the Golden Core stage, and Lang Yu's fate today could very well be their own tomorrow. Master, please accept my condolences. Jang Wu found himself at a loss for words. The transition from Golden Core to infant stage is fraught with peril, with only 1 in 10 surviving. The difficulty of this advancement surpasses that of progressing from Qi refinement to Foundation establishment, and from Foundation establishment to Golden Core. This explains the scarcity of infant stage ancestors. While there may be over 100 Golden Core practitioners in Southern Border, the number of infants is fewer than 10. The loss of a Golden Core at great perfection significantly weakened Tianyun's sect, yet life must go on. Jiang Wu and Li Kang continued their preparations with unwavering resolve. 10 years later, Li Kang entered seclusion, following in Lang Yu's footsteps. Yang Zhou suffered a series of blows. Aging considerably, his ambitions diminished. 2 years later, the Grand Elder and Sect Master both passed away, and the number of Golden Cores in Tianyun's sect dwindled to 7. Dropping from 2nd to 4th place in Southern Border, now only surpassing Baiyao Palace by 1. Nearly 200 years of effort had been rendered futile. Xiao Wu, when do you plan to enter seclusion? Master, I have decided to enter seclusion in 3 months. Over the years, Tianyun's sect has faced misfortune, and we need some good news to uplift our spirits, Jiang Wu replied. The favorable winds that had once filled Tianyun's sect had ended. Not only had the Golden Cores faced calamities, but several at the peak of Foundation establishment had also failed to break through to Golden Core, resulting in a drought of new Golden Cores for decades. A positive development was desperately needed. Your intent warms my heart, dear disciple. Yet I implore you to utilize talismans and formations to withstand the impending tribulations. Master, I understand this may be a formidable request, but please comprehend my predicament. I have reached the venerable age of 550, and having surpassed half of my lifespan as a nascent soul, my time is waning. Should I ascend? The Tianyun sect lacks another nascent soul to safeguard it, and it would surely perish within a decade. Yang Zhou expressed to Jiang Wu. For the territory under the Tianyun sect is substantial, second only to the Nanli sect. If I were to pass without a successor, the sect would inevitably face obliteration. Thus, the Tianyun sect requires a nascent soul, even one of lesser strength, to implement a strategy of contraction, minimizing losses and averting annihilation. Chapter 40. The Weak Nascent Soul Boom. A bolt of heavenly lightning struck down upon the Tianyun sect, and a formation rose to shield against it. Although the formation was shattered in an instant, it diminished the lightning's might by 30%. Jang Wu summoned a shield, further mitigating the lightning's impact, and though he felt a numbing shock, he emerged unscathed. The heavenly lightning tempered his body, enhancing his physical form while simultaneously refining his spiritual energy. However, with a diminished force of 60%. The refinement was inferior to that which a nascent soul could withstand through sheer physical resilience. This is the origin of the weak nascent soul. Seizing the opportunity amidst the tribulation, Jang Wu hastened to heal his injuries, reflecting on the insights from his predecessors regarding tribulation. He had long aspired to become a weak nascent soul, and when Yang Zhou offered further persuasion, he naturally acquiesced. Boom! The second bolt of lightning descended a quarter of an hour later. Jang Wu activated the formation and shield once more, successfully mitigating the lightning's power and enduring the onslaught with relative ease. Boom! The third bolt followed suit, inflicting significant damage upon Jang Wu, yet he remained alive. In the aftermath, Jiang Wu swiftly communicated with the tribulation clouds, which then showered him with a nourishing rain of pure energy from the heavens. He absorbed it entirely, instantly healing his wounds. Congratulations, Xiao Wu, on achieving the nascent soul realm. Yang Zhou was the first to extend his heartfelt congratulations, and Jiang Wu promptly returned the gesture with a bow. The other 6 Golden Core members of the Tianyun sect soon lined up to express their admiration for Jiang Wu. For them, filled with envy, it mattered not how the future would unfold. Jiang Wu had already ascended to the nascent soul stage, transforming his 500 years of lifespan into 1,000, with the promise of living for several more centuries. The Tianyun sect held a grand celebration for Jiang Wu's advancement, with representatives from several prominent sects in the southern region attending to pay their respects. Regardless of future conflicts, this moment called for mutual acknowledgement, as it represented a collective enhancement of strength within the southern region. With this achievement, the Tianyun sect halted its decline. It now boasted 2 nascent soul cultivators, alleviating the need for a contraction strategy and even allowing for potential expansion. After the festivities concluded, Yang Zhou departed from the Tianyun sect to wander the outer realms in search of fortuitous encounters. The resources in the southern region were scarce, insufficient to sustain nascent soul-level cultivation, and the Tianyun sect struggled even for spiritual energy, with its main gate possessing only one superior third-grade spiritual vein. Thus, Yang Zhou and Jiang Wu agreed to each oversee the sect for 50 years, ensuring its protection until Yang Zhou's return, at which point Jiang Wu could venture forth. Jiang Wu did not decline this arrangement. The circumstances of his life simulation were not something he could divulge to Yang Zhou. His days remained busy. The sect elected a new sect master and elder to oversee daily affairs, allowing Jiang Wu ample leisure time. He devoted himself to the study of talisman crafting and formations, skills that would become his own to carry into reality. As the days passed, the Tianyun sect gradually emerged from its nadir, with a succession of talented disciples appearing to fill the voids. 50 years later, Yang Zhou returned as promised, while Jiang Wu had traveled extensively throughout the southern region, experiencing diverse customs and gathering historical knowledge, all of which would prove useful in reality. In the blink of an eye, 50 years had gone by. Jiang Wu returned to the sect as Yang Zhou set forth once more, their collaboration becoming increasingly seamless. Another 50 years passed before Yang Zhou returned again. This time, Jiang Wu refrained from embarking on a journey alone. Instead, he accompanied Yang Zhou to the 10,000 Great Mountains to seize the essence-nurturing fruit. For Huangzhongwei had also attained full mastery of the Golden Core. Over the span of 150 years, the number of Golden Core cultivators in the Tianyun sect had been replenished, with 11 new members. However, Jiang Wu found himself increasingly isolated, with only Sun Ning and Huangzhongwei remaining close to him. Although Sun Ning had fortuitously broken through to the Golden Core, his lifespan was dwindling, and he had yet to reach the mid-stage of the Golden Core, leaving no hope for the nascent soul. This time, Jiang Wu and Yang Zhou opted against trading with the Divine Winged Eagles, instead launching a direct assault. Nearly 2 centuries had passed, and the strength of the Divine Winged Eagle clan had diminished rather than increased, with even a 4th-tier Demon King vanishing, likely deceased. Consequently, Jiang Wu and Yang Zhou acted decisively. Yang Zhou engaged the Demon King, while Jiang Wu uprooted the essence-nurturing fruit tree, bringing it back to the Tianyun sect. The essence-nurturing fruit tree, a superior 4th-grade specimen, stood in stark contrast to the sect's highest spiritual vein of only 3rd-grade quality, which was woefully inadequate. Master, it is time to upgrade our spiritual veins, Jiang Wu remarked. Yet upon returning the essence-nurturing fruit tree to the sect, an awkward situation arose. The sect's spiritual energy proved insufficient. The Tianyun sect's mountain gate and its surrounding area housed 6 spiritual veins, the best being 3rd grade. But these veins needed to sustain thousands of disciples and nearly 10,000 acres of spiritual herb fields, leaving no surplus. Over the past century, the sect had invested over 1 million spirit stones to enhance its spiritual veins, yet elevating from 3rd grade to 4th grade would require decades and millions of spirit stones. Progress would be gradual. For now, they would employ a spirit-gathering formation to convert spirit stones to sustain the essence-nurturing fruit tree. Yang Zhou sighed, lamenting the arduousness of enhancing spiritual veins. Despite a century's investment of spirit stones, success remained elusive. He took the essence-nurturing fruit to the central land for alchemy, while Jang Wu focused on upgrading the sect's spiritual veins. The primary vein was third grade, while most of the subsidiary veins were second grade. Jang Wu continued to invest significant spirit stones, even enlisting skilled formation masters to draw in veins from other areas, significantly improving the sect's cultivation environment. 2 years later, Yang Zhou triumphantly returned with 3 essence-nurturing pills. Huang Zhongwei began his seclusion, and like Jiang Wu, he chose not to endure the lightning with sheer physical strength, successfully overcoming the tribulation to become the third nascent soul of the Tianyun sect, still classified as a weak nascent soul, with 3 nascent soul ancestors safeguarding it. The Tianyun sect ranked as the second largest sect in the southern region, following closely behind the Nanli sect, yet still lagging far behind. For the Nanli sect was protected by a divine transformation ancestor. In the year 1360 of the immortal calendar, Sun Ning's life reached its end at the age of 510. Before entering his final rest, he relayed a message to Jiang Wu, who immediately rushed to Sun Ning's cave dwelling. "Brother Sun, how do you fare?" Jiang Wu inquired with genuine concern, for privately, they maintained a brotherly bond. Sun Ning had greatly aided Jiang Wu, providing him with most of the pills he required before reaching the late stage of the golden core, often at cost price. "Brother Jiang, I, a 3-spirit root, have lived for 510 years, and I have profited," Sun Ning sighed. "Alas, do not grieve for me. I have gained much in this life. Yet, as my end approaches, 2 matters weigh on my mind. Pray, tell me," Jiang Wu urged. "First, my descendants lack talent and face a bleak future. I hope you can provide them with protection," Sun Ning implored. "Of course. As long as the Sun family's descendants do not violate sect rules, I shall ensure their safety," Jiang Wu assured him. "Thank you, brother. The second matter is that I wish to request an essence-nurturing pill for my sister," Sun Ning said earnestly. "Brother, I must consider this carefully," Jiang Wu replied. "Surely you must know that my sister harbors feelings for you?" Sun Ning's words left Jiang Wu in thoughtful silence. He was aware that for centuries, he had cherished Li Qingxiu, yet she did not reciprocate his affections, leading Sun Ning to suppress his admiration and choose a suitable female cultivator for marriage. Now, Li Qingxiu had achieved the peak of the golden core and would soon face the decline of her vitality, leaving her with but a single chance to attain the nascent soul. Within the sect, there are numerous potential golden elixirs, all quite youthful, nearly 200 or 300 years old. In a few decades, they will be poised to challenge the Yuaning realm. Logically, the remaining 2 transformation elixirs have no connection to Li Qingxiu. However, these elixirs were seized by Jiang Wu and Yang Zhou from the territory of the divine winged eagles, and even Huang Zhongwei lacks the authority to handle them. Only Jiang Wu and Yang Zhou possess that privilege. Senior brother, after centuries of solitude, you have now attained the Yuaning stage. Why not consider the significant matters of life? Should senior sister achieve Yuaning, she could accompany you for 5 centuries. Senior brother, this is my final wish. Very well, I shall grant it, Jiang Wu sighed. Whoever uses it matters not. There is no one closer to me now. The only one who could be considered so is Huang Zhongwei, but he cannot utilize it either. Upon receiving Jiang Wu's response, Sun Ning smiled contentedly. And half a year later, Li Qingxiu entered seclusion. Alas, it was ultimately too late. Li Qingxiu's lifespan was nearly exhausted, sustained only by longevity treasures. And her vitality had secretly waned. She fell before even confronting the tribulation, leaving many to lament her fate. In the year 1380 of the southern frontier's immortal history, the 4th Yuan Ing was born within the sect. This individual was no weak Yuan Ing, but had genuinely endured the heavenly tribulation to ascend. Simultaneously, the spiritual vein within the Tianyun sect elevated to the 4th tier, though it remained insufficient for 4 Yuan Ing to utilize. Jiang Wu and Yang Zhou, both seasoned Yuan Ing, began to traverse the world in search of opportunities. By the year 1450, Jiang Wu advanced to the mid-Yuan Ing stage, and his talisman-making skills reached the pinnacle of the 4th tier, earning him a notable reputation throughout the realm of cultivation. After reaching the 4th tier, every minor advancement became akin to crossing a chasm, exceedingly difficult. Thus, 4th tier talisman craft has gained renown in the cultivation world. Concurrently, his array mastery reached the mid-3rd tier, and Jiang Wu even began to dabble in qi refinement and alchemy, driven by a simple reason: abundant time and few obligations. In the year 1500, after exploring Central Plains, Jiang Wu ventured to other states, covering vast regions over 3 centuries and enduring countless trials and tribulations. By the year 1800, Jiang Wu returned to the Tianyun sect in the southern frontier, which had flourished even more. While no new Yuan Ing had emerged, 10 golden elixirs had joined their ranks, and their territory expanded significantly, with half acquired from the Bo Palace, jointly dominating the southern frontier with the Nanli sect. Jiang Wu's lifespan exceeded 900 years, with less than 200 remaining, while Yang Zhou's was even shorter, barely 100 years, a result of seizing numerous opportunities and longevity treasures. Consequently, master and disciple once again ventured into the 10,000 Great Mountains, seeking the chance to transcend to the divine transformation stage. In the current cultivation world, aside from the 10,000 Great Mountains, such opportunities were rare, primarily found in ancient ruins. Over the years, Jang Wu had extensively explored ancient sites, leaving him with no choice but to seek chances within the mountains. In the year 1880, Jiang Wu and Yang Zhou infiltrated the holy land of the demon race to steal the Nine Heavens fruit, only to be discovered by a fifth-tier demon sovereign, who killed them on the spot, leading to the conclusion of the sixth life simulation. Chapter 41. Completion of Qi Refinement as vision shifted from blurred to clarity. Jiang Wu surveyed his surroundings, recognizing the familiar room. Outside, he could still hear the voices of Jiang Qin and Shui Qingqing, evoking a sense of nostalgia within him. During the life simulation, he had endured over 700 years of mourning for the two who had passed away. Returning to reality felt oddly foreign. For the time being, he could not initiate another life simulation. The higher the cultivation level, the longer the lifespan, and the more experience is accumulated, which could easily lead to mental disarray. Should the next simulation achieve divine transformation, it would mean 2,000 years of memories, potentially overwhelming even his current mental capacity. Jiang Wu contemplated the matter. An abundance of life simulations was not solely beneficial. The sheer volume of memories could be quite burdensome, just as now, with a millennium of memories flooding his mind. The sheer weight of information was almost unbearable even for him, a Qi refinement practitioner. A mere mortal would likely suffer a mental collapse under such strain. Even enduring this, Jiang Wu sometimes found it challenging to distinguish between reality and delusion, oscillating between the two states, leaving him in considerable discomfort. System name: Life Simulator Host, Jang Wu Lifespan, 2290 Cultivation, Qi Refinement 9th Layer Spiritual Roots, Metal, Fire, Wood Techniques, Creation Scripture, Tianyun Decision, Spirit Refinement Decision. 9-turn Spirit Enhancement Technique Skills, First Tier High Quality Talisman Maker, Mid-Level Array Master Progress, viewable as Jiang Wu accessed the system. He gazed at the interface and recalled that he was already 22 years old, having spent 2 years in this realm of cultivation. In just 2 brief years, he had accumulated memories spanning several millennia, qualifying him to be called an ancient being. With a sigh, Jiang Wu recognized that what he needed most now was to practice the Spirit Refinement Decision to strengthen his consciousness and assimilate the millennia of memories from the 6 life simulations. Resolving to do so, Jiang Wu began his seclusion, dedicating himself entirely to mastering the Spirit Refinement Decision. Senior brother, are you there? Come in. Outside, Huang Zhongwei called at the door. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Wu activated the array, and the door opened, allowing Huang Zhongwei to enter. Senior brother. As Huang Zhongwei stepped into the room, Jiang Wu lifted his gaze, and upon meeting Jiang Wu's eyes, Huang Zhongwei felt a wave of trepidation. Those deep, unfamiliar eyes exerted immense pressure, leaving him momentarily disoriented. What brings you here, junior brother? The sect's grand competition has begun its registration. Will you participate, senior brother? Do you wish to enter? Yes, senior brother. I would like to give it a try. Huang Zhongwei lowered his gaze, avoiding eye contact with Jiang Wu. Having been in the sect for over 2 years, he was no longer the Navi village youth. His 2 years of diligent practice had brought him to the 6th level of Qi refinement, a commendable pace within the Tianyun sect. However, 6th level practitioners would find it challenging to achieve notable rankings in the competition. Huang Zhongwei's objective was to gain some combat experience. He had focused exclusively on his training for 2 years, without ever engaging in a fight, which he deemed inappropriate. Thus, he seized this opportunity to test himself in the competition. Feel free to try, but do not overexert yourself. You possess a celestial spiritual root with great potential. Many within the sect may covet you, and some might take the chance to undermine you, Jiang Wu cautioned. Such occurrences had not transpired during his life simulations. But reality was unpredictable. A single thought could alter the course of events. I understand, Huang Zhongwei replied, recalling how Jiang Wu had been injured in his dantian by Lu Fifan 2 years prior. Had it not been for Jiang Qin's advance payment of 10 years' worth of monthly stipends, Jiang Wu might still be recuperating. Thus, he was naturally vigilant. Let us go register. Jiang Wu nodded, and together they proceeded to the Internal Affairs Hall. Participation in the sect's grand competition was voluntary, but few would abstain entirely, as the rewards were substantial. Even the top 100 received prizes, with the first-place winner awarded a Foundation Establishment Pill, a tradition upheld for centuries. It was already the 3rd day of registration, and the line was short, quickly bringing them to Jiang Wu. The registration was overseen by Jiang Qin's friendly peer. Disciple, you have achieved completion of Qi refinement? The individual expressed astonishment. Just over 2 years ago, Jiang Wu was still at the 6th level, having been injured by Lu Fifan. How had he managed to ascend 4 levels in mere months while recovering? Fortune smiled upon me, Jiang Wu replied with a smile. 10 months prior, he concluded the 6th life simulation, dedicating 2 months to honing his consciousness, followed by 8 months in seclusion, exhausting all his elixirs, and advancing from the 9th level to completion of Qi refinement. That is no mere fortune. It appears that Jiang senior brother has high expectations for you. The peer shook his head, aware of Jiang Qin's deep affection for Jiang Wu. Not every parent could offer a decade's worth of monthly stipends in advance. With a mere 200 years of lifespan in the Foundation establishment stage, how many more decades could one expect? Jiang Wu chose not to elaborate further. After completing the registration, he returned home. The grand competition would officially commence in half a month's time, and he resolved not to waste this interval. Focusing on cultivation and talisman creation. My son, how have you managed to attain the pinnacle of chi cultivation without uttering a word? On the day of the grand competition, Jiangchen discovered that his son had reached the peak of chi cultivation. He was present as a referee, hoping to avoid a recurrence of the mishaps from the previous competition, especially with a talented disciple and his son participating. Such effortless cultivation. Father, take it easy. In a few years, I shall surpass you, Jang Wu stated nonchalantly, his demeanor exuding confidence. However, given his recent seclusion, it was understandable that Jiangchen and Xingxing were unaware of his cultivation progress. You think you can surpass me? Just wait until you reach the foundation establishment stage. You will realize how arduous it is to improve your cultivation, Jiangchen replied, taking on the role of a seasoned minner. The path of cultivation in the chi refinement stage is indeed challenging, while ascending several minor levels in a year is feasible. The foundation establishment stage presents its own difficulties, where a decade may pass without any significant advancement. Otherwise, why would there be so many foundation establishment cultivators? With only a handful reaching the mid to late stages? Jiang Wu smiled, choosing silence for now, but he was determined to astonish Jiangchen once he reached foundation establishment. Before turning 100, he was certain he would achieve the golden course stage, especially with the 5 elements pills from Li City, which would expedite his progress. After a brief exchange, the sect leader concluded his customary speech, and the draw for the competition commenced. The Tianyan sect had approximately 20 to 30,000 chi refinement cultivators. And after excluding newcomers and those of advanced age, around 10,000 would participate in the grand competition, necessitating numerous rounds of battles that would span several days. Number 548. You may be called for battle today. Do not leave yet. Wait for your number to be announced. Jiang Wu was notified as he drew his number, which was relatively early. He clasped his hands in acknowledgement and stepped aside to await his turn. 20 arenas were set up in the martial arena of the Tianyan sect, with matches proceeding swiftly, first number 1 against number 2, then number 3 against number 4. The pace was quick, especially when a late-stage chi refinement cultivator faced off against an early-stage opponent, often concluding within mere minutes. Xiao Wu, why are you here alone? Li Qingxiu appeared before Jiang Wu, gesturing towards a nearby group of second-generation cultivators, Jiang Wu's former friends. Boring, mere child's play. They are just here to make up the numbers, Jiang Wu replied, shaking his head. The second-generation cultivators were too naive, preoccupied with revelry, and he felt no inclination to join them. Over the past 2 years, he had not sought their company even once. You have changed remarkably in these 2 years. Li Qingxiu observed. People grow. I was once young and foolish, unaware of the value of time, and wasted much of it. Now, I find myself wishing for more than the 12 hours in a day. Xiao Wu, you truly are different now. It seems you will soon break through to the foundation establishment stage. Unlike me, who is still uncertain of how to seize any opportunity, you will break through. Jiang Wu reassured, realizing that Li Qingxiu was attempting to engage him in conversation, which surprised him, given her usual aloof demeanor. Reflections of a past conversation with Sun Ning surfaced in his mind, where Sun had suggested that Li Qingxiu had long harbored feelings for him. Could this be the moment it began? Upon contemplation, it seemed plausible. Women are naturally attracted to strength, and cultivators are no exception. Jiang Wu had previously been quite ordinary, and even during their childhood together, Li Qingxiu had not regarded him with much significance. However, after the last grand competition, Jiang Wu was no longer the same. Though he remained low profile, many aspects were evident. The most straightforward indication was his registration for the competition, having reached the peak of chi cultivation at the age of 23. He surpassed many dual spirit root cultivators in terms of speed. Was he not a prime candidate for potential? Had this been the old Jiang Wu, he would have been elated by Li Qingxiu's attention, but now he found it rather uninteresting. What could romance offer compared to the allure of cultivation? He possessed knowledge of future opportunities and treasures waiting to be uncovered. Was pursuing romance not a waste of precious time? What's wrong, Xiao Wu? Nothing, just observing the competition. This year's event has showcased even more prodigies than the last. If you wish to secure a favorable ranking, you must keenly observe your opponents and discern their unique skills, Jiang Wu remarked, confident of his own victory, but aware that Li Qingxiu faced formidable competition, with at least 20 or 30 cultivators at the peak of chi refinement. As the matches continued, Jiang Wu silently observed, and after 2 hours, it was his turn. Number 547 versus number 548. The 2 disciples take the stage, the announcer declared. The rules had been reiterated numerous times, so there was no need for further explanation. Begin. With the referee's command, Jang Wu swiftly unleashed his flying sword, cleaving through the air. His opponent, a late-stage chi refinement cultivator, was dispatched with a single strike, left bewildered and defeated before he even grasped the situation. Number 548 wins, the referee proclaimed, as Jiang Wu gracefully exited the stage, content to rest for the day. Chapter 42, the sect competition, the grand competition, featuring over 10,000 participants. Consumed 2 days for the first round, resulting in the elimination of half the contenders, leaving over 6,000 remaining. In the second round, Jiang Wu faced an opponent in the mid-chi refinement stage and concluded the match with yet another swift strike. By this time, he had garnered significant attention. It is noteworthy that the sect competition also included underground betting, with some taking bets on disciples. Jang Wu emerged as a favored contender for the championship. If you trust me, place your bets on my victory, regardless of the odds. Just be cautious not to wager your entire fortune. It's not that I will lose, but rather that the house may not be able to cover large bets. Jang Wu advised his close acquaintances, including Sun Ning and Huang Zhongwei, who had already spread the word, along with several other promising disciples with whom Jang Wu had established rapport. On the fourth day, the third round of competition commenced. With over 3,000 participants remaining, allowing for 2 matches that day, Jang Wu's third round opponent was a seasoned veteran of the Qi refinement stage, participating for the third time in the sect competition. According to sect rules, cultivators at the peak of Qi refinement could only compete 3 times post their attainment, as the competition aimed to provide opportunities for new disciples rather than allow seasoned cultivators to profit. Junior brother, you should concede. I have been at the peak of Qi refinement for 9 years, and you stand no chance against me. It is you who should concede. One misstep could lead to injury, Jang Wu retorted. Since you are so confident, let us see your skills. As the referee signaled the start, both combatants launched into a fierce exchange, both experienced in the ways of combat. They began gathering their energies, each displaying their cunning. As Jang Wu controlled his flying sword to strike, he vanished from his original position. After their weapons clashed, Jang Wu reappeared beside his opponent. The latter, startled, instinctively evaded, only to collide with Jang Wu. Jang Wu gathered his spiritual energy, delivering a forceful palm strike that propelled his opponent backward, causing him to vomit blood and tumble from the stage. He has lost. That was so quick. Only 3 moves? The spectators erupted in astonishment. Jang Wu's opponent was a favored contender for the championship, yet he had fallen before the third move, instilling fear in the onlookers. Jang Wu, maintaining a calm demeanor, leapt down from the stage, exuding an air of superiority. Sun Ning and the others flocked to place their bets on Jang Wu's victory, even at significantly lower odds. While some rejoiced, others were dismayed. On the other side, Lu Fifan glowered at Jang Wu with resentment, feeling a chill of panic in his heart. 3 years prior, he had defeated Jang Wu on the stage and had even intentionally injured Jang Wu's dantian meridians, all due to Jang Wu's close association with Li Qingqiu. However, within a mere 6 months, he was wounded by Jang Wu. Lu Fifan lacked the foundation-building parents, yet he possessed formidable abilities. The Grand Elder had many disciples, and through flattery, he managed to curry favor with several of them to acquire some healing herbs, spending over a year recuperating from his injuries. Nevertheless, despite this effort, he found himself overshadowed, especially by the Grand Elder, who had once held high hopes for him but was now deeply disappointed, as it was indeed humiliating to be defeated by someone at a lower cultivation level. During this year, Lu Fifan diligently practiced and reached the 8th level of Qi refinement, swearing vengeance to cripple Jang Wu in the upcoming competition. Yet, Jang Wu's demonstrated prowess filled him with despair. Jang Wu, you have ruined me. Lu Fifan seethed internally. He had lost everything. No beautiful maiden by his side, no recognition from his master, and his once bright future now seemed dim. Without even a chance for revenge, despair enveloped him. The 4th round of the competition took place in the afternoon, with only about 1,600 participants remaining, most being at the later stages of Qi refinement, and only a few in the mid-stages, all formidable contenders. Among them were individuals who had enjoyed extraordinary luck, always facing opponents of equal rank. Jang Wu's opponent in the 4th round was a once fortunate individual who had made it to this round at the 6th level of Qi refinement. However, upon realizing he was to face Jang Wu, he promptly surrendered, as there was no hope of victory after all. The Tianyun sect was not so formidable that a 6th level could compete against the 10th level. After the 4th round concluded, the sect's overseers instructed the victors to remain, as there were matters to discuss, which Jang Wu understood pertained to the selection of disciples. With only around 800 contenders remaining from an initial pool of over 10,000, these elite individuals were to be prioritized for cultivation by the Tianyun sect, prompting the presence of foundation-building cultivators to select disciples. Jiang Wu stayed but had no intention of becoming a disciple himself. His current master was Jiang Chen, and he aspired to take Yang Zhou as his teacher in the future, deeming foundation-building cultivators beneath his consideration. As anticipated, the ensuing events were of no concern to him. Although many foundation-building cultivators expressed interest in Jiang Wu, they were thwarted by Jiang Chen's presence. A day later, the 5th round commenced, where the remaining 800 would be halved again. The battles grew intense, with few instances of swift eliminations, necessitating 2 matches a day to allow ample time for contestants to recover their spiritual energy. Jiang Wu's 5th round opponent was a later-stage Qi refinement cultivator who had previously been inconspicuous but had shown in the earlier rounds with commendable elemental spells. Jiang Wu opted for a premium magical artifact rather than his ultimate weapon, effortlessly defeating his opponent in 5 moves. The 6th round in the afternoon saw over 400 participants once again halved, with Jiang Wu securing another effortless victory, raising his odds of winning significantly low in the betting pools, as he was now among the front-runners for the championship. On the morning of the 5th day, the 7th round commenced with 230 participants, half to be eliminated, paving the way for the top 100, all of whom would receive generous rewards. My opponent is Jang Wu. lamented an unexpectedly fortunate 8th level chi refinement contestant, his face paling at the realization that he would not have the chance to advance to the top 100 without a fight. He surrendered. In the afternoon's 8th round, Jang Wu faced a seasoned competitor, a perfected chi refinement practitioner who had participated in the competition for the 3rd time. They battled fiercely for over 20 exchanges before the latter succumbed. The 50 who lost that afternoon could still participate in a rematch to contend for placements from 59 to 100. The 9th round featured 58 participants, each a paragon of the chi refinement stage, with the weakest at the 8th level and the strongest being a 3rd-time competitor at the pinnacle of chi refinement. Jang Wu's adversary was Li Qingqiu, who had surged to the top 60 with her 9th level cultivation, a testament to her strength, aided by the fortunate elimination of numerous perfected chi refinement opponents. However, her luck had run out. Xiao Wu, remember to show mercy, her senior sister urged. Jang Wu chuckled, recalling that the original had often bested Li Qingqiu in their sparring sessions, yet the original still sought her out for practice. As the referee signaled the start, Li Qingqiu launched an offensive, employing Jang Wu's techniques to disrupt his flying sword before unleashing a fireball aimed directly at him, hoping to unbalance his rhythm. Jang Wu deftly countered, his sword deflecting her attack with ease, the disparity in their spiritual energy evident as he dominated with a single strike. After neutralizing her fireball, Jang Wu's sword surged towards Li Qingqiu, who hastily summoned a defensive shield artifact. The impact reverberated as Jang Wu's sword relentlessly struck against her shield, overwhelming her defenses, leaving her unable to summon her sword or cast spells. The tempo of the battle was firmly in Jang Wu's control from the outset. As he conjured thorny vines that ensnared her feet, swiftly breaking through her defenses, he pulled her towards him, the blade resting against her throat, signaling the end of the contest. I concede, Li Qingqiu admitted dejectedly, recognizing Jang Wu's restraint. He had not harmed her, unlike many others who had faced brutal confrontations. In the afternoon's 10th round, the top 15 would be determined, with one fortunate contestant receiving a bye. Clearly, Jang Wu lacked such fortune, facing another championship contender, Mo Kong, who had placed 5th in the previous competition 3 years prior. Back then, he was only at the 9th level of chi refinement, and the 4 above him were all seasoned competitors at their peak. After the last competition, Mo Kong had quickly ascended to perfection in chi refinement but had been unable to secure foundation building pills, compelling him to continue competing for the top prize. Brother Mo, Jang Wu greeted. Junior brother Jiang, Mo Kong replied, not daring to underestimate him, having witnessed Jang Wu's matches where he had not exerted his full strength, often leaving opponents unscathed, a testament to his control. As the referee called for the match to begin, Mo Kong launched a swift attack, his flying sword aimed at Jang Wu. However, the sword unexpectedly split into 2, revealing a twin sword technique. The sudden maneuver caught Jang Wu off guard, with spectators tensing in anticipation of the outcome, as the competition forbade protective gear. Yet in the blink of an eye, Mo Kong's twin swords were thrust into the ground, and Jang Wu had vanished from sight, eliciting gasps from the audience. Chapter 43, Champion of the Competition Brother Jiang. What kind of evasion technique was that? It was remarkable. I almost missed it, remarked a foundation-building cultivator observing the top 15 matches as Jiang Chen took a break. The subtlety of Mo Kong's twin sword attack had been impressive, yet Jang Wu's evasion technique had left them in awe, showcasing an extraordinary level of skill. Nothing much, merely a common escape technique, hardly worth mentioning. Jiang Chen waved his hand lightly, for Jang Wu had brought him immense pride these past few days. This marked Jang Wu's 2nd participation in the grand competition. Previously, he had only reached the 6th level of chi refinement, a stage acknowledged by all as merely a chance to gain experience. This time, however, he was genuinely competing, aiming at least for a position among the top 15, which was already quite remarkable. Brother Jiang, you are being rather uninteresting. It is not as if we are trying to snatch your family's techniques, some of Jiang Chen's acquaintances in the foundation establishment stage remarked, clearly displeased by his secrecy. Jiang Chen chuckled, navigating the conversation with ease while internally cursing. How could he possibly know anything about escape techniques? His son was shrouded in secrets, and he was oblivious to them all. On the arena, Jang Wu skillfully dodged Mo Kong's twin swords with his escape technique and engaged him once more. It must be said that Mo Kong was indeed formidable, a rarity among opponents in the chi refinement stage, and his battle experience was unparalleled. Jiang Wu deliberately exposed several weaknesses, yet Mo Kong did not fall for them. Moreover, Mo Kong's defensive capabilities were exceptionally strong, despite Jiang Wu's relentless strikes. He could not breach Mo Kong's defenses. Jiang Wu found himself facing a truly tenacious adversary. Junior brother, you are still young. Why not allow your senior brother to show you the ropes? Next time, you could secure first place. Mo Kong jested. You are expending far too much spiritual energy now, and it may not be replenished in time. Brother Mo, you jest. First place in the grand competition guarantees a foundation establishment pill. It is not something to be taken lightly, Jang Wu replied. Are we to let others profit from our struggles? Let us engage in a battle of mutual destruction. Haha, that may not be the case. Jang Wu responded with a hearty laugh, but then his demeanor shifted, shedding the previous nonchalance as he began to take things seriously. Clear River Sword Technique, Break. Jiang Wu summoned his flying sword and executed the Clear River Sword technique, a treasure collected by the Tianyan sect after vanquishing the Clear River Sword sect. However, this technique was notoriously difficult to master, with few achieving it during the Foundation establishment stage. Upon its invocation, the technique's power surged, catching Mo Kong off guard. Gritting his teeth, Mo Kong summoned a magical artifact. A mysterious mirror appeared above his head, casting a beam of dark light towards Jang Wu, who skillfully evaded the attack. Brother Mo, impressive skill. To control 3 magical artifacts simultaneously is no small feat, Jang Wu remarked with a smile. He believed Mo Kong was on the verge of defeat. Managing 3 magical artifacts at the peak of the Qi refinement stage demanded an immense toll on one's consciousness. Jang Wu, having studied the refinement of spirit technique, doubted Mo Kong's consciousness could rival his own. Mo Kong remained silent, shielding himself with a protective barrier while the mirror and twin swords launched a relentless assault. Yet, as a quarter hour elapsed, Jiang Wu remained unscathed, while Mo Kong began to falter. Clear River Sword technique, a sword to break the waves. Observing that Mo Kong could no longer endure, Jiang Wu evaded his counterattacks and thrust his sword toward Mo Kong. The latter raised his shield in defense, but the tremendous force sent him, shield and all, flying. With a cough of blood, Mo Kong found himself gravely wounded by Jiang Wu's final strike. Rendered incapable of continuing the fight, Jiang Wu could have easily dispatched him with a mere flick of his sword. In the grand competition, killing was forbidden, and Jiang Wu emerged victorious. Unwilling to concede defeat, Mo Kong was interrupted by the referee, who promptly declared Jiang Wu the winner. Having triumphed over Mo Kong, Jiang Wu did not linger and returned home, disinterested in the other matches. On the 7th day of the competition, the top 15 vied for the top 8 positions. Achieving a spot among the top 10 would yield rewards at least double those of the 11th place. A deliberate strategy by the sect to ignite the competitive spirit within its disciples. After all, in the path of cultivation, how could one hope to defy fate without a tenacious heart? This time, fortune favored Jang Wu, as he found himself with a bye, a circumstance unheard of even in life simulations. Jang Wu mused internally. Life simulations are indeed omnipotent. The variables of this world are exceedingly vast. Xiao Wu, this afternoon, aim for the top 4. Just do your best. Those who reach this stage are all elites. Do not jeopardize your foundation. Jiang Qin cautioned Jang Wu, believing that achieving the top 8 was already an impressive feat. The forthcoming battles would surely be intense, and even the referees might struggle to intervene in time. Father, do you not have faith in me? It is not a matter of faith, but rather the long road ahead. After so many battles, have you seen me suffer any injuries? At this, Jiang Qin suddenly realized that despite numerous rounds, Jiang Wu had not sustained a single scratch. Could it be that Jiang Wu had been concealing his true strength? Jiang Wu nodded. Indeed, he had been hiding his abilities. If he unleashed his full power, defeating 10 or 8 Qi refinement grandmasters would pose no challenge. Jiang Qin fell silent, increasingly perplexed by his son. Yet he thought to himself that should Jiang Wu secure first place, it would be a boon, for Foundation establishment pills were not cheap. The battles from the 15th to the 8th concluded within 2 hours. After a brief 1-hour intermission, the competition for the top 4 commenced. At this stage, aside from 2 seasoned Qi refinement grandmasters, the remaining 5 competitors were all prominent figures within the sect, each backed by at least one Foundation establishment grandmaster. Li Chengfeng has encountered junior brother Jiang. Jiang Wu's opponent was Li Chengfeng, the disciple of the Grand Elder and brother to Lu Fifan. Is your brother seeking vengeance for Lu Fifan? Vengeance? Why would you think that, junior brother? Lu Fifan is Lu Fifan, and I am I. Very well. I shall show mercy when the time comes. Jiang Wu laughed lightly, sensing the tension in their brotherly relationship. Lu Fifan had also participated this time, but had been eliminated around the 100th place, a detail Jiang Wu did not concern himself with, considering Lu Fifan was not a worthy opponent in his eyes. Junior brother boasts grandly. It seems I must put forth my utmost effort, Li Chengfeng declared. Prepare yourself. Li Chengfeng immediately launched an offensive. The arena, however, imposed significant restrictions on cultivators due to its myriad regulations, preventing many techniques from being employed. For example, Li Chengfeng was a formation master. Had he been in his domain, he could have triumphed over several peers of equal rank. Alas, the arena was not conducive to such strategies. Nonetheless, Li Chengfeng's prowess remained formidable, and his combat style was methodical. He wielded a shield in one hand, directing a flying sword with his consciousness while readying a defensive gesture with the other. Such a straightforward approach could be more troublesome than an unorthodox style, as it left little room for exploitation. Jiang Wu attempted several strikes, all of which Li Chengfeng successfully parried, and his sword techniques proved ineffective. Indeed, brother Li is formidable. It appears I must take this seriously. Junior brother may unleash his full strength. Haha, then I must apologize in advance. With a hearty laugh, Jiang Wu summoned a flurry of flying swords, intensifying his assault on Li Chengfeng. Thunder technique, boom. What? He can wield thunder technique? Never heard he possessed a thunder affinity. Isn't he supposed to be of gold, fire, and what affinities? After suppressing Li Chengfeng, Jiang Wu unleashed a thunder technique. The lightning struck Li Chengfeng, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. Before he could react, Jiang Wu sent him tumbling off the arena. Junior brother John's strength is astonishing, Li Chifeng admitted, conceding defeat. However, I have a question to ask. Are you inquiring about the thunder technique? Indeed. The thunder technique is indeed challenging to cultivate, but it does not solely require a thunder affinity to master. The intricacies of its practice are rather convoluted. We can discuss this further when time permits, Jang Wu explained. He had only learned the thunder technique after advancing to the nascent soul stage in life simulations, a challenging endeavor that took him several years to grasp. In reality, with a foundation, it was considerably easier to acquire. Junior nephew, do not leave. There is an edict. The grand competition continues today until a winner emerges. Just as Jang Wu was about to depart, the referee, a foundation establishment cultivator, halted him, informing him of the continuation. Jang Wu nodded, saying nothing further. This was the way of the competition, and it was fair. Once the other three groups had also determined their victors, and after a brief 15-minute break, the quarterfinals began. Jang Wu's opponent was Chun Huanxian, a member of the sect leader's clan, rumored to possess a mutated spirit root. Though few knew the specifics as he seldom trained alongside ordinary disciples. Brother Jiang, please, Chun Huanxian gestured. Brother Chun, after you, Jang Wu replied, narrowing his eyes. In life simulations, Chun Huanxian had contested for the championship against him. It was unclear how things had shifted, but now they were vying for a top 3 position, with the winner guaranteed a place among the top 3. Go. Chun Huanxian launched a flying sword, which vanished instantaneously. Jiang Wu raised his shield to block, only for the sword to materialize before him, causing Chun Huanxian's eyes to widen in disbelief. Jiang Wu smiled without uttering a word. Chun Huanxian had mutated Wind spiritual roots, a fact known to few, yet he was fully aware of it. His flying sword was also custom-made, perfectly attuned to his techniques and spiritual roots. Adopting a swift and deceptive approach, Chun Huanxian once again summoned his flying sword, but this was merely a feint. His true lethal move was a wind-based spell. At that moment, invisible blades of wind had already formed, surging rapidly towards Jiang Wu from all directions. Chun Huanxian sought to end the battle with a single decisive strike. Having discerned Jiang Wu's formidable strength, after battling for several days, he had only feigned effort. Should this technique fail, he would be at a loss. Indeed, Jiang Wu thought to himself, acknowledging Chun Huanxian's prowess. In the life simulation, this very move had exerted immense pressure on him, even inflicting considerable injury. Yet now, he was stronger than in that simulated life. With a thunderous crash, the lightning technique unleashed, and Jiang Wu employed his flying sword to intercept Chun Huanxian's attack. Countering spell with spell. Instantly, a multitude of lightning bolts erupted around him, dispersing the wind blades before they could draw near. Chun Huanxian, witnessing the falling bolts, turned pale. Whether from exhaustion of spiritual energy or fright he could not tell. Jiang Wu, however, paid no heed. After the wind blades were shattered, another dozen bolts struck Chun Huanxian, blackening him and sending him tumbling from the arena. There was no doubt about it. Jiang Wu emerged victorious. The sect leader personally appeared to take Chun Huanxian away. No need to continue, I concede. Let Brother Jiang win, came a voice from the other side not long after, as another match concluded with a swift surrender. The reason was simple. His struggle had been far more arduous than Jiang Wu's, leaving him nearly unable to stand, bloodied and battered. While Jiang Wu had emerged unscathed from beginning to end, continuing would only lead to further injury. What a waste of a supreme weapon, which had yielded no effect. Jiang Wu clasped his hands in regret, lamenting that the extreme weapon forged from tens of thousands of spirit stones had failed to prove its worth. Chapter 44. One must exploit opportunity's silence. Everyone. The sect leader has arrived. In the grand hall of Tianyun's sect, 100 Qi refinement disciples gathered, forming small clusters. As a steward called out loudly, everyone fell silent, standing in an orderly fashion. It was the 5th day following the conclusion of the sect competition, and most of the injured disciples had mostly healed, though a few bore lingering wounds. The sect competition has concluded. Today we will discuss merits and rewards. I will not waste words. First place, Jiang Wu. Where are you? I am here. Jiang Wu, with his outstanding cultivation and remarkable combat prowess, had secured first place in this realm's competition. The sect rewarded him with a foundation establishment pill and a vial of Qinghua Dan, along with 3,000 merit points. Thank you, sect leader. I shall surely devote myself to the sect, even unto death. Jiang Wu gratefully accepted the rewards. The vial of Qinghua Dan was used to assist in foundation establishment and was worth over 1,000 spirit stones. The total value of his rewards exceeded 30,000 spirit stones. All right, second place, Fang Han. Where are you? I am here. Third place, Chun Huanxian. Where are you? I am here. Fourth place. The top 10 positions were personally awarded by the sect leader, while the remaining 90 names were simply read aloud, with the disciples instructed to retrieve their rewards from the administrative hall. In addition to these rewards, an evening banquet was to be hosted by the sect, featuring an abundance of spiritual food and wine, allowing those who typically lacked wealth to indulge freely. Brother Jiang, where are you headed now? After the sect leader departed, Chun Huanxian and others gathered around Jiang Wu. He was now their senior brother, as in the realm of cultivation, strength commanded respect. Having achieved first place, Jiang Wu was akin to the elder brother of this cohort of Qi refinement disciples. Home to cultivate. The group was taken aback. They had prepared extensively for the competition and were thoroughly exhausted, having spent the previous days healing. Shouldn't they seize the moment to enjoy themselves? Brother Jiang is truly our role model. Is Brother Jiang always this diligent? Well, I'm not quite as diligent as you think. I only say this to spare your feelings, Jang Wu sighed. He was not the solitary type and appreciated forming bonds with like-minded individuals. However, during his earlier struggles, he had been largely ignored by these talented peers. Now that he had gained recognition, he welcomed their camaraderie. Brother Jiang, what could possibly hurt our feelings? Are you perhaps pursuing Sister Li Qingqiu? A few among the group were also admirers of Li Qingqiu, whose beauty captivated many within Tianyin's sect. No. I merely wish to exchange for another Foundation establishment pill. Jiang Wu shook his head, causing an immediate silence to descend upon the group. The Foundation establishment pills in Tianyin's sect were limited, released only once every 3 years, typically around 10 pieces. With 1 consumed during the competition, only 9 remained available for disciples to apply for. However, the criteria for application were stringent. One had to be under 30 years of age and at the peak of qi refinement. This was merely the threshold, with only 40 to 50 individuals typically meeting the requirements. Ultimately, from these 45, only 9 would be selected, necessitating exceptional merit points, which reflected a disciple's contributions to the sect. 1 merit point could be exchanged for a low-grade spirit stone, but this was a one-way transaction. Spirit stones could not be converted back into merit points. The more merit points one possessed, the greater their contributions to the sect. Thus Jang Wu, with his 10,000 merit points, stood among the top ranks during the qi refinement period. Brother Jiang, are you denying other disciples their opportunities? Indeed, Brother Jiang. Don't you already possess a Foundation establishment pill? Brothers, cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, they fall back. I am merely a triple spiritual root talent. What if I fail in my Foundation establishment? It is only prudent to ensure absolute success. As for taking away opportunities from others, that cannot be said. Opportunities cannot simply be relinquished. Jiang Wu asserted with righteous conviction. Of course, these were merely excuses. Jiang Wu knew he could successfully break through with just 1 Foundation establishment pill, and he had even decided not to use a pill for this breakthrough. The desire to exchange for another Foundation establishment pill stemmed solely from a wish to seize an opportunity. Why not take advantage of such arrangements? If he did not exchange for it, would others express gratitude? Certainly not. Once the pill was in his possession, he could choose to give it to whomever he pleased, thus fostering goodwill. Brother Jiang speaks wisely. Opportunities should not be surrendered lightly. Even if Brother Jiang relinquished this time, what of the future? Can we expect others to yield? Well said. Why should one forego opportunities? Brother Jiang, I too possess a fair number of merit points. Let us go together. Indeed, let us hurry to finalize this. We do not wish to wait another 3 years. I am already 28. After 3 years, I may no longer have the chance to exchange and will have to purchase one externally, which is not only expensive but fraught with risk. The group quickly decided to set off together. They could not afford to delay, lest the pills be snatched away. The top 10 from the competition had received substantial merit point rewards, and combined with their usual earnings, they had accumulated quite a sum. Jang Wu smiled silently, accompanying the group to the administrative hall, where they approached a steward to submit their request for exchanging a Foundation establishment pill, outlining their merits one by one. Beyond merit points, other qualifications also played a role, such as proficiency in alchemy, talisman crafting, and formations. The higher the level of expertise, the better, indicating greater potential for cultivation and, thus, priority for receiving a Foundation establishment pill. Junior Brother Jiang, you are a first-tier high-grade talisman master? Indeed, Junior Brother Jiang. You've kept this under wraps well. How did I not know? My master is a talisman master responsible for assessing the sect's talisman practitioners. How is it that I was unaware? As the group observed Jang Wu filling out the certification for his talisman mastery, they were taken aback, doubting the veracity of his claims. They were all too aware of Jang Wu's humble beginnings 3 years prior, when he was an unknown entity. Could he have truly become a talisman master alongside advancing his cultivation? Yesterday, Jang Wu remarked, he had only participated in the assessment recently. His previous reluctance stemmed from the fact that the sect would provide benefits post-assessment, yet these benefits were not given freely. They required the execution of sect tasks. Jang Wu deemed this a waste of time, and only found the opportunity to take the assessment yesterday, achieving a perfect score. Do not criticize me too harshly, Li Qingfeng. Are you not also a first-tier master of formations? The complexities of formations surpass those of talisman crafting. Jang Wu quickly shifted the topic, redirecting the discourse towards Li Qingfeng, who immediately flushed with embarrassment. While it was well known that he was a master of formations, the specifics of his skill level remained concealed. The group swiftly engaged him, compelling Li Qingfeng to promise a feast of food and drink as a means of appeasement. In truth, Jang Wu understood that none of them were overly concerned about the Foundation establishment pills. For instance, Chun Huanxian, whose uncle was the sect leader, was the most talented among the sect leader's descendants. If he were not nurtured, whom would they cultivate? Others might not have had such a strong background previously, but their commendable performance in the recent grand competition had garnered the attention of the sect's upper echelons, leading to either acceptance as disciples or potential matrimonial alliances. Hence, Jang Wu's comparison of the sect's grand competition to a civil service examination was not misplaced. It was indeed the best opportunity for lower-tier disciples to emerge. And even for those not of the lower tier, it served as a chance to showcase their abilities. Otherwise, why would so many participate in the grand competition? The rewards were merely one aspect. The more significant motive was to attract the attention of the higher-ups. After departing the administrative hall, Jang Wu led them to his abode. The cave dwelling shared by Jiang Chun and Xue Qingqing encompassed an area of 6 acres, large enough to accommodate them all. Senior brother. Allow me to introduce my junior brother, Huang Zhongwei, a disciple with a heavenly spirit root. Jang Wu introduced Huang Zhongwei, whom everyone already knew about. As there were only a few disciples with heavenly spirit roots within the sect, making it impossible to remain oblivious. However, Huang Zhongwei had remained reclusive in recent years, and his cultivation was inferior to theirs, leading to their unfamiliarity. Jiang Wu instructed Huang Zhongwei to seek out Jiang Chen for some spiritual fruits to entertain their guests. Knowing Jiang Chen would not hesitate to provide such offerings, as these individuals were the pride of Tianyun's sect, all possessing the potential to break through to the foundation establishment stage. The group sipped tea infused with spiritual essence and indulged in spiritual delicacies while casually discussing their cultivation experiences. Jiang Wu generously shared his insights regarding cultivation, as long as the details did not pertain to any confidential matters, especially regarding the intriguing thunder techniques, which he meticulously taught, ensuring everyone benefited. Senior brother. May I ask a question? Spoke junior brother Fang. Please proceed. Did you hold back during the grand competition? Fang Han inquired, who had secured second place in the competition but had surrendered at the last moment. He felt a sense of displeasure towards Jiang Wu, as he had not fought against him directly. However, now he recognized he was no match for Jiang Wu. Just the mastery of thunder techniques was enough to overwhelm him. Very well, I concede that I did not exert my full strength. Please do not take offense, my esteemed junior brothers. It is not that Jiang Wu looks down upon you, but rather our circumstances dictate such restraint. You must understand, Jiang Wu spoke slowly. Drawing upon his millennium of memory and extensive travels across much of the cultivation world, he was well aware of the external conditions. The level of cultivation in the southern wilderness was, in fact, quite low. Tianyun's sect was not even the strongest in the region, with Nanli sect and Danding sect surpassing it, while Huimin and Bo Palace were comparable. The more powerful a sect, the greater the number of talented disciples. The rarity of single spirit roots in Tianyun's sect was not uncommon in the Central Plains, where the larger population ensured the emergence of geniuses. Beyond single spirit roots, there were also various mutated spirit roots and even unique Dao bodies, all of which were unimaginable in the southern wilderness. Furthermore, the levels of cultivation techniques, such as the 9 transformations of spirit raising, were unheard of in the southern wilderness, yet have been circulating in the Central Plains for over a century. Many esteemed seniors in the Central Plains dedicated themselves to the study and innovation of techniques, creating those suitable for contemporary conditions, all of which remained unseen in the southern wilderness. With Jiang Wu's vast experiences and profound insights, his eloquent discourse profoundly impacted the group, captivating them with a wisdom that transcended that of a mere Qi refining stage disciple. Even Golden Core ancestors would struggle to match his imposing presence. These individuals were not ordinary disciples but the elite of the sect, and Jiang Wu's words prompted deep contemplation, leading them to rethink their perspectives. Senior brother Jiang, do not be offended by my inquiries, but is what you say truly credible? Where did you acquire such information? Fang Han pondered for a moment before addressing Jiang Wu. If what Jiang Wu stated was accurate, they would need to broaden their horizons, indeed not confining themselves to the limited scope of Tianyun's sect. There exists a cloud city outside Tianyun's sect, which hosts a marketplace and commercial establishments. The marketplace is frequented by wandering cultivators from both the north and south, while the commercial houses are operated by merchants from foreign realms, bringing a wealth of knowledge. You should seize the opportunity to converse with them, Jiang Wu mentioned casually. Although his words were not entirely misleading, Su Meinyang and others hailed from the Central Plains. While their cultivation might not be particularly formidable, their exposure to the world was undoubtedly broader than theirs. The group fell silent. Yet they had already resolved to venture out when the opportunity arose to witness the individuals and matters Jiang Wu had described. As the time for the banquet approached, Jiang Wu urged everyone to depart, not wanting to keep others waiting and risk being perceived as arrogant. Having successfully secured the second foundation establishment pill, Jiang Wu declared his retreat into closed-door cultivation. However, within his chamber, he contemplated whether to initiate the 7th life simulation. He had reached the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage, and a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage was imminent. Yet, if he were to surpass the foundation establishment stage, commencing another life simulation would prove exceedingly difficult. Acquiring 1 million low-grade spirit stones and slaying golden core beasts or cultivators was an arduous task. 1 million low-grade spirit stones would undoubtedly suffice for his cultivation to the late foundation establishment stage, and such funds should not be squandered. Ultimately, he decided to embark on yet another life simulation, confident that his consciousness had expanded significantly and that with an additional millennium of memory, he could endure the experience. After 2 days of hesitation, Jang Wu resolved to proceed with the life simulation once more. Disguised, he departed the sect and arrived at the Four Seas commercial house in Cloud City. Ah, it is you, Taoist Jiang. Congratulations on your first place in the grand competition. Su Meinyang exclaimed after recognizing him following his transformation, her smile brightening as she congratulated him. Such a mere competition is hardly worthy of attention. Today, I have come to request your assistance once more, Senior Su. Oh, who do you intend to eliminate? She inquired, accustomed to the requests of the affluent. Who could even engage in such undertakings during the qi refining stage? A beast, Jang Wu replied. He recalled the locations of a few Foundation Establishment Row cultivators, all of whom were notorious for their cruelty. However, unlike humans, beasts would flee or evade, introducing a level of unpredictability. In contrast, most beasts remained in a fixed territory, minimizing the variables involved. Very well, which beasts are we targeting? Should we prepare in advance? None required. Simply bring along the usual formations. We shall depart immediately. Is there a problem? I can offer an additional 500 spirit stones. Not an issue, Su Meinyang replied. The Su family was engaged in private dealings, and she stood to benefit from each arrangement. Having spent several years in Cloud City, she found it relatively secure. Thanks to the efforts of Tianyin's sect in managing the area, Su Meinyang summoned Su Li and briefed him on the matter. His face lit up with delight. His lifespan was limited, and he would soon face a decline in vitality, having abandoned hopes of breaking through to the Golden Core stage. Thus, he eagerly welcomed the opportunity to accumulate wealth for his son. Furthermore, their previous collaborations had been remarkably successful, and Jiang Wu was already well-versed in the targets he aimed to eliminate, ensuring a smooth operation devoid of any significant risks. At present, Su Rong has been summoned, and they have disguised themselves, secretly departing from Yun City. The trio journeyed northward, following the Luo River until they arrived at a mountain range known as Wild Boar Mountain. This mountain is inhabited by a pack of wild boar demon beasts, known for their tough hides and substantial flesh. Once, mortals thrived here, but they were plagued by these beasts. Today, we shall eradicate this horde of boar demons, Jiang Wu declared as they reached the summit. With an abandoned village visible in the distance, a testament to past habitation, the intelligence of the boar demons is limited. They rely solely on their robust physique. However, wild boars typically travel in packs, making them formidable opponents. Thus, I require your assistance. The Boar King is likely a mid-tier second-stage demon, and there may also be a lower-tier second-stage beast among them, while the rest are of the first stage. I shall handle this, Jiang Wu stated. In the simulation of life, it is anticipated that the Tianyun sect will eventually address this demon problem, but by then, the boar demon population will have grown significantly, necessitating the dispatch of numerous individuals for training purposes. Demon beasts face substantial challenges in advancing their ranks, especially the transition from mid-tier second stage to the third stage, which can take centuries or even millennia. A period of mere decades is insufficient for such a breakthrough. At this time, they should still be at the second stage. Moreover, the Boar King, in a bid to maintain its dominance, will eliminate any of its kin that pose a threat. Hence, the overall population of second-stage demons will remain limited, making them manageable for us. With that said, let us proceed, Jiang Xiaoyu. Do you know the hideout of the boar demons? Yes, follow me, Jiang Wu replied, leading them to the lair of the boar demons, where escape would be impossible. The boar demon clan congregates in a valley that possesses a spiritual vein, serving as their stronghold, with a hunting range extending for hundreds of miles. The boar demons have established dominance in this region, making it inhospitable for other demon beasts, truly a lawless domain. You shall set up an array at the valley's entrance. I will lure the boar demons out, at which point you will activate the array, aiming to isolate at least half of them. Su Li, Senior, will distract the Boar King while I and Senior Su Rong deal with the remaining lesser demons, and then we will regroup to confront the Boar King. Very well. But let me handle the luring. Jiang Xiaoyu should rest, Su Li advised, as Jiang Wu is their benefactor and should not be put at risk. Consequently, Su Li and Su Rong infiltrated the valley's entrance, with Su Rong quickly setting up the array. Su Li then charged into the valley, unleashing over 10 spiritual talismans that detonated, instantly eliminating numerous boar demons, including several piglets. The boar demon horde became agitated, and the mid-tier Boar King, infuriated, charged towards Su Li, who soared above, evading its attacks. However, the boar demon had its own tactics. It shook its body, launching its bristles like steel needles, all of which embedded themselves in Su Li's shield. What tremendous strength! Take this! Su Li commanded a flying sword, wreaking havoc among the boar demons, claiming several more lives, but he quickly took flight again, as the Boar King would not allow his escape. With a snort, dozens of massive boar demons followed suit. Seeing that over 10 boars had escaped, Su Rong activated the array, trapping one mid-tier boar demon inside. As it collided with the array, it caused a tremor, prompting Su Rong to infuse additional spiritual stones for reinforcement. The boar demon's assault was formidable. Father, you must restrain the Boar King. The beast is cunning. I can only hold it for a quarter of an hour at most. You must immediately deal with the boars inside the valley, Su Li responded. The Boar King, clever as it was, attempted to retreat upon seeing the array activate, forcing Su Li to turn and engage it. Jang Wu and Su Li had already plunged into the valley. Su Li, at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, faced the mid-tier beast alone. While Jang Wu confronted over 21st stage boars, many being of the upper tier, Jang Wu channeled his ultimate artifact, piercing through one boar, yet it did not perish. Roaring as it charged towards him, an overwhelming number of boars surged forth, and Jang Wu, unable to withstand the assault, quickly ascended. The boars shed their bristles once more, the dense barrage of needles raining down, forcing Jiang Wu to cast a protective spell. Is the vitality of these beasts truly so robust? Let us test my talisman array. Jiang Wu scoffed, producing over 100 upper-tier first-stage talismans and retrieving a formation disc, aligning the talismans accordingly. The art of talisman arrays involves consolidating the power of talismans. For instance, 10 gold light talismans cast simultaneously would have dispersed energy, but when arranged via the formation disc, they could coalesce to deliver nearly the power of a lower-tier second-stage talisman. Now, Jiang Wu adjusted the formation, and 10 gold blade talismans coalesced into a colossal golden blade in midair, which then descended, cleaving through the wild boars. Not just one, but 3 at once. Again, wood arrow talisman. Jiang Wu laughed heartily, having mastered the talisman array technique in his simulations. Truly astonishing, Jiang Xiaoyu. This art of talisman arrays is exceedingly difficult to master, requiring exceptional skill in both talisman crafting and formation techniques, and a seamless integration of the two. Su Li observed Jiang Wu's sweeping prowess, reflecting that such techniques were seldom seen in the southern regions, though more common in the central plains. He recognized the level of expertise required, and while it would not surprise him if such mastery came from an established foundation establishment practitioner, Jiang Wu was merely in his early 20s. Senior Su Rong, how fares your end? Jiang Wu inquired, having dispatched the adult boars within the valley, ignoring the lesser demons. Almost finished. This beast is nearing its end. Jiang Xiaoyu, do you wish to deliver the finishing blow? No need, Jiang Wu replied. The lower-tier second-stage boars hold no value for me. My target is the Boar King. Su Li swiftly eliminated the mid-tier boar, then activated the array. The remaining boars, witnessing the carnage, charged into the valley, their eyes ablaze with rage as they beheld the countless corpses of their kin. Su Rong promptly sealed the array again, confronting the Boar King alongside Su Li. 2 esteemed seniors, as per our usual practice, leave a breath for me. Jiang Wu lingered in midair, refraining from joining the fray. The mid-tier Boar King possessed considerable strength, and Jiang Wu suspected he could not withstand even its bristles. Thus, he relied on the 2 mercenaries. The most formidable technique of the mid-tier Boar King is the death charge, leveraging its massive size and weight, paired with its sharp tusks, capable of overwhelming even its fellow beasts of the same tier. This is the very reason they dominate these woods. However, they now face flying cultivators who evade their might from the skies, rendering their most potent attack ineffective. The bristles they shed, utilized as needles, are effective but pale in comparison to the death charge. Su Li and his son easily countered such tactics. Despite the relentless battle lasting an hour, the Boar King remained vigorous, though its bristles were depleted, unable to utilize them as needles from other body parts. Father, perhaps you should rest a moment. I can wear it down. No, I can hold my own. This opportunity is rare. We must not let it slip away, Su Li replied, shaking his head. This time, their gains would be substantial. According to their agreement, this mid-tier Boar King would be theirs, valued higher than the previous serpentine foe, potentially yielding over 10,000 spiritual stones, nearly equivalent to their combined income over 3 years. Both consumed medicinal pills to restore their spiritual energy while continuing to wear down the Boar King, with Jiang Wu observing from the sidelines, unwilling to engage in such a high-level conflict. This grinding continued for 5 hours until darkness enveloped the land, and the Boar King finally collapsed, though it lay still, exhausted, awaiting its demise. Jiang Xiaoyu, it is done. The Pig Demon King is left with but a final breath. Thank you, I have arrived. Jiang Wu nodded, swiftly advancing to deliver the final blow to the Pig Demon King with his ultimate weapon. According to the rules, this second-tier superior Pig Demon King belongs to you, but I hope to retain some demon blood for myself, if that is agreeable. No problem, Su Li nodded. Demon blood can be sold, albeit for a modest sum, and he certainly wouldn't refuse such a trivial request. The second-tier inferior Pig Demon is mine. How about we split the rest equally? That works. Su Li said little more. With so many pig demons, they could hardly carry them all away. The 3 swiftly cleared the battlefield, taking the corpses of the pig demons, which could be sold for profit. And they also discovered over a dozen spirit herbs in the valley, which they collected as well. Jiang Wu did not accompany them back to Yun City. Instead, he parted ways midway to return home. However, he soon turned back toward the delta where he had previously slain the serpent demon. He had yet to scour the serpent demon's lair and would not waste the opportunity. Upon finding the lair again, he encountered a first-tier serpent demon that had re-established itself, which Jiang Wu easily dispatched. The Shengdan fruit was indeed still there. Jiang Wu gazed at the spirit herbs within the lair, filled with joy. This was a treasure that could prolong life. When refined into pills, it could extend a cultivator's lifespan by 10 years, with a maximum of 3 fruits per person, as consuming more would yield no effect. The Shengdan fruit held immense value, with this single specimen worth at least several tens of thousands of spirit stones, and it was rare even for the wealthy to acquire. Jang Wu carefully excavated the entire Shengdan tree, preparing to take it home to nurture. Such a valuable spirit herb was undoubtedly a long-term investment. Upon returning home, the sun had already risen. Shui Qingqing was astonished to see Jang Wu return from outside and hurriedly exclaimed, "Xiao Wu, were you not in seclusion to break through to the foundation establishment stage? How come you're back?" "There were still some opportunities outside that I needed to retrieve." "What opportunities are so important?" "The Shengdan fruit. It can prolong life, although it is not quite mature yet." "Mother, please take a look." Jiang Wu replied. Producing the Shengdan fruit. The fruit can be used for medicine after 100 years, but if it ages an additional 50 years, its efficacy will double. This particular specimen is nearing 200 years old. It truly is a Shengdan fruit. Such a precious spirit herb. Where did you obtain it? North of Yun City. Don't worry about that. Quickly replant the Shengdan fruit, or it will perish. It won tea. Your technique is excellent, and the roots are undamaged. That's good. I will take my leave now. Do not inform father. I shall surely reach the foundation establishment stage in 6 months. Jiang Wu nodded and quickly departed. Wishing to avoid Shui Qingqing's probing questions. Ever since Jang Wu brought back a large supply of foundation establishment elixirs, Shui Qingqing had lost interest in refining pills, primarily due to the astonishing value of these spirit herbs. She was reluctant to seek help from others, fearing the potential for mishaps or the repercussions of news spreading, which would be greatly detrimental to them. Thus, Shui Qingqing personally tended to the spirit herbs and set up formations to obscure their presence. Without activating the formations, one would not know what spirit herbs the Jiang family cultivated. System name: Life Simulator Host, Jang Wu Lifespan, 980. 1,000 Cause of Death. Devoured by a demon. Cultivation before death. Perfected nascent soul. Time rewind. 1 month death record. Available for viewing in yet another unfamiliar environment. Jiang Wu gazed at the system, noting a result similar to that of the 6th life simulation. He opened the death record, witnessing the moment before his demise replayed. Deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains, Jiang Wu and Yang Zhou were fleeing for their lives, pursued by a 5-clawed golden dragon. A dragon's roar resounded, causing both Jiang Wu and Yang Zhou to clutch their heads and scream. The dragon's roar, an innate skill of the dragon clan, exerted a fatal suppressive effect on demonkind. While for humans, it was a direct assault on their souls. Then, a breath of dragon fire surged forth, and Yang Zhou lacked even the ability to defend himself. Reduced to ashes, Jiang Wu, too, was caught in the aftermath, losing half his body and collapsing to the ground. Old human, how dare you trespass in my dragon clan's sacred ground to steal treasures? You deserve death. The 5-clawed golden dragon coldly declared as it loomed over Jiang Wu, then opened its maw to swallow him whole. The body of a nascent soul cultivator was a veritable feast for demonkind. Upon concluding his review of the death record, Jiang Wu sighed, quickly organizing the memories from his 7th life simulation. This life had evolved from the 6th life simulation and reality. His experiences prior to the nascent soul stage were similar. However, during the foundation establishment, Jiang Wu had not utilized foundation establishment elixirs, resulting in a more robust spiritual energy foundation. When he reached the nascent soul stage, he refrained from relying on formations and magical artifacts to resist the heavenly tribulation, instead using his physical body to withstand it. In this life, Jiang Wu had practiced the thunder law for hundreds of years and had become exceptionally proficient, developing a formidable immunity to heavenly lightning, successfully overcoming the tribulation. No longer the weak nascent soul he once was. With his enhanced strength as a nascent soul cultivator, his future appeared promising, yet the outcome remained unchanged. He failed to acquire the treasures needed for transformation into a god and was compelled to join Yang Zhou in risking everything for the demon clan's ultimate treasure, the 9 Heavens Dao fruit. Regrettably, no matter how meticulously they planned, they underestimated the power of a 5th-tier demon king, equivalent to that of a god transformation ancestor. How can I stumble into the same pitfall twice? Truly a trap. Jiang Wu shook his head, recalling how he had met his end in the 6th life simulation at this very spot, and here he was again at the start of the 7th. Jiang Wu rose and approached Yang Zhou, and to his embarrassment, they both resided in an area reminiscent of a pigsty. This was not due to any masochistic tendencies, but rather a deliberate choice to be captured by the demons, living as slaves within the demon territory to draw closer to their sacred ground. Xiao Wu, what brings you here? Yang Zhou inquired. Master, upon reflection, I believe the plan to steal the 9 Heavens Dao fruit is ill-conceived. We are venturing into the sacred ground of the demon clan, where 5th-tier demon emperors are certainly not scarce. Xiao Wu, do you think I am unaware? Yet my lifespan is truly waning. Over the years, I have searched for treasures that could extend my life to around 1,300 years, but now I am left with but a few decades. If I do not break through soon, there will be no opportunity left. Yang Zhou lamented. The typical lifespan of a nascent soul cultivator is around 1,000 years, with variations of 100 or 200 years being normal. He was well aware of his own lifespan, which had dwindled to less than a century, leaving him with no choice but to take desperate measures. I understand your sentiments, Master. I share them as well. However, during my travels, I have heard that the sacred ground of the demon clan is a gathering place for high-tier demons, where 5th-tier demon emperors abound. The probability of our demise is far too great. it would be wiser to seek another location. What other places remain? The extreme north, the burial grounds of immortals. Xiao Wu, coming to the 10,000 Great Mountains is a near-fatal endeavor, but the burial grounds of immortals is a realm of certain death, Yang Zhou retorted. Rolling his eyes, the burial grounds of immortals was linked to legends of immortals. In ancient times, the cultivation environment was exceptionally favorable. During that era, nascent souls were commonplace, and god transformation cultivators were abundant. The divide between the immortal realm and the cultivation realm was minimal, allowing immortals to descend to the mortal realm. However, at the end of ancient times, a cataclysmic war erupted that ravaged the human, demon, and devil realms, inflicting severe damage upon the cultivation world. The final battle took place in the extreme north, leaving that area in a state of void, and it is said that many immortals perished there. Hence the name Burial Grounds of Immortals. The Burial Grounds of Immortals is renowned as the most perilous location in the cultivation world. Countless experts have sought opportunities therein, yet none have returned, leading to its reputation as a place of certain death. To this day, no one dares to venture into the Burial Grounds of Immortals. Master, it may not be as dire as 10 deaths with no returns. To my knowledge, many have likely returned, but dare not speak of it. Is that truly the case? Indeed, Master. You know I have been interested in the journeys of many high-tier experts over the years, Jang Wu continued. In this life, he still traveled extensively, although with a different focus. Jang Wu gathered numerous accounts of high-tier cultivators, some penned by the experts themselves, others by third parties, making it difficult to discern truth from falsehood. Nevertheless, he found value in perusing them. Jang Wu had conducted thorough studies, noting that some high-tier cultivators spoke of the extreme north with great caution, yet held deep admiration for it. Some high-tier cultivators would vanish periodically, likely to explore the extreme north. Moreover, the extreme northern regions have existed for countless years, with each generation embarking on explorations. It is impossible that not a single soul has returned, indicating that a few must possess profound fortunes. Jiang Wu persistently persuaded Yang Zhou, analyzing the pros and cons, and eventually succeeded in convincing him to temporarily relinquish the Nine Heavens Dao fruit of the Demon Clan's sacred land, opting instead to venture into the Burial Immortal Ruins. Chapter 48. The Burial Immortal Ruins. Yang Zhou acquiesced to Jiang Wu's plan, and the two immediately devised their escape. In truth, there was little need for extensive planning. They simply had to flee. They found themselves on the outskirts of the Demon Clan's sacred land, where the demon's strength was relatively weak, at most 4th tier. Both Yang Zhou and Jiang Wu were at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, with Jiang Wu particularly formidable in this lifetime. During his previous travels, he had vanquished several nascent soul practitioners. They swiftly regained their cultivation and soared outward, drawing the attention of numerous demons who pursued them in droves. Employing the shadowless escape technique, they traversed towards the central lands until the demons finally ceased their chase. They did not linger in the central lands but flew directly northward, where the population dwindled significantly. Upon entering the extreme northern territories, they encountered desolation, with only ice and snow stretching as far as the eye could see. To reach the Burial Immortal Ruins, they still had to traverse thousands of miles, said to be the true heart of the central lands. During their journey, they rested, and Jiang Wu spoke to Yang Zhou, reminiscing about the great battles of ancient times with an air of nostalgia. How splendid the cultivation world once was. In those days, nascent souls were as common as dogs, and the transformation stage cultivators were abundant, making advancements far easier than today, where transformation stage ancestors are a rare sight. In the southern regions, only the Southern Departure sect boasts a transformation stage practitioner, while the central lands have a few, but they are seldom seen, leaving only nascent souls visible in the world. It is indeed a tragic twist of fate. Had it been ancient times, or even the Middle Ages, your fortunes, Xiao Wu, might have propelled you to the great ascension stage. Yang Zhou sighed, having watched Xiao Wu grow. His cultivation journey had been smooth, filled with opportunities, much like the legendary child of destiny. Yet, the times have changed, and even such a remarkable individual must halt at the nascent soul stage, with the transformation stage still a distant dream. Let us not dwell on that. Instead, let us contemplate how to enter the Burial Immortal Ruins, Jiang Wu suggested, feeling somewhat ashamed to mention that were it not for his transmigration and the system, he would have perished at the 6th layer of chi refinement. His current prowess was a result of 6 lifetimes of simulations, granting him 6 chances to correct his future. After a brief respite, they continued their northern journey and finally arrived at the domain of the Burial Immortal Ruins. This vast expanse spanned at least 10,000 miles, devoid of ice and snow, and filled only with scattered rocks, resembling a desolate wasteland. Do you see those floating objects, akin to blades of wind? Those are spatial rifts, possessing terrifying tearing forces. Even our bodies, refined by heavenly lightning, could be torn asunder, Jiang Wu remarked, acknowledging that spatial rifts were among the first great dangers within the Burial Immortal Ruins. The second peril is the chaotic flow of time and space. Once a cultivator steps inside, they risk losing their lifespan. Jiang Wu elaborated on the numerous dangers of the Burial Immortal Ruins, including the peculiarities of the chaotic time flow, where a year spent within might equate to a passage of 10 or even 100 years outside, depleting one's lifespan. What shall we do, Xiao Wu? Yang Zhou inquired. We can only take the risk and delve deeper, seeking any opportunities that may arise, Jang Wu replied. Admitting his ignorance of the burial immortal ruins and deciding to proceed step by step, after deliberating for a moment, they resolved to continue forward, having come this far. They could not merely turn back. They chose to walk rather than fly, cautiously avoiding the errant spatial rifts as they ventured deeper into the burial immortal ruins. Master! Master! As they walked, Jang Wu noticed an unsettling silence behind him and called out several times. Turning back, he was struck with terror. Yang Zhou had vanished. Panic surged through Jang Wu. The power of a nascent soul's consciousness is formidable, capable of perceiving clearly within a radius of 100 miles. Even without his consciousness, his senses exceeded that of ordinary individuals. How could he not have noticed someone disappearing? Master! He called again, but there was no response. Preparing to cast a spell to amplify his voice across 1,000 miles, he was suddenly seized by an overwhelming sense of dread, prompting him to silence himself. Very well. I must rely on myself now, Jang Wu sighed, accepting the situation swiftly and continuing forward in silence. After approximately an hour of walking, Jang Wu was startled to see the barren burial immortal ruins transform into a landscape of mountains and waters. Xiao Wu. Before Jang Wu could react, Yang Zhou's voice emerged suddenly, and he turned to see Yang Zhou hastening towards him. Master, where did you just go? I was calling you. You walked ahead. And no matter how much I called, you did not turn back. Is that so? Would I deceive you? All right, Master, look now. We must have entered the spatial fragments. In ancient times, the burial immortal ruins were a thriving place, adorned with beautiful landscapes, until the battle between immortals and demons ravaged it, shattering the space. Some areas remain preserved by the rules of time and space. That must be it. This is our opportunity, Master. Let us explore together. Indeed, lead the way. Yang Zhou nodded, and Jang Wu silently moved ahead. Emerging from the desolate area, they found themselves in a place reminiscent of the water towns of Jiangnan, with sprawling buildings, palaces, and residences akin to an immortal city, yet devoid of any living souls. Not even a single creature, as if all life had vanished into thin air. This scene is exceedingly eerie. I feel a chill. Master, do you feel it too? I feel the same. There is not a single living being here. Master, observe the surroundings. They are similar to the immortal city, with various shops. Do you think the items inside still exist? I cannot say. Then let us see. Let us find a merchant establishment. If we can uncover any treasures of the transformation stage, we can return home. Agreed. After discussing, they entered a merchant establishment. Upon entering, they found a grand hall filled with an array of items, with walls adorned with treasures related to pills, talismans, and artifacts. This is a supreme treasure. A 5th-tier formation plate. Has the protective formation failed? Jang Wu discovered a supreme treasure, and, reaching out, found it in his grasp. His eyes widening in disbelief, was such a priceless artifact truly in his possession? I have also acquired the 5th-tier formation plate. We've struck it rich, Master. Indeed. We have struck gold. If we bring these treasures back, even if we perish, it will suffice to satisfy the Tianyan sect. They could thrive for another 1,000 years without issue. Let us scavenge, Master. Jiang Wu produced an empty storage bag and began to collect items from the hall. They then ventured into the merchant's treasury, which was filled with countless treasures. Master, the treasures here are primarily below the 4th tier. They hold little value for us. We must seek better treasures. After rummaging through the merchant establishment, Jang Wu informed Yang Zhou that while the items were good, they were of no use to them, and exchanging them for spirit stones was unnecessary. Xiao Wu, you are correct. Where shall we search next? A city must have some affluent families. Let us seek out those grandiose buildings. Very well, Xiao Wu, you lead the way. Master, the city is vast. Searching together would be a waste of time. Let us split up and meet at the city center once we finish our searches. Agreed, Yang Zhou nodded, and the two separated. After exiting, Jang Wu noticed Yang Zhou departing and immediately discarded the earlier storage bag, then ran towards the outskirts of the city. How could this be? An hour later, Jang Wu stared in disbelief at the city before him, utterly confounded. Could even a nascent soul practitioner fall victim to a disorienting maze? He distinctly remembered having exited the city, only to find himself back in the desolate area. This was utterly illogical. Jiang Wu, undeterred by the supernatural, turned back to run once more. However, after an hour of frantic escape, he found himself once again at the outskirts of the city. Jiang Wu was convinced that he had encountered a ghostly wall, for all his efforts had proven futile. Xiao Wu, what brings you here? He inquired. Just wandering around. Master, let us continue into the city. Very well. With a sudden turn, Yang Zhou found himself under a fierce ambush from Jiang Wu, as a bolt of violet lightning struck him fiercely, sending him flying. Xiao Wu, have you lost your mind? Why do you attack me? I am your master. Are you truly my master? How could I be certain? Jiang Wu retorted with a sneer, pointing his sword at Yang Zhou. The figure before him was certainly not the real Yang Zhou. He could not discern what kind of creature it was. How did you uncover my disguise? Yang Zhou's expression shifted, then relaxed as he addressed Jiang Wu. It was not difficult. All coincidences that seem too fortuitous are mere fabrications, Jiang Wu replied. Having suspected foul play from the onset, Yang Zhou's sudden disappearance and reappearance, along with the very existence of this so-called city of cultivation, seemed far too convenient. Jiang Wu held a penchant for knowledge, While scavenging through a merchant shop earlier, he had encountered numerous treasures, including manuals of cultivation techniques. Habitually, he endeavored to memorize these texts, yet he discovered he could not retain a single one, solidifying his suspicion that something was amiss. Clever, yet it will not save you from your demise. Is that so? Come and try. Haha, a mere nascent soul dares to act so arrogantly, courting death. Yang Zhou laughed heartily, unleashing a wave of darkness aimed directly at Jang Wu. Jang Wu countered with a barrage of lightning strikes. Ah, your lightning technique. How could it possibly counter mine? Forgive my impertinence, but my lightning technique is known as the primordial purple cloud lightning. It is forged from the primordial essence of the sun itself, naturally restraining demons and monsters. Even if you were in the god transformation stage, you would not stand a chance against me, and you are certainly not in that stage, Jang Wu coldly declared. There are countless forms of lightning techniques in the world, yet Jang Wu had chosen the most arduous, the primordial purple cloud lightning, which required daily absorption of the sun's primordial energy, making its cultivation exceedingly slow. However, this technique possessed the distinct advantage of countering evil beings, inflicting double or even triple the damage. Thus, Jang Wu was confident in his capacity to engage with demons of the god transformation stage, certain that his opponent was not of such caliber. If they were, they would not resort to trickery. Chapter 48. The secret of the burial of immortals. At the burial of immortals, the impostor posing as Yang Zhou revealed his true form, appearing as a notably youthful man. In contrast, Jang Wu, whose lifespan was waning, now showed signs of aging. It has been a long time since I encountered such a clever mortal. You are impressive. Have you finally revealed your true identity? May I ask how to address you? Ha! A mere mortal wishes to know my name. If you are unwilling to share, I shall simply refer to you as Old Ghost. Impudent. Old Ghost, what of it? You are not truly alive, are you? Jang Wu laughed, provoking the Old Ghost to a near frenzy. The truth struck deep. He was indeed not alive. For if he were, Jang Wu would not be standing before him. Very well, I had originally intended to spare your life and offer you an opportunity. Yet you have rejected it. You seek treasures of the god transformation stage, do you not? I possess such treasures. You possess treasures of the god transformation stage? Jang Wu scoffed. What a joke. The trifling god transformation is beneath my notice. I have 3 pills and 6 spirit objects that can aid in breaking through to that stage. The Old Ghost, sensing Jang Wu's interest, began to elaborate on the 9 items necessary for the nascent soul to ascend to the god transformation stage. Jang Wu's eyes widened as he recognized 3 of them: the Scarlet Dust Pill, the Impervious Pill, and the 9 Heavens Dao Fruit. Both pills were of the 5th tier. High quality, and only a handful of alchemists in the cultivation world could concoct them. Their ingredients were nearly impossible to procure. The 9 Heavens Dao Fruit was found in the sacred lands of the Demon Clan, while the remaining 6 items were entirely unfamiliar to Jang Wu. Now you comprehend the might of my existence? I am not a mere nascent soul for you to fathom. You may be formidable, but what of it? Can you truly assist me in achieving the god transformation? Jang Wu feigned a greedy expression, intentionally leaving an opening for the Old Ghost to elaborate. If you agree to serve me, I can indeed assist you in achieving the god transformation. Is that true? Would I deceive you? There are many deceivers in this world. Perhaps a heart demon oath would suffice. If you help me attain the god transformation, I will heed your commands and serve you. Very well, I shall accept your oath. The Old Ghost consented with a smile, harboring profound contempt within. He knew that the heart demon oath was but a trick to ensnare lesser cultivators, and he possessed at least 10 methods to evade its consequences. Thus, the two exchanged their heart demon oaths, and Jang Wu respectfully bowed, proclaiming, Jang Wu pays respects to my esteemed elder. Do not be overly formal. You may address me by my name. Remember, I am known as the True Wu Immortal. True Wu Immortal? You are an immortal? Indeed. I ascended during the Great Ascension over several 100,000 years ago. You might refer to it as the Ancient Era. This is splendid. I have found an immortal to rely on. Immortal, please grant me a chance at immortality. Jang Wu feigned exuberance. Those 7 parts of his excitement were genuine. The burial of immortals indeed housed an immortal. To become an immortal, a mere heart demon oath will not suffice. Then how must I proceed? Simply acknowledge me as your master. Only then shall we be true allies, and I can bestow upon you the gifts of an immortal. Well, I do not shortchange my own. In the ancient era, my 3 disciples, 2 spirit pets, and 2 servants were all at least in the tribulation stage, capable of living for tens of thousands of years. I see your lifespan is less than 100. You cannot have much time left. Do you not wish to live? Naturally, I wish to live. I have existed for nearly 1,000 years and am regarded as a figure of authority in the outside world. How could I not desire life? Then acknowledge me as your master. I will surely grant you the opportunity to achieve the god transformation and extend your life by 1,000 years. Very well, I comply. Jang Wu gritted his teeth in agreement. Old Ghost, enjoy your moment of triumph. If this were reality, I would undoubtedly crush your skull. After some hesitation, Jang Wu ultimately completed the master acknowledgement ceremony. This was not a mere verbal agreement, but a complex secret ritual, for a master held absolute power over their servant, capable of extinguishing their life with a mere thought. Master, Jang Wu has acknowledged you. I hope for your favor in granting me the treasures of the god transformation. Jang Wu spoke respectfully, feeling that as a servant, He ought to receive some benefits, lest he find a way to eliminate his master. Impudent. A servant must know their place. You may ask for what your master gives, but you cannot demand what is not offered. Yes, master. I understand my error. Now you are beginning to act appropriately. The true Wu immortal nodded in satisfaction, then withdrew the illusion, revealing that the once vibrant city had transformed into a desolate ruin. Master, what happened here? This was its original state. This was once the true immortal city of the ancient era, but alas. Master, I have heard that a war of immortals erupted here in the past. Is that true? Indeed. Were it not for the great conflict, how would I have fallen to such ruin? What tasks do you require of me, master? I require vitality. You must help me lure some cultivators here. Do not bring those whose lifespans are nearly spent, but rather the young and vigorous, with cultivation levels as high as possible, at least in the nascent soul stage. Master, if I may speak candidly, the outside world has changed drastically since the ancient era. For more than several 100,000 years, the cultivation realm has steadily declined. It has been at least several millennia since any ascensions to the great ascension stage, and even the god transformation stage is exceedingly rare. The cultivation realm has fallen to such depths? Jang Wu was somewhat astonished. In his era, not only were there numerous immortals, but many had also reached the standards for ascension, yet chose not to ascend. For once they entered the celestial realm, they would occupy the lowest ranks. Whereas in this world, they were esteemed ancestors, beings of higher status. Even when one became an immortal, their humanity could not be extinguished. They still experienced emotions and desires. For many cultivators, beyond the pursuit of longevity, the paramount joy lay in the exalted existence above others. Indeed, it was perplexing how spiritual energy was dwindling and spiritual resources were becoming increasingly scarce. The Yuanying stage was nearing the peak of cultivation, while the Huashan ancestors had become a rarity. Do you understand why this is happening? It must be due to the source of this realm, which was damaged in that great war and is now healing. However, take heart. As long as the source does not perish, it will eventually recover. Once it does, spiritual energy will gradually return. I see, but my lifespan is limited, and I fear I may not live to see that day. Foolish one, with me here. Why should you worry about not becoming an immortal? I can grant you the opportunity to reach the Huashan stage first, and then bestow upon you the secret of longevity. Even if you cannot progress further, you could live for another 5,000 or 6,000 years. When the spiritual energy recovers, you will have the chance to ascend. Yes, yes. Thank you, my master. Jang Wu is willing to serve you unto death. Your death is of no use, with so little of your lifespan left. You should focus on how to bring me more cultivators. My lord, I have a plan to attract cultivators here. Oh, speak. My lord, I have traveled extensively in the outside world and have gained considerable fame. Many know my lifespan is nearing its end. If I were to break through to the Huashan stage, they would certainly be curious. I could deliberately leak some information, and many would come. I could even organize a group to seek treasures. With me as the lure, it won't just be those with short lifespans who would dare to venture forth. Jang Wu immediately proposed this idea, noting its high feasibility. There were not many Huashan cultivators in the cultivation world, hence there were plenty of Yuanying cultivators planning for Huashan. If this plan were executed, it would surely attract a significant number of cannon fodder. Very well. In light of your thoughtful consideration for me, I shall grant you this. But about the 9 methods of Huashan I mentioned earlier, can you procure them? Jang Wu nodded. Jiang Wu's lifespan was running short, insufficient for him to feast upon. Otherwise, he would have certainly taken Jiang Wu first. My lord, I cannot obtain those methods. As for the Jiangchen Dan, even if I found the main ingredients, few possess the ability to concoct the elixir. I do know of the Jutian Dawa, but it is guarded by beasts of the Huashan stage in the sacred land of the demon clan. With my cultivation, I would merely be walking to my own demise. The cultivation world has fallen into such disarray, which is not your fault. Alright, I will impart to you another secret technique that grants you a 50% chance of reaching Huashan. Please bestow it upon me. This secret technique is called Jinling Jiubian. You must collect the blood essence of 9 different beasts with unique bloodlines and refine it. When the technique is perfected, it will aid you significantly. Remember, I shall now begin to explain the secret technique. Jang Wu commenced his explanation, having invested considerable effort into the Jinling Jiubian. A technique, even in his time, was exceedingly rare. I have taken note. Thank you, my lord. Good. Now, first lure your master here. I shall absorb him before anything else. Yes, my lord. However, I dare to ask, what is your current condition? What do you intend? My lord, please do not be angered. I mean no offense. My master has even less lifespan than I. Absorbing him would not significantly increase your longevity. I merely wish to understand your condition to strategize effectively, ensuring cultivators fall into your grasp. If you are truly in dire need of lifespan, I could offer a few disciples. My disciples are all at the gene end stage and have at least 200 to 300 years of lifespan remaining. Providing you with at least 20 or 30, it is permissible to tell you. During the great war among the immortals, demons, and beasts, we immortals were caught in the fray, our bodies shattered. We were compelled to use secret techniques to prolong our existence. The spiritual energy in the lower realm is far too inferior to compare with celestial energy, hence we require lifespan to restore our celestial forms. In the lower realm, lifespan is the only thing that can rival celestial energy. Do you understand? Jang Wu hesitated for a moment before speaking, revealing his greatest secret, which he should not have disclosed. However, since Jang Wu was already his servant, his life and death were in Jang Wu's hands, so it mattered little. I understand. So you are currently an ancient being, relying on the lifespan of cultivators to prolong your existence. Is that correct? Impudent. How dare you? What is there to fear? After calling you my lord so many times, do you truly believe yourself to be my master? Old ghost, you seek death. Boom. Before Jang Wu could unleash his secret technique, Jiang Wu self-destructed, determined to take down this arrogant figure, for he would never call anyone master in this lifetime. Chapter 49. Great calamity to come at Tianyan's sect. Jiang Wu's vision returned to his own chamber. He glanced at the system, and indeed, the Jinling Jiubian was listed first among the techniques. This latest life simulation was the shortest yet, aside from the first, yet the information gleaned was immense. The burial ground of immortals in the extreme north harbored actual remnants of immortals, which was utterly terrifying, certainly not just Jang Wu alone. Jiang Wu mused that during the Immortal War, it was improbable for only Jang Wu to have survived. The burial ground of immortals likely contained a multitude of immortals. Now, were those immortals beginning to scheme, luring cultivators to their doom? Jiang Wu pondered another issue. The burial ground of immortals had existed for several 100,000 years. Yet it seemed relatively new, around 10,000 years. How many had perished there during that time? Jiang Wu could not help but worry. The emergence of immortals would undoubtedly have a profound impact on the situation in the cultivation world. Currently, Huashan cultivators were scarce, let alone immortals. If they were indeed resurrected, it would spell disaster for cultivators. What to do? Jiang Wu was determined to pursue longevity. If he waited until he reached Huashan and immortals appeared, would he not be at the mercy of others? The more he thought, the more apprehensive he became. He lost all interest in foundation building. For the thought of potential conflict with immortals in the future was not merely a possibility, it was inevitable. Resources in the cultivation world were limited, and conflict would surely arise. Jang Wu had mentioned the matter of the world's source. The immortal war had injured it, causing a contraction that weakened the spiritual energy in the cultivation world. Yet who could say when the world's source would recover? No, he could not rush into foundation building. He needed to find ways to conduct several more life simulations and clarify the situation surrounding the burial ground of immortals. Jiang Wu swiftly made a resolution. He was still in the chi refinement stage, able to easily initiate life simulations. Once he reached foundation building, he would require contributions from Jindan ancestors and third-tier demon beasts. At which point Jiang Wu would lose control, as Su Li and the others were certainly no match. Having made his decision, Jiang Wu quietly left his room once more and headed to Yun City, where he sought out Su Mainyang of the Sihai Trading Company. Once again, I must consult Su Li and his son. Jiang Du, are you truly burning through money? Upon hearing Jiang Wu's request, Su Mainyang could not help but exclaim. Having already paid Su Li and his son nearly 20,000 spirit stones over the course of their dealings, having wealth does not mean one should squander it. Rest assured, I shall not neglect the hiring fees. Jiang Deo, you truly pique my interest. I advise you as a friend. Earning spirit stones is not easy, and after foundation building, many expenses await. Su Mainyang reiterated, enjoying her conversations with Jiang Wu, which felt like conversing with a longtime friend. She could always connect with him on a deeper level, feeling as though they were soulmates, which prompted her to offer further advice. I appreciate your good intentions, Su Daoyu, but I am not jesting. I have significant matters to attend to. Significant matters? What kind of matters? Are you being manipulated? Not at all. In any case, Su Daoyu, please assist me. You will not regret it. Very well, I will inquire with Su Li. Seeing that her persuasion was in vain, Su Mainyang called for Su Li, who was naturally overjoyed. Earning Jiang Wu's money was exceedingly easy. After 3 missions, they had made nearly 40,000 low-grade spirit stones within their ranks. The cultivation of a 5-element pill costs roughly 300,000 spirit stones. Given that Jiang Wu, the financier, has consulted them multiple times, they could easily recoup the expenditure of a 5-element pill. Jiang Wu advised his companions that this time they would be facing a formidable adversary, an evil cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, urging them to bring ample equipment and prepare thoroughly. Su Li nodded, acknowledging that while he was robust within the foundation establishment realm, there were certainly stronger individuals among them. To avoid any potential mishap, he procured a variety of valuable items from the Four Seas Trading Company. Friend Jiang, there is but a single breath left in this man. You may proceed, he stated. 10 days later, in a secluded mountain within the territory of the Southernly sect, an evil cultivator lay severely injured on the ground, his dantian destroyed. Jiang Wu approached and swiftly ended his life with a single stroke. This individual was notorious in the southern region, having repeatedly ambushed loose cultivators and disciples of various sects. Skilled in disguise, and until now, his true identity and hiding place remained unknown. Jiang Wu had come directly to confront him. Friend Su, this man has claimed the lives of no fewer than 20 to 30 foundation establishment cultivators and amassed a considerable fortune. Everything he possesses is yours. Feel free to loot while I meditate nearby. I will require no more than half an hour, Jiang Wu assured. Su Li's eyes sparkled at the prospect. Such an evil cultivator would undoubtedly be wealthy. possibly yielding tens of thousands of spirit stones. Jang Wu retreated to a nearby chamber to enter seclusion and promptly initiated his 8th life simulation. This time, he decisively persuaded Yang Zhou and proceeded to the burial of immortals. However, he did not follow the path of the 7th simulation. Instead, he chose a different route. As expected, he once again encountered a dying immortal. This immortal, much like Jang Wu, was exceedingly weakened and unable to kill him directly. Jang Wu feigned a desire to be controlled, eager to extract information, and once he gathered sufficient intel, he ended the simulation with a self-detonation. Let us move on to the next location. Upon awakening, Jang Wu informed Su Li, who had completed his looting. Su Li expressed no objections and once more accompanied Jang Wu on his journey. A month later, after lying in wait for over 10 days, Su Li and Su Rong launched a surprise attack, severely injuring a Foundation establishment cultivator at full circle. Following Jang Wu's decisive strike, he initiated the 9th life simulation. After a brief period of rest, they continued their expedition. Over another 10 days, Jang Wu eliminated a 3rd Foundation establishment cultivator and commenced the 10th life simulation. Another month passed, and Su Li, clutching his chest, remarked, "Young friend Jiang, this is the final time. We must take a break." Jang Wu then swiftly dispatched a 4th Foundation establishment cultivator and activated the 11th life simulation. This time, things were somewhat different. As Jang Wu had successfully advanced to the transformation stage, aided by the experiences of his previous simulations, successfully breaking through with the 9 transformations of true spirit. Yet, Jang Wu remained resolute in his determination to return to the burial of immortals. This time, he adopted an assertive stance, refusing to be manipulated. Instead, he confronted Jang Wu directly, defeating his residual soul and engaging in soul-searching. The memories of the residual soul were scant. But Jang Wu pressed deeper into the burial of immortals, vanquishing several more residual souls of immortals, ultimately drawing out a terrifying presence. A transparent sword beam shot forth, pinning Jang Wu in place. Upon awakening from the 11th life simulation, Jang Wu exhaled deeply, the terrifying sensation of near death flooding back to him. He could ascertain that the being responsible for his demise was undoubtedly formidable, likely a nearly restored immortal. "Young friend Jiang, are you ready? We must depart." Su Li's voice called from outside. They decided to cease their activities. Despite Jang Wu providing ample intelligence for their ambushes, the evil cultivators were not to be trifled with. Having sustained significant injuries, they were reluctant to proceed further. Moreover, they had amassed sufficient wealth. Their 4 operations had yielded no less than 200,000 spirit stones, a substantial sum representing decades of pure income. Coupled with their previous earnings and savings, they could comfortably purchase a 5-element pill for Su Rong. Contentment had settled in. They had reached a satisfactory conclusion. "I am ready. You 2 seniors may proceed ahead. I shall return directly to the Heavenly Cloud sect," Jang Wu replied. "Very well. We shall take our leave. Take care, young friend Jiang," Su Li responded, not even discussing specific compensation, as the spoils alone were ample for their satisfaction. Once Su Li and his companion departed, Jang Wu continued to scour for additional treasures. It was not that Su Li and his group had been ineffective in their looting. Rather, many of these evil cultivators possessed multiple hideaways to evade the scrutiny of various sects, a fact Jang Wu had not disclosed. By the time Jang Wu returned to the Heavenly Cloud sect, a month had passed since he announced his seclusion. Approximately 7 months elapsed since then, and Feng Han and the others had all reached the Foundation establishment stage. For them, the Foundation establishment pill was no longer a significant concern. "It is time for me to establish my foundation as well. I have gained a fundamental understanding of the burial of immortals. No matter how well the life simulations are conducted, I must attend to matters in reality," Jang Wu sighed. The life simulations would undoubtedly continue, but he could not afford to neglect his real-life affairs. If the time discrepancies became too vast, it would deviate greatly from his original trajectory, introducing unnecessary variables. Stealthily returning to his chamber, Jang Wu replaced the spirit gathering formation in his room, as the spiritual energy in the Heavenly Cloud sect had begun to wane. The Foundation establishment chambers were aided by spirit gathering formations, and Jang Wu's room already featured one, which he upgraded to the finest available. Currently, Jang Wu was not lacking in spirit stones, possessing over 100,000. Aside from the profits from the recent harvests, he had obtained spoils from slaying demon beasts and cultivators, selling a portion, leaving him with approximately 18,000 spirit stones. Thus, while Su Li and his companions may have made a modest profit, Jang Wu was certainly not at a loss. He placed 50,000 spirit stones at the core of the spirit gathering formation, allowing it to extract the spiritual energy from the stones. After 5 days, a white mist enveloped his room, a result of the vaporized spiritual energy, making it one of the most spiritually rich locations in the Heavenly Cloud sect for a short time. Foundation establishment. Jang Wu set aside a Foundation establishment pill as a precaution. In fact, during the last few life simulations, he had not required the pill, achieving breakthroughs through sheer will. This was merely a contingency. Jang Wu activated the Creation Sutra, drawing the ambient spiritual energy into his body like a pump. His consciousness began to extend to his dantian, compressing the vaporous spiritual power. As long as he could condense it into a liquid state, his foundation establishment would be successful. This step typically necessitated the aid of a foundation establishment pill for most chi refining stage cultivators, as they often lack control over their bodies, a profound understanding of spiritual energy, or sufficiently strong consciousness. However, after undergoing numerous life simulations, Jang Wu had even reached the transformation stage within those simulations. For him, establishing a foundation was a trivial matter. Chapter 50, Expanding Territories at the Heavenly Cloud Sect in Qin Huanshan's cave dwelling. Fang Han and Li Chengfeng arrived to congratulate him on the completion of his cave. Recently, Fang Han and Li Chengfeng had also completed their own dwellings, and each had come to pay their respects. In truth, this gathering served as a pretext for socializing. Before the grand sect competition, while they were acquainted, they were not particularly close, as there were thousands of disciples within the inner and outer sects, each having their own circles. After the competition, they became more familiar, forming a small clique, while their previous social circles gradually faded as their respective strengths diverged. After the competition, they received foundation establishment pills, allowing them to advance. Whereas their former companions, unless they could procure foundation establishment pills to break through, would lag behind in strength, making conversation difficult. Congratulations, Brother Fang. Oh, there's no need to be so formal. By the way, where is Jang Wu? I sent him a message but received no reply. I heard he is still in seclusion. Could it be? It has been nearly a year. How has he not yet broken through? That seems improbable. Fang Han expressed surprise. After all, Jiang Wu had obtained 2 foundation establishment pills, and their discussions regarding cultivation had revealed Jiang Wu's profound insights into techniques and secrets far surpassing theirs, indicating a significantly stronger overall strength. How could such an individual fail to establish his foundation? I find it perplexing. However, Brother Jiang is unlikely to fail. When we engaged in discussions about cultivation, his insights were profoundly profound. On one occasion, while conversing with a senior brother in the late foundation establishment stage, I relayed Jiang Wu's words, and even he was deeply impressed. Is Jiang Wu truly that formidable? Indeed, if you don't believe it. I urge you to ponder over Jiang Wu's statements upon your return, Li Chifeng remarked. Jiang Wu had conversed with them extensively over the past few days, and upon reflection, Li Chengfeng realized the depth of Jiang Wu's understanding, akin to that of an enigmatic elder. Let us not dwell on him for now. Let us enjoy our food and drink. Tomorrow, we shall visit the Jiang family. Ah, indeed, it is time for merriment. To be candid, I have endured considerable hardship over the past few years. I commenced my cultivation at the age of 10 and could not afford a single day of idleness. Each day commenced with my practice, Fang Han stated. His words resonated with the others. To outsiders, they may appear fortunate, blessed with talent and lineage, unburdened by the acquisition of cultivation resources, leading a seemingly blissful existence. Yet, they understand the underlying struggles, the immense psychological pressure they endure. While they possess a support system, their elders and masters do not solely assist them. If they fail to perform, those resources may vanish. Hence, in their quest for competition, they endure significant hardships, embodying the notion of the proverbial other people's children, who not only possess greater wealth and background but also display greater diligence. Having now transcended the foundation establishment stage, they have gained a lifespan of 200 years, and given that their breakthrough occurred recently, it is indeed the most opportune time for them to rest. Haha. Let us not waste words. I have ordered some spiritual delicacies that will be arriving shortly. Let us drink first. Qin Huanshan laughed heartily. Producing fine wine for all to savor. You broke through without using foundation establishment pills. Upon hearing Jiang Wu's words, Jiang Chen and Xue Qingqing were taken aback. In the southern regions, it is exceedingly rare to achieve such a breakthrough without the aid of foundation establishment pills. Even those with heavenly spiritual roots would not dare to be so audacious, yet his son accomplished it. Xiao Wu, if your current aura is not at the foundation establishment stage, I would suspect you were deceiving me, Jiang Chen exclaimed. Father, mother, I am not deceiving you. I truly have broken through. Please dispose of these 2 foundation establishment pills as you see fit. Furthermore, do not neglect your own cultivation. I have calculated that our family of 3 must pursue longevity together. With only a 200-year lifespan at the foundation establishment stage, what can we achieve? Jiang Wu stated, intending for them to sell the foundation establishment pills to expedite their cultivation. Both of them were in their 60s or 70s, still at the initial stage of foundation establishment, which was unacceptable. Xiao Wu, we possess resources. You should keep the foundation establishment pills, Jiang Chen replied. No need to boast a little. My resources exceed yours by 10-fold. I am not lacking, Jiang Wu retorted. Is that true? The resources you possess are not some trick to deceive us, are they? Why would I deceive you? I have not even utilized Lu Xiong's items yet. Selling a few would suffice for my needs. Moreover, I can draw talismans, and my monthly allowance has also increased. My consumption is minimal, primarily because I am young and have ample time. You cannot afford to lag behind. Strive to reach the great perfection of foundation establishment swiftly, so we can plan for the 5 elements pill together. The 5 elements pill is not something that can be easily planned. There are at least a dozen seniors in the sect who have achieved great perfection in foundation establishment. Jiang Chen shook his head, feeling that Jiang Wu was overly ambitious. The 5 elements pill is exceedingly rare, and many who have reached great perfection are still waiting for their chance. it is unlikely that he would receive it. Jang Wu was momentarily speechless. This was a situation filled with too many secrets. He could not disclose the truth and could only guide them gradually. In the future, he would periodically send them resources. After several exchanges, they would come to realize that they truly lacked for nothing, allowing them to use their resources freely. Master, mistress. Senior brother, someone is here to see you. It's Uncle Fong and the others. I am aware, it is Fong Han. I had intended to seek them out, but they have arrived now. Go ahead and entertain them well. These individuals are quite remarkable. Jiang Chen nodded, pleased that his son had befriended such acquaintances, all of whom were descendants of significant figures within the sect, each superior to them in some regard, making such connections undoubtedly beneficial. Jang Wu did not let them enter the room. It was too small and filled with too many secrets. Instead, they sat in the courtyard, where Huang Zhongwei promptly produced spiritual tea and fruits for snacks. Brother Jiang, seeing that you have broken through brings us great relief. We were genuinely concerned that you might not succeed, they remarked. How could that be? A mere foundation establishment cannot obstruct my path to immortality. Jiang Wu chuckled lightly. Indeed. But why did you not come to find us? Oh, I was delayed by certain matters. I only emerged from seclusion the day before yesterday. Why were you in seclusion for so long? Because I did not use foundation establishment pills, Jiang Wu replied nonchalantly. What? Brother Jiang, you are not jesting, are you? Fong Han and the others were momentarily stunned. Jiang Wu broke through without the aid of foundation establishment pills. Indeed, I attempted it, and it was successful. Albeit it took longer than expected, Jiang Wu stated calmly, not intending to conceal his talent, but rather to promote it through their mouths. He intended to take Yang Zhou as his master, as Yang Zhou was quite approachable and reliable in life simulations. Moreover, Jiang Wu could not hide it. At this stage of foundation establishment, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly be unparalleled, no matter how gifted Fong Han and the others were. They had yet to traverse the foundation establishment stage and would inevitably have to explore it themselves, likely encountering numerous setbacks. Jiang Wu, on the other hand, had practiced through life simulations countless times and was already familiar with the process. Any obstacles had been cleared away, making it impossible for his cultivation not to progress swiftly. Jiang Wu remained calm and collected, but Fong Han and the others were far from composed. It had been many years since Tianyun's sect had produced a figure capable of breaking through without foundation establishment pills. How formidable must he be? Brother Jiang, if you did not use foundation establishment pills, what about those pills? I have given them to my parents. If anyone is in need, they may contact my parents. Jiang Huanxian inquired, to which Jiang Wu promptly responded. Jiangchen and his wife were somewhat marginalized within the sect, although they belonged to the sect leader's lineage. Their abilities were not particularly high. Even if they were mere foot soldiers waving flags, this opportunity could allow them to interact more with the higher-ups. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Chen Huanxian nodded. The foundation establishment pills were quite precious, and they had relatives yet to break through. Acquiring just one would be immensely beneficial. Brother Jiang, have you received any tasks from the sect? Not yet. Why, have you received news? Yes, within 6 months, we must decide where to go. Brother Jiang, where do you think we should go? Li Chengfeng inquired. After disciples of Tianyun's sect break through, the sect imposes mandatory tasks for them to undertake, partly to provide them with a buffer period to prevent them from becoming overly arrogant and venturing recklessly into the world, risking their lives, and partly to contribute to the sect. The tasks assigned to newly established foundation cultivators typically involve guarding duties, guarding the sect, Yunxing, and several key mines. The aim is to help us quickly adapt to life at the foundation establishment stage and the pace of combat. However, I wish to go to Qiyun Mountain. Qiyun Mountain? Why would you want to go there, brother? Indeed, Brother Jiang, Qiyun Mountain is already the most peripheral area of our Tianyun sect, and moreover, it is a newly acquired territory. It is quite dangerous there. Dangerous, yes, but danger and opportunity coexist. There are numerous wild spiritual lands surrounding Qiyun Mountain, with both demonic beasts and spiritual herbs. However, what I desire more is to expand the sect's territory. Do you not feel that our sect's spiritual energy is too sparse? With nearly 200 foundation establishment cultivators and thousands of disciples, along with a significant number of spiritual fields, our sect's main vein is merely of third-grade quality. Jiang Wu began to elaborate on the current state of the sect. Tianyun's sect is indeed powerful, yet its foundation is not substantial. Its true history spans less than 500 years, having only recently secured this mountain gate over the past 200 years. The sect possesses one main vein of third-grade quality and over 10 secondary veins, most of which are of second-grade quality, with none of third-grade remaining. These spiritual veins must support thousands of Qi refinement cultivators, 200 foundation establishment cultivators, 3 golden core cultivators, and 1 nascent soul cultivator. In addition to 2 spiritual herb gardens and a large number of spiritual fields, resulting in a deficiency of spiritual energy. Thus, Tianyun's sect must expand. Over a decade ago, they took Qiyun Mountain and began to develop the territory. This is a predetermined strategy of the sect, and Jiang Wu aims to contribute to this effort, thereby distinguishing himself among the many in the foundation establishment stage. Fong Han and his companions had just begun their foundational training and were not well versed in such matters. In their minds, these issues were the concern of the sect's higher-ups. However, when Jang Wu spoke of them, they realized how intimately these matters were connected to their own lives. Being young, they were naturally supportive of endeavors to expand territories and achieve great accomplishments. Their youthful fervor spurred them to clamor for a venture to Qiyun Mountain. It was impractical for all to embark together, hence Jang Wu skillfully managed the pace, intending to take only a few select individuals with him. Chapter 51. Guarding Qiyun Mountain. Junior Brother Jiang, are you truly willing to undertake the task of guarding Qiyun Mountain? I must candidly inform you that it is fraught with peril. Over the past decade, 3 foundational practitioners have perished there, including one in the later stages of foundation establishment, while 5 others were injured. Additionally, more than 10 Qi practitioners have sacrificed their lives, with even greater numbers sustaining wounds, remarked a deputy hall master from the Internal Affairs Hall upon witnessing Jang Wu's resolve to take on this task. Qiyun Mountain was indeed hazardous, lying a daunting 8,000 miles from the sect's entrance, marking the most remote territory of Tianyun's sect, akin to a solitary outpost where the sect's reputation held little weight. Brother, I am aware of the dangers posed by Qiyun Mountain, but the sect has nurtured us for many years. If we were to shy away from danger, what would that signify? If you do not go, and I do not go, then who will? Exactly, brother. We are no longer the fledglings sheltered under the wings of the mother hen. We are eagles poised to soar, and we too wish to venture to Qiyun Mountain. Brother, please do not dissuade us. Life and death are fated, and wealth and nobility are determined by heaven. We have spent over 20 years in the sect without contributing anything. Let us now wield our swords to carve out a realm for the sect and provide protection for the junior disciples, Fang Han, Chen Huanqian, and others fervently exclaimed. Their spirits ignited as if they were set to engage in a grand battle, leaving the deputy hall master dumbfounded. Were the youth truly so audacious? Brother, grant us the task, spare us the unnecessary talk. Indeed, we fear not the perils of adventure. Very well, if you are eager to go, then go. The deputy hall master, left speechless by their fervor, promptly assigned them the task, resigned to the fact that he could not control their choices. Qiyun Mountain, located on the periphery, presents challenges in resource exchange. We shall prepare adequately over the next 3 days and depart together thereafter. Jang Wu instructed the group. The only nearby marketplace was the colorful mountain bazaar, which belonged to the colorful sect, a faction that harbored deep animosity towards them. History had shown that most of those who perished in previous years fell victim to the machinations of the colorful sect. The truth would only emerge once that sect was eradicated. Jiang Wu busied himself gathering essentials, elixirs for cultivation, talisman paper, and writing brushes, as his supplies were meager. However, he possessed an abundance of spirit stones, sufficient for a lavish procurement in Yunqing. Daoist Jiang, here is your item, your Si-High order. It has finally been exchanged for a silver badge. Jiang Wu smiled as he accepted the Si-High order, which he had utilized extensively in transactions with the Si-High commercial house, earning himself an upgrade. If my dealings with Su Li are taken into account, I would be nearing a gold badge. Among foundational practitioners, you are one of the few affluent individuals. There will be ample opportunities for trade ahead. It is only a matter of time before you acquire a gold badge. Jiang Wu remarked, noting the Si-High commercial house's success and stellar reputation, which promised enduring collaboration. Haha, I shall await your arrival, Daoist Jiang. All right, I must take my leave. My companions are soon to arrive, Jiang Wu said, having arranged to meet Fang Han and the others in Yunqing. After waiting for half an hour, Fang Han and his companions arrived. A significant number were changing guard at Qiyun Mountain, including 30 Qi practitioners, prompting the sect to allocate a flying vessel. Brother Jiang, have you completed your preparations? Indeed. Is there anything else you need to attend to? If not, we shall depart. We are all set. Very well then. Let us be off. Jiang Wu nodded and commanded the flying vessel to set sail, with the most skilled among them, led by Jiang Wu himself, aboard. The journey of 8,000 miles would take approximately a day. Jiang Wu utilized the time on the vessel to engage in discussions about cultivation with Fang Han and the others, solidifying his position as their leader. After several dialogues, these exceptional disciples of the sect began to view him as their figurehead. At this juncture, Qiyun Mountain was still under the jurisdiction of Zhou Zheng. Jiang Wu coordinated the handover, and the ecstatic cultivators preparing to change guard departed on the flying vessel. Brother Jiang, what shall we do next? The guard duty is rather mundane, primarily consisting of patrols. Brother Jiang, this is not what you previously suggested. Indeed, Brother Jiang. You did not convey it this way before. The group was taken aback, realizing Jiang Wu had not deceived them. Such tasks were hardly entertaining. Enough. Let us return and familiarize ourselves with the surroundings. We shall engage in more exciting pursuits after some time, Jiang Wu smiled, intending to keep them occupied as numerous plans remained uninitiated. His visit to Qiyun Mountain was merely a precursor to future endeavors. Upon their arrival, Zhou Zheng did not assign them immediate tasks, instructing them instead to quickly acclimate to the affairs of Qiyun Mountain. Foundational practitioners were the primary combat force there, necessitating swift adaptation. After half a month of acclimatization, they had come to understand the operational dynamics of Qiyun Mountain. With a total of 10 foundational practitioners, 2 were required for patrol duties daily, meaning they would only need to execute a task once every 5 days, leaving them with 4 days of free time. They could not afford to squander this time like the older disciples. Thus, I have devised the following plan. For 4 days, we will dedicate 3 days to personal cultivations, and 1 day to discussions on cultivation and hunting for spirit beasts and medicinal herbs. The annual stipend for foundational disciples is a mere 500 spirit stones, which is insufficient for our cultivation needs. Thus, we must find a way to earn money. Those skilled in alchemy should refine pills, those adept in talismans should craft them, and those without skills should hunt spirit beasts. The area surrounding Chiyun Mountain spans 1,000 miles of untamed wilderness, teeming with spirit beasts and formidable malevolent cultivators, making it an optimal hunting ground. Brother Jiang, do you consider these malevolent cultivators as prey as well? Why not? Although we are newly established foundational practitioners, our strength is not to be underestimated. Those malevolent cultivators are isolated and, in essence, not much different from rogue cultivators, albeit more ferocious. We have our sect, our elders, and our well-equipped selves. Brother Jiang is correct. During our Qi training, we seldom engaged in combat. Now, it is time for us to unleash our fury, Feng Han admitted, feeling somewhat ashamed that they had scarcely fought during their Qi training. Unlike the ordinary disciples who were burdened with resource concerns, with their resolve solidified, they dispersed to prepare. Jang Wu, too, organized his own schedule. 5 days of patrol rotation for foundational practitioners, 3 days dedicated to personal cultivation, and structured his daily routine to include 4 hours of cultivation, 1 hour for talisman crafting, 1 hour for handling miscellaneous tasks, 2 hours for practicing the divine mind technique, and allowing 2 hours for rest, with the remainder left flexible. Foundational practitioners had already diverged significantly from ordinary mortals. 2 hours of sleep was more than sufficient. Upon reaching the later stages of foundation establishment, half an hour of rest would suffice. Prolonged wakefulness for 10 days, or even half a month posed no challenge. Once one reached the golden core stage, sleep would become an unnecessary luxury. By adhering to this regimen of 4 hours of daily cultivation, and provided there are enough true spirit pills, I could attain the mid-foundation stage within 2 years. In 5 years, when the colorful sect launches its assault on Chiyun Mountain, I could ascend to the pinnacle of the mid-foundation stage. The Tianyuan Mountain secret realm lies 880 years in the past. With more than a decade remaining after Chiyun Mountain, I would have ample time to reach the peak of foundation establishment. After traversing the Tianyuan Mountain secret realm, I would be on the cusp of forming my core, perfectly timed, neither too hurried nor too delayed. After a period of cultivation, Jiang Wu gained a clear understanding of his pace, 2 years for the early stages of foundation establishment and approximately 4 to 5 years for the mid-stage, aligning perfectly with the colorful sects and pinning movements. After a period of approximately 7 to 8 years, a total of 15 years, he would achieve a perfect foundation establishment by the age of 40. For the sake of the Tianyuan Mountain secret realm, he could afford to wait a few more years, slowing his pace. Once the Tianyuan Mountain secret realm was over, he would immediately seek to concoct the 5 elements pill and subsequently reach the golden core stage. By then, he would be just over 50, undoubtedly a unique figure in the Tianyan sect for centuries. Brother Jiang, are you there? I am. Just a moment. On that day, the voice of Chen Huanxian resonated from outside the door, prompting Jiang Wu to rise and step outside. Brother Jiang, I have a day off today. Are you planning to venture out? Yes, I feel ashamed. I have yet to slay a demon beast. All right, let us go. Today, I shall take you to hunt demon beasts, and we shall bring back the meat for dinner. That sounds wonderful. Jiang Wu informed Zhou Zheng of their departure before leading Chen Huanxian away. The 3 of them had to wait until Jiang Wu's shared rest period to venture out, and they remained unaware that they were continually supporting Jiang Wu rather than the other way around. Junior Brother Chen, your wind technique is commendable, but you have practiced it incorrectly. Brother Jiang, I followed the sect's teachings. It is not the technique that is flawed, but rather your application. During the sect's grand competition, when you faced me with your wind technique, the extensive use of wind blades seemed impressive, yet it was largely ineffective. Even without my spiritual shield, you would struggle to inflict significant damage. Thus, in the future, focus on enhancing the power of individual wind blades rather than pursuing quantity. Observe how I employ them. Brother Jiang, how do you master the wind technique? Have I not mentioned? I do not possess a thunder spirit root. Jiang Wu demonstrated the wind technique, leaving Chen Huanxian astounded. Jiang Wu's execution was far more adept and skillful, having undergone multiple life simulations. Jiang Wu dedicated time to studying various techniques, including thunder, wind, and ice, making him more knowledgeable than Chen Huanxian at present. However, given that Chen Huanxian possessed a mutated wind spirit root, he held an innate advantage, and it was only a matter of time before he surpassed Jiang Wu in this area. Jiang Wu guided Chen Huanxian through the forest, locating several first-tier demon beasts for him to practice against while teaching him how to track spiritual herbs based on the beast trails. These were skills born of experience in the martial world, knowledge that the sect could not impart. Yet Jiang Wu excelled in this domain due to his extensive combat experience over millennia. After a day of activity, Jiang Wu returned to Chiyun Mountain with several demon beasts, enlisting a few cooking-savvy disciples in the Qi refining stage to prepare the ingredients. Meanwhile, he and Chen Huanxian enjoyed a feast together, sharing meals and conversations each evening. Chen Huanqian and the others found great satisfaction in this lifestyle, with opportunities for cultivation and camaraderie, leading to a comfortable existence. In a secluded corner of Qiyun Mountain in the southern region, Jiang Wu engaged in a friendly duel with Zhou Zheng, both refraining from using weapons and relying solely on their spells. They wielded various spells rooted in the 5 elements, yet Jiang Wu's techniques were more fluid and diverse, effectively dominating Zhou Zheng, who struggled to break through Jiang Wu's defenses. Enough, brother Jiang. Without weapons, I am indeed no match for you. After sparring for over half an hour, Zhou Zheng felt his spiritual energy waning and abandoned any hope of victory. Brother Zhou is formidable as well. I find myself running out of tricks, reverting to the same few spells. Indeed, you have been holding back. In battle, who fears the age of one's techniques? What matters is their efficacy. How about we share a drink instead? Forget it. I am of an older generation and cannot relate to the younger crowd. You all go ahead. I will return home. Zhou Zheng waved his hand dismissively. He was aware of the pride exhibited by Fang Han and his peers, as they had the merit to be proud. Zhou Zheng, having risen from humble beginnings, often found himself at odds with them, resulting in a lack of deep connections. Jiang Wu made no effort to press the matter, offering a respectful gesture to Zhou Zheng before returning to his dwelling. Jiang Wu's residence was adjacent to Fang Han and his companions, who quickly approached him with eager inquiries about the duel's outcome. Brother Zhou outplayed me. I lost. Jiang Wu replied. The reason he engaged in combat with Zhou Zheng was their growing camaraderie, allowing them to discuss cultivation matters together. Zhou Zheng, unlike the younger generation, had lived for over a century with firmly established values and cultivation philosophies. Though he admired Jiang Wu's erudition, he did not entirely agree with certain viewpoints. Thus, their duel served as a means of persuasion through reason. Brother Zhou is at the great perfection stage, so it is no shame for you to lose, Brother Jiang. Indeed, Brother Jiang lasted half an hour against him. If it were us, we would likely succumb in just a quarter of that time. Fang Han and the others quickly reassured him. They had been at Qiyun Mountain for 2 years, having only recently broken through to the foundation establishment stage, making them complete novices. To last half an hour against Zhou Zheng, a great perfection practitioner, was already impressive in their eyes. Enough of this. My newly brewed spiritual wine is ready. Let us procure some meat for a barbecue tonight. Jiang Wu waved his hand, changing the subject, as the purpose of his interaction with Zhou Zheng had been accomplished, and there was no need for further discussion. Oh, more wine. Quickly fetch the meat. Maybe some deer meat. Get the chef. Your cooking skills leave much to be desired. Upon hearing of the spiritual wine, everyone erupted in cheers. With Jang Wu around, their lives were quite prosperous. During their daily cultivation, Jiang Wu would take them out to hunt demon beasts on his rest days, collecting their skins, bones, and blood for sale while they consumed the meat. A few disciples in the qi refining stage possessed noteworthy culinary skills, thus they were well fed with diverse and delicious meals. Jiang Wu had also learned to brew spiritual wine, using the spiritual fruits found on the mountains. A life filled with wine and meat could hardly be unfulfilling. Brothers, I must share a word of caution. Recently, you have grown somewhat complacent. The indulgences in food and drink are meant to uplift our spirits and accelerate our cultivation. Jiang Wu felt compelled to offer a few words of admonition, as Fang Han and the others were still quite young and had grown somewhat lazy in the absence of supervision. If this continued, they would be unable to withstand the pressures from the 5-colored gates' encouragement of rogue cultivators. Fang Han and the others felt a touch of embarrassment. They had indeed noticed Jiang Wu's diligence. His days were nearly consumed with tasks, with the only respite being shared meals with them. Sometimes, they struggled to comprehend why Jiang Wu exerted himself so tirelessly, especially since he was already remarkably accomplished. Few could rival him, even among those in the foundation establishment stage. Jiang Wu, however, chose to leave it at that. He was not their parent and could not oversee every aspect of their lives. The circle operated in such a manner. Those who could keep pace would continue, while those who could not would inevitably be cast aside. Taoist Jiang, here is your 4 Cs token. Congratulations on achieving the gold rank. At the 4 Cs Trading Company in Yun City, Su Mainyang presented the new 4 Cs token to Jiang Wu. Feeling a deep sense of admiration, it had only been a little over 5 years since Jiang Wu broke through to the foundation establishment stage. And yet he was already in the mid-foundation stage, with his talisman crafting skills reaching the 2nd tier S upper echelon. Thank you, Taoist Su. Jiang Wu offered a respectful gesture. After moving to Qiyun Mountain, he would take a leave of absence each year to visit Yun City, handling various matters such as the materials collected from hunting demon beasts around Qiyun Mountain, with the most crucial task being the sale of spiritual talismans. In the year he first broke through to the foundation establishment stage, Jiang Wu's talisman crafting skills had already reached the 2nd tier S upper echelon. However, due to his lower cultivation level at the time, crafting a single 2nd tier upper talisman would deplete all his spiritual energy. From an economic standpoint, crafting 2nd tier middle or lower talismans was more viable. Jiang Wu crafted 2 talismans each day, with minimal energy expenditure, thus during his yearly visits. He would sell around 700 to 800, making him a significant client for the 4 Cs Trading Company. As Jiang Wu broke through to the mid-stage of foundation building, he began to craft high-grade 2nd tier spirit talismans, each costing 500 spirit stones, yielding a profit of 200 to 300 per talisman. Thus, over the course of 2 to 3 years, Jang Wu amassed nearly 400,000 low-grade spirit stones. After deducting the expenses incurred during his cultivation, he retained around 300,000, and with his previous savings, his wealth exceeded 500,000. Jang Wu believed that with a bit more accumulation, he could embark on a new life simulation. 1,000,000 spirit stones were merely the fruits of a few years of labor, a sum he could still afford. Gathering his belongings, Jang Wu swiftly departed from Yin City. Although there were opportunities to be seized in the vicinity, he opted not to pursue them, deeming it an unworthy endeavor given his limited time. He flew back to Qiyun Mountain, where his return brought joy to Fong Han and the others, who quickly surrounded him. As he was also assisting them in trading, Jang Wu had become a valued guest of the Sihai Trading Company, where the pricing was advantageous. Distribute among yourselves. I shall seek Brother Zhou, Jang Wu declared. The Bailing grass was nearing maturity, and the Five Colors sect was stirring. He had already noticed several instances of Wang Su keeping watch, presumably searching for vulnerabilities in the mountain's protective array. Junior Brother Jiang, what is the matter? Brother Zhou inquired. Jang Wu, employing the rhetoric gleaned from his life simulation, shared the information about Wang Su's surveillance, subtly linking it to the Five Colors sect. Although Qiyun Mountain was a remote outpost of the Tianyan sect, it remained one of the 5 major sects in the southern border. And no casual cultivator would dare assault such a place. Even the murder of a few disciples would be a significant risk. Such events have transpired? Zhou Zheng exclaimed in astonishment. He was a cautious and steadfast individual, which was why the sect had entrusted him with the responsibility of guarding this area. Yet he was unaware of these developments. Brother, there is no need for deception. Our sect's occupation of Qiyun Mountain has incited the extreme anger and fear of the Five Colors sect. Our expansion threatens their interests, and they are bound to act. The imminent maturity of the Bailing grass presents a prime opportunity. I understand. I will request assistance from the sect immediately. Wait, brother. I suggest we ask the sect to take action, Jiang Wu countered. Why is that? Do you comprehend the significance of the Bailing grass? It is not only a second-tier spirit herb, but also one of the primary ingredients for the foundation building pill. I am aware, but have you considered that we lack evidence? If the sect sends someone, and they do not take action, shall we go directly to war with the Five Colors sect? Such a course is surely unfeasible. How long can the sect's reinforcements remain here? They cannot stay indefinitely, can they? Junior brother, feel free to speak candidly. Brother. My perspective is this. The Five Colors sect would not dare to act openly against us. They will most likely incite their disciples to provoke some scattered cultivators into action. Therefore, I plan to infiltrate their ranks and operate as an undercover agent among the scattered cultivators. When the time comes, we can ensnare them all. Can this truly work? With an undercover agent, what is there to fear? Brother, you have toiled on Qiyun Mountain for many years. Even without merit, your efforts count. If we resolve this independently, it would be a significant achievement. But what if we fail? That is not a possibility. With proper preparation, a group of scattered cultivators poses no threat. As long as we can fend off the Five Colors sect's individuals, the scattered cultivators will not breach our defenses. That is indeed a point, Zhou Zheng acknowledged. Having traveled outside and understood the level of scattered cultivators, many of them were weak in foundation building strength, primarily due to inadequate equipment. Brother, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Besides, this venture carries minimal risk. Should we succeed, even if you cannot afford the 5 elements pill, you will leave a substantial inheritance for your descendants. Once again, Jiang Wu enticed Zhou Zheng, who became visibly intrigued. He had 2 sons and 2 daughters, with one son already in foundation building, while the other 3 children were still without. Additionally, his savings were limited, as he aspired to ascend further. But the path to the golden core was fraught with challenges, and accumulating enough to purchase the 5 elements pill was arduous. However, if this plan succeeded, hope glimmered before him. By thwarting the enemy's scheme, the sect would undoubtedly bestow generous rewards, and with the spoils of victory, he might accumulate sufficient funds to purchase the 5 elements pill. Very well, Jiang Wu, I shall trust you this once. What is your plan? After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Zheng acquiesced, and Jiang Wu promptly outlined his strategy. In recent years, they had remained secluded, and the Five Colors sect had scant intelligence on them. Jiang Wu's disguise skills were exceptional, making it difficult for them to see through his ruse. As long as he infiltrated the market at Five Colors Mountain and blended in, half the battle would be won. Upon completing his explanation, Zhou Zheng expressed strong agreement, believing Jiang Wu had meticulously plotted this for some time. It was worth taking the gamble. Victory would bring promotion and wealth, while failure could be a fresh start. In the bustling market of Five Colors Mountain, Jiang Wu retrieved a considerable number of items from his storage bag, including scattered spirit stones, materials from demonic beasts, low-grade ores, and even broken spirit artifacts. Can these items be used for payment? Jiang Wu's face flushed with embarrassment as he nervously regarded the shopkeeper. Of course. We at the Five Colors Trading Company accept items as well, the shopkeeper replied with a forced smile, secretly looking down on the impoverished cultivator before him, wondering how a foundation-building cultivator had fallen to such depths. Thank you. Alas, we scattered cultivators are destitute. To secure a foundation-building pill, my family exhausted 3 generations of savings. Shopkeeper, are there any opportunities nearby to earn spirit stones? Are you considering settling here? Not quite. To be frank, I have offended someone and am wandering about. I can only stay for a month or so before I must leave. I seek to earn some spirit stones to purchase medicinal pills. I cannot even afford the true spirit pills. I see. You might want to check out the inn to the east of the market, the shopkeeper mused. This destitute and wandering cultivator might be the perfect candidate for his current task, as he had been ordered to gather some scattered cultivators. An hour later, at the inn east of Five Colors Mountain, Jang Wu engaged in lively conversation with a scattered cultivator named Li Xiang. They both vented their frustrations about the sect monopolizing foundation-building pills, lamenting that the raw materials for such pills could be acquired for no more than 10,000 spirit stones. Even after prices skyrocketed, yet a single foundation-building pill cost 3 to 4 times that amount, treating them like mere chives to be harvested. As they drank, Li Xiang conspiratorially broached the subject of attacking Qiyun Mountain. After a familiar exchange of dialogue, Jiang Wu decided to stay at the inn, sharing meals and lodging with Li Xiang. Half a month later, Li Xiang led Jiang Wu to a cave outside Qiyun Mountain, where Wang Su also made an appearance. Jiang Wu continued to pose his inquiries, fully immersing himself in the role he had crafted. The following day at noon, Wang Su gathered the group in a secluded area of Qiyun Mountain, identified as a weak point. Attack. With Wang Su's command, 12 foundation-building cultivators sprang into action, shattering the protective array. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A booming voice echoed from within Qiyun Mountain as 9 beams of spiritual light hurtled toward them, belonging to the foundation-building guardians of Qiyun Mountain. Kill. Wealth is within our grasp today. Eliminate them. Wang Su charged ahead, leading the assault, with Jang Wu and the others following closely, engaging the Tianyun sect's foundation-building cultivators. Fang Han. It's me, Jang Wu called out to Fang Han, sending a sound transmission. Fang Han nearly tossed his flying sword in surprise. Brother Jiang, how is this possible? Enough chatter. I have spoken with Zhou Zheng. What arrangements has he made? Brother Zhou has gathered the disciples and set up formations within. Even if they break in, it will be futile. Good. Jiang Wu nodded, recognizing that nothing had changed. The fate of these individuals was already sealed. Zhou Zheng, your adversary is me. Zhou Zheng, at the pinnacle of foundation building, managed to hold off 3 opponents. Suddenly, a figure in black appeared, obstructing Zhou Zheng, much to the delight of Li Xiang and the others. Haha, I have been waiting for you, Jang Wu. Do not delay any further. Jiang Wu of the Tianyun sect is here. Zhou Zheng laughed heartily, and at that moment, Jiang Wu erupted in action, launching a surprise attack from behind and swiftly slaying Li Xiang with a single sword strike. In an instant, he unleashed a bolt of lightning, taking down another adversary. You are an undercover agent, Wang Su exclaimed, filled with rage and fear upon realizing that a disciple of the Tianyun sect was among his own. What a predicament this was. Nevertheless, Wang Su charged at Jiang Wu. Unlike his previous simulation of life, he did not even have the chance to wield that silver needle before Jiang Wu dispatched him with a single move. Though both were at the mid-foundation stage, their strengths differed vastly. Fang Han, entangle the foundation stage cultivators. Do not let a single one escape. Jiang Wu bellowed, then directed his assault towards the cloaked figure. The bandits, originally 13 in number and all foundation stage cultivators, found themselves swiftly diminished as Jiang Wu eliminated 3 of them, leveling the playing field with the disciples of Qiyun Mountain. Jiang Wu now aimed to dispatch the one at the peak of the foundation stage. Brother Zhou, I am coming. Jiang Wu called out. Be cautious. This adversary is rather formidable, Zhou reminded him. Do not worry. I shall handle him. You assist Fang Han and the others. Jiang Wu replied confidently. Are you certain you can manage? Zhou inquired. I will not gamble with my own life, Jiang Wu asserted, and he boldly plunged into the fray. With his flying sword darting about, Jiang Wu unleashed a series of lightning spells. The lightning arts, known for their ferocity and unparalleled power, caught the cloaked figure off guard, rendering him unable to defend himself against Jiang Wu's relentless assault. Seeing Jiang Wu's terrifying prowess, Zhou Zheng immediately turned to confront other foundation stage opponents, having resolved to eliminate them first before returning to deal with Jiang Wu's adversary. Chen Mo, the eldest disciple of the Golden Core ancestor of the multicolored sect. Am I correct? Jiang Wu revealed. The cloaked figure, Chen Mo, was struck with astonishment. This information was a closely guarded secret of the multicolored sect, known only to him and his master. Others, including those associated with the multicolored trading company, were privy to only fragments of the plan. Now, however, his identity had been exposed, momentarily distracting him. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Wu activated a stack of spirit talismans, 10 high-grade second-tier talismans, each equivalent to a full-force strike from a late foundation stage cultivator, overwhelming Chen Mo in an instant. Now, let me demonstrate the power of wealth, Jiang Wu declared, intent on convincing him through force. If you're unconvinced, I shall make you yield with the might of my wealth. 20 high-grade second-tier talismans are worth 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Let us see if you can withstand that. If you can, shall I bring forth another 20? In truth, after unleashing 20 talismans, Chen Mo was already struggling for breath. Jiang Wu approached, forced a healing elixir into his mouth, sealed his dantian, and confiscated all his equipment. Capturing him alive proved far more advantageous than simply slaying him. Jiang Wu intended to seek mentorship from him. Subsequently, Jiang Wu held Chen Mo aloft in one hand while activating spirit talismans with the other, continuing to hunt down the remaining foundation stage adversaries. The bandits crumbled like a house of cards. Zhou Zheng was already wreaking havoc, and with Jiang Wu's assistance, not a single foundation stage adversary escaped. All were slain. What are you dawdling for? Do not spare the Qi refinement stage cultivators either. Those who offend the Tianyun sect shall face retribution, no matter how far they flee. Jiang Wu shouted to Feng Han and the others. The scattered Qi refinement cultivators had already fled in all directions, with Tianyun sect disciples pursuing them. Those were also met with counterattacks. Yes, brothers, follow me into battle. Feng Han roared, leading the charge, with Chun Huanxian and others right behind him. Jiang Wu and Zhou Zheng remained where they were, wary of potential hidden threats from the enemy. However, in the eyes of the multicolored sect, this operation was deemed foolproof. Over a dozen foundation stage cultivators and hundreds of Qi refinement cultivators were involved in a surprise attack, making defeat seem implausible. Brother Zhou, how fares your situation? I am unharmed. What of you? Likewise, I have sustained no injuries. Impressive. You have managed to capture a peak foundation stage cultivator. Zhou Zheng sighed, marveling at the growing strength of their generation. It was indeed remarkable for a mid-foundation stage cultivator to dispatch a peak foundation stage opponent with such ease. However, considering the extensive sparring sessions he had with Jiang Wu over the years, it seemed only natural. Jiang Wu's prowess could only be described as monstrous. Brother Zhou, this man is Chun Mo, the eldest disciple of the golden core of the multicolored sect. I believe we should report this to our sect. I am aware. I have already dispatched a long-distance sound transmission talisman. A response will arrive shortly, Zhou Zheng replied, having promptly informed the sect of the ambush on Qiyun Mountain. Regardless of the battle's outcome, half a day later, the battle concluded, with the invading enemies largely obliterated. Perhaps a few managed to escape, but they were exceedingly rare. Additionally, over 20 captives from the Qi refinement stage were taken. The disciples of Qiyun Mountain jubilantly began to clear the battlefield, having achieved a significant haul. Each disciple could expect to receive at least one storage bag, with even ordinary ones valued at hundreds of spirit stones, and they were unlikely to be empty. The spoils alone represented a considerable reward, not to mention the sect's inevitable commendations. Brother Jiang, this is your storage bag, Feng Han said, handing over the bags belonging to Wang Su and the others, all of whom had been slain by Jiang Wu. The spoils rightfully belonged to him, and he accepted them without hesitation, finding them quite valuable. How about you, Feng Han? Were you injured? No, just a minor scrape. Today was exhilarating. Indeed, slaying humans feels entirely different from hunting beasts. The scattered cultivators were not merely weaklings. Despite their inferior strength, their ferocity had posed a significant challenge. We must engage in more sparring sessions in the future, Feng Han and Qin Huanxian chattered excitedly, recalling their unprecedented experience in a battle involving hundreds. A spectacle that stirred their spirits. Jiang Wu smiled, recognizing that through this battle, Feng Han and the others would gradually mature. With his intervention, they would likely advance further than in any simulated life, even reaching the golden core stage, unlike the simulated life where the Tianyun sect underwent a period of decline. The following morning, a middle-aged man appeared silently within the confines of Qiyun Mountain, first spotted by Zhou Zheng, though he did not recognize the man. A scan of his consciousness yielded no results. Senior, you do not recognize me after so many years? It seems my disciples have forgotten my visage. I am your disciple, Jiang Wu, paying my respects to the ancestor. Jiang Wu was the first to bow, signaling Zhou Zheng and the others, who then realized that this was none other than the Yuan Ing ancestor of the Tianyun sect, Yang Zhou. Do not stand on ceremony. You two come with me and explain the situation in detail. Yang Zhou nodded, calling Jiang Wu and Zhou Zheng to enter a grand hall within Qiyun Mountain. Yang Zhou then inquired about the events that transpired, and Jiang Wu recounted the entire story, detailing how he discovered Wang's surveillance, his analysis, infiltration into their ranks, and the battle from the previous day. Indeed, Jiang Wu, is it? To capture a peak foundation stage cultivator at the mid-foundation stage is quite impressive. It is merely my duty as a disciple. I do not speak lightly. In my youth, I lacked such prowess. You, with your trifling 3 spirit roots, cultivate no slower than those with heavenly roots. Jiang Wu, would you be willing to become my disciple? Yang Zhou proposed, recognizing Jiang Wu's potential. His disciple, Li Kong, had recently broken through to the golden core, enhancing the power of the Tianyun sect, and he sought to support Jiang Wu in cultivating another golden core. Chapter 54. Ascending to greatness, the multicolored sect incited the scattered cultivators to attack Qiyun Mountain, which appeared significant on a personal level. Yet in the grand scheme of the sect, it was quite trivial. However, this seemingly minor event led to the Tianyun sect's Yuan-ing ancestor taking another disciple. A baffling turn of events for all. In the following days, Feng Han, Qin Huanxian, and Li Chifeng gazed at Jiang Wu with a sense of bewilderment and uncertainty. They could not fathom how things had turned out this way. Jiang Wu offered no explanation, having long orchestrated this outcome, which remained hidden from Feng Han and the others. Yet was evident to Yang Zhou. Excluding the factor of the 3 spiritual roots, Jiang Wu's enlightenment, strength, and wisdom are remarkably exceptional, far surpassing that of his peers. For a nascent soul cultivator, spiritual roots are not the most crucial aspect. They play a vital role during the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages. serving as the best means to differentiate oneself from ordinary cultivators. However, once one reaches the golden core stage, this significance diminishes. Presently, Jang Wu's cultivation speed is not inferior to that of those with heavenly spiritual roots. Brother, when you achieve great success, do not forget your junior brother. Indeed, Brother Jang. I have firmly latched onto this pillar of support. Heh, brother, you cannot deny me. I shall take residence at your home. Fang Han and the others jested with Jang Wu. Previously, he had the weakest background, but now his standing has far surpassed theirs, even that of Chun Huanxian. Alright, when have I ever forgotten you all when benefits arise? Here are 3 sets of cultivation insights I have tailored for each of you based on your unique situations. They will suffice for you to smoothly reach the late stage of foundation establishment. After I depart, focus on your cultivation and avoid provoking the colorful sect. Understand? Now is not the time to settle scores with them. Brother, are you leaving? Yes, brother, weren't you supposed to guard for 10 years? The group inquired, having grown accustomed to revolving around Jang Wu over the years. With his departure, what would they do without their cornerstone? While that may be the case, times have changed, and I have more pressing matters to attend to. I have also provided you with the secret formula for spirit wine. Continue living your lives as usual, understood? Jang Wu stated. The primary purpose of his visit to Qiyin Mountain was to thwart the colorful sect schemes and to take Yang Zhou as his master. With that goal accomplished, he certainly did not wish to squander any more time here. As for the guarding task, what a joke. He is now a disciple of Yang Zhou, and it would pose no issue to enjoy a few minor privileges. Who would dare challenge that? In the year 865 of the Southern Border's immortal calendar, 30-year-old Jang Wu returned to the Tianyun sect's mountain gate from Qiyun Mountain, where Yang Zhou officially accepted him as a disciple. The process was not overly grand, but the high-ranking members of the sect bore witness. Jiang Wu presented tea to his master and mistress, Yang Zhou and Lang Yu, who received it with smiles, also bestowing upon him a storage bag containing his initiation gifts. Xiao Wu, what are your plans now? Will you return to Qiyin Mountain or stay here to cultivate? Do you have any plans? Master, I have considered it. I wish to return to the sect to cultivate and prepare for the expedition to Tianyuan Mountain in 10 years. Oh, you are aware of Tianyuan Mountain? Yes. I differ from others. I enjoy reading travelogues and learning about the history of various places. I have also researched how sects develop. Haha. Then tell me your reasons for participating in the Tianyuan Mountain expedition. This matter is quite perilous. Yes, Master. I have 2 reasons for participating in the Tianyuan Mountain expedition. Firstly, to enhance the sect's strength. The orchid of the underworld from Tianyuan Mountain is one of the primary ingredients for foundation establishment pills, which can be used to refine numerous foundation establishment pills. Regardless of whether for golden core or nascent soul stages, expanding the foundational base is essential for increasing numbers. If 1 golden core can be produced from 100 foundation establishments, then it is conceivable that 10 golden cores could emerge from 1,000 foundation establishments. Thus, foundation establishment pills are crucial. Secondly, it is to weaken other sections. The southern border is vast, housing 5 major sections. Currently, their territories do not overlap. Yet all 5 sects are expanding. Sooner or later, they will clash, and conflicts over interest will arise. Therefore, it is imperative to eliminate the talented disciples of opposing sects at the right time and place. With such insight, you could easily be a hall master. But where does your confidence to eliminate their talented disciples come from? The elite of the 5 sects are not comparable to the foundation establishment of the colorful sect. I am currently at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Within a year, I can reach the late stage. Within 6 years, I will attain the peak of foundation establishment and be ready to break through to golden core at any moment. After 2 or 3 years of consolidation, I can guarantee invincibility within the foundation establishment stage. Before I leave, please assess me, and if I cannot achieve this, I shall accept any punishment from you, Master. What grand aspirations! What an audacious youth! Yang Zhou burst into laughter, finding Jiang Wu's temperament quite agreeable. Young people should possess such vigor, without a hint of courage. How can they truly be young? Young cultivators must have this drive to forge ahead. Those who are overly stable at a young age may find fewer opportunities. Master, I am not being arrogant. Rather, I possess confidence. Of course, anything I say now may sound like boasting, but after 10 years, just wait and see. Very well. I shall await your achievements in 10 years. If you truly excel at Tianyuan Mountain, I will reward you with a 5 elements pill. Thank you, Master. But I can procure the 5 elements pill myself. Oh, you have such capability? Yang Zhou was taken aback, wondering what this disciple was boasting about. How many foundation establishment practitioners struggled to obtain the 5 elements pill? How could a young man manage it? Master, you may not know, but I am now a 2nd-tier superior talisman master, and am quite familiar with the 4 Seas Trading Company. I have already obtained the Golden 4 Seas order, which allows me to inquire about the whereabouts of the 5 elements pill. It merely requires some expenditure. 2nd-tier superior talisman master, TSK. Long Yu interjected. As a late-stage golden core cultivator and talisman master, she had not even reached the 2nd-tier superior level yet. The skills of talisman crafting are notoriously difficult to advance. Do not doubt me, Master. These are talismans I personally crafted. Jiang Wu presented a dozen talismans to Lang Yu. elucidating their characteristics, which left her quite enlightened. Young Lang, it seems you have indeed found a treasure of a disciple. Haha, it appears my judgment is sound. All right, Xiao Wu, enough boasting. If you continue, I shall be at a loss as your master. Go rest. If you encounter any cultivation issues, seek me out. If I am unavailable, consult your mistress or senior brother. Yang Shou chuckled, finding this disciple remarkably low maintenance. With such talent and foresight, and a clear understanding of his own positioning, he felt fortunate. Jiang Wu clasped his hands in respect and then departed. He had already showcased his capabilities sufficiently, without overstepping. A step beyond ordinary is a genius, while a step beyond that borders on madness. At present, he remained between the two, yet gradually, they would come to realize he was a super genius. One that defies conventional measurements. Upon returning home, Jiang Chun and Xue Qingqing were hosting a grand banquet. Although Yang Zhou's acceptance of disciples was not ostentatious, others could not overlook it. Many came to congratulate Jiang Chun, leading to a lavish feast. It's Jiang Wu. Xiao Wu has returned. Jiang Chun and Xue Qingqing hurried to welcome him, both glowing with joy. Father, mother, esteemed uncles and aunts, greetings. Jiang Wu greeted politely. Come, everyone sit down, drink, and eat. Jiang Wu said cheerfully, displaying no airs of superiority, remaining approachable as he sat with them to dine and chat. Numerous guests came to toast him, including several familiar faces. Over the years, everyone had developed differently. Huang Zhongwei had reached the peak of qi refining and participated in the sect's grand competition 2 years ago, achieving a commendable rank, though not first. Naturally, he was not lacking in foundation establishment pills, as Jiang Chun would take care of that. Sun Ning had reached the late stage of qi refining, and his talent for alchemy had fully manifested. Now, Liang entrusted him with all first-tier pills for refinement. And Sun Ning did not disappoint, establishing quite a reputation both within and outside the sect. Li Qingxiu had also reached foundation establishment. His foundation establishment pill coming from Jiang Chun, or rather, Jiang Wu. Jiang Wu had received 2 foundation establishment pills, but had no use for them, handing them over to Jiang Chun, who naturally would not refuse when Liang came to buy them. Congratulations, Xiao Wu. Sister, you are being modest. Foundation building is merely the beginning of the path to immortality. It hardly warrants congratulations. What I meant to say is that you have chosen an excellent master. The master may lead you to the door, but the journey of cultivation ultimately depends on oneself. What you're doing now, are you being intentionally coy? Or is this genuine humility? Haha, pretending to be modest, don't mind it. Jiang Wu chuckled. Out of habit, he still preferred to limit his interactions with Li Qingxiu. Or perhaps it was that he had little interest in matters of romantic entanglement. He was destined for grand undertakings. And entangling himself in romantic affairs would only create numerous flaws and vulnerabilities. After all, he would eventually have to confront those ancient beings from the burial immortal ruins. The banquet prolonged for quite some time, during which Jiang Wu showcased his exceptional social skills, earning the title of a social prodigy. He made each individual feel valued and attended to. Once he finally bid farewell to all the guests, it was time for a serious discussion with Jiang Chun. While Jiang Wu was uncertain whether they could achieve immortality, he was determined to break through to the golden core stage. It was an absolute necessity. In the Jiang family's cave dwelling, Jiang Chun and Xue Qingqing were recovering from the effects of the spirit wine they had consumed that night. They had indulged in ample amounts, welcoming every toast warmly. The vast spiritual energy, if not refined, could leave them inebriated for 3 days and nights. Jiang Wu waited for half an hour until Jiang Chun opened his eyes first. With a slightly higher cultivation level, he had reached mid-foundation stage. For the past few years, Jiang Wu had been stationed at Qian Mountain, with his monthly salary being collected by Jiang Chun, 500 a year, plus a stipend for his position at Qian Mountain, totaling 1,000. Additionally, Jiang Chun, being a second-tier low-grade talisman maker, had seen his income rise considerably, allowing for a smoother cultivation journey and a breakthrough to mid-stage. However, to Jiang Wu, their progress was sluggish. He had long urged Jiang Chun to set aside worldly duties and focus solely on cultivation, yet Jiang Chun was reluctant, believing it unreasonable to rely solely on his son for support. Xiao Wu, you haven't returned to your room yet. Is there something on your mind? Yes. I'll wait for mother to wake before discussing it. All right. Jiang Chun nodded, and Xue Qingqing soon awakened. Father, mother, today I wish to discuss our family's future. Our future? What do you mean? Do you both aspire to break through to the golden core stage? Perhaps even the nascent soul? What nonsense are you speaking? Who wouldn't he desire to enhance their cultivation? Jiang Chun shot Xue Qingqing a look, questioning their child's sanity. Cultivators, after all, yearn for progress, since you both desire it. The reality is that with your current levels and pace of cultivation, the opportunity seems slim. You spent 20 years in the early foundation stage, 30 in the mid. And it's reasonable to expect 50 for the later stages and the completion. By the time you can break through, you would be around 170 or 80 years old, leaving only one chance for success. Even if I were to acquire the 5 elements pill Xiao Wu, isn't this rather normal? Your father and I are merely of average talent. We are not prodigious disciples. Achieving completion in the foundation stage in our lifetime is already commendable. Many cultivators get stuck at the foundation stage, making no progress for their entire lives. That may be true for others, but as Jang Wu's parents, This is unacceptable. Xiao Wu, what has gotten into you today? You speak with such arrogance. As if the barriers of the Golden Core stage are inconsequential to you. Indeed, the barriers of the Golden Core stage hold no significance for me, not even the nascent soul. However, for you, the path is arduous. Thus, I hope you will set aside all worldly affairs in the days to come and devote yourselves entirely to cultivation. Xiao Wu, I understand your intentions. But we previously discussed finances. If we were to dedicate ourselves fully to cultivation, we would need over 10,000 spirit stones a year, which we simply cannot afford. My income has increased slightly, bringing in only 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones annually. How can we bridge that gap? Of course, I shall cover it. You, Xiao Wu. I'm not underestimating you, but Jiang Qin's words were cut short as he was dazzled by the glimmering sight before him. Jang Wu had displayed his spirit stones, filling half the living room with 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Darling, is this an illusion? How could one at the foundation stage possess so many spirit stones? Indeed. You're correct. It must be an illusion. Haha, Xiao Wu is merely jesting with us. Smack. Before Jiang Qin could finish, a spirit stone struck his hand. He picked it up, examined it closely, and then gasped in astonishment. Xiao Wu, tell me this is an illusion. Come, feel it and you'll know. Don't be like this, son. Just tell me plainly. I can handle it. Very well, I had intended to gift them to you. Wait. Jiang Qin lunged forward like a hungry tiger, greedily eyeing the pile of spirit stones. So many spirit stones. I have never seen such an abundance. Am I wealthiest? I barely had 30 or 40,000 spirit stones. Darling, get up. These are Xiao Wu's funds. We cannot take them. He needs them for his own cultivation. Oh. This darling, you wouldn't covet our son's money, would you? Mother, there is no need for such formality. These funds are merely what I've earned over the past few years. Acquiring more is effortless. Consider this my gift to you, 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Enough for both of you to cultivate for a decade. Xiao Wu, stop joking. I am not jesting. I speak with sincerity. Do you not recall my words? I vowed that our family would pursue longevity together, and on this path, we shall remain united. Jang Wu stated, producing an empty storage bag to fill with spirit stones before handing it to Jiang Qin. Xiao Wu, you're not joking? Indeed. Allow me to clarify. I possess an exceptional talent for generating wealth, exceeding your imagination. By dedicating 2 hours daily to talisman crafting, I can earn upwards of 100,000 spirit stones in a year, and that is merely the beginning of my capabilities. With great confidence, Jiang Wu declared that he had studied talismans, artifacts, and formations, excelling particularly in talismans and formations. He had numerous avenues for generating income, and the potential value of the opportunities he remembered from his past was immeasurable. Currently, he recalled over 10 locations in the southern wilderness where Golden Core and Foundation cave dwellings remained, which he intended to have Jiang Qin explore as resources for their cultivation. As for himself, he would primarily focus on talisman crafting for now. Although the single-use talismans were limited, they were enduring, ensuring a daily income. He also planned to introduce formation talismans, which offered even higher profits, making it easy to satisfy his own cultivation needs. Jiang Qin and Xue Qingqing exchanged glances, temporarily accepting Jiang Wu's assertions. Words alone were not enough, but the substantial amount of spirit stones in front of them made it believable. Xiao Wu, if what you say is true, I would gladly accept your kindness. We are family, and we should be united. Exactly. With that settled, I shall take my leave for now, Jiang Wu replied, satisfied with their acceptance. Such matters could not be resolved in a single day. Gradual acceptance would come with time. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed since Jiang Wu had returned to the sect. He successfully broke through to the late foundation stage and had visited Yang Zhou, who was astonished to see Jiang Wu achieve such a breakthrough with ease. However, Yang Zhou said nothing, merely encouraging Jiang Wu to focus on his cultivation. Another half-month later, Jiang Wu returned to the Four Seas Commerce in Yun City to formally discuss formation talismans with Su Mei. Taoist Jiang. Formation talismans are not commonly found in the Central Plains. Are you certain that your formation talismans are as formidable as you claim? Su Mei expressed her skepticism. Formation talismans were indeed rare in the Central Plains, as creating them required expertise in both talismans and formations, along with some knowledge in artifact crafting, making it a complex endeavor. Talismans and formations were often viewed as a waste of time and energy by those skilled enough to produce them, as they could simply sell talismans or formations directly. Nevertheless, they were aware of the power of formation talismans. If a stable supply could indeed be provided, they would be more than willing to consider it. Taoist, in our decade of friendship, have I ever boasted? This is not the case. It is merely that this set of talismans is quite valuable. No worries, I can attempt it with first-tier spirit talismans. Let us find a suitable location. The backyard will suffice. I will make the arrangements. Su Mingyang stated that the land in Yun City is still reasonably priced. The Sihai commercial house has acquired a substantial amount of land, and the backyard spans several hundred square meters, ample enough for our needs. We just need to arrange the formation properly. In no time, Su Mingyang summoned several stewards from the commercial house to witness the demonstration. Taoist Su. These talismans are all first-tier high-grade talismans, theoretically equivalent to a full force strike from a late-stage qi refining practitioner. I have modified 50 identical talismans through the array plate to achieve simultaneous activation, condensing their power into a single point, akin to countless threads woven into one robust rope. Capable of breaking through stage barriers to reach the level of second-tier low-grade. Daoist Jiang, please proceed with the test. All right, Senior Su, are you prepared? Daoist Jiang. Feel free to begin. In front of them, Su Li conjured a protective shield, awaiting Jiang Wu's demonstration, eager to personally experience the might of the talisman formation. Boom. Jiang Wu activated the talisman formation. 51st-tier high-grade golden light talismans erupted, forming a colossal beam of golden light that crashed against Su Li's protective shield, which remained unscathed, as it was conjured by a perfected foundation establishment practitioner. How is it? Su Li inquired. Incredible. This is not the strength of an ordinary early-stage foundation establishment. It is nearly at the pinnacle of the early stage. Mainyang, this is a remarkable item. Good. Excellent. Su Mainyang exclaimed with joy. With such a powerful talisman formation, she had no fear of finding buyers. Even if the people from the southern wilderness lacked discernment, she could always take them back to central lands for sale. As long as the profit was sufficient, it would suffice. Daoist Jiang, the test has been successful. How do you intend to set the price? For the second-tier high-grade talisman formation, the defensive type is priced at 100,000 spirit stones, and the offensive type at 90,000 spirit stones. Each formation comprises 50 second-tier high-grade talismans, with an attack power surpassing that of a perfected foundation establishment yet below that of a true golden core. And the defense is sufficient to withstand 3 full-force strikes from a golden core. That's exorbitant. An exceptional spirit weapon only costs 60 to 70,000 spirit stones. And this is a one-time use. Once used, it is gone. While the statement holds merit, the logic does not align. A perfected foundation establishment cannot withstand a golden core strike with an exceptional spirit weapon, yet the talisman formation can. It is a life-saving item. And I am certain that discerning perfected foundation establishment practitioners will recognize its value. Jiang Wu shook his head. In the southern wilderness, he held a monopolistic position, which meant he had the authority to set the price. As for whether others could afford it or not, that was not his concern. He did not intend to provide this talisman formation on a large scale. He lacked the time for that. 1 set per month would be ample. Moreover, this price was not intended for the average person. There are many affluent individuals among those in the foundation establishment stage who would find it worthwhile to spend 100,000 spirit stones on a life-saving treasure. Daoist Jiang, could you consider lowering the price a bit to leave us some profit? It cannot be reduced further. If it were to diminish, I would rather sell them individually. Daoist Jiang, you must understand that if I provide you with 100 second-tier high-grade talismans, you may not be able to defeat a formidable perfected foundation establishment. But the talisman formation absolutely can. How many can withstand the might of this formation? If you explain the rationale clearly, there will undoubtedly be those willing to pay this price. If the esteemed commercial house is unwilling to cooperate, I can seek others, Jiang Wu asserted. And Su Mainyang's willingness to compromise indicated her recognition of the talisman formation's merits and its profitability. Since this was the case, Jiang Wu did not wish to yield, for he would only provide 1 set of the talisman formation each month to support his cultivation. If the Seahai commercial house was unwilling, he could always find alternatives. Chapter 56. The talismans unleashed in the southwestern region of the Nanli sect lies a mountain known as Blue Mountain, famous for its abundant source of third-tier or blue crystal, which is an essential industry for the Nanli sect, heavily guarded by troops. Meanwhile, the rogue cultivator Chang Wei had been lying in wait for 7 days, seeking vengeance as the murderer of his brother, Chang Ning, was believed to be within this mine. The twin sword practitioners, Chang Wei and Chang Ning, were renowned among rogue cultivators within the Nanli sect, having reached the perfected foundation establishment stage. However, 2 years prior, Chang Ning had clashed with disciples of the Nanli sect and was brutally slain by them. Following this, Chang Wei succumbed to darkness, relentlessly causing trouble for the Nanli sect over the past 2 years, robbing solitary disciples and landing himself on the sect's wanted list. His plan was to eliminate those responsible for his brother's death, escape the southern wilderness, and upon achieving golden core status, return for revenge. This time, Chang Wei had expended considerable resources to acquire intelligence that led him to believe the murderer was within Blue Mountain, prompting his ambush for vengeance and subsequent escape. On the afternoon of the 7th day of his ambush, a flying vessel emerged from Blue Mountain. Chang Wei recognized it as the vessel dispatched by the Nanli sect to transport the blue crystal ore. Boom! Chang Wei struck, launching himself into the air, his flying sword executing a swift slash at the vessel. Not good. We have an ambush. Enemy attack. The vessel's crew reacted swiftly, 2 beams of sword light materializing to intercept Chang Wei's flying sword. However, Chang Wei's sword bore an unmatched momentum, shattering one assailant's flying sword and heavily injuring him, causing the vessel to sway dangerously as it began to descend rapidly. It's him. Chang Wei. Kill him. Quickly. Summon the master for assistance. The vessel housed 2 perfected foundation establishment guards. One, recognizing Chang Wei, immediately dispatched a communication talisman to Blue Mountain. Chang Wei paid no heed, charging at the remaining perfected foundation establishment practitioner, his adversary's identity as one of his brother's murderers igniting a fierce rage within him. Die. Chang Wei's strikes were swift and ruthless, each one an extension of his full power, overwhelming his opponent, who could only barely defend himself with a top-tier spirit artifact. Thief, daring to kill within my non-Li sect's territory, you seek death. Within mere exchanges, a furious roar resonated from within Blue Mountain. A flying sword hurtled toward them. Boom. Chang Wei summoned his top-tier spirit artifact shield, straining to withstand the incoming sword, yet it shattered, sending him flying. Master! Master! Surrounding non-Li sect disciples were dismayed. Bewildered by the sudden turn of events as they witnessed the golden core being flung backward, each terrified to the brink. How formidable! Chang Wei, astonished by the formation's power, realized that the golden core had likely not perished but merely sustained heavy injuries. Gritting his teeth, he immediately activated a secret escape technique. Blue Mountain was within sight, and numerous powerful practitioners would undoubtedly be present. He resolved to flee first and seek vengeance at a later date. Jiang Daoyu, is it not possible to augment the array? The Tianyan sect, represented by Su Meinyang herself, has come to visit Jang Wu with the intention of persuading him to increase the supply of the array, even if it is just one additional set. Su Daoyu, the array is a high-end product, and excess would lead to unsold inventory, while scarcity incites desire. Do you understand? Jiang Wu shook his head, explaining that the purpose of earning spirit stones is to enhance his cultivation. If he squandered his time merely to accumulate spirit stones without advancing his cultivation, it would be a fruitless endeavor. Moreover, he was correct. Employing a strategy of scarcity for high-end products is quite common. Should the supply be opened wide, the value would inevitably diminish. 50 spirit talismans along with an array plate would not fetch more than 30,000 spirit stones at market price. Jiang Wu could demand 100,000 spirit stones solely due to his technological monopoly. Jiang Daoyu, could you provide one more set this month? I made no profit from the previous set you sold me. Rather, I am at a loss, Su Meinyang implored. Perhaps next month, we shall discuss it then. Jiang Wu replied firmly, unwilling to yield. Su Meinyang, feeling helpless, recalled that the sets sold to Chang Wei had yielded no profit. It was merely a market test for practicality. After much deliberation, Jiang Wu remained resolute until the arrival of the sect leader, prompting Su Meinyang to take her leave. Greetings. Sect leader, Jiang Shidi, no need for excessive formality. What brings shopkeeper Su of the Sihai commercial house to seek you? To conduct a minor transaction. Haha. Such transactions do not necessitate shopkeeper Su's personal visit. It seems Jiang Shidi possesses considerable prowess, the sect leader remarked with a smile. The Sihai commercial house is the largest in Yunqing, surpassing even their Tianyun commercial house, generating at least 1 million spirit stones annually, if it were merely a minor transaction. Her presence would indeed be unwarranted. What could the sect leader want from Jiang Wu? Not long ago, a rogue named Chang Wei attacked the Lan Mountain mine of the non-Li sect. The mine was guarded by a golden core cultivator, who pursued Chang Wei, only to be severely injured by a particular array that Chang Wei employed. Although the golden core was caught off guard, akin to a sneak attack, the power of that array rivaled a full-strength strike from an ordinary golden core. The aftermath led the non-Li sect to investigate, discovering Chang Wei was trading in Yunqing, specifically at the Sihai commercial house. Given Jiang Shidi's close ties to the Sihai commercial house, they wondered if he was aware of this matter. I am aware. That array was produced by me. Is the rumor circulating in the outside world accurate? Indeed, Jiang Wu nodded, not having intentionally concealed this information. If a major sect sought to investigate, they would undoubtedly uncover the truth, hence he did not deny it. Could you possibly offer this technique to the sect? Rest assured, the sect will not let you suffer losses. Of course, but the technique is rather complex. I fear few will be able to grasp it, Jiang Wu replied. To master the array, one must be a multifaceted talent, well-versed in both talismans and formations, and at a high level of proficiency. Mere beginners would not suffice. That is of no concern. Someone will surely learn it. Very well, I shall provide the relevant materials to the sect in a few days. Please allow me time to organize them. Thank you, Shidi. I wonder what you wish to exchange? No need. Simply credit it to my merit points. If possible, I would appreciate some exemption from sect duties, as I wish to focus on my cultivation. That can certainly be arranged. Additionally, if you are willing to supply the sect with some arrays, that would be even better. You must understand, our sect's disciples also venture out. If the enemy possesses them, and we do not, I understand. I will provide 3 sets to the sect annually. I sell each set to the Sihai commercial house for 100,000 spirit stones. For the sect, let it be 90,000. Such a price? Naturally. It is a matter of life preservation, and even the costliest items are necessary. That is true, then 90,000 it shall be. The sect leader nodded, confident that the sect would not suffer losses. Those who wished to purchase would certainly afford it, and he could not ensure that every disciple of the sect would possess one. After negotiating with Jiang Wu, the sect leader departed. 2 days later, Yang Zhou sent word for Jiang Wu to meet him, and Jiang Wu promptly complied. Xiao Wu, was that array truly your creation? Indeed, master. Is it truly priced at 100,000? Without a doubt. I now believe that you were not exaggerating when you sought apprenticeship. You indeed possess remarkable talents. Yang Zhou said with a smile. With a price of 100,000, he estimated a profit of at least 70 to 80,000. And producing 10 sets in a year would yield an income of 7 to 800,000 spirit stones, nearing his own earnings. Dear husband, your disciple is impressive. I earn nearly 200,000 spirit stones in a year and cannot compete with your apprentice. What belongs to the disciple is also the master's, and consequently the master's wife's, he jested. Oh, do not say that. How could I accept your money? I was merely joking. Indeed, Xiao Wu. Do not take it to heart. The reason I summoned you today is not for any offerings, rather. I wish to inquire about the message I received yesterday from the nascent soul ancestor of the Nami sect, indicating their interest in collaborating with us. What are your thoughts? It matters not. While the array poses a significant threat to Foundation establishment cultivators, it is not invincible, nor can everyone afford it. This will inevitably limit its use to a select few, Jang Wu remarked. For instance, an ordinary early Foundation establishment like Jiangchen earns merely 1,000 spirit stones a year, taking over a century to acquire a single array, which largely extinguishes the aspirations of most. However, the income disparity among Foundation establishment cultivators is vast. Wealthy individuals exist, such as alchemists. Li Yang of the Tianyan sect earns no less than 50 to 60,000 spirit stones annually. Even someone like Sun Ning has a higher income than Jiangchen. And after several years of savings, purchasing an array for self-defense is entirely reasonable. Before the advent of arrays, there existed a special talisman known as a talisman treasure. Crafted from the essence of magical artifacts, its power is comparable to that of an array. The cultivation world remains unchanged unless Jang Wu can mass-produce arrays, making them accessible to all. Otherwise, he cannot alter the entire structure of the cultivation society. Chapter 51, The 12th Life. The matter of the array did not incite significant changes across the entire southern region, primarily due to its high-end nature. High-end signifies scarcity, and scarcity implies irrelevance to the common populace. The price of 100,000 spirit stones deterred the vast majority. With such resources, they would rather purchase more pills to enhance their cultivation or replace their spiritual artifacts with superior flying swords, rather than expend such funds on an array. Nonetheless, a select few affluent individuals remain eager to acquire arrays, particularly those unscrupulous cultivators who walk a dark path. This group is sufficient for Jang Wu to amass considerable wealth. The profit margins from arrays are beyond what others can fathom. Jang Wu had informed Yang Shou and the sect leader that the pure profit from a single array was merely 50 to 60,000 spirit stones. But the reality was far more lucrative. As Jang Wu personally crafted both the talismans and array plates, the cost of each talisman being around 100 spirit stones, and a low-grade second-tier array plate approximately 1,000 spirit stones. His total expenditures did not exceed 7,000 spirit stones. The only cost incurred was time. Consequently, Jang Wu's wealth rapidly accumulated, reaching 1,000,000 spirit stones within a year. He resolved to initiate the 12th simulation of life. As his vision blurred, Jang Wu found himself deep within a cave, seemingly in seclusion, and promptly accessed the system. System name, Life Simulator Host, Jang Wu Lifespan, 600-2000 Cause of Death, slain by a flurry of swords pre-death cultivation, early stage of divine transformation time rewind, 1 month death record, available for review, seeing his pre-death cultivation at the early stage of divine transformation. Jang Wu was not surprised, as he had already attained this level in the previous 2 simulations. There was no reason for a decline. He then opened the death record, and a memory surfaced in his mind. 1 month hence, 3 divine transformation ancestors appeared at Jang Wu's cave. They appeared to be quite familiar with him and discussed matters regarding the burial of a mortal's ruins. Subsequently, the 4 joined forces to venture into the ruins. However, upon their arrival, the 3 suddenly ambushed Jang Wu, catching him off guard and severely injuring him. He escaped with great difficulty from the extreme north. Yet, the 3 relentlessly pursued him, employing secret techniques to track his whereabouts. Ultimately, Jang Wu was cornered and met his demise at the hands of the 3, slain by a flurry of chaotic sword strikes. After enduring 11 simulations of life, Jang Wu had long grown accustomed to the causes of his demise. He promptly organized all the memories from the 12th simulation, gaining profound insights. This 12th iteration was built upon the realities of the previous one, and this time, Jang Wu's cultivation progressed more smoothly. At 24, he broke through to the Foundation establishment stage. By 30, he thwarted the sinister schemes of the Colorful Gate and became a disciple of Yang Shou. Subsequently, he developed talisman formations. At 40, he participated in the secret realm of Tianyuan Mountain, and by 42, he achieved the Golden Core stage, avoiding the path of Su Meinyang. Upon breaking through to the Golden Core, Jang Wu left his sect under the pretense of traveling through the Central Plains, initiating plans for infant cultivation and investigating the burial of immortals. Over the course of the next 120 years, he reached the nascent soul stage, becoming the youngest nascent soul cultivator in the history of the Southern Wilderness. 300 years later, he incidentally became the youngest transformation cultivator in the immortal realm in 10,000 years, and he early on acquainted himself with the nascent soul ancestors of the Tai Palace, Tianhao sect, and the Wangshan Pavilion, the 3 leading sects of the Central Plains, each presided over by a transformation ancestor. After achieving transformation, he further befriended the transformation ancestors of these 3 sections. Over decades of camaraderie, Jang Wu deemed them trustworthy and thus divulged certain matters concerning the burial of immortals. agreeing to join forces against it. The burial of immortals posed a grave threat to cultivators, as the remaining immortals fed upon their lifespans to sustain themselves. Among cultivators, who could rival those transformation ancestors? Upon hearing Jang Wu's revelations, the three transformation ancestors were filled with dread and readily agreed to assist. However, who could have anticipated that these three would conspire to ambush Jang Wu, leading him to despair? The three transformation ancestors were, in truth, puppets of the remaining immortals. As Jang Wu organized his memories, he was struck with astonishment. He had not anticipated the far-reaching influence of the burial of immortals, which even extended to the transformation stage. It was indeed my negligence. I had overlooked many details, as numerous clues were available. As Jang Wu slowly reflected on his memories, including those from previous simulations, he began to uncover the threads of a larger scheme. Throughout several life simulations, he had commenced his inquiries regarding the burial of immortals around the nascent soul stage. Scouring numerous texts and engaging in discussions with many individuals, the existence of the burial of immortals had not been long, and its fabled opportunities likely spanned merely around 10,000 years. Over this period, many nascent soul and higher cultivators had ventured into the burial of immortals. And while most perished, some survived. Initially, Jang Wu believed these survivors were individuals of great fortune, akin to himself, who could escape unscathed. However, upon reconsideration from a conspiratorial perspective, a possibility emerged. The appearance of the burial of immortals might be a cunning trap laid by the remaining immortals, continuously luring cultivators to become their prey. As the casualties mounted, the remaining immortals, not being foolish, would ensure that some survivors were left behind to entice further victims. Much like the situation with the true Wu immortal, the more Jang Wu pondered, the more plausible this theory became. Offering an explanation for the actions of the three transformation ancestors, they had long been the puppets of the remaining immortals. These immortals were indeed despicable, preying upon cultivators, which bore no difference from demonic entities. Filled with righteous fury, Jang Wu recognized that these immortals were not only vile but also obstructed his path ahead. They must be eradicated. With a plan forming in his mind, Jang Wu immediately set about his preparations. Armed with the knowledge of the future, he resolved not to accompany them to the burial of immortals. In comparison, addressing the internal threat was evidently of greater urgency. A month later, Chen Tao from Tai Palace, Li Hao from Tianhao sect, and Meng Chongxing from Wangxian Pavilion arrived at Jang Wu's cave dwelling. Since achieving the nascent soul stage, Jang Wu had seldom returned to the southern wilderness, instead residing in the central plains, having claimed a spiritual mountain as his stronghold. Brother Jiang. The three transmitted their voices in succession, but received no response, leaving them perplexed. Just as they were about to depart, a token flew out from Jang Wu's cave. Chen Tao reached out to catch it. Brothers, I have uncovered a significant secret regarding the burial of immortals. I am off to investigate, and my return date is uncertain. The expedition to the burial of immortals is postponed. Chen Tao relayed Jang Wu's message, and the expressions of the three darkened considerably. What shall we do, Brother Chen? Jang Wu has left. I do not know. We must find a way. Brother Chen, we promised our master that we would present Jang Wu to him. Without Jang Wu, where shall we find another? Meng Chongxing remarked. The burial of immortals was notorious in the immortal realm, and few would voluntarily venture there. Most who did were those nearing the end of their lifespans, unable to break through, seeking a last gamble. Such individuals were of little value to their master. Moreover, their master required them to provide prey at regular intervals, and if they failed to find any, they would have to offer disciples from their own sects instead. Over the years, each of their sects had lost several nascent soul cultivators in vain. During these years, Jiang Wu's investigations into the burial of immortals had long been noted by their master, who specifically demanded Jiang Wu be sent. They were at a loss for how to explain this. Jiang Wu, being a lone wolf, would be exceedingly difficult to locate. Perhaps it would be best for them to return to their sects and gather disciples to investigate? It seems that this is our only option, Chen Tao suggested. And the other two had no better alternatives. After a brief discussion, they mutually agreed that upon discovering Jiang Wu's whereabouts, they would promptly inform each other. Ideally, they would lure Jiang Wu to the burial of immortals. If that proved impossible, the three would join forces to severely injure Jiang Wu, attempting to capture him alive and bring him to the burial of immortals. Once their plans were set, they parted ways. Their sects not being in close proximity. Tai Palace was in the southwest of the Central Plains, Wangxian Pavilion to the east, and Tianhao sect to the northwest, each separated by over 50,000 miles. After several days of travel, Li Hao of Tianhao sect was approximately 1,000 miles from his sect when suddenly a voice resonated in his ears. Brotherly, it is I, Jiang Wu. Taoist Jiang. Li Hao's heart jolted, and he immediately halted. Scanning the surroundings with his divine sense, he spotted Jiang Wu about 100 miles away, sensing that he seemed injured. Taoist Jiang, what has happened to you? I was injured. I fought with the Peacock King from the western extremes and lost. Why would you engage the Peacock King? He is a fifth-tier superior, equivalent to a late-stage transformation cultivator. Alas, it was not merely about the burial of immortals. The Peacock King possesses the bloodline of the Phoenix divine beast, with a lifespan far exceeding ours, having lived for 4,000 or 5,000 years. Indeed, the longevity of the demon race surpasses that of human cultivators. What did the Peacock King say? He mentioned that his bloodline memories contain information about the burial of immortals. But what? But he said Jiang Wu had not completed his sentence when he suddenly attacked, striking Li Hao with a palm, unleashing a violent surge of lightning. Li Hao, unprepared, was dealt a staggering blow, his chest caving in as he was sent flying, only to be halted by a protective golden light that emerged around him. Jiang Wu, why did you ambush me? Li Hao, will you surrender, or shall I personally end your life? You've lost your mind, Jiang Wu. My Tianhao sect is a foremost sect in the current immortal realm, with more than one transformation cultivator. If you kill me, your Tianyun sect in the southern wilderness will face annihilation. You are aware that your sect has more than one transformation cultivator. Yet, when you sent your disciples to the burial of immortals to meet their demise, did you not consider this? Li Hao was instantly filled with terror. How could Jiang Wu know such a deeply concealed truth? If you do not surrender, you shall die. Jiang Wu, enraged, charged at Li Hao. Initially, their strengths were comparable. However, in his current wounded state, Li Hao was no match for Jiang Wu, who relentlessly pressed the attack, forcing him into a retreat. Chapter 58. There is nothing new under the sun. The two engaged in combat for over 100 exchanges. Along the way, Li Hao made several attempts to contact the nearby Tianhao sect, but Jiang Wu was well prepared. The formation he had set up not only concealed their figures and sounds, but also prevented any secret communications or messages from escaping. Don't kill me. I surrender. Ultimately, Li Hao did not wish to meet his demise in such a manner and chose to capitulate. Jiang Wu swiftly moved to restrain him. What do you wish to know? Jiang Wu, let me ask you this. Had I not departed a few days ago, would you and Chen Tao have attempted to deceive me into going to the burial of immortals to be offered to those worthless immortals? How do you know this? Do you wish to know how I am aware of this and why I have come to ambush you? Why? Because there are those who refuse to be mere hounds for those worthless immortals. They aspire to be human beings, esteemed cultivators, revered as ancestors in the realm of cultivation. Why should they willingly become someone else's dog? Is it Chen Tao or Meng Chongsheng? It must be Chen Tao. It's certainly him. Chen Tao. May you meet a miserable end. Upon hearing Jiang Wu's words, Li Hao cursed furiously, not doubting their veracity, for this information was too confidential. Apart from the three of them, it was impossible for anyone else to know. Yet, Jiang Wu had laid bare their scheme. He could not fathom any other possibility than someone having betrayed them. Forget about who it is. Tell me why a decent person would choose not to be one and instead serve as a dog for others. Brother Jiang, I do not wish for this either. The Tianhao sect has a legacy spanning hundreds of thousands of years, with numerous internal factions. Countless families have ancient lineages that firmly grasp all power. I was born of lowly status, lacking any background, and I have toiled relentlessly just to reach the nascent soul stage. For 600 years in the nascent soul, I risked my life for the Tianhao sect, suffering severe injuries and earning commendable contributions. Yet, the sect's Willow Dan was never bestowed upon me, but rather given to those beneath me. Ironically, they too have failed to break through to the transformation stage. I had no choice but to gamble everything at the burial of immortals. In your eyes, I serve as a dog for those immortals, yet for me, it is different. They offer me opportunities to break through to the transformation stage, and later they will allow me to exit the realm, to merge, and ultimately ascend to the immortal realm. Jiang Wu, is not the ultimate desire of cultivators to seek longevity and ascension? I have done nothing wrong, Li Hao shouted, firmly believing he was in the right. Cultivators entering a sect were not they themselves serving as dogs for the sect? At least he was that way. Throughout his journey, he expended great effort, risking life for the sect. What difference was there from being a dog? It would be better to serve those immortals instead. Being a dog can also be a matter of honor. I have accepted that, he continued. Jiang Wu, you are not me. You have not experienced what I have. What right do you have to judge me? Haha, fine. I do not care what reasons you have. In any case, you wish to kill me. And now that I have you in my grasp, it is only natural that I may kill you as well. Do not kill me. If you do, you will be doomed as well. And how would I meet my end? Would the Tianhao sect take revenge for you? Who would know it was I who killed you? It is not the Tianhao sect but the immortals. They have planted a curse within me. If I die, they will discover it and will kill you. Indeed. That is something to be cautious about. Then I shall not kill you. Just answer all my questions honestly. I will speak. I will definitely speak. Do not think of deceiving me. I will investigate everything you say. If I uncover any lies, I will expose your deeds. You have caused harm to others over the years, have you not? Let us see if Tai Palace can spare you then. As long as you do not kill me, I will not deceive you. Tell me, aside from you, does anyone else in the Tianhao sect serve as a dog for those immortals? No. The Tianhao sect has its own legacy. Only individuals like me, without background, would venture to the burial of immortals. Others would go to the territories of the demon clan. I have spent over 100 years investigating within the Tianhao sect and have found no one else. Li Hao replied, asserting that entering the burial of immortals required tremendous courage. Only those with no other options would dare to go. He had checked for many years without discovering anyone else. Oh, what about the other two sects, Tai Palace and Wenchang Pavilion? I do not know their matters. I will assume you do not know. But do not let me catch you lying. If I do, haha. I truly do not know. Very well, next question. Reveal all the secrets you know about the burial of immortals. What aspects do you wish to know? For instance, how many worthless immortals are there in the burial of immortals? What are their names? What is their strength? And where are they located within the burial? To my knowledge, there are 18 immortals in the burial of immortals. They are remnants from ancient times, as the war between the immortals, demons, and monsters ravaged the land, leading to their mutual destruction. However, the immortals possess undying bodies. They have not truly perished but are merely in a state of slumber, gradually recovering. Some have awakened early and are exceedingly powerful, undoubtedly surpassing the transformation stage, while others are weaker. Wait a moment, their strength should not be tied to their physical forms. Right? Correct, it is their immortal consciousness, which is akin to our divine sense. The better their physical bodies recover, the stronger their consciousness becomes. Indeed. It appears he speaks the truth. Who is he? Why do you ask so many questions? Do you seek death? Continue. Can those immortals leave the burial of immortals? They can, but they do not dare. Their physical bodies currently lack any power. If their immortal consciousness departs the burial, other immortals would seize the vitality of their bodies to strengthen themselves. Excellent. It seems the 18 immortals are not entirely united, are they? Indeed. Now, begin naming them and detailing their strengths. This is crucial. Should you omit or conceal any information, I will surely kill you. I dare not, to my knowledge. Not all 18 immortals have awakened. My master is known as the Howren Immortal, possessing extraordinary strength, not below the transformation stage. Jin Tao's master is the Mingyu Immortal, while Ming Chanxing's master is the Chanhong Immortal. Their strengths are comparable, and they have maintained a strong relationship, forming an alliance upon awakening. They are located within the burial of immortals. In a bid for survival, Li Hao divulged everything he knew, mentioning not only the masters of the three, but also other immortals. The strength distribution within the burial of immortals was quite hierarchical. The deeper one ventured, the stronger the beings became, and their masters were not even the most formidable. Very well, I have taken note. Do you know if other worthless immortals control cultivators, akin to individuals like yourselves? Jang Wu inquired, withholding some information from Li Hao. If his conjecture was correct, their masters were not as powerful as they imagined. For during a previous life simulation, Jang Wu had recklessly attacked the immortals, slaying several with his transformation body, only to be ultimately pierced through by a worthless immortal within the burial of immortals. I'm not entirely sure. Ming Chanxing might know something. He once killed a transformation cultivator and used a secret method to absorb that person's lifespan, offering it to his master. Is that so? If you encounter other sycophants, would you also strike them down? Yes. The immortals in the burial of immortals also face competition. Our masters have repeatedly instructed us to find ways to weaken other immortals. For this, we have long waited on the outskirts of the burial to deceive or slay any cultivators who might intrude into the territories of other immortals. Excellent. Now tell me, how many cultivators have you delivered to your master? What do you intend, Jang Wu? Li Hao immediately grew wary, but the next moment, he let out a pained cry as a bolt of lightning struck him. Speak or die? No, I will not kill you, but I can cripple your cultivation, destroy your dantian, sever your meridians, and let you relive the experience of being immortal. No, you cannot do this. Then speak. I will speak. I will speak. As the saying goes, one is the knife, the other is the fish. For the sake of survival, Li Hao divulged his truths. He had only broken through to the transformation stage for a little over 300 years and had sent a total of 15 individuals to their fates, all of whom were in the nascent soul stage. His master demanded at least one sacrifice every 20 years, and upon fulfillment, there would be rewards. Possibly some secret techniques or guidance on where to seek opportunities. Failure to meet this demand would result in punishment. The immortals would activate the curse, causing them unbearable suffering. Compelling compliance. Among those 15, more than a dozen were unknown to them and were sent through various channels. However, a few were disciples of the Tianhao sect who, unable to complete their tasks, had no choice but to deceive their fellow sect members into a death trap. Chen Tao and his companions are similarly situated, with the same requirements. The only difference is that they are later in identifying their leader, and their numbers are not as substantial. That is all. Is there nothing more to say? I have conveyed everything. Very well, I shall verify your words with others. Should I discover that you have lied? Heh. I have not lied, truly. Enough, you should stay put. After finishing, Jang Wu promptly knocked him unconscious, inspected the seal, and bound him with a rope talisman, removing all storage tools before concealing him. He only trusted Li Hao's words to a degree, and he needed to verify the information with the other two to ascertain its authenticity. With the formation dismantled, Jang Wu gazed at the distant Tianhao Gate. Tianhao Gate, along with Tai Palace and Wenxian Pavilion, stands as one of the foremost sects among contemporary cultivators, boasting multiple transformation stage elders, and surely some ancient beings beyond that level. However, these ancient beings seldom reveal themselves. Their sole purpose in life appears to be the pursuit of cultivation, in hopes of attaining longevity that draws ever closer. Jang Wu was uncertain whether there were remnants of immortal lackeys within these sects. He dared not take risks, as he needed to first resolve matters with Chen Tao and then cautiously probe the situation, for this was but a simulation of life, and he could always start anew. Only by untangling the internal relationships of the cultivators and rooting out all traitors could he formally advance into the immortal burial grounds to eliminate those immortals who ought to have perished. Chapter 59. The Alliance Against Immortals at Tai Palace. Chen Tao was instructing several disciples on their tasks. Tai Palace, on the surface, has 2 transformation stage ancestors and about 10 nascent souls, undoubtedly a colossal sect. As a transformation stage ancestor himself, Chun Tao wielded immense power, with most of the upper echelons of the sect being his disciples and descendants, making it effortless for him to command Tai Palace to undertake various tasks. Master Ancestor, there is a missive for you from the guest reception hall, a disciple reported suddenly as Chun Tao was busy inquiring about Jang Wu's whereabouts. Upon receiving the missive, Chun Tao was taken aback, recognizing it as a correspondence from Jang Wu. He waved his hand, dismissing everyone, and then opened the missive, from which a wisp of azure smoke emerged, forming Jang Wu's likeness. Brother Chen, I have recently uncovered some secrets related to the immortal burial grounds and wish to discuss the details with you. Please hurry to meet me. I await you at Tiger Mountain, 1,000 miles from Tai Palace. The illusion of Jang Wu dissipated as soon as he finished speaking, leaving Chun Tao's expression dark and inscrutable, lost in thought. After a moment's hesitation, Chun Tao produced a long-distance communication talisman and sent it out, then departed Tai Palace for Tiger Mountain. Tiger Mountain lay 1,000 miles west of Tai Palace's entrance. It had once been the spiritual domain of a 4th-tier tiger demon, which had been eradicated by Tai Palace and claimed as their territory. Before reaching Tiger Mountain, Chun Tao heard Jang Wu's voice, pinpointing his location and arriving before him. Daoist Jiang, what is the urgency in summoning me? Where have you been these past few days? My brother, I had no desire to miss our appointment. The matter is of great significance. What is it? Do you recall why we arranged to meet? It pertains to the immortal burial grounds? Indeed. I have discovered that Li Hao from Tianhao Gate may have connections to the immortal burial grounds, and there is a significant possibility that living beings exist within. He is working on behalf of the immortal burial grounds. What? How could this be? Chun Tao's expression reflected profound astonishment, earning Jang Wu's admiration for his acting skills. He too was adept at this craft. Is this absolutely certain, Brother Chen? You have known Li Hao for hundreds of years. Are you aware of this? I am not. Daoist Jiang. My acquaintance with Li Hao is but superficial. How could he disclose such matters to me? That is grave. It implies that Li Hao may very well turn against you. Surely not. Highly probable. Thus we must thwart him. I possess a treasure that can counter Li Hao's techniques. Brother Chen, take this. What treasure is it? Caught off guard, Chun Tao accepted the object Jang Wu offered. Suddenly, it shattered, ensnaring him within a vast net. Jang Wu, what are you doing? Do not struggle. This is a talisman crafted from the silk of a 5th-tier 6 Harmony Spider King. Even if you are in the out-of-body stage, escape is futile. Jang Wu, you despicable scoundrel. Have the courage to release me. Ha ha, Jang Wu sneered, subsequently producing over a dozen long needle talismans, pinning them into Chun Tao's meridian nodes to immobilize him. Jang Wu, if you dare kill me, Tai Palace will not let you off. We have elders in the out-of-body stage who can easily annihilate your Tianyan sect. Not long ago, Li Hao said the same. What? Li Hao? Indeed. He is allied with me. If you doubt it, observe. Jang Wu waved his hand, releasing a recording talisman that functioned akin to a camera in the cultivation realm, capturing both sound and image. Jiang Wu had edited it to feature portions where Li Hao discussed matters related to the immortal burial grounds, presenting it as if he were collaborating with Jiang Wu, creating an illusion of complicity. He allowed Chun Tao to view it for only a brief moment before retracting it. Any longer, and the ruse would be uncovered. How could this be? How could this be? Brother Chen, tell me, if I were to reveal your conspiracy to the world, how would Tai Palace respond? Would they stand with you against the world, or would they cleanse their ranks? Jiang Wu smirked. Should this information be exposed, Tai Palace would undoubtedly choose to purge their ranks rather than confront the entire realm of cultivators. You, do you wish to know why? Why? Because I am far more terrifying than your master, the immortal Mingyu. Daoist Jiang. I was coerced. I had no intention. Li Hao said the same thing. Guess what? Do you think I would believe you? Chun Tao fell silent, realizing that there was nothing left to say. He could only think of escaping as swiftly as possible. Daoist Jiang, I am willing to cooperate with you. My role in the immortal burial grounds is also out of necessity. I am bound to them, treated as a servant. I do not wish to walk this path to the bitter end. That is the mark of a wise individual. Now, Brother Chen, you may disclose what you know without any concealment. I have spoken. Will you spare me? Of course. I have not killed Li Hao. Our collaboration is essential. If he were to perish, Tianhao Gate would have erupted in chaos long ago. You surely understand this, do you not? Yes, I am willing to share. Chun Tao nodded. They both had soul lamps remaining in their sections. If one truly died, Tianhao Gate would undoubtedly be thrown into turmoil, and he would receive news. Moreover, should they perish, the immortals behind them would also be aware. It was impossible for him to remain entirely uninformed. Chun Tao hurriedly recounted all he knew, which was quite similar to what Li Hao had shared. They too were under the control of the immortals, compelled to serve them. As for news regarding the immortal burial grounds, it was largely the same, without any novel insights. Daoist Jiang, I have finished speaking. Excellent. Now you should remain silent. I must meet with Meng Changsheng. Jiang Wu nodded, sealing Chun Tao completely before transforming into his likeness. After a considerable wait, Meng Changsheng arrived, having been lured by Jiang Wu using Li Hao's aura. Daoist Li, where is Chun Tao? I do not know. Have you received his message? Yes. He mentioned he had tracked down Jiang Wu's whereabouts. Jiang Wu's whereabouts? Meng Chongqing furrowed his brow, unsure of Li Hao's intentions. Meng brother, let us take a moment to rest. Perhaps Chen Tao will arrive at any moment. Very well. Meng brother, do you think our combined strength can capture Jiang Wu? It should be possible. Jiang Wu's strength is not to be underestimated, but we three are not to be trifled with either. Indeed, my task is nearing its deadline. Capturing Jiang Wu would be ideal for fulfilling my obligations, would it not? Yes, though I wonder if he alone will suffice for us three to complete our tasks. Meng Chongqing remarked as his own deadline approached. If Jiang Wu alone could not satisfy the requirements for all three, it could lead to discord among them. Brother Meng, would you be willing to share the secret techniques imparted to you by the Changhong Immortal with me, Li? I am truly reluctant to sacrifice another disciple for this. Lest the Tianhao sect grow suspicious of me, I intend to assassinate a few rogue cultivators. I assure you, I do not seek this for nothing. I am willing to exchange the secret techniques of the Tianhao sect for your assistance. It is not that I am unwilling, but rather, I require 3 Xinyuan pills. Brother Meng, please lend me your aid. We are all connected, and you cannot stand by and watch my misfortune unfold. Upon hearing this, Meng Chongqing was instantly moved. The Xinyuan pill is a 5th-tier elixir meant for those in the divine transformation stage, highly valuable and exceedingly difficult to refine. It would take the Xian Pavilion decades to produce even a single batch, yielding only a few pills. The two promptly began their transaction. Jiang Wu produced the Xinyuan pills, while Meng Chongqing imparted a secret technique to him. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wu realized that this was, in fact, a form of demonic cultivation technique. Fellow Taoist Li, what has become of Chen Tao? Why has he not arrived yet? Yes, it has indeed been a considerable time. But his arrival is of little consequence now. What do you mean by that? It means nothing. My objective has been achieved, has it not, Taoist Meng? You know? This is wrong. You have poisoned me. Meng Chongqing immediately grew vigilant, attempting to summon his spiritual energy, only to find it unresponsive. The effects of the soft immortal powder took hold. You have substituted the Xinyuan pill. Meng Chongqing's complexion changed drastically. Finally realizing that the soft immortal powder had been laced within the Xinyuan pill, he had scrutinized the pill upon receiving it, thus falling prey to the poison. Cunning. Chen Tao, why would you conspire against me? Did I not mention? I am in need of tasks. You seek my demise, yet we serve the same master. You are courting death, yet I exchanged the secret technique with you. They are merely concerned with devouring the lifespans of cultivators, regardless of whose they are. Chen Tao, your heart is truly wicked. Without further ado, Jiang Wu struck him unconscious. Under the influence of the soft immortal powder, Meng Chongqing could not even defend against a single blow. At that moment, with the 3 divine transformation cultivators in his possession, Jiang Wu contemplated his next steps. Killing them would be too lenient and would not aid his forthcoming endeavors. Thus, he resolved to utilize them as resources, first testing the capabilities of the 3 major sections. If they proved satisfactory, the alliance against immortals could be established. Jiang Wu pondered for a moment, as he had never considered taking on the burial immortal ruins alone. The remnants of those immortals possessed at least nascent soul strength, with those deeper within being unfathomably powerful, possibly at the out-of-body stage, or even higher. Perhaps at the level of tribulation transcendence. Realizing this, Jiang Wu set off with Chen Tao in tow, heading toward the nearest Tai palace. Upon reaching the palace, he cast out his divine sense, swiftly receiving a response. Who dares to be so audacious? I am Jiang Wu from the Tianyan sect of Southern Wilderness. Why does Elder Wu not reveal himself for an audience? Very well, I shall show myself. Another divine transformation elder from Tai Palace swiftly appeared. Upon seeing Jiang Wu holding Chen Tao, his expression changed dramatically. Jiang Wu, why have you taken my junior brother Chen? Elder Wu, do not be hasty. There is a reason for this. The tale is lengthy. Jiang Wu recounted the events, explaining that he had not ventured into the burial immortal ruins this lifetime, but had still uncovered the truth regarding Jinwu Shinran's matters, eventually leading him to the 3 of them. After sharing this, he utilized a recording talisman to display Chen Tao's statements. Elder Wu was left dumbfounded, having had no inkling that Chen Tao had sent his own sect's disciples to their doom, and his fury was palpable. Chen Tao, you scoundrel! Was it you who brought about my disciple's demise? Elder Wu, I have sealed his 6 senses. He cannot see or hear. It would be prudent for your sect's out-of-body elder to come forth for discourse. Jiang Wu remarked, having grown somewhat disdainful of the divine transformation elders. If dialogue were to occur, it must be with those of the out-of-body stage. Chapter 60. A coalition of divergent intentions. The out-of-body elder of Tai Palace, named Chen Meng, bore no relation to Chen Tao. Had he been connected, Chen Tao would not have been driven to the burial immortal ruins. The lifespan of a nascent soul elder is a millennium, for a divine transformation cultivator, 2 millennia, and for an out-of-body cultivator, 5 millennia. Chen Meng had already lived for over 3,000 years, yet he remained far from achieving integration, dedicating himself solely to arduous cultivation in hopes of breaking through the celestial barrier to attain true longevity. However, the events surrounding the burial immortal ruins had stirred him, particularly due to their connection to the concept of immortals. It had been many years since a true immortal had emerged from the cultivation world, and Chen Meng, having lived over 3,000 years, had never heard of one. Upon Chen Meng's arrival, Jiang Wu readily released Chen Tao. The latter, upon awakening and beholding Chen Meng, turned ashen, realizing his fate was sealed. He dared not confront Qin Ming and could only cast a resentful glance at Jang Wu, whom he blamed for his predicament. Qin Ming interrogated Qin Tao once more, who could only confess. Upon discovering that Qin Tao had sent his own disciples to their deaths, Qin Ming was nearly driven to execute him on the spot. Elder Chun, hold on. Killing Qin Tao will yield no benefits. At this juncture, we cultivators must unite to confront those immortals. Otherwise, they will eventually turn against us. Is that truly so? Certainly. It is evident that those immortals seek to regain their power. However, the spiritual energy of the cultivation world is of no aid to them. Only our life force will suffice. Presently, they are weak, so they can make do with nascent soul and divine transformation cultivators. However, once they regain a certain level of strength, the consumption of one out-of-body cultivator will outweigh that of 100 nascent souls. If you doubt this, ask Qin Tao. Jang Wu pointed toward Qin Tao, who, despite not needing to say anything, understood. Qin Ming was not a fool. This mirrors the principles of cultivation. Currently, Jang Wu, at the divine transformation stage, still benefits from the true essence pills meant for the foundation establishment stage, albeit requiring a vast quantity. Perhaps 10,000 of those pills would be less effective than a single Xinyuan pill, and he naturally preferred the latter. These immortals are indeed a grave threat to our cultivation world. They view us as livestock, slaughtering us without restraint. Such a situation cannot be tolerated. Indeed, Elder Chun, I, for one, refuse to remain passive. Therefore, I have conducted investigations for many years. I initially believed that your sect's Qin Tao was one of like-minded individuals, only to discover he was a lackey for the immortals. Are you resolved to confront the immortals, young Jiang? Certainly. We cultivators inherently act against the heavens. What are these mere remnants, but pale shadows? If they were true immortals, I would accept my fate. But alas, they are nothing but half-dead husks. Jang Wu proclaimed loudly, encouraging Qin Tao that these were not true immortals, and there was no need for fear. They should take action and eliminate them. Qin Ming nodded in agreement, though he was more concerned with the potential benefits. Those immortals are relics of ancient times. Might they possess treasures from that era? If not, perhaps they could offer some secret techniques. Qin Ming's decision to confront the immortals was also fueled by this desire. He had nearly reached the pinnacle of the current cultivation world, and advancing further was exceedingly challenging. The path ahead was fraught with uncertainty, thus he sought alternative means. With Qin Ming's support, the following steps became considerably simpler. Jiang Wu handed over Ming Chongqing and, alongside Qin Ming, made his way to the Xian Inquiry Pavilion. With Qin Ming, an out-of-body elder present, the out-of-body elder from the Xian Inquiry Pavilion, Li Hao, also made an appearance. Upon hearing of Ming Chongqing's actions, Li Hao felt a surge of dizziness, casting a particularly unkind gaze upon Ming Chongqing. In his view, if Ming Chongqing could sacrifice disciples for his own survival, he could just as easily offer up Li Hao himself, a traitor of the highest order who should be executed without hesitation. Elderly, wait, Ming Chongqing still holds value. In the future, during the campaign against the immortals, he may serve as bait. Indeed, young Jiang is correct. However, given the abhorrent deeds he has committed, a lack of punishment would leave me unsettled, Li Hao declared, choosing to spare Ming Chongqing for the moment, but immediately stripping him of his cultivation, rendering him utterly powerless. Beyond any hope of restoration, the three individuals swiftly reached a strategic alliance before proceeding to the Tianhao Gate. Along the way, Jiang Wu also mentioned Li Hao, prompting Qin Ming and Li Hao to observe Jiang Wu's impressive ability to dispatch 3 transformation stage cultivators. They were left pondering, as Jiang Wu exhibited a ferocity that surpassed their expectations. Facing 3 transformation stage cultivators would not be an easy task for them. The ancestor of Tianhao Gate, named Ouyang Hao, had ancestral ties to one of the original founders of the sect, with rumors suggesting that his forebear had successfully ascended. Though the truth of such claims remained uncertain, Ouyang Hao possessed a more volatile temperament, and upon learning of Li Hao's actions, he attempted to kill him on the spot, only to be dissuaded by Qin Ming and the others. The anger of the 3 ancestors was, in fact, understandable. For them, the paramount concern was immortality, followed closely by the legacy of their sections. They all had descendants to consider. Even if they could not achieve eternal life, they wished to create opportunities for their progeny. Thus, the existence of a powerful sect was of utmost necessity. It was incomprehensible that these 3 would undermine their own foundation, leading to their ire. With their current strength, the 3 ancestors were likely ill-equipped to confront the entirety of the buried immortal ruins, rumored to harbor 18 incapacitated immortals of considerable might. Jang Wu continued, stating that the elders of the cultivation world were not limited to these 3. For instance, the Wujigong sect was equally formidable. And even the Four Seas Commerce had several transformation stage cultivators, though none had reached the out-of-body stage. The 3 were at a loss for words, as Ming Chongqing and his associates had sacrificed a number of nascent soul cultivators over the last few centuries, some of whom were disciples of powerful sects like Wujigong. If investigations were to ensue, how could they justify their actions? Esteemed ancestor, this is a matter of great significance for the cultivation world. We cultivators should set aside past grievances. If we do not act to halt these incapacitated immortals, we will truly become mere livestock for them, Jang Wu asserted, not contemplating the complexities of their relationships, as it was known that not all ancestral ties were amicable. The 3 did not retort. Recognizing the truth in Jang Wu's words, Meng Changsheng had already made it clear that the buried immortal ruins possessed formidable strength. It was plausible that some immortals had regained their powers to the point of achieving the integration or even tribulation stages, necessitating a united front from the entire cultivation community. The Immortal Extermination Alliance was tentatively established, with leadership shifting from Jang Wu to the out-of-body stage ancestors of the three sections. They traversed the realm, quickly rallying nearly all major sects of the cultivation world, including the non-Li sect from the southern regions. Thus, 2 years passed before the Immortal Extermination Alliance was formally established at Wuzhigong. This location was chosen for its central position in the Middle Kingdom, ensuring equitable accessibility for all, and its lack of direct involvement in the matter rendered it a fair choice. The day the conference convened marked the most significant event in the cultivation world in millennia. Over 80 transformation stage cultivators attended, alongside more than 20 from the out-of-body stage. It was noteworthy that such gatherings were rare, as most affairs were typically handled by those at the nascent soul level. As over 100 individuals convened, even before the immortal extermination discussions commenced, they engaged in a week of exchanges regarding their cultivation experiences. It must be said, if not for the matter of the buried immortal ruins, it would have been nearly impossible to assemble such a multitude. With a considerable portion of the cultivation world's transformation stage cultivators present, the sheer number was staggering. Typically, practitioners focused on their own cultivation. Now that they had the rare opportunity to congregate, it was only natural to seek some benefits, at the very least through the sharing of insights. As the discourse on cultivation insights unfolded, a trading fair emerged, creating a bustling atmosphere within the Immortal Extermination Alliance. "Friend Jiang, has your master not arrived?" Amidst the chaos, a refined man approached Jang Wu. It was Dantian, the transformation stage ancestor of the non-Li sect. Dantian was the first transformation stage ancestor of his sect, having promulgated the Southern Region Immortal Calendar upon his ascension, which now marked the year 1488. Coinciding with his lifespan, he was quite familiar with Yangzhou. "My master is currently in seclusion and has yet to achieve a breakthrough," Jang Wu replied. At merely 600 years of age, Yangzhou had not yet reached the limits of the nascent soul stage. Jang Wu had already imparted the 9 transformations of true spirit to him, thus eliminating the need to pilfer the heavenly Tao fruit from the demon race's sacred grounds. Though whether he could break through remained uncertain. "You have indeed surpassed your predecessor. The younger generation is formidable," Dantian remarked, expressing his admiration. "Friend Jiang, is the matter of the buried immortal ruins truly as dire as rumored?" "Undoubtedly. Otherwise I would not be compelled to travel far and wide," Jang Wu responded, fully aware that many remained skeptical, as the distance from the ancient era was substantial. Particularly in the Central Plains, the annals of history had been interrupted multiple times, making it impossible to accurately gauge how long ago the ancient times were. Not a single individual had witnessed the tribulation stage, let alone an immortal. "Nonetheless, this signifies a great calamity for our cultivation world," Jang Wu affirmed. "Indeed, a calamity, hence we must prepare for the tribulation," Dantian replied, his skepticism clear. "Do you truly place your hopes on this Immortal Extermination Alliance? What alternative do we have? This is already the mightiest force within the cultivation world," Jang Wu sighed. He understood why Dantian harbored such doubts. He felt similarly. Among the 100 or so individuals present were representatives from numerous factions, some of which had strained relations, with quite a few harboring deep-seated enmities. Each faction represented distinct interests, and achieving unity among them would be a Herculean task. "It appears that you are left with no recourse," Dantian observed, his understanding evident. As the sole transformation stage cultivator of the non-Li sect, his demise would undoubtedly diminish his sect's standing. He was not inclined to recklessly risk his life. Regarding the great calamity facing the cultivation world, he was aware of the associated dangers. However, the distance from the buried immortal ruins was considerable, being at least 100,000 miles away, with the Middle Kingdom acting as a buffer. If one considered personal cultivation, the out-of-body stage would serve as a further barrier. Therefore, should circumstances unfold favorably, he would not hesitate to lend his strength. Yet if the situation turned unfavorable, he would prioritize his own escape. Many shared Dantian's sentiments, particularly those sects supported by a single transformation stage cultivator, who were primarily inclined to remain uninvolved. Chapter 61. An easy breach. The buried immortal ruins were vast. While they appeared to span only about 1,000 miles, the reality was far more extensive. The Great Battle of Ur had rendered the area spatially fragmented, resulting in numerous pockets resembling small worlds. At this moment, within a fragment of space at the core of the buried immortal ruins, a figure floated before 3 kneeling silhouettes, the Howren Immortal, the Mingyu Immortal, and the Changhong Immortal. There exists a hierarchy among immortals. When a cultivator reaches the tribulation stage, they must endure the 99 heavenly tribulations to ascend to immortality. A unique existence known as Bingjia arises when one cannot overcome the tribulations and relinquishes their physical form, referred to as a loose immortal. Conversely, those who survive the tribulations in their corporeal forms are called celestial immortals. The disparity in strength between loose immortals and celestial immortals is significant, primarily due to the heavenly Tao's nurturing bestowed upon those who successfully transcend the tribulations. elevating them to the Mahayana stage, where they can utilize celestial energy to strengthen themselves. Among the 18 immortals of the buried immortal ruins, 17 were loose immortals, with only one being a true celestial immortal, naturally positioning this individual as the leader among the other 17. You are truly worthless. You cannot even control a few cultivators. The celestial immortal Mingdao berated the three. The buried immortal ruins had been manipulating cultivators for sacrifices for thousands of years without a single error, yet the trio had faltered within mere centuries, inciting Mingdao's fury. Haoran and the others dared not voice their indignation, feeling equally frustrated, as they were oblivious to where they had gone awry, believing they had executed their duties admirably. Master, we are willing to atone. Please temper your anger, they implored. Atone? What do you possess to atone? Mingdao retorted. The three were at a loss. They could not atone for their failure, having lost control over the cultivators. Otherwise, they could have offered Ming Changxing and the others to Mingdao in hopes of seeking his forgiveness. Seeing the three individuals silent, Mingdao felt an increasing anger within. However, he was not in a position to take action against them. He could not kill them, as he needed their assistance in the future. They had been separated from the immortal realm for hundreds of thousands of years, and Mingdao was uncertain of the current state of that realm. Thus, he needed to prepare for their return, and having a few more allies would certainly be advantageous. You need not concern yourselves with this matter. I shall handle it, he stated. Thank you, esteemed one. However, you must also be prepared. Sooner or later, cultivators will come to launch an attack on the immortal realm. As the outermost layer of the burial of immortals, you must weaken their strength and engage them in battle. Esteemed one, regarding our situation, one of them hesitated. Fear not. They are merely a disorganized rabble, incapable of forming any real threat. My people have already infiltrated their ranks. They will incite infighting among the cultivators. Mingdao replied with a calm demeanor. He was not concerned about these inept individuals. Years prior, he had already devised a plan. The cultivators he controlled were now high-ranking members of the Alliance Against Immortals, and they would undoubtedly make the cultivators pay dearly in due time. What nonsense is this Alliance Against Immortals? A mere group of mortals dares to show disrespect to the immortals. Just wait and see how effortlessly I dismantle their alliance. In Wuji City, numerous experts had gathered for over half a month. During this time, they exchanged cultivation techniques, traded goods, and enjoyed each other's company over meals and drinks. Even visiting brothels together. Life was exceedingly pleasant. Jang Wu, however, was deeply disappointed. Despite his status, he could not persuade everyone to unite. So he decided to join them instead. After all, if he could not defeat them, he might as well align with them. He immersed himself among them, and surprisingly, after achieving the transformation stage, his cultivation had progressed rather slowly. However, after interacting with his peers, his cultivation speed had significantly improved, yielding great benefits. As a month passed, the thoughts of the group began to settle, and those at the out-of-body stage had nearly finalized their discussions. The Alliance Against Immortals was officially established. They recommended Zhao Mingqing, the Supreme Elder of Wuji Palace, as the leader, with Li Hao and others as deputy leaders to deliberate on matters concerning the attack on the immortal realm. Daoist Zhao. This situation cannot persist. If we do not strike decisively, the hearts of the people will wane, Ouyang Hao remarked. Aware of the current state of the transformation stage cultivators below, Zhao Mingcheng, being at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, was the highest among them. He was also known to be the most powerful cultivator in the realm, though rumors suggested that several major sects had ancestors at the integration stage, which they all denied, leaving their truth uncertain. The matter of attacking the immortal realm is urgent, and I am aware of this. But can we truly unite? Zhao Mingqing inquired. Even if we cannot unite in spirit, we must feign unity. Otherwise, the alliance will crumble, and how shall we defend against the slaughter of the immortals? What if their controlled servants are not merely at the transformation stage? Chen Ming, a senior member of a sect, expressed his strategic insight. They had identified 3 individuals at the transformation stage, but what if there were some at the out-of-body stage? The immortals need not enter the burial of immortals to devour them. Cultivators could slay them and then extract their essence using secret techniques. What you say is true. But why not directly storm the burial of immortals? Chen proposed. The strength of those immortals is no longer what it once was. They are likely between the transformation and out-of-body stages. If they truly possess strength beyond integration, they would have emerged long ago. Zhao Mingqing nodded in agreement. It was indeed time to take action. They could not wait until those immortals regained their strength above integration. By then, it would be too late. After further deliberation, they decided to use the treasures of the burial of immortals as motivation to rally the people. They had long known of the treasures hidden within, and with 18 immortals present, there was no telling what valuables might remain in their storage bags. What if there were an immortal weapon among them? After their discussions, they announced their plans to the transformation stage cultivators, and nearly no one opposed it. The threat posed by the burial of immortals was indeed pressing, and they needed to gather intelligence. Additionally, the allure of treasures was irresistible. The 18 immortals could have left behind countless valuables, and acquiring an immortal weapon or, at the very least, a spiritual treasure would be beneficial. 3 days later, over 100 individuals departed from Wuji City, heading towards the burial of immortals in the far north. Before leaving, Jang Wu took a few lingering glances at Wuji City. Most of the inhabitants were unaware of the situation unfolding, leaving one to wonder whether they were fortunate or unfortunate. The old ancestors at the transformation stage flew at incredible speeds, covering hundreds of thousands of miles in a single day. And soon they arrived at the outskirts of the burial of immortals. Leader Zhao, how shall we proceed? They inquired. We have a total of 24 at the out-of-body stage and 84 at the transformation stage. Let us divide into 4 groups, 6 at the out-of-body stage accompanied by 21 at the transformation stage, attacking from 4 directions. We will show no mercy to any immortals we encounter. They shall all be slain. Very well, let us proceed in this manner, Zhao agreed. The deputy leaders concurred. It was unrealistic for over 100 individuals to charge in together. Besides the immortals, the burial of immortals also harbored dangers such as spatial rifts. With too many people, maneuvering would be cumbersome, making division of forces a necessity. Jang Wu followed Ouyang Hao and joined a group of 20 transformation stage cultivators, including Dantian from the Nanli sect, as they formed teams with familiar faces. Ouyang Hao chose to break through directly south, leading his group into the fray. The burial of immortals remained as desolate as ever, and soon they encountered their first challenge. The remaining immortals launched an attack, setting up a large-scale illusion formation. Be cautious. Everyone, this is an illusion formation. Stay true to yourselves and break the formation as quickly as possible, Ouyang Hao warned his companions. Just as he finished speaking, the illusion formation began to shift dramatically, causing the people around him to vanish from sight. Indeed, this was different from the previous life simulation. Jang Wu found himself ensnared in the illusion as well, and unlike before when he had fought alone, slaying multiple immortals, they did not possess such capability this time. Jiang Wu's consciousness scanned continuously, searching for flaws in the illusion. As long as he could identify a weakness, the illusion would pose little threat. Suddenly, a flying sword appeared, aiming directly for Jiang Wu's throat. He cast a lightning technique and deftly dodged. Why do you attack me, fellow cultivator? He questioned. You immortals treat us cultivators as cattle. What does it matter if we kill you? The immortal replied coldly. You have fallen into the illusion. Jiang Wu's expression shifted as he recognized the individual. It was surprising that a venerable ancestor at the transformation stage could so easily succumb to an illusion. Ignoring Jiang Wu's words, the immortal continued to press the attack. Jiang Wu had no choice but to focus on the confrontation. Fortunately, the individual's strength was limited, and Jiang Wu felt capable of managing the situation. Despite his youth, Jiang Wu was remarkably powerful, having undergone multiple life simulations that solidified his foundation with virtually no flaws. His mastery of sword techniques, lightning arts, and various secret methods was exceptional. He completely suppressed the immortal but chose not to kill him. After repelling the attack, he quickly attempted to retreat. However, before he could escape far, a flying sword pierced through Jiang Wu's body. Old ancestor Peng, Jiang Wu stared in astonishment at the approaching figure. Realizing it was one of the out-of-body stage leaders, he was certain that this person had not been affected by the illusion, as his gaze was remarkably clear. Apologies. Jiang Wu, I have to take you with me, the immortal stated. You have surrendered to those wretched immortals? Jiang Wu incredulously asked. Indeed, even the wretched are still immortals. Are they not? Are you content to be their lackey? Jiang Wu pressed. What is wrong with being a lackey? They have promised to extend my lifespan, assist me in breaking through to the integration stage, and even help me ascend to the immortal realm. Do you truly believe their words? Jiang Wu challenged. What is there not to believe? I have 300 years left before I must transcend, yet I am only at the mid-out-of-body stage. Given my strength, I will never break through to integration before my demise. Why not take a gamble? And do you think that none among this 100 or so are willing to surrender? Shameless. Jiang Wu retorted. Feel free to insult me. I have endured worse. Old ancestor Peng sneered before sealing Jiang Wu's cultivation and dragging him deeper into the burial of immortals, moving without obstruction until they reached a figure waiting for them. Esteemed one, I have brought Jiang Wu, old ancestor Peng announced. Excellent. Go ahead and bring back more individuals. Understood, esteemed one. Old ancestor Peng swiftly departed. Over 100 experts from the cultivation realm coming to attack the immortals? It was more akin to delivering a meal to these immortals. In the past, they had to stealthily consume some cultivators, but this time, they were being served a grand feast. Chapter 62, the conclusion of the 12th life simulation within the abandoned immortal ruins. Ming Dao scrutinized Jiang Wu, who was equally assessing him. You appear remarkably unafraid. Is fear of any avail? Jiang Wu replied. Indeed, you are quite impressive. Those who can calmly face death are extraordinary, superior to me, Ming Dao remarked. The terror of life and death is immense, and those capable of gazing into the abyss of mortality are anything but ordinary. Certainly superior to you, yet regrettably, I cannot slay you myself. It is indeed a pity. You are quite remarkable. Why not surrender to me? Do you believe that is possible? Nothing is impossible. You see, our spies originally numbered but 3, yet now we possess 17, 14 of whom surrendered within this very hour, Ming Dao stated. The current battlefield situation was not merely favorable but overwhelmingly so, with over 10 individuals capitulating without much conflict. 14? I find that hard to believe. Jiang Wu was astonished. Out of a mere 100 individuals, how could so many surrender so swiftly? Allow me to show you the battlefield, Ming Dao laughed heartily. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a massive luminous screen before Jang Wu, displaying the chaotic skirmishes across various regions, revealing that more than half were cultivators battling one another, embroiled in internal strife. Ming Dao took delight in Jang Wu's shocked expression. He had spared Jang Wu's life because he genuinely wished to recruit him. There were many cultivators, but few wise individuals, and it was clear that Jang Wu was among the latter. Ming Dao was also curious as to how Jang Wu had discovered their presence, considering he had never set foot in the abandoned immortal ruins. As Jang Wu observed the luminous screen, he quietly noted the names of the surrendering cultivators. He still had a chance. This was merely a simulation of life, and next time, he would advance further. How strong you are, that is an undeniable truth. So, have you resolved to surrender to me? Give me a reason to surrender to you. Frankly, I hold a revered position in my sect, regarded as a venerated ancestor. Why should I bow before you without considerable benefit? Is sparing your life not sufficient? Not enough. I am unlike them. I fear not death. From chi refinement to divine transformation, I have faced myriad dangers, at least 80, if not 100. Had I feared death, I would not have reached the divine transformation stage. That is indeed a valid point. But what if I told you that without my assistance, you would never attain the integration stage, let alone ascend to immortality? Why is that? Because the essence of this world is depleting. You should be aware that the spiritual energy in the cultivation realm has grown increasingly sparse. And for countless millennia, no cultivator has achieved ascension. Indeed, the essence was severely wounded during your Great War. That is merely one factor. The true reason is that after the conflict, we have been absorbing the world's essence to heal ourselves, resulting in its slumber. If it were not asleep, it would be drained dry, leading to a world devoid of cultivators, a so-called era of decline. The slumbering essence cannot maintain the world's balance, causing the spiritual energy to weaken and cultivation levels to diminish. Thus, the best solution is to send us away, back to the immortal realm. Do you comprehend? I understand. Jiang Wu replied, yet he harbored a more favorable solution in his heart, to eliminate these immortals, for their demise would also awaken the world's essence. Since you comprehend, you should consider surrendering to me. I assure you, I will not treat you poorly. In fact, I could eradicate all the immortals within the abandoned immortal ruins, seizing their vitality to restore my strength to that of a near-transcendent stage. I could then slaughter at will within the entire cultivation realm. Yet, I refrain from doing so because I desire assistance. I have been away from the immortal realm for too long and am unaware of the current circumstances. Thus, I require a foundation, a power base. My influence extends beyond these immortals. I need many, both wise and valiant. I have high hopes for you, Ming Dao spoke slowly, perhaps realizing that Jang Wu was no longer capable of escaping his grasp, thus revealing his true intentions. I will answer one more question, then you may inquire. Ask, what is your current strength, and how can you guarantee my longevity and ascension? I currently possess the strength of the integration stage. As for aiding your ascension, it is not difficult. You are likely unaware that this world harbors many treasures, obscured from your sight. For instance, ancient sects possess immense power and have seen countless cultivators ascend. When in peril, they seal their gates, housing untold treasures. I can guide you to retrieve these treasures, including authentic immortal artifacts. Integration stage, and given that you are merely a fragment of immortal thought, it suggests you are not invincible, correct? That is a fair assessment. Then I choose to defeat you and slay you rather than surrender. Arrogance. Do you truly refuse to yield? Ming Dao gradually lost his patience. He had laid all his cards on the table, yet Jiang Wu remained obstinate. He would have no choice but to end Jiang Wu's life. In my life? The notion of surrender does not exist. You seek death? No need for your hand. I choose to end my own life. Jiang Wu laughed heartily. But after his laughter subsided, his expression darkened, and he coughed up a mouthful of black blood. You have poisoned yourself. Ming Dao's countenance shifted dramatically, utterly astonished. He could not fathom why Jiang Wu would choose suicide over surrender. Was he truly the type to prefer death over submission? Farewell, world. I shall return. Soon. Jiang Wu lost consciousness, succumbing to death. In the 1461st year of the southern region's immortal calendar, the first alliance against the immortals declared failure. With over half of its 100 elite perishing, Jiang Wu had taken his own life, concluding the 12th life simulation. With a long exhale, Jiang Wu awakened from the life simulation, reflecting on the final scene with great dissatisfaction. Yet, he also acknowledged that his defeat was not unjust. The alliance against the immortals had been hastily assembled. With over 100 individuals from various factions, the hearts of men were complex, some were nearing the end of their lifespans. Others feared death, and some resorted to any means necessary for the sake of longevity. Attacking the abandoned immortal ruins with such a loose coalition was no different from a rabble. Thus, defeat was entirely expected. This life simulation was not in vain, as it unveiled the betrayal of Meng Chongqing and his two companions, along with the treachery of over 10 individuals on the scene. It also clarified the true strength of the abandoned immortal ruins, with the most formidable being the immortal Ming Dao, of integration stage strength. Jiang Wu mused that each life simulation yielded invaluable insights, extending his life by centuries and offering immense learning opportunities. Each experience prepared him for the reality he would face. Opening the system. System name. Life Simulator Host. Jiang Wu Lifespan. 32, 200 Cultivation, Late Foundation Establishment Route, Gold, Fire, with Techniques, Innate Purple Sky Thunder Method. True Spirit 9 Transformations, Creation Sutra Skills, Second Tier High Quality Talismans Master, Second Tier High Quality Array Master Activation Progress. Viewable, Activation Conditions Change. Jang Wu clicked on the activation progress, discovering it differed from his expectations. In addition to the sacrifice of higher-tier cultivators and demon beasts, the condition now included mid-tier spirit stones, set at 10,000. The exchange rate of mid-tier to low-tier spirit stones was 1 to 100, indicating the system had not raised its prices this time. However, it had indeed increased. One mid-tier spirit stone could be traded for 100 low-tier stones. Yet 100 low-tier stones would not suffice for a single mid-tier stone, at least 101 would be required. Jang Wu then realized that this exchange ratio was unidirectional. Converting low-tier stones to mid-tier required additional stones, a cost he could fully bear. I foresee that the next will be a superior spirit stone, and the one after that will be an exquisite one. Alas, exquisite spirit stones are not so easily found, Jang Wu pondered. While he could obtain medium and superior stones, exquisite ones were exceedingly rare. Since ancient times, spiritual energy had dwindled, making exquisite spirit stones a rarity. Nowadays, they were hoarded by major sects, serving as strategic resources, particularly for mountain protection formations. In times of conflict, these formations would transform into voracious beasts, consuming vast quantities of spirit stones. Ordinary low-grade stones would necessitate constant replacement, leading to vulnerabilities in the formation, while exquisite stones could mitigate such flaws. Additionally, for breakthroughs in cultivation, particularly in places like Tianyuan's sect, where spiritual energy was scarce, any interruption during the golden core or nascent soul stages could spell disaster if ordinary stones were too slow in yielding energy. Exquisite spirit stones could significantly reduce such risks. As for exquisite stones, the medium and superior ones were manageable. I could undergo 2 more life simulations, he chuckled, awaiting the burial of a mortal's ruins. With a smirk, Jang Wu dismissed his distracting thoughts. The life simulator was his trial and error machine. If he failed to conquer the burial of a mortal's ruins once, he could attempt it 2 or 3 times. He had ample opportunities. The Tianyuan Mountain Secret Realm would open in 8 years, and he must balance cultivation with financial gain. Subsequently, Jang Wu took out a talisman brush to draw talismans. This year, he needed to supply 15 sets of talisman arrays externally, 12 sets for the Sea High Commerce and 3 for the sect, each requiring 50 talismans, summing up to 650 talismans annually. Thus, he had to ensure he drew at least 2 talismans each day. This task could not be entrusted to others. Using someone else's talismans would compromise the perfection of the formation, as he needed precise control over each talisman. If they were not his own creations, he could not guarantee this precision, ultimately affecting the power of the formation. Jang Wu was a person of reputation, and he did not wish for his formations to fall short of expectations, tarnishing his name. Chapter 63. Journey to Tianyuan Mountain amidst his cultivation and financial pursuits. Jang Wu would occasionally emerge from seclusion, each time guiding Jiang Chun to various locales to seize opportunities. Initially, Jiang Chun was skeptical, but after several trials, he became somewhat numb to Jiang Wu's words, obediently following them. In his eyes, Jiang Wu had become an omniscient figure. Had it not been for Jiang Wu already joining Yang Shou's sect, Jiang Chun might have suspected he was possessed, perhaps replaced by an ancient monster. Congratulations, junior brother. A year later, Huang Zhongwei broke through to the Foundation Establishment stage, his Foundation Establishment pill coming from the sect's grand competition, where he placed first. Now, Jiang Chen and his wife were quite renowned in Tianyuan's sect, having welcomed a fine son and trained an exceptional disciple, making their fame unavoidable. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, master and mistress. Huang Zhongwei was also elated. Within the confines of Tianyuan's sect, having reached the Foundation Establishment stage granted him considerable authority and respect. Father, mother. Look at Huang Shidi, he has established his foundation, while you are still in mid-foundation establishment. Isn't it a bit embarrassing? What nonsense! Your junior brother possesses a heavenly root. And what of heavenly roots? I have 3 spiritual roots, while you have 2. Jiang Wu retorted. The talents of Jiang Chun and Xue Qingqing were indeed commendable, both possessing dual spiritual roots. Otherwise, they would not have been able to break through to Foundation Establishment during their time of need. Their slower progress thereafter was due to Jiang Wu's arrival, as resources were diverted to him, compounded by the increased difficulty of the Foundation Establishment stage. I am nearing the later stage as well. Do not be so smug. Jiangchen rolled his eyes, fully aware of his own rapid progress in cultivation, especially with Jiang Wu periodically gifting him opportunities that significantly boosted his resources, alleviating his concerns over shortages. What of mother? I still need a bit more. I am about halfway through mid-foundation establishment. Too slow. Mother must devote more time. You have ceased alchemy, haven't you? Indeed. I initially learned alchemy due to our family's poverty, hoping to save on medicinal pills. But now that we are affluent, I no longer see the need. That is good. We must continue refining the spirit refinement technique and the spirit summoning art, constantly enhancing them. Ideally, we should reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment within 8 years. By then, our family of 3 shall all be golden core cultivators. Is such fortune truly possible? Father seems to have forgotten how adept I am at generating wealth. The 5 elements pill is merely a trifle. I can procure 3 each year. So am I to fear lacking pills for breakthroughs? That is indeed the case. However, are there enough 5 elements pills in the southern wilderness? If not, we shall venture to the central plains. My connections with sea-high commerce are solid. There is no need for concern regarding 5 elements pills. As for you, junior brother, I will ensure your 5 elements pills are secured, but do not become complacent, understood? Jang Wu asserted. Each 5 elements pill costs around 3 to 400,000 spirit stones. With a bit of additional investment, they could reach 500,000 each. And Sume would surely be willing to sell. As for finances, that was hardly a concern. Yes, senior brother, I shall not be complacent. By the way, I have also applied for a mission to Qiyin Mountain. Qiyin Mountain? Very well, I shall notify Fong Han and the others. They will take good care of you. Jiang Wu replied. Qiyin Mountain was now devoid of danger, following the Qiyin incident. The colorful sect had maintained a low profile, yet ultimately could not escape their demise. There was little fairness or justice in this matter. For that is how the world operates. Moreover, it was the colorful sect that instigated the conflict, daring to provoke the tiger's whiskers, and thus must be prepared to face the consequences. In the blink of an eye, another 7.5 years had elapsed. With only half a month remaining until the Tianyuan Mountain Secret Realm's opening, the roster had long been published, comprising familiar faces, including Shu Qian Guang and Yang Bing Zhong. Before departing, Jiang Wu summoned Jiangchen and Shueqingqing to his room. In recent years, the Jiang family's cave dwelling had undergone renovation, doubling in size, with additional spiritual fields cultivated. According to regulations, those in the foundation establishment stage were entitled to build a cave dwelling spanning 3 acres. The Jiang family, comprising 4 members including Huang Zhongwei, possessed rights to 12 acres, yet had only utilized just over 1 acre for construction, with the remaining 8 acres dedicated to spiritual fields and some pavilions. Moreover, the Jiang family no longer cultivated low-value spiritual herbs. Previously, Shueqingqing had planted several low-grade herbs with shorter maturation periods, fearing that she might not survive long enough to harvest them. Now, with confidence in Jiang Wu's advancement to Golden Core, she had switched to cultivating at least 3rd-tier herbs with maturation periods extending beyond a century. Xiao Wu, why have you summoned me? I need to clear my storage bags. I am currently burdened with 7 or 8 of them, which is quite unseemly. Thus, I have decided to establish a small warehouse at home to store some resources. If you require anything, feel free to take from the warehouse. What about Zhongwei? He is welcome as well, as long as he does not deplete the supplies. Zhongwei joined our family at a young age, similar to my younger brother. Very well. Jiangchen did not object. While there were distinctions and familiarity, their newfound wealth rendered such differences trivial. Jiang Wu then presented the inventory from the warehouse to Jiang Chun and Shueqingqing, both of whom were taken aback by the sheer quantity, for its value had long surpassed 1 million spirit stones. In recent years, Jiang Wu had consistently earned over 1 million in profit annually. He had not resumed life simulations, and his own cultivation expenses amounted to no more than 50 to 60,000 a year, resulting in a substantial surplus of resources. So much. What do you think, father? I never boasted about our wealth, did I? Certainly not. It is simply that our family's resources have become overwhelming. I still possess over 300,000 spirit stones, and your mother has over 100,000. We have truly become affluent. Jiangchen responded. 10 years prior, he would never have dared to believe that their family could amass such a wealth of spirit stones. Back then, he struggled to retain even a single stone throughout the year. Therefore, dear father and mother, do not be frugal. Refrain from using those low-quality pills, even the ones with 1 or 2 patterns. If you must choose, opt for the 3 patterned ones. If they are unavailable from Liyang, procure them from the 4 Seas Trading Company, and do not hesitate to part with more spirit stones. After all, cultivation is of paramount importance, with elevated cultivation levels. What do spirit stones matter? I understand. I shall spend generously in the future, Jiangchen declared. Despite their wealth, he remained overly cautious with money. Such behavior is unbecoming. One must spend, and spend liberally. Replace the pills with 3 patterned ones, acquire the finest spirit tools, and ensure a complete set of shields, flying swords, and inner armor. As for spirit food, indulge freely. In short, spending is essential, lest one squander the opportunity of having a son capable of earning so much. Mother, what about you? What can I say? You've taken care of everything. I merely benefit from your efforts. That is correct. Both of you are now in the late stages of foundation establishment. And with your ages still under 100, I shall strive to help you form your golden cores before you reach that age, Jiang Wu remarked. They were both over 90 years old, though the exact number was unasked, and their cultivation was slightly less than previously stated, still a bit short of perfection. However, in 5 or 6 years, it would undoubtedly be achievable. In past life simulations, they had not managed to break through to the golden core stage, but eventually, they all succeeded. With such experience behind them, Jiang Wu was confident they would not fail again. Over the years, Jiang Wu had painted a bright future for Jiangchen and the others, essentially weaving grand visions. However, the two were quite receptive to it. A grand vision without capability is mere fantasy. With capability, it transforms into confidence. Half a month later, 30 Foundation disciples from the Tianyun sect gathered. Before everyone had arrived, Zhu Qiangguang and others were summoned by Yang Zhou, who was also present. According to sect rules, it was originally meant for the 5 of you to lead, as you had all been to the Tianyuan Mountain secret realm before. However, this time, I hope you will heed Jiang Wu's guidance and let him take the lead. I know many of you may feel discontented, thinking this is favoritism. Yet, as a nascent soul, I assure you it is not. Jiang Wu's strength surpasses your imagination. In any case, I declare here that if you perform well within and emerge alive, I shall grant you an additional reward. Yang Zhou addressed the 5 individuals. They were all returning to the Tianyuan Mountain secret realm for the second time, initially meant to lead, but now Yang Zhou assigned Jiang Wu to take charge. Elder, we are willing to follow junior brother Jiang. It's just that we may not encounter him within the secret realm. No worries, I have already prepared. This is the latest communication array. Once inside, activate the tokens, and you will easily locate Jiang Wu, Yang Zhou said. The array was prepared by Jang Wu, who had meticulously crafted the most detailed map based on his experiences from multiple secret realm excursions. With the guidance of the array, it was akin to having navigation. If one still got lost, one could only lament the perils of being directionally challenged. With that, the 5 were rendered speechless. With a nascent soul elder stating so, what could they possibly say? Even if they harbored discontent, they had to endure it. Xiao Wu, the responsibility is yours. Bring everyone back safely, Jiang Wu said. I will do my utmost, Jiang Wu replied, aware that he bore significant responsibilities this time. First, to seize the most treasures, particularly the rare Yulan flowers. Second, to eliminate other sect disciples, especially those with potential, as the 5 major sects in the southern wilderness were in fierce competition. They too had similar tasks, otherwise there wouldn't be so many casualties in past secret realm excursions, with the beasts within only accounting for a few deaths. Thirdly, he aimed to bring everyone back. Yang Zhou nodded. Over the years, he had witnessed Jiang Wu's remarkable ascent, without discussing anything else. Just the talismans alone made him nearly invincible among those at the foundation stage, while others might possess 1 or 2 sets. He had no doubt Jiang Wu would retain a set for himself. After assigning tasks, Yang Zhou waved his hand, dismissing everyone to return to the main hall, where Leng Yu had already appeared. Unlike the earlier life simulations, where the Grand Elder led, this time it was Leng Yu, entirely due to Jiang Wu's influence. The necessary instructions for the ordinary disciples were still conveyed by Zhu Qiangguang. Afterward, everyone boarded the flying vessel, heading to the Tianyuan Mountain secret realm. Upon their arrival, the Danding sect and the Nanli sect were already present. As Jiang Wu disembarked, dozens of gazes fell upon him. Over the years, the talismans had circulated within the small circle of the Nanli sect, and some disciples in the later stages of foundation establishment and those at perfection were certainly aware of Jiang Wu's presence. Thus, upon seeing Jiang Wu, their expressions became complex. Some were fearful, knowing he was the founder of the talismans and likely possessed many. They were all aware of the power of the talismans. Others were excited. Considering that talismans had been priced at over 100,000 for a set outside, they could easily guess how wealthy Jiang Wu must be. Killing Jiang Wu would yield greater rewards than several previous ventures into the secret realm. Some were wary of Jiang Wu, wanting to discern his appearance in order to avoid him within. Even the Golden Core leaders warned their disciples to steer clear of Jiang Wu, lest they meet an untimely demise. Chapter 64. Unrivaled foundation establishment. The 5 sects converged, each being teleported into the Tianyuan Mountain secret realm, and Jiang Wu was no exception. With a slight tremor, he arrived in the secret realm. The surroundings felt familiar. After all, from the 3rd to the 12th life simulation, he had visited this place 9 times. Jiang Wu did not even take out the array disc, soaring forward directly. He was exceedingly familiar with the Tianyuan Mountain secret realm. And before long, he encountered Yang Bingzhong and his group. Greetings, senior brother Jiang, Yang Bingzhong saluted. The 3rd life simulation had seen him inadvertently cause Jiang Wu's demise, only for Jiang Wu to take revenge later. However, now, Yang Bingzhong dared not harbor any ill thoughts, lest he face Yang Zhou's wrath. You lot follow me. I shall lead you to collect the treasures, Jiang Wu asserted with the authority of a senior brother. This was Yang Bingzhong's 2nd visit to the Tianyuan Mountain secret realm, and having been warned by Yang Zhou beforehand, he naturally agreed, and the others had no objections either. According to the original trajectory, they would have needed until the 5th day to gather Yulan flowers, but with Jiang Wu leading, they succeeded within half a day. Their group continuously grew. By the end of the 1st day, 22 individuals had gathered around Jiang Wu, surpassing 2/3 of the total participants in the secret realm. Let us have a quick meeting among the 5 leaders. Jiang Wu called the 5 foundation leaders together to discuss the next steps. Senior brother Jiang, what are your instructions? Now that we are gathered, the other sect disciples are circumventing us, which is not beneficial for our plans. We must divide our forces. This is the map of the Tianyuan Mountain secret realm. Yang Bingzhong will lead most of the group in this area. Do not venture too deep. Once this area is thoroughly searched, lead your team to ambush near the secret realm's exit. The real competition will occur later. At that point, we shall simply rob. Jiang Wu outlined. Senior brother, will this strategy work? The others were astonished, questioning whether the Tianyun sect was truly intent on bloodshed. Would they disregard everything after a mere search? I assert that it shall work. I can guarantee that this time. We will reap the most benefits with the least casualties among the 5 sections. Furthermore, we will fulfill the sect strategy by eliminating potential disciples from the other 4 sections. Brother, will this not incite widespread anger, prompting the 4 sects to unite against us? Certainly, it will. However, fear not. I have made preparations. Here are 5 sets of talismans, valued at over 500,000 spirit stones, 2 defensive and 3 offensive. The defensive talismans can withstand 3 full power strikes from a true golden core, while the offensive talismans can match 80% of the full strength of a golden core at the initial stage, sufficient to sweep away most Foundation disciples. The crowd gasped in astonishment, looking at Jang Wu as if he were a monster. Just these 5 sets of talismans were worth more than the entire wealth of any one of them. They desperately wished to inquire why, if he possessed such wealth, he still ventured into the secret realm. Was it merely to flaunt his riches? Zhu brother, the 4 of you at perfection shall accompany me. I have additional plans. Are there any questions? That's it, said Elder Yang. We all have to listen to you. Zhu Qianguang replied, with these 5 sets of talisman formations, he must heed Jang Wu, who possesses the strength to sweep through the entire secret realm at the Foundation stage. Very well, let us proceed as such. Inform the junior disciples, then we shall act separately, Jiang Wu nodded. Subsequently, Zhu Qianguang and the others deliberated with numerous disciples. Most were led away by Yang Bingzhong to scour for treasures at the periphery of the secret realm, a task expected to last approximately 2 months. In the meantime, they planned to ambush near the exit, specifically targeting the disciples of the 4 sections. Brother Zhu, here is the map of the secret realm. There are several locations with treasures, as told to me by my master. The 4 of you should retrieve them together. Do not disperse. If you encounter isolated enemies, eliminate them. If not, retreat. Jiang Wu instructed Zhu Qianguang and the others. The secret realm of Tianyuan Mountain is vast, with treasures dispersed widely. Jiang Wu himself could not gather them all alone, so he deemed it best to send Zhu Qianguang and his group to collect them. Once all treasures were secured, they would regroup at the deepest part of the secret realm. Brother Jiang, are you planning to venture to the deepest part of the secret realm? Yes. Be cautious. The depths are exceedingly perilous. Even golden core cultivators may fall there. Moreover, the elite disciples of the Nanli sect and the Dantian sect are likely present. If something goes awry, I understand. I will be careful. Just follow my plan, Jiang Wu replied. As long as they adhered to his strategy, their Tianyuan sect would undoubtedly emerge victorious. In fact, had it not been for maintaining the dignity of the sects, he could have assured the annihilation of the remaining 4 sections. Of course, such an outcome was implausible. If all 4 sect disciples perished, it would lead to irreparable rifts. Some must be spared. A day later, Jiang Wu arrived at the deepest part of Tianyuan Mountain, where vast architectural complexes lay in ruin, with only scattered bones visible. The main structures were shrouded in a gray mist. 2 groups had already established themselves there, one from the Nanli sect, the other from the Dantian sect, each comprising over a dozen members. 2 individuals on either side kept watch, while the rest explored within the gray fog. Upon spotting Jang Wu, both factions were taken aback and quickly informed their leaders. The exploration came to a halt as both sects took defensive stances against Jang Wu. Jang Wu, what do you intend to do? Whatever you do, I shall do as well. This place is not your Tianyuan sect's domain. Leave. Since when did the Tianyuan Mountain secret realm become the territory of the Nanli sect? I was unaware. You dare to be so arrogant alone? Seeking death? Do you find it amusing to brandish the talisman formations I crafted against me? Jiang Wu, the leader of the Nanli sect. A familiar face, the one who had claimed his life in 7 of his 8 life simulations. This time, however, he felt emboldened. So what if you crafted them? Killing you will be as easy as pie, the Nanli sect disciple sneered. Over the years, Jiang Wu had sold over 100 sets of talisman formations, a third of which were purchased by the Nanli sect. They were the first to suffer from the effects of the talisman formations and had long sought to decipher the technology behind them. Unfortunately, they had failed. Even the Tianyuan sect, despite Jiang Wu revealing the techniques, could not master them due to their high difficulty. Brother Nan, why don't we join forces and eliminate him? I concur. Jiang Wu, surrender the secrets of the talisman formations, and you may yet live. Will you die if I do not? Indeed, refuse. And this will be your burial ground, declared the Nanli sect disciple. The cultivators of Nanjiang coveted Jiang Wu's talisman techniques, which were exceedingly valuable. Each set sold for 100,000 spirit stones, with merchants marking them up by an additional 20 to 30,000. At auctions, the price could soar even higher. Yet, despite their exorbitance, demand far outstripped supply. Many underestimated the purchasing power of foundation stage cultivators. While some were indeed impoverished, others, like alchemists or those with influential backgrounds, could easily afford them. For them, possessing a set of talismans significantly heightened their odds of survival against golden core cultivators. Since you wish to kill me, my retaliation shall be deemed self-defense. It seems you will not weep until you see the coffin. Let us strike together and kill him. Enraged, the disciples of the Nanli sect joined forces with those from the Dantian sect to attack Jiang Wu. As the battle commenced, both sides activated their talisman formations. However, Jiang Wu was quicker and activated a set of talismans that differed from those he had sold. He unleashed 100 spirit talismans instead of 50. The quantitative change led to a qualitative one. 50 spirit talismans equated to an 80% strike of a golden core initial stage cultivator's full force, while 100 represented the full force of a golden core mid-stage cultivator. 100 was also Jang Wu's current limit. Any further increase would present geometric challenges, and he had no time to expand his capabilities. What? Not good. Run. The disciples of both sects were not foolish. Upon witnessing Jang Wu's talisman formations, they realized it exceeded 50, prompting immediate terror. The quicker ones dashed to the sides. Each faction summoned a dozen flying swords, accompanied by the sword light of the talisman formations, while Jang Wu conjured a single golden sword using the golden sword talisman, which he then swung down heavily. Under the weight of the golden sword, all flying swords were deflected, some reduced to mere dust, while the two talisman formations were swept away, leaving the remaining golden sword to cleave toward the non-Li sect disciples. Boom. The golden sword descended, obliterating 2 non-Li sect disciples and sending 4 others flying. The casualties among the non-Li sect were grievous. Flee. The dantian sect, in a panic, scrambled to escape. They were fortunate that Jang Wu did not target them. Otherwise, they would have met the same fate as the non-Li sect. Go. Jang Wu believed in equitable distribution of spoils and sent flying swords after 2 dantian sect disciples, dispatching them with a single strike before halting his pursuit. Terrifying indeed. The leading foundation stage cultivator from the dantian sect glanced back at Jang Wu, shivering with dread. The power of Jang Wu's talisman formations far surpassed theirs, now akin to that of a golden core cultivator. At the same time, he cursed Jang Wu's shamelessness. How could he possess such formidable talismans yet sell only the diluted version of 50? It was utterly infuriating. Jang Wu collected the storage bags of the fallen disciples without examining their contents, stuffing them into his ropes. Regrettably, storage bags could not be stacked. Otherwise, the process would be less cumbersome. Once certain that no one was around, Jang Wu retrieved a token from the storage bag and activated it with his spell. The gray mist surged and parted, revealing a path. Jang Wu walked along it, and the gray mist swiftly closed behind him. Chapter 65. The Tianyuan Dao sect. Upon entering the mist, Jang Wu surveyed his surroundings. He had reached the core of a mountain gate, with the main hall of the sect directly ahead, an essential venue for discussions, where nearly all significant matters were addressed. To the left lay the Internal Affairs Hall, along with its storeroom, while the right housed the Scripture Pavilion, typically guarded by formidable experts due to its independent formation. Jang Wu held no particular interest in the Scripture Pavilion, having already memorized all the cultivation manuals within. Instead, he aimed for the storeroom of the Internal Affairs Hall. Despite possessing the skills of a 4th-tier formation master, he chose to break through with brute force rather than decipher the formations. The storeroom was filled with various resources. Though most had decayed into dust, even the mightiest items could not escape the ravages of time. The medicinal pills and herbs had long since lost their efficacy. Jang Wu selected over a dozen jade boxes, capable of significantly prolonging the potency of the herbs and pills. Currently, these boxes fetched over 100,000 spirit stones each on the market, ideal for storing precious items. The magical implements, spiritual devices, and treasures had all lost their luster, rendered utterly ineffective. Jang Wu selected several artifacts. Although their powers had waned, refining them could yield numerous precious materials. The most significant value lay in certain ores that, once deemed worthless, had become exceedingly rare and sought after in the outside world. After a thorough search of the warehouse, Jang Wu estimated his gains to exceed 1 million. Having completed his inspection, Jang Wu entered the Grand Hall and once again produced a token. Upon activation, a profound formation materialized within the hall, and Jang Wu stepped into it, finding himself in an unfamiliar realm. Welcome back, disciple of the Tianyuan Dao sect. May I inquire to which generation you belong? A figure emerged before Jang Wu, manifesting as an elderly man. I am not a disciple of the Tianyuan Dao sect. It has been obliterated for a long time. What? Then how do you possess the token of the Tianyuan Dao sect? I crafted it myself. It's a counterfeit. The elder was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Jang Wu regarded him coldly, for he spoke the truth. The token was indeed a forgery, a skill he had honed through numerous visits. After the 7th simulation of his life, he had ventured here each time he found himself in the Tianyuan Mountain's secret realm. It was not until the 12th occasion that he suddenly recalled that this ancient figure had long seen through him, deceiving him into believing he would receive the finest treasures, which were never forthcoming. Ah, young friend, the Tianyuan Dao sect was a sect of the Middle Ages, having perished at least 200,000 years ago. There is no chance for revival. You should relinquish such hopes. Middle Ages? Yes. During the ancient era, the world of cultivation flourished, with sects springing forth like bamboo shoots after rain. Every few decades, there would be ascensions to the great ascension stage. However, following the cataclysmic war among the realms of humans, demons, and spirits, the ancient era came to a close, ushering in the Middle Ages. The cultivation world diminished significantly during this time. Ascensions became exceedingly rare, occurring only once every few hundred or thousand years. After an unknown passage of time, the Middle Ages erupted into conflict within the cultivation world, bringing that era to an end and leading us to the present, where the great ascension is virtually unseen. And even the manifestation of the spiritual realm has become exceedingly scarce. This can only be termed the age of decline. If I am not mistaken, the The Tianyuan Dao sect must have perished at the end of the Middle Ages, caught in the turmoil of the Cultivation World-S wars, leading to significant losses among its masters, resulting in your sect's closure. How can this be? How can this be? The elder was left in stunned silence. Having slumbered for countless years, awakening sporadically and remaining oblivious to the changes in the outside world. Do you still refuse to accept reality? Alas, young friend, I am but a remnant of the past. If the Tianyuan Dao sect has fallen, then so be it. Today, fate has brought us together. I shall bestow upon you the last treasure of the Tianyuan Dao sect as a token of your fortune. No, you are not a remnant. You are a spirit of the artifact. Jang Wu shook his head, and upon hearing this, the elder's face paled in shock. How did you come to know this? I am also aware that your name is Tan Dao, the founder of the Tianyuan Mountain. Jang Wu unveiled the elder's true identity. He was not merely a remnant. While the Tianyuan Dao sect may have once had the remnants of powerful beings, they had long since dissipated. This elder was merely the spirit of an artifact. Although Jang Wu was uncertain of the specifics, having been deceived by him on multiple occasions, this time, he would not fall for the same trick. For further simulations of life would be futile. Why do you have such detailed knowledge of the Tianyuan Dao sect? Who exactly are you? Do not concern yourself with my identity. My arrival here signifies that I have already acquired the fortune of the Tianyuan Dao sect. If you wish to leave, you may accompany me. However, I shall claim all the treasures within the secret vault of the Tianyuan Dao sect. That is impossible. The secret vault is a sacred place of the sect. Even disciples are not permitted to take everything. I have stated it clearly, the Tianyuan Dao sect is no more. Keeping the treasures is a waste. It is better to grant them to me. You insolent brat, do you wish to resort to violence? Your true form is sealed within the vault. You are merely an artifact spirit. Do you believe you can act against me? Jang Wu replied coldly, harboring resentment towards this spirit for the prior deceptions. This time, he resolved to take a firm stance. Do you dare? With a thunderous response, Jang Wu unleashed a powerful lightning technique that scattered the elder's form. Yet, as an artifact spirit, he could not be killed and soon reformed. Why you possess the innate purple cloud thunder method of my Tianyuan Dao sect? Not only do I wield the innate purple cloud thunder method, but I also possess the creation sutra. Impossible. That is a secret not passed down by my Tianyuan Dao sect. I have already told you countless times, the Tianyuan Dao sect has long been destroyed. It is entirely natural for such techniques to circulate. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us continue, and we shall see how many times you can withstand this. Jang Wu stated coldly. Although the spirit could reform after being scattered, there was a limit to how many times this could occur. The elder had yet to yield. Despite being an artifact spirit, it would be a disgrace for him to submit to a mere foundation establishment cultivator. However, just as the elder prepared to retaliate, Jang Wu produced a set of talismans, 100 lightning strike talismans. Even unactivated, their potent lightning energy was palpable to the elder. What is this treasure? A talisman array of 100 second-tier lightning strike talismans, capable of instant activation to unleash a power comparable to that of a mid-stage golden core. Jang Wu continued. Lightning techniques are particularly effective against artifact spirits, and I wonder if you can withstand this. Dantian, don't act rashly. The elder was taken aback. A strike of that magnitude could spell his demise or at the very least, severely injure him, potentially preventing him from reforming. Have you submitted now? Yes, I yield. The elder sighed, realizing that his lair had been discovered, leaving him with little choice. He had long accepted this fate, but had been too stubborn to admit it. Then open the formation. I wish to see the secret vault. Very well. The elder waved his hand, illuminating their surroundings, revealing that they were indeed within the secret vault. Shelves adorned the area, displaying various items. Why are most of them empty? They were always empty. The Tianyuan Dao sect sealed its mountains precisely because its masters suffered devastating losses in the prior conflict. The secret vault has been nearly emptied. And what of your true form? Jang Wu inquired, knowing that if the spirit was present, the true form must also be nearby. My true form resides here. The elder replied, and the secret vault opened a fissure in the ground, revealing a mountainous object suspended within the underground spiritual vein. A spiritual treasure? It once was. But it has been damaged and has failed to recover its former glory after countless years. Now, it is akin to a superior magical artifact. I will refine it. Do not attempt to deceive me again, Jang Wu declared, recognizing the immense value of such a treasure and unwilling to let it slip through his fingers. The elder said nothing, harboring disdain in his heart. His true form had once been a spiritual treasure, and even a golden core cultivator might struggle to refine it. What could a mere foundation establishment cultivator hope to achieve? Jang Wu disregarded the elder's thoughts. Sitting down to initiate the refinement process, he cast a spell, causing the elder's true form to ascend, reuniting him with his essence. Jang Wu's consciousness surged forth, enveloping the magical artifact, with spiritual energy crashing like waves, repeatedly washing over it. Each wave encountered resistance, an instinctive defense of the artifact. Being sentient, it yearned for freedom and resisted being refined. Jang Wu remained patient, fully aware that the greater the challenge of refinement, the more formidable the artifact, and the richer its spiritual essence, enough to warrant his utmost effort. What follows is the painstaking effort of refining. Jang Wu, through relentless practice over the course of a month and a half, finally succeeded in imprinting his essence onto the magical artifact. Immediately, fragments of information regarding the artifact flooded his mind. The Ninefold Mountain, this treasure was forged from the spirit of mountain essence, combined with diamond sand. Jang Wu silently absorbed the information about the artifact and mused to himself. Recognizing the reason for the decline of the cultivation world, diamond sand is a superior material for crafting artifacts, with a single grain weighing a staggering 1,000 pounds. Valued at 100,000 spirit stones in the outside world. This was used to embellish spiritual tools or artifacts, enhancing their efficacy. However, the Ninefold Mountain utilized 90,000 grains and incorporated other precious items, most notably the transformative spirit of a mountain, elevating this treasure to the tier of an extraordinary spiritual artifact. Beyond this, a spiritual artifact can ascend to the level of a quasi-immortal tool, even during the ancient era. An extraordinary spiritual artifact sufficed for use by those at the tribulation stage, undoubtedly a significant treasure. Spirit of the artifact, Tanda, emerge. With a thought, Jang Wu summoned the previous old man, who appeared reluctantly, bowing to Jang Wu and referring to him as master. Chapter 66, The Relentless Search. Jang Wu observed Tanda, aware of his discontent, as a once magnificent artifact had fallen into the hands of a mere foundation stage cultivator. Tanda, how many masters have you had before me? He inquired. The fifth, Tanda replied, and Jang Wu probed further. Tell me about your previous masters. My first master was the founding patriarch of the Tianyuan Dao sect. At that time, I had just taken form and was gravely injured by the human race. He saved me, but my injuries were too severe to heal. I willingly became his artifact spirit and followed him for 3,600 years. When he ascended, he left me behind to serve the second-generation patriarch of the Tianyuan Dao sect. The second master perished in a heavenly tribulation, passing me to the third. The third master also succumbed during his tribulation, and after a time, I was passed to the fourth, who was engaged in battle with a formidable foe and sustained heavy damage, which is why I lay buried here to recuperate. Evidently, Tanda was reluctant to share more. Briefly summarizing his past, Jang Wu pondered this and decided not to press further. This artifact is called Ninefold Mountain. I've conducted a preliminary refinement, but am not yet familiar with it. Can you elaborate? The name speaks for itself. The greatest power of the Ninefold Mountain lies in its weight. A single grain of diamond sand weighs 1,000 pounds, and the entire artifact comprises 90,000 grains. Each layer represents a mountain, far heavier than an ordinary mountain. When fully unleashed, even extraordinary artifacts would struggle to withstand its might. However, due to damage to my essence, I can only wield the power of 5 mountains now. As for you, even if you expended all your spiritual energy, you could not activate a single layer. If I were to procure more diamond sand, could you be restored? Jang Wu asked. Yes, but the quantity required is immense. Even my first master took 500 years to gather enough during my era. Do you possess such capability? Whether I possess such capability is my concern. Jang Wu replied with a smile, noting Tanda's evident pride. It seemed that fully subduing him would be challenging. Yet Jang Wu was confident in his gradual approach. Aside from the Ninefold Mountain, do you possess any other treasures? Present them as well. There is little else. I once had some spiritual herbs and elixirs, but they have all lost their efficacy. Are you trying to deceive me? What about the gathering spirit stones? How do you know about them? Tanda retorted, surprised that Jang Wu, having never been here before, would know such details. Enough with the pretense. If you want to provide them, I will search myself. In fact, I'll gather all the items from the secret vault. I intend to leave nothing behind. Wait. I'll even dig 3 feet into the ground to ensure you don't withhold anything valuable. Jang Wu declared sternly, recalling previous encounters where Tanda had used gathering spirit stones to toy with him. While gathering spirit stones were not without value, they paled in comparison to treasures like the Ninefold Mountain. These stones are among the rarest, continuously absorbing external spiritual energy while filtering and purifying it. A cultivator wearing one can absorb it autonomously, akin to self-cultivation. However, the efficacy of gathering spirit stones peaks at the completion of the golden core stage. Beyond that, they hold little utility for those at the nascent soul stage, as the energy they provide becomes negligible. Master, you should leave a path for others. If you take everything, it may not be fair to those who come after. If there is nothing left, then it is what it is. I want to concern myself with that. Alas, master, are you teaching me how to conduct myself? I dare not. Tanda quickly responded, fully aware of his current subservient position, as Jang Wu was now his master. Jang Wu began to scour the secret vault, a place designated for the most precious treasures. The Tianyuan sect possessed one as well, but it was incomparable to Tianyuan Mountain. Of course, the current secret vault held little of value. The elixirs and herbs within had lost their potency, rendering them worthless. Weapons, too, had suffered from neglect. Their power diminished to the point where once exquisite artifacts were now inferior to ordinary spiritual tools. However, some ores remained intact, and there were jade slips containing numerous cultivation methods. Indeed, the complete volume of the Creation Sutra is here. Jang Wu examined the jade slips and discovered the full text of the Creation Sutra, a treasure he had never encountered in his life simulations. This text could guide one to the great ascension stage, alleviating concerns about primary cultivation methods prior to ascension. The secret history of the cultivation world? Is there such a thing here? Jang Wu then picked up another jade slip, and upon opening it, his expression was one of astonishment as the contents recorded intricate interrelations among sects, grievances, and even the existence of illegitimate children of certain prominent figures. Do not underestimate these records. They hold great significance. How significant? Let me put it this way, before the Tianyuan Dao sect sealed itself, the cultivation world was fraught with turmoil, with various sects poised for conflict. This information is vital, as it pertains to alliances and strategies. Speaking of the great wars of the Middle Ages, do you know their origins? Jiang Wu inquired, setting aside the slip. Recognizing the information was outdated and of no use to him, likely preserved for future disciples after the Tianyuan Dao sect's seclusion. It was unfortunate that the last disciples had perished, never to witness the revival of the Tianyuan Dao sect. It's not solely about becoming an immortal. During my fourth master's era, the cultivation world had already begun its decline, with very few at the tribulation stage. In the fray for that slim chance of ascension, everyone became frenzied. Ascension? What is this ascension? I do not know. My master never spoke of it. I am but an artifact spirit, devoid of such knowledge. Do you know of the burial ground of immortals? The burial ground of immortals? You mean the place in the extreme north? You know of it. Speak further. I know only fragments. My master mentioned it was perilous, housing terrifying entities that forbade disciples from entering. Beyond that, I cannot elaborate. Is that all? Indeed. I am merely an artifact spirit with limited knowledge. You may wish to consult that jade slip. Perhaps it contains more. Very well, I understand. Jiang Wu waved his hand, unwilling to waste further time. However, he was now certain that at least during the Middle Ages, the burial ground of immortals existed, and its inhabitants had yet to awaken. Thus, those now stirring would undoubtedly have emerged after that era. Jiang Wu proceeded to pack all the items from the secret vault into his storage bag. Once done, he exited the vault, and stepping out of the gray mist, he released the artifact spirit to allow it to perceive the current state of the Tianyuan Dao sect. Tanda immediately fell into sorrow, lamenting the desolate state of what was once the grand Tianyuan Dao sect. This was once the main hall where disciples would gather daily. Tanda gestured around, reminiscing about the past and recounting the vibrancy each corner once held. As Jiang Wu listened attentively, he searched for treasures. In the sacred grounds of the sect, there must be a spirit herb garden, and it was likely the most prestigious one, containing the only surviving spirit herbs. Although the garden had been thoroughly searched multiple times, there were still some hidden gems left. Finding even one or two could yield immense profit, as these were spirit herbs that had existed for over 10,000 years, incomparable to the seeds scattered by the 5 sects later on. Master, have you truly never visited the Tianyuan Dao sect before? No, he replied. Then how come you seem so familiar with this place? Tan Dao inquired. Some extremely remote areas had never been trodden by anyone, yet Jiang Wu could pinpoint them with uncanny accuracy, as if he were navigating his own home. It's merely instinct, Jiang Wu said nonchalantly, choosing not to divulge that he had been here many times before, able to locate those items even with his eyes closed. I find that hard to believe. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Just don't make too much noise, Jiang Wu replied, continuing his search diligently, determined not to overlook anything, as waste was a shameful act. An hour later, Jiang Wu encountered a group of people, still disciples of the Nanli sect. Upon seeing him, they scattered like birds and beasts, not daring to confront him. Such a pity, they even left behind Shengdan fruits, Jiang Wu remarked, observing the spirit herbs they had abandoned. These were renowned Shengdan fruits, treasures that could extend life. Master, are Shengdan fruits considered high grade now? Is there something even more remarkable? The Tianyuan Dao sect possesses a treasure tree known as the 7 treasure tree, whose fruits, the 7 treasure fruits, can extend life by 700 years. Such a precious treasure exists? Where? In the spirit herb garden. Did you not see it? Just wait. Jiang Wu redirected himself and arrived at the spirit herb garden of the Tianyuan Dao sect. By this time, however, the garden was almost devoid of anything. The precious spirit herbs were either withered or had been completely cleared out, resembling a thicket of weeds. This is it, alas, it has withered. Tan Dao pointed to a large dead tree, noting that spirit plants also had lifespans, some longer, some shorter. If they hadn't become sentient, they would last at most a few thousand years. That may not be the case. Let me show you. Jiang Wu observed for a moment before felling the entire tree and excavating a segment of its root. Delving into it with his consciousness, he sensed some remaining vitality. He retrieved a jade box, crushed some spirit stones into powder, and fully buried the root. Having simulated numerous lifetimes, Jiang Wu had ample time to learn various skills. His proficiency in spirit planting had reached the 3rd tier, significantly surpassing Xue Qingqing, who, despite her innate talent in this area, had only attained the 2nd tier low grade. As he surveyed the area, realizing the spirit herbs had been thoroughly stripped, Jiang Wu took out a formation plate to locate Zhu Qiangguang and the others. The distance was not great, so he made his way directly to them. Junior brother Jiang! Junior brother Jiang! Zhu Qiangguang and the others exclaimed with joy upon seeing Jiang Wu. They had been alarmed by his sudden disappearance for over a month, fearing something had happened to him, as they would have to answer to Yangzhou. With Jiang Wu appearing unharmed, they all sighed in relief. Chapter 67. The ultimate victor Zhu Qiangguang and the others were genuinely in awe of Jang Wu now. Previously, they had called him junior brother. But he had since been elevated to senior brother. How were your findings, everyone? Thanks to senior brother, our gains have been tremendous. Indeed. We had been here before, but had no idea so many treasures remained. It felt like picking them up for free. The group chimed in, praising Jang Wu's map, which had proven exceptionally useful, far superior to their own collection efforts. Not only did it clearly mark the locations of spirit herbs, but it also detailed the guarding spirit beasts, including their strengths and weaknesses. Retrieving those treasures felt as effortless as returning home to gather one's belongings, as they encountered little danger and found exactly what they sought. This was a delightful surprise for them, knowing that at the end of each secret realm expedition, those from the Golden Core stage would carelessly scatter some spirit herb seeds, resulting in each expedition being different and wasting excessive time. That's good. We've nearly finished our search. Let's cooperate with Yang Bingjong and set an ambush at the exit. Senior brother, are we truly going to raid the other 4 sects? Yes, not only for the spirit herbs but also for the competition among sections. This has been tacitly approved by our superiors. Besides, do you think if we refrain from acting, they will do the same? Jiang Wu explained, the southern border is limited in size. The 5 major sects must expand, either by seizing territories occupied by demonic beasts or by encroaching on other forces. The preferred choice is to expand into other areas because these territories are already cultivated, with established spirit fields and a subordinate population. Seizing them will yield immediate benefits, whereas wilderness areas require continuous resource investment to develop, making them the least favorable option. Thus, the 5 major sects understood that conflicts would inevitably arise in the future. Since this was the case, it was permissible to allow their disciples to spar in a designated area, both to gauge each other's capabilities and to weaken their rivals, a mutually beneficial arrangement. This explains why the casualty rate in every secret realm expedition is so high. Do people really believe that the demonic beasts released in the secret realm can cause so many disciples to perish? The group fell silent, following Jiang Wu towards the exit. Yang Bingjong had already been lingering in the vicinity for quite some time. Their gains were minimal, but they had not lost any lives. Greetings, Senior Brother Jiang. Senior Brother Zhu. How are things on your side? We completed our search in 3 days and then arranged for disciples to practice on site. Has anyone from the 4 sects returned? Not yet. Generally, people only begin to emerge when there's about half a month left. The secret realm is vast, and they are still searching for treasures. Very well, let us not concern ourselves with them. Continue as planned. Send someone to keep watch every day while the others take turns practicing. If any disciples from other sects appear, they should notify us immediately. Jiang Wu nodded, making arrangements for everyone, and Yang Bingjong and the others expressed no objections. Now, with just over a month until the secret realm operation, 30 disciples from the Tianyan sect had entered, and 4 had already perished, unfortunate souls who had fallen behind the main group and met their demise alone. Whether they were killed by demonic beasts or other sects was uncertain. Jiang Wu set up a formation at the exit and personally shared his insights on cultivation, silencing all opposing voices. Prior to this, the disciples of the Tianyan sect had harbored grievances, as they had come to the secret realm for adventure and treasure, not for closed-door training. After attending a few of Jiang Wu's classes, their complaints diminished entirely, for his teachings were exceptionally engaging. Even disciples like Zhu Qiangguang, who had reached great perfection, found himself greatly enriched by the experience. As time passed, and the secret realm operation entered its final fortnight, disciples from the 4 sects began appearing nearby. When encountering stragglers, Yang Bingjong would lead the charge without needing Jiang Wu's command, and when faced with groups, they were unafraid. With a call, over 20 would swiftly join the fray. After swiftly dispatching several enemies, the disciples from the 4 sects quickly banded together, organizing themselves by their respective sects and encamping 5 miles from the Tianyan sect's base, coordinating their efforts while searching for isolated disciples from other sections. Senior Brother Jiang, I have clarity on the situation. There are still 17 disciples from the Nanli sect, 19 from the Huiyun sect, 22 from the Danding sect, and slightly fewer, 15, from the Bio Palace. They are still searching for stragglers, but there are very few left. Jiang Wu dispatched personnel for reconnaissance and soon received word that this was indeed the limit of their numbers. At most, 1 or 2 more might emerge. By this point, solitary disciples were rare, all having formed alliances. Senior Brother Jiang, they number 72 altogether, while we only have 26, nearly 3 times our size. Can we win? Zhu Qiangguang and the others expressed their concerns. 72 was a daunting number, and their 26 felt insufficient against such odds. Junior Brother Zhu, if you were in their position, with 72 on your side and only 26 enemies, what would you do? Of course, we would charge in. Then why aren't they moving now? Perhaps they worry they can't win? They were intimidated by Brother Zhang's talisman array. Indeed, deep within the Tianyuan mountain, I had already faced them once. Alone. I confronted over 20 of them, exchanged blows for several rounds, and managed to slay 8. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. How could one person, standing against more than 20, kill 8? What extraordinary combat prowess was this? Therefore, you need not worry too much. With me here, victory is within reach. Jang Wu injected them with a surge of confidence. Given his strength, he had no fear of these adversaries. Unless someone among them had broken through to the Golden Core stage, otherwise, victory was assured. The claim of being the ultimate victor was not mere talk. After days of searching, the four sects had seen no disciples emerge and ultimately gave up. The leading disciples of the four sects conferred briefly before heading towards the Tianyun sect. Jang Wu of the Tianyun sect stepped forward to meet them. A fully realized Foundation establishment cultivator addressed the crowd as Jang Wu slowly advanced. What do you mean by blocking the exit? Robbery. The four were taken aback by Jang Wu's bluntness, their anger flaring. Jang Wu, do you see clearly? We have over 70 people, and you only have 26. How can you stop us? You'll find out by trying. Of course, you could leave behind some ransom money. Each disciple from the four sects must leave half of their storage bags to live. Arrogant. Kill him. Brother, stop the chatter and kill. The disciples of the four sects were enraged. Though they acknowledged Jang Wu's personal strength, they could not believe he could block all of them. As long as no one had broken through to the Golden Core, they were all still at the same level of cultivation, and sheer numbers could overwhelm Jang Wu. Are we truly unable to settle this peacefully? No, our Tianyun sect disciples have not searched for treasures since entering. We have awaited this day. If you leave nothing behind, we must return empty-handed. Do you think that is possible? Fine, you forced our hand. Do not blame us. Disciples, follow me to kill. Over 70 individuals were incensed, believing Jang Wu to be exceedingly arrogant. In an instant, a barrage of flying swords, spiritual talismans, and other spiritual artifacts rained down upon Jang Wu. As the combined might of over 70 focused on one man, Buzz, Jang Wu effortlessly set up a talisman array. 100 second-tier high-grade defensive talismans were instantly activated, forming a protective shield that trembled under the assault. Kill. Seeing this, the disciples of the Tianyun sect sprang into action. Zhu Qingguang and 4 others, equipped with the talisman array provided by Jang Wu, unleashed a 50-piece array that proved formidable, disrupting the formation of the four sects and causing several to scream in agony. Jang Wu commanded his flying sword, cutting a path through, while unleashing a continuous barrage of lightning spells, each instantaneous and relentless. Upon contact, 2 were slain by Jang Wu. After the first wave of attacks, the chaotic battle commenced. In this initial onslaught, at least 20 disciples from the four sects perished, though they still numbered around 50. They were divided into 4 factions and had already engaged in considerable infighting over the past 2 months. Otherwise, how could 120 have dwindled to merely 70? The majority had died at each other's hands rather than by the beasts. Under these circumstances, unity was impossible. Thus, as the battle commenced, some fled, darting past others towards the exit. A barrier stood at the exit. Once inside, they could no longer fight, lest the 5 sects Golden Core cultivators join forces to punish them. Among the fleeing were primarily disciples of the Fire Cloud sect, inciting furious rebuke